Yo, 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 what's going on, man? It's your boy Open the Knowledge, man. You already know. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them, man. Somebody, someone, or something because they need it. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to the military for keeping us safe over here and letting us have the way to choose how we want to live. You know what I mean? So that's up to you. We're not forced into nothing. We have our free will. If you don't think that you have free will, then say free choices or whatever. But at least it's free in front of it. Now, depending on what you do, you can entrap yourself. But I'm gonna give it like 2 more minutes and wait for this thing to load up for me in the back. Like 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna start the show, y'all. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all for the wait. Got it loaded up. So let's go ahead and start, y'all. Peace, and love to y'all, man. Hope y'all having a beautiful Monday.
Until the day that I die, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay hunting. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the Lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much, you smoke you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunting, and I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
All right, man. Shout out to the chat, man. Already. Engine number 9, man. Peace and love, man. Focus Minds. Zoe with the locks. Brian Acosta. Peace, man. You know what I'm talking about. Focus Mind, always looking out for the dog. You know what I mean? Please like, share, and subscribe. It's free, y'all. Milestone Thoughts, man. Always love. Peace and love to you, good family. Shout out to my dog, Bellioso. Also out there in Texas. You know what I'm talking about. Turtle Can Booster. My dog, man. Peace and love, man. Real American Indian out there. You know what I'm talking about, who family went through some stuff. And it's crazy that you came in today, Turtle Clan, because I'm about to show. I am actually about to show something. Present it. Share screen. Ooh. I'm actually about to show something. So I'm gonna go ahead and get straight into it, man. Y'all boys can hit the link. Y'all want to, the link is in the chat. Link is on the screen right there. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I make my fair use banner and stuff first. Hold on, y'all. Oh, okay. Hold on too. Damn. My fault, y'all. I'm so ready to get into this this video right here to I'm not forgetting, man, but I just got a text. I got to do this real quick. My apologies, y'all.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want
I
rush,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
You don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like to miss what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll meet you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for
I
real.
got you.
I
This
hate you.
life I live is hectic, man.
I ain't worried about
won't ever
that. You
think I
always
got
talking
time.
that stuff, man. I can't tell though.
Just look at it this way. Whenever we together, that means I got time for you.
That ain't enough.
Word,
For real.
man.
It's not
I
enough.
ain't trying to show you what this life I live is like.
I already know what it's like. Been there, done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, babe. So
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. Yeah.
Hey, got my banners done ready. Bow, bow. Got those ready. Bam, got that ready. Go ahead, see if I can get some music in the background. Okay. All right. And let's get into it.
The man known to history as William King Hale was born on the 24th of December 1874 in Hunt County in Texas, in what was then the American West. His mother was Mary Elizabeth Gaines. She died when William was 3 years old, and the details of his father, Peyton Hale, are scant. Indeed, very little is known about William Hale's family background and early life at all. However, he did have an older sister by the name of Martha, who went by the diminutive name Mattie, and who would later marry Walter Bigheart. Her sons through that marriage, Ernest and Byron, also known as Brian, particularly Ernest, would play a prominent role in Hale's later life. Evidently, by the time he was a teenager, Hale was already working as a cowboy in Texas, a profession which, despite the depiction of it as a life of crime and gunslinging in countless Western films, was actually exactly what it was described as: somebody who herded cows across the vast plains of the American Midwest. It was also in his youth that he met and then later married Myrtle Fry.
Struggling with complicated content and editing software? I was too. Riverside really simplified things.
Hale grew up in the American West, a time and place which has inspired many stories, but which is often misunderstood, used as it was as the backdrop for numerous films and books. The West was not a homogeneous entity. There were many different versions of it, and Hale's later life and the events which he has become famous for took place in a specific version of the West. Broadly speaking, the West was the vast part of North America within the continental United States, stretching from the river Mississippi westwards to the Pacific Ocean. This was a vast stretch of territory which was relatively untouched by people of European descent until the early 19th century, but owing to a series of events, most notably...
Y'all know you gotta stop these things so you don't get flagged. I want some y'all boys come on up, man. Hit the link. You know what I mean? Milestones, y'all boys. If y'all boys free, if y'all ain't on the on y'all plantation or somebody else plantation, you already know y'all boys welcome to come up. But yeah, they said that no European no European was untouched by people of European descent into the 19th century. So we talking about 1800s. So now they came supposedly 1500s. They came. And it took them 300 years before they got to the other parts of the Mississippi to the Pacific. Then somebody said 1880s. All right, let's see what it said.
Until the early 19th century, but owing to a series of events, most notably the Louisiana purchase of the Midwest from France.
What's going on with your belly, also, man? Peace and love, man. Hope all is well, my brother. What's up, Oso? All right, I give him time to come off. Unmute, y'all.
France by the government of President Thomas Jefferson in 1803 and the US-Mexican War of 1846 to 1848, this huge mass of territory came under the jurisdiction of the United States by the end of the 1840s. Then successive gold, silver, and oil rushes in places like California, Tombstone, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Texas brought hundreds of thousands of people westwards in the 1850s, 1860s, and 1870s, seeking riches and a better life. As they did, they began to settle towns and villages all over the region. This westward expansion also brought conflict with the Native Americans of the area, a process which we will explore in more detail with regard to the Osage Indians presently. The part of the American West which Hale grew up in and lived much of his life in was the more traditional or stereotypical version of the West, generally rural and isolated parts of the countryside where the trappings of modern Western society were only just being introduced in the second half of the 19th century. There were more developed corners of the country in this respect. For instance, towns like San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco out in California, which were part of the frontier in the 1850s and 1860s, had become well-developed urban centers by the 1890s, much like the towns and cities of the East Coast. Here, the kind of lawless and opportunistic activities which would characterize Hale's later life in Oklahoma were simply not possible by the turn of the 20th century. but the more rural and less developed parts of the West, in regions like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma, were still semi-lawless and had a limited form of governmental oversight or law and order. It was here that opportunistic and ruthless individuals, like Hale would reveal himself to be in later life, could acquire massive riches through underhand and brutal behavior, often at the expense of the Native Americans, who were so often the victims of westward expansion. This was the backdrop against which Hale's story would play out. While the details of Hale's early life are very scant indeed, we get a much better idea of his life story from around 1900 onwards. This was the period during which he first settled in Oklahoma, one of the last frontiers of the American West, where society and government were still tenuous enough that the region would not be granted statehood status until 1907, making it the 46th state in the Union. As one modern account of Hale's arrival into Oklahoma put it, he seemed to have come out of nowhere, as an individual with a past that no one knew anything about, and arriving with little more than the clothes he was wearing and a copy of the Bible, the latter being an ironic possession given his subsequent behavior in Oklahoma over the next 30 years. Although still a young man when he arrived in the region, Hale had many of the personal characteristics which would identify him throughout his life.
DNA analysis tells us we shared the earth with forms of life in the past that are very different.
And the native shape.
My bad, got a commercials playing. It's part of the show or whatever like that. But yeah, man, I hope y'all enjoying this so far. Let's see how he prevail, y'all.
An owlish face and a large pair of spectacles which framed a shrewd look that always seemed to be on the lookout for an opportunity, no matter how unethical it might be. When he arrived in Oklahoma, he first found work as a cowboy, but he would soon graduate to more illustrious and more financially lucrative activities. The region which Hale moved to at this time was named after the Osage Indians, a Native American people who lived here in great numbers. Osage is an English rendering of the original name the French gave to the Native American tribe called the Neoconska, meaning people of the middle waters, which dominated parts of the Ohio River Valley and the Mississippi River Valley when the French first began establishing trade stations along the course of these riverine routeways in the 17th century. The Osage dominated much of what is now Ohio and the surrounding regions by the 18th century, but their history here went back over 2 millennia to when the mound-building cultures of the American Midwest and South had first begun to flourish in a vast region from Texas east to the Atlantic Ocean. But like all their brethren further to the east, the Osage came under increasing pressure from the United States from the late 18th century onwards. As this occurred, there were growing drives to transplant the natives of regions like Ohio, Alabama, and Tennessee, into which the U.S. wished to expand further westwards to land which was deemed occupied. The most infamous example of this was the Trail of Tears, when 60,000 people from several native groups were forced west of the Mississippi from places like Tennessee and Alabama in the 1830s by the government, leading to the deaths of thousands. The Osage soon fell prey to such a scheme themselves. Indeed, they were involved to some extent in the removals of the 1820s and 1830s, while they were also devastated by a smallpox pandemic which ravaged native populations all across North America in 1837 and 1838. Many of them ended up in places like Kansas, but others tried to remain on their ancestral lands in Ohio and fight the US government as part of the Indian Wars of the mid-19th century, which focused primarily on the Sioux and Lakota Indians, further to the northwest, in what are now the Dakotas and Montana. Some Osage were hired by the US government at this time as scouts to help the Americans map out and explore the area, but others continued to resist. By the 1870s, though, it was becoming clear to the Native Americans across the continent that they were fighting a lost cause. Many were corralled into reservations, but some managed to strike deals with the government in Washington for their lands.
Damn. So this right here will tie into Lewis and Clark exploration too. Okay. The
Osage were one of the better arbiters in this respect, and managed to acquire enough financing that they were in a position to buy their own reservation lands, thus ensuring a degree of self-determination in their own affairs. This was located in the north-central region of what was then known as the Oklahoma Territory. It consisted of a 1.5 million acre plot of land and is coterminous with Osage County in the state of Oklahoma today. It was to this region that Hale gravitated some years later. The events which followed would not have occurred had Oklahoma not turned out to be such an oil-rich region. Today, other parts of the United States are synonymous with oil. California, for instance, had its oil boom from the 1870s onwards, which produced much of the wealth which later went into building up Hollywood, while Texas is regarded as the heart of American oil country. But in reality, back in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Oklahoma was the thriving heart of the oil industry in the United States.
What y'all think so far? What y'all think so far, man? It's kind of informative, man. Let's see.
More oil by far being produced here per square mile than any other region in the country, and the Osage soon discovered that they were sitting on quite a lot of it. In 1894, the first discovery of large oil deposits were made under the lands owned by the Osage. While the Osage were not in a position to begin exploiting the reserves themselves, they were soon in contact with oilmen who had experience in laying down oil wells and extracting the energy in large quantities. Some of this was through the intercession of Henry Foster and Edwin B. Foster, two oilmen operating out of Kansas. They were looking to turn a profit themselves, but as the Osage owned the vast land on which the oil was sitting, it was clear that the natives were soon to become wealthy if they struck a good deal with those who would take it out of the ground. In the mid-1890s, an agreement was worked out between the Fosters, the Osage, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The latter was a government body, and despite the often brutal treatment of various Native American groups by the U.S. government in the century between U.S. independence and the end of the Sioux Wars, by the late 19th century, Washington often did act in ways which aimed to treat groups such as the Osage with a modicum of respect, and in the events which would follow, it was the government which eventually acted in defense of the Osage. In the mid-1890s, the Bureau of Indian Affairs eventually agreed that the Fosters could begin prospecting for oil and extracting it from Osage territory, but they were to pay the...
Yeah, it was definitely a movie about this. The Osage, the Osage, the Killers of Flower Moon. That was based upon the this right here. So this is the true story about the dude that's on the movie, William King Hale. So they're telling the story, not true story. I can't say that. I don't want to say that. This is a story that they did about him in the Killers of the Flower Moon documentary. You know what I mean? Taking us more into William King Hale, because how the movie start, it didn't get into like the beginning of them boys' life, like how they came, where they came from, and stuff like that. All right.
10% of all profits therefrom. In order to understand how the Osage became so wealthy and why individuals like Hale became involved in trying to steal their wealth, one needs to have an overall view of exactly how much oil was being extracted from beneath the earth in Oklahoma in the early 20th century, and how much the Osage were making from this. Between the 1850s and the 1920s, Oklahoma was rivaled only by...
Hey, you crazy, Milestone. They damn sure do, don't they? They damn sure do, right? I swear, boy.
California, in terms of the volume of oil that it produced. And for large stretches of time during this era, it was the largest producer of any region in the United States. Production began to peak in the decades following the discovery of oil on the Osage Territory. It peaked in the 1920s, when Hale's story also took center stage, with production of approximately 700,000 barrels of oil per day in Oklahoma. And the United States had emerged as the world's foremost economic power by then, meaning that the demand for oil was enormous, and the profits correspondingly huge. Often the Osage collected in excess of $10 million a year as part of their 10% royalties, and in the early 1920s this peaked towards $30 million, a sum equivalent to hundreds of millions in today's money. To get a sense of exactly how wealthy this made individual members of the Osage community, we need to look at exactly how many people this was divided between. There were hundreds of families living on the Osage lands in Oklahoma, meaning that there were several thousand who were entitled to a part of the payment for the oil revenue, which was generated every year. Some of these were children, so the pool was reduced accordingly. But given that the sum which was received annually in the early 1920s was equivalent to $500 million today, the sum of money which the average Osage could expect to receive was substantial indeed by the standards of the time. This was called a head right, the right of each Osage to share in the oil wealth. Add to this the fact that the region also began to develop economically, as oil prospectors moved in and attendant services developed on lands which were also owned by the Osage. And the result was that this community was quickly moving from extreme poverty to wealth in the early 20th century. By the 1910s, the region was developing in such a way that the Osage were living in large houses with servants and automobiles, still a rarity in that part of Oklahoma, to convey them into town and around the area. This was a version of early 20th.
See, now they show you, right? They show you in the movie with them boys driving around in cars and stuff like that, and having a chauffeur, you know, and having a servant. Yes, they did show that, but they didn't show like how they got their money, that they was getting that much money. They did show a commission. They did show a group of people. It's a pretty good movie, man. Pretty good movie. Yeah, pretty good movie. Leonardo DiCaprio, them boys in that movie. Yeah. Indian head rights.
Century America, where society was turned on its head. It was the Native Americans who were wealthy here, and the average American of European extraction that was cleaning their homes and buying in luxury commodities to the region for them. It has been estimated that collectively the Osage constituted the wealthiest group of people in the world at one time, by the end of the 1910s and the start of the 1920s. There was, though, a complicating factor in all of this, one which is highly relevant for Hale's story. While the federal government had ensured back in the mid-1890s that the Osage were rewarded for any oil that was extracted from beneath their lands, they had also done so with the characteristic type of racial attitudes of the time, which believed that the natives were incapable of looking after their own affairs. Accordingly, a system of guardianship was set up in 1897, whereby any Osage who were deemed to be unable to look after their newfound wealth would have guardians appointed to monitor what they did with their money and to decide whether they were spending it appropriately. This system was rife for abuse, and years later there were more lawyers present per capita in the Osage territory than in any other part of America, as individuals tried to exploit the Osage and control their wealth. What was more, the guardianship system often functioned in such a way that if an individual member of the Osage community died,
this game, you're not ready for it.
That is crazy. So they say that the lawyers them started moving in Osage. They say it was heavily ran. Now everybody want to be guardians over land. Ward and guardianships. They want to be wards over people money. You know, spending their money the right way. How can you help manage their money the way they spend it? That's crazy.
their oil payments or head rights could continue to flow to their former guardian, particularly so if there were children involved when the person died or some other complicating factor of this nature. All of this would end in tragedy for the Osage in the 1920s. Back in the 1900s, Hale began to prosper when he arrived to Osage territory. He started off as a cowboy on a ranch, driving cattle between Oklahoma and his native Texas, and onwards again to Kansas, often with the livestock being sent north towards Chicago and other major towns and cities for supply to the wealthier East Coast markets where the Gilded Age upper-middle-class families had a taste for beef. While the cowboys of the era have been immortalized in Western films and novels, it was not glamorous work. It was long, arduous, uncomfortable, and badly paid, and Hale soon began to aspire to something else. To do so, he first began saving his meager wages, and after a time had put together enough to be able to start buying his own herd. Over time, he used this to grow his wealth within Osage territory, but even this promising beginning in Oklahoma met with disaster. After a series of business and economic setbacks, Hale ended up bankrupt in the mid-1900s. Yet even this new setback only made him more determined, though unfortunately for his Native American neighbors, he became ever more ruthless too. In the course of the second half of the 1900s, he used every means possible to begin building himself back up as a cattleman, becoming an expert in the business, but also cutting corners through insurance fraud and other illegal methods. It worked, and by the end of the 1900s, Hale had become a prosperous figure in Osage territory. The 1910s saw him emerge as arguably the most powerful man in Osage territory. As he ruthlessly cornered every business opportunity, he amassed an estate of some 45,000 acres of land, buying up the farms from competitors, leasing lands from the Osage, and cultivating relationships with the most powerful politicians in Oklahoma. His appearance changed too. Gone was the rustic cowboy that had arrived in Oklahoma, and in its place, Hale emerged as a genteel business figure who dressed in a suit with a bow tie and a felt hat. He was also named as a reserve deputy sheriff in Fairfax County, and in this capacity had charge over a substantial element of law enforcement in the Osage territory, walking around the region with a pistol strapped to his side. By that time, he already had a controlling stake in the Fairfax Bank, and so was a powerful local moneylender. Years later, it was speculated that Hale was a millionaire by the end of the 1910s, and was widely referred to as the King of the Osage. Such was his economic and political power in the region. But it was seemingly never enough for Hale. Moreover, his methods hinted at his future crimes. Much of his wealth was accumulated in the 1900s and 1910s by exploitative dealings with the Osage, engaging in land leases and trade deals with the Native Americans, which were to his advantage and directly exploiting the Osage's lack of familiarity with certain areas of land law and economic policy. Yet even so, Hale would soon decide he could go further still to benefit himself at their expense. While Hale was enriching himself in Oklahoma through dubious business activities in the 1910s, trouble was brewing for the Osage. The guardian system and the associated head rights had presented an opportunity for ruthless individuals in the Osage territory, and as the amount of money being generated by the oil wells of the territory increased year by year, many saw an opportunity. This was especially the case as countries like the United States moved away from a reliance on coal as the primary fossil fuel driving their economies to a greater reliance on oil and petroleum. Moreover, the full extent of the oil reserves on the Osage territory was only established in 1917, when the new wells were drilled. With this, it became clear that great wealth would continue to flow to the Osage for many, many years to come. If an individual could establish themselves as a guardian to an Osage individual or family, then if something happened to the Osage in question, the guardian might hope to benefit financially. Similarly, if a member of the Osage tribe died, their lands might become available, and if a white man could muscle in, he could hope to benefit financially from the oil wealth of the region. This was especially the case as the head rights functioned in the 1910s and early 1920s.
So this guardianship, if you died, they could take over. And which once they take over, now they become landowners and they replace you as getting that money. I wonder how many Europeans are still getting this money today.
In such a manner that a non-Osage could inherit them from an Osage that died. This loophole would be closed in time, but it presented an opportunity for Hale and others before the federal government moved to prevent exploitation of the law. What has come to be termed the Osage Reign of Terror only began to gain attention and notoriety from 1922 onwards. but it is now accepted that the first murders might have been committed as early as 1918. It was at this time that an Osage woman by the name of Minnie Brown died at just 27 years of age, from what at the time was described as a peculiar disease, the specifics of which could not be determined by her doctors. It is now generally understood that Minnie had been poisoned and that her death constituted the first killing in the Reign of Terror. Over the next decade, dozens more Osage would fall victim to surreptitious activities and murders by their neighbors, most of them being white settlers in Osage territory who were trying to claim the head rights of their victims. Over the 10-year period, at least 60 Osage were killed, and the murders terrorized the wider Osage community. As we will see, it would take a federal investigation of events in Osage County and a legal altering of the manner in which the head rights were transferred to guardians in 1925 before the killings would come to an end. In the events which followed,
Hey folks, did you know that this M1911 is totally legal for everyone to own?
Hale would become closely aligned with his nephews, Ernest and Brian Bigheart, sons of his sister Martha, though the relationship was hardly equal, and Ernest, the more significant of the two brothers in the events which ensued, would later state of his uncle that he was not the kind of man to ask you to do something, he told you. Nevertheless, Ernest developed a close relationship with Hale and viewed him as a surrogate father. He first arrived in Osage County in 1912 as a green-behind-the-ears 19-year-old who had left Texas to settle in what was viewed as one of the last vestiges of the American West in Oklahoma. There, he began working for his uncle in various capacities as part of his ever-growing business and legal empire in the Osage Territory. Some of this was simple driving and delivery work, and it was in this capacity that Ernest would meet Mollie, the sister of Millie, whose unusual demise in 1918 is viewed as the possible beginnings of the Reign of Terror, and whose family had acquired great wealth owing to the head rights and oil revenue that poured in during the 1910s and into the 1920s. Their relationship would form the basis for much of the events which followed. When Mollie met Ernest in the mid-1910s, it was still common for the Osage to enter into arranged marriages with a fellow Osage. However, as the tribe became richer and the social structures of the Osage territory had changed, so too had this custom. Several of Mollie's siblings and relatives had consequently married whites, and she was not averse to doing the same. She soon fell for Ernest. He was a somewhat coarse individual, prone to heavy drinking and gambling, though these were not exactly uncommon habits in the place and time in question, but there also seemed to be a more affectionate side to him. For instance, while she spoke some English, he nevertheless began studying the Osage dialect after they met, so that he could converse with her in her native language. He also brushed aside the mockery which was directed at him by his friends for forming a relationship with a Native American woman, while when she was sick, which was regularly owing to suffering from diabetes at a time when the condition was not as treatable as it is today, he cared for her. All of this seemed to win her over. In 1917, they married, and in the years that followed, they started a family, with a daughter Elizabeth arriving first, followed by a son named James. Their relationship is an enigma, and to this day it remains unclear whether Ernest genuinely cared for Mollie at first, or whether the entire union was an elaborate deception which he concocted under the guidance of his uncle over a period of many years. It was with Mollie's sister Anna that the Osage murders began to intensify in the 1920s. Anna had developed a somewhat problematic personality by this time, specifically concerning her tendency to drink excessively. On the 21st of May 1921, she attended a luncheon which Mollie had organized for her extended family and friends. But when Anna showed up,
Which one you Dead Son? What you talking about? The original video? What are these people? The killers of the flower moon? Oh yeah, they did. They did show the real picture of them boy.
she was already drunk. In the hours that followed, she drank from a flask, flirted with Ernest's brother Brian, and subsequently started fights with almost everyone in attendance. Eventually, she managed to sober up after several hours, and Mollie sent her home with Brian. It was the last time the sisters saw each other. 6 days later, some squirrel hunters found her body in a desperate state of decomposition in some boggy water near the road between Fairfax and Pawhuska. Mollie was called upon to try to identify the bloated corpse, but could only do so through the gold fillings in her teeth. Though it would not be determined until much, much later, one of those who had been included in the search team, Kelsey Morrison, a well-known local bootlegger and dope smuggler, had killed her on the night of the 21st or early hours of the 22nd, after she left Mollie's. He had done so on the orders of none other than William Hale, probably with the complicity of Brian Bigheart, who had taken her home from Mollie's party that evening. An autopsy revealed a gunshot wound to the back of her head. It would subsequently be revealed in years to come that Morrison had owed $600 to Hale, a very substantial sum of money in the early 1920s, and he had carried out the murder in order to have the debt cancelled. Yet the motives were not initially clear, as Anna's head rights on the oil money were transferred to her immediate Osage family members. Yet with each member of Mollie's family that would subsequently die, the possibility of Anna and her family members' head rights all transferring to Ernest Bigheart, Hale's nephew and protege, became ever greater.
Hate YouTube ads? You need this Chrome extension. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads or get paid to watch them.
The murders mounted from there. On the same day that Anna's body was discovered, that of another Osage by the name of Charles Whitehorn was stumbled upon by an oil man not far away with 2 bullet wounds between his eyes. He had been murdered execution style.
You was asking about some.
Had been missing for 2 weeks when he was discovered. What alerted local police to a possible connection between the 2 murders was that the same bullet types were found to have been used in both instances. Perhaps the same person had killed both Anna and Charles, but at the time no one was identified as the possible suspect by the authorities. Mollie argued strongly with the local police for them to investigate her sister's disappearance and murder more concretely, but such was the attitude at the time to the Native Americans that they effectively refused to do so. A similar lethargy characterized the response months later in 1922 to the death of Anna Sanford, a woman who had recently married a white man by the name of Tom McCoy. Anna was not found murdered in cold blood like Anna Brown or Charles Whitehorn, but her death was suspicious and is believed to have been an instance of poisoning. What is especially revealing about Hale's involvement in this particular homicide is that Tom McCoy, Anna's widower, quickly married Hale's niece after he inherited his deceased Osage wife's rights. The next major victim to which Hale can be connected was George Bigheart. George was a relative of one of the most prominent of all the Osage families. James Bigheart, for instance, had been a chief of the Osage in the 1890s and 1900s, a man who spoke 7 languages, including French and Latin, and who wore a suit and tie, realizing that the best way to beat the government and white man in their land grabs, as the American frontier was closing in, was to match them at their own game. George was James's nephew. In 1923, at 46 years of age,
Damn, I don't know what's going on, man. Y'all, is it still playing right to y'all, or is it buffering? It's saying like I lost connection. Was it still showing for y'all? I see a replacement of people, boy. Now you see these people, boy, out here claiming Osage, boy, and these people ain't got no Osage blood. They just been married to one, boy. That's crazy. Placement. All right, let's get back to it, then.
He was mysteriously taken ill in Osage territory and was sent to Oklahoma City to a hospital there. It now seems relatively clear that Bigheart was given some poisoned whiskey to drink, and this killed him in the hospital shortly after he arrived there. But this was not before he disclosed his own circumstances and the deaths which were occurring among the Osage to a white attorney by the name of W. Dawn. while George was on his deathbed. Incredibly, Vaughn then phoned the Osage County Sheriff and said he needed to meet with him urgently concerning the murders. But the last time he was seen was when he boarded an overnight train to go and meet the sheriff. When the train arrived to Osage territory, Vaughn wasn't it, and was never seen. Bigheart died shortly afterwards in hospital, and whatever wasn't at the hospital when on Georgia. And William Hale, the most prominent businessman in Osage territory, then they would have had their suspicions corroborated by the next death. In February 1923, a 40-year-old Osage by the name of Henry Roan showed up dead, having a death in his car. Roan's name was symptomatic. His tribal name was Roan Horse, but at school in Oklahoma, he had been forced to cut off the braids he wore his hair in and to change his name to the more anglicized Henry Roan. Although he had 2 children who would inherit his head rights and the income from the oil money that was due to his family, Hale had an insurance claim on Roan's life. Roan had listed Hale, who he referred to as his best friend, as the recipient of a $25,000 insurance policy, a very hefty sum of money by the standards of the early to mid-1920s. Hale had also been seen in town with Roan shortly before the Osage man disappeared, only reappearing when he was found dead in his automobile. Thus, although Hale acted as a pallbearer at Roan's funeral,
we knew that everything was mine.
The father was not Homo sapien.
The next major killing targeted Rita Smith, Mollie Brown's sister. She had accompanied Mollie back in the summer of 1921, when they had gone to identify their sister Anna's body, after it had been found in the countryside. She was married to William Bill Smith, the man whose idea it had been to try to identify Anna's body that day by checking to see if she had Democratic gold. Both Mollie and Rita had become wealthier, as they inherited the head rights to the oil money of other family members. As such, for anyone who was looking to ultimately acquire a full stake in the oil money, which was due to the Brown family, it would be necessary to also murder or otherwise kill Mollie and Rita. Rita and her husband Bill became the next targets of Hale and his accomplices in their. An added incentive for Hale was that Bill Smith had been conducting his own unofficial investigation into both the murder of Anna in 1921 and the mysterious 1918. Bill had been married to Mollie before
My fault. Told y'all, them boy. I knew something. I knew something was goddamn going on. Mm-hmm. Yep. Always happen. Never fails.
when drunk, there is no evidence that he was involved with Hale and the Burkharts in their campaign against the Browns and other Osage in the territory. On the contrary, he had met with several individuals in the early weeks of 1923 that seemed to have information about what might have happened to Anna a year and a half earlier. It is probably no coincidence that Hale moved against Rita and Bill shortly after Bill had been in touch with these sources of information. The Smiths were at home one night when they heard what seemed to be some source of the noise, but found nothing. Then, a few nights later, the same noise was heard again. It was enough to convince Bill and Rita to pack up their things and move to a rented house nearby. But there, the peculiar events seemed to follow them. For one thing, the dogs which their new neighbors owned all started showing up dead, as though they had been poisoned. A few weeks later, a bomb was planted underneath the Smiths' rented home, detonating at 3 o'clock in the morning. The explosion killed Rita and Bill, sending out a blast which was felt all over the neighborhood and blowing out the windows of the houses in the area. Nearby to die in the space of 5 years, Millie in 1918, Anna in 1921, and now Rita in 1923. The noose was tightening around Mollie, even as she inherited a still greater claim to the oil headrights with the demise of another sister. By the mid-1920s, the mounting numbers of murders, bombings, poisonings, and deaths under suspicious circumstances in Osage territory was beginning to attract attention from quarters further afield, which Hale and his accomplices would have preferred to have stayed away from Oklahoma, specifically the nascent Federal Bureau of Investigation. Policing in the United States, as anywhere in the Western world, had been done on an ad hoc basis for centuries, and even well into the 19th century. It was only in 1839 that the Metropolitan Police Act had established a professional police force in Britain, and in policing activities and crime prevention was better for that little sheriffs and law agency. Only in 1896 was the National Bureau of Criminal Identification, the forerunner of the modern Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, set up. Its remit was expanded in the years that followed, as anarchist and labor movements created the perception of social unrest across America, with the Bureau of Investigation then established in 1908 by President Theodore Roosevelt. It owing to investigations such as that which was led by Bureau agent Tom White in Osage Territory in the mid-1920s.
There's a big secret being hidden from drivers, so listen up before this video gets removed. If you're being insured by any of these companies, you're being taken advantage of.
Yeah, man. I'm hoping y'all enjoying this so far. They slipped up and let this get out, you know what I mean? Or nobody would have never known what happened to these people. And if this was going on then, imagine in other places, y'all. Air rights just wasn't in these states now. Let's go.
Tom White was born in Texas a few years after Hale. He was the son of a local lawman, Robert Emmett White, and moved into the same field when he came of age, joining the Texas Rangers in the 1900s before becoming a special agent for the Santa Fe Railway Company and the Southern Pacific Railroad in the 1910s. He consequently had decades of experience when he was assigned to investigate the murders which were occurring in Osage Territory in the mid-1920s. He received a call from Hoover in the summer of 1925 and was summoned to Washington, D.C., where the head of the FBI informed him that he was to proceed to Osage Territory and find out who was murdering all of these conspicuously wealthy Native Americans. In taking over the Oklahoma field office, White was assuming a position which was generating more crime per capita than any other field office run by the FBI. As such, when he arrived to take up the position there in late July, he had extensive work to do. But White was determined, and within weeks he had reviewed dozens of case files and was coming to some initial conclusions. There was no pattern to these murders, such as one might expect from a serial killer or a single individual. Clearly, there was more than one person involved, and given the wealth and status of many of the victims, there was a clear motive. Carts, and then to William Hale. Meanwhile, in Washington, Congress decided in 1925 to pass a law banning
Now it's saying that you only have to be half Osage and inherit the rights. Wow.
Inheriting the head rights of an Osage when they died. Thus, in the nation's capital, it was clear to many what was really at the root of what was happening far away in Oklahoma. White's investigations into the events occurring in Osage territory began just as Hale's great plan to capture the wealth of the Brown family was about to come to fruition. With her 3 sisters dead, Mollie Brown was now the recipient of a great amount of oil money coming from Osage head rights. Should she die, her payments would begin accruing to her children, who were William Hale's great nieces and nephews through his big uncle of her husband, Bigheart. It appears, though, that Hale and Bigheart were anxious to avoid about these circumstances occurred with Anna in 1981. Suspicion over Hale or his relatives would have to investigate the matter further. Thus, Hale and Ernest began plotting a way to get rid of Mollie in a more subtle way. After Rita had died, her diabetes seemed a perfect smokescreen to suggest naturally. Hence, in the mid-1920s, Hale saw to it that they began murder, and also an infinitely riskier one. She might well realize what was happening, and there was certainly sufficient ground for her to be vigilant in what had happened to her family members, and so many other members of the Osage in recent. And so, when Mollie's health began deteriorating sharply in the course of 1925, she became suspicious, and eventually she came to the conclusion that as much as her marriage to Ernest had initially seemed to be one of affection, that he was most likely poisoning her. This was certainly the conclusion she had come to by late 1925, when she sent a message to a local priest in which she outlined her belief that her health was deteriorating, owing to being poisoned rather than from her diabetes. She would ultimately be the lucky member of the Brown family. Shortly afterwards, she left Ernest with their children and would live to tell the tale of her brush with William Hale and the Bighearts. Conversely, the net was tightening by this time on Hale and his accomplices. When Tom White had acquainted himself sufficiently with the evidence concerning the murders of the Osage in the 1920s, he began to focus on one case in particular, the murder of Henry Roane, back in the spring of 1923. Roane's case was especially suspicious. Hale had only recently taken out a $25,000 insurance claim on his life. This clearly created a certain amount of circumstantial evidence, but there was no direct evidence, such as eyewitnesses or a murder weapon, that could clearly link Hale to the murder. However, it raised enough suspicions for White to place Hale at the center of a vast conspiracy to collect Osage head rights, with the murder of Mollie's family members over a period of years from 1918 onwards being the central plank of Hale's conspiracy. This conclusion led him to begin looking at Ernest Bigheart, Hale's nephew, who had married Mollie many years earlier, and the man who, if anything happened to her, would now acquire a huge controlling interest over the many headrights which had fallen to Mollie. It was this which might begin investigating both Hale and the Bighearts, and Ernest would prove to be the weak link. By the dawn of 1926, White had acquired enough evidence to issue a warrant for the arrest of Hale and Ernest for the
Wow. Wow. Bunch of stuff going on here. Family. Bunch of stuff going on here. You feel me? Let's go. Oh shit. How far back y'all couldn't hear? My fault, y'all. How far when did it stop showing? Past 3 minutes? Okay. Yeah, this shit acting janky. Oh yeah, now 43. All right. So y'all heard the part y'all heard the part when they say that he was supposed to testify against his uncle. They broke him down and he said that it was his uncle that did it. The Ernest dude. Y'all heard that part up into that part? No. All right, let me do this real quick then. Hold on, give me a second real quick. Let me reshare it real quick. My bad, y'all.
Mollie many years earlier on Hale's directive, that he should be in a position to collect the many head rights which would be accruing into her hands as her family members kept dying. Thus did he implicate his uncle. In the weeks that followed, Ernest was placed on trial and was sentenced to a reduced term in prison in return for his cooperation in prosecuting Hale.
Stop asking research questions to ChatGPT. Its answers are not reliable, and they are difficult to be fact-checked. It's just not meant for research.
Hale's trial soon followed. It became a circus as Ernest refused to deliver on his promise to testify against his uncle and instead agreed to testify in his defense. Meanwhile, Bigheart also tried to sue the government for extracting a confession from him under duress. Other witnesses and individuals allegedly implicated in the various murders either pulled out of testimony, intimidate anyone that was possibly going to proceed against him. At one point, even Ernest came to the conclusion that his uncle was trying to have him killed before he could testify against him. Eventually, Ernest flipped again and did testify against Hale in his fix onwards, but such was the convoluted nature of the evidence and overlapping conspiracies, as well as Hale's influence in the wider region, that the jury, when it finished deliberating on the 25th of August, returned a hung verdict, and a mistrial was declared. The government and the Bureau were not going to let matters slide. By the autumn of 1926, too much was riding on the result of the investigation back in Washington, and Hoover ordered that Hale and his accomplices were to be prosecuted in any way possible. As a consequence, a grand jury indicted Jim Springer, Hale's attorney, on the grounds that Hale had sought to intimidate several witnesses in his client's initial trial. With this, a second trial commenced in October 1926, one which was short 9 days later. Hale was sentenced to life in prison at Leavenworth Prison in Kansas, ironically a penitentiary where Tom White, the federal investigator who led the Osage investigations, would soon be appointed as warden. Yet even then, Hale managed to exploit several legal loopholes to try successfully disputing the results of his second trial on the basis that he was tried in the wrong district court within Oklahoma. In the end, it would take a third trial, this time prosecuted in a federal court, before Hale was finally definitively sentenced to life in prison in January 1929, years after the first murder had been committed, with the poisoning of Millie Brown. Hale entered Leavenworth with a lifetime sentence. He would be out in under 20 years.
More than $30 per month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off.
Ultimately, the conviction of Hale and the Bighearts and their accomplices was just the tip of the iceberg. While Hale had doubtlessly been the most prominent individual when it came to carrying out the murders of the Osage, there were many others who were acting independently of him. In fact, while the official murder rate of the Reign of Terror stands at about 60 people, David Grann, in his award-winning book on the topic, Killers of the Flower Moon, cites Louis F. Burns, a leading historian on the Osage murders, who claimed there were probably hundreds of killings, many of them recorded as accidents or people who died under mysterious circumstances after unusual illnesses. For instance, Kelsey Morrison, a man who was probably involved in the murder of Anna Brown, was possibly also involved in several other poisonings in the 1920s, which were never investigated as murders. He subsequently married Tilly Stepson, an Osage woman whose husband had been poisoned in 1922. She in turn became suspicious of Kelsey when she overheard him talking about the use of strychnine as a poison, but before she could divorce him and remove her 2 Osage children from his guardianship, she too died under suspicious circumstances. Morrison had almost certainly poisoned her, and there were many others like this. Often groups of individuals were aiding each other to murder families of Osage throughout the area. For instance, the local doctors certainly killed several Osage and benefited from.
Damn, this is crazy. This is crazy, yo. This is crazy. They man, this is crazy, man. For head rights. And the head rights was tied to benefits, to the land and everything on that land. Any profit that the United States at this time makes off of your land, you get a cut. They say oil was booming at this time in Oklahoma. The boys was making what? Getting like 10 million a year? 700,000 barrels a day of oil being produced. Today, they said, I think they said today that's like equivalent to 10 billion. You know what I mean? These people were billionaires. A prime example, when people always ask the question, how do they replace people? How do you just get rid of the people like that? Here you go. They showing you how the hell they replace these goddamn people, because they going from full blood Osage to half blood. And I find it crazy because when they showed that one picture, that wasn't the first picture that they showed of the first people. So these was offsprings. So now I'm wondering, did the feds really get involved because it was people looking like them now? More modernized, you know what I mean? You know, done got these boys to get the change, you know what I mean, from looking real richy. They was driving big cars and living in big houses, had servants now. And they say most of the servants was white Europeans cleaning their houses and shit. So now we seeing a flip from the 18 to the 1900, just that goddamn quick. Damn.
From their head rights, but they also supplied poison to others. The murders which occurred during the Reign of Terror were an open secret throughout Osage County, as the white population literally conspired to kill as many of the natives here as possible, even as the FBI tried to intervene in a sort of localized genocide being perpetrated over oil money.
DNA analysis tells us we shared the Earth with forms of life in the past that are very different.
Despite being sentenced to life in prison in 1929, William Hale would serve less than 20 years for the multiple murders he orchestrated. On the 31st of July 1947, he was paroled at the explicit command of President Harry S. Truman. Truman came from Missouri, not far from Osage County, and had spent much of his early life in the 1900s, 1910s, and 1920s, living in this part of the Midwest, in Kansas City and other locations, and was immersed in the settler community that Hale and others had lived in when they committed their crimes. Consequently, as inexcusable as his actions seem in retrospect, he seems to have viewed Hale and others with some sympathy, and arranged for Hale to be pardoned after serving 18 years in prison. Eventually, many others who were involved in the Reign of Terror murders would be paroled early. Ernest Bigheart was released initially in 1937, jail for much of the 1940s and 1950s. His final release came in 1965, when the Oklahoma governor, Henry Belmont, fully pardoned Bigheart for his crimes. Back in 1947, when he was released from prison, Hale headed northwest to Montana, one of the most underpopulated and rustic parts of the United States by the middle of the 20th century, and an environment which was similar to that which he had in Oklahoma decades earlier. Hale fell back into familiar patterns. Position in the state on a farm owned Indian, a career criminal who first in Texas back in the 1920s, operating illegal gambling dens and casino in the Dallas and Fort Worth area. He and Hale were likely acquainted with each other from that time, while also having periods of lengthy incarceration in common, Binion having been implicated in multiple homicides in the 1930s. In the 1950s, he made lots of money in the early development of Las Vegas, while Hale managed to stake out a prosperous enough retirement.
Damn, y'all, did y'all just hear that? That this motherfucker was an illegal gambler. Ended up buying a bunch of fucking land. This motherfucker, Ernest, went back into the life he been in. But the dude who he started running with now got a lot of money off the early development of Las Vegas. Did y'all hear that? Hold on. Let's make sure I ain't tripping. Boom, been implicated in multiple homicides in the 1930s and 1950s. He made a lot of money in the... Oh, no, I went a little bit too far. Hold up. Let me play it from right there.
He made lots of money in the early development of Las Vegas, while Hale managed to stake out a prosperous enough retirement working with him. In his later years, Hale was often known to state that he and his associates would have got away with everything back in the 1920s if Bigheart hadn't talked to the FBI after he was arrested in 1926. He spent his last years in Phoenix, Arizona, dying in a nursing home in the city on the 15th of August 1962 at 87 years of age. He was buried in Wichita in Kansas. The Osage killings largely came to an end in the late 1920s, as Hale and his accomplices and others who had acted independently of his actions were arrested and charged with various murders and attacks on the Osage over the past decade. However,
this game, you're not ready for it.
what exactly had happened remained a mystery for decades to come.
We got 7 more minutes, y'all. I'm gonna let this run.
And a full understanding of what had occurred still eludes us in all particulars. John Joseph Matthews, a member of the Osage tribe who was born in Oklahoma in 1894 and who had lived through the Reign of Terror, first sought to begin investigating the events of the late 1910s and 1920s in a book called Sundown, which he published in 1934. Thereafter, charting the story of the Osage and the crimes committed against them became his life work, culminating in 1961 in The Osages, Children of the Middle Water, a comprehensive collection of oral histories and statements taken from members of the tribe. Owing to his work and dedicated investigative efforts by other members of the tribe, developed a clear idea of what had gone wrong in their treatment by the government and how the Guardian system had led to the Reign of Terror. As a consequence, in the late 1990s, the Osage sued the federal government for mismanagement of their affairs and misplacement of the funds which were owed to them over a period of several decades. Some of these claims were backdated to the late 19th century. In 2011, the US government admitted culpability $1 million, a sum equivalent to roughly $25,000 per head of the nearly 16,000 members of the Osage tribe still alive in the early 21st century. The story of the Osage, the Reign of Terror, and the role of William Hale in it has been most notably explored by the investigative journalist David Grann in his 2017 book, Killers of the Flower Moon. Grann drew on other studies by figures like Matthews and Lawrence Hogan, but also conducted new research which led him to speculating about who was responsible for some of the unsolved murders, showing in the process the way that the orchestrated campaign of terror and murder against the Osage was an open secret within the wider community in the region in the 1920s. Won the National Book Award in 2017 and was a #1 bestseller on the New York Times bestseller list for a time that year. It has now been adapted for the screen by Martin Scorsese, and the film, starring Robert De Niro as William Hale and Leonardo DiCaprio as Ernest Bigheart, is due for widespread release in October 2023, with many Oscar nominations predicted. Although the events surrounding the Osage, what has been revealed by studies by Gran and others is that Hale was central to the attacks on the Osage in the 1920s. Few individuals seem to have been implicated directly in as many of the murders as he was, and it appears that he benefited substantially from them initially, until such time as the nascent Federal Bureau not only orchestrated the murder of many Osage, but he dragged others into his violent conduct, who otherwise might not have become involved in the violence being aimed at the Osage, notably the Bighearts. He was unquestionably the central figure in the Reign of Terror, and yet his story is one about how extreme violence and murder could meet with little development of the United States. Despite Hale being found guilty of some of the murders and imprisoned, ultimately he was released early on the back of his connections and lived out the rest of his life as a free man. Had it been an Osage cattleman orchestrating the murders of oilmen of European descent in Oklahoma in the 1920s, they would hardly have escaped so lightly. What do you think of William Hale? Do you think he might have been responsible for even more of the murders of the Osage than we know about? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Those Osages who filed a lawsuit were not descendants of the original landowners, and that's crazy. Um, that's crazy. I would love for somebody from out that region, you know what I mean, to talk about that. Uh, I just was fascinated by the story of what happened and what went down. You know what I mean? Word. Yeah, damn good build, man. But yeah, man, y'all boys, y'all can hit the link or whatever. Yeah, it's definitely the movie Killers of the Flower Moon. But you know, they didn't go in depth about the dude, you know what I mean, who was the main guardian of half of the Osage people in the movie. They didn't go in depth with it, so that right there just went a little more in depth in you know, his upcoming what he got charged for, all that. You know, they did I think they did end up getting, yeah, they did end up going to jail at the end. You know what I mean? Yeah, he said, yeah, Holly was a Jewish psychopath. That's crazy. They say hell, but ain't that also the way you pronounce Holly? Holly Celestia when you going to them too? Hmm. Hmm. Damn, man, man, thank all of y'all for coming out, checking this out, man. We ain't through yet though, man. Fox and Socks, you know what I mean? David M, Roger W, V Note, my dog, you know what I mean, just coming in, Saint 7, you know what I mean? Not a coincidence, 2.0. He got the troll, he got to troll me now. It don't matter, man. Sharon Walker, my sister Sharila's, hey sis, what's going on with you? You know what I mean? The link inside your email, just check it. You know what I mean? Once again, my boy Oso, you know what I mean? I seen also we had N Jones in here, you know, engine number 9. You know, motherfucking Dread son in here. Big Dog, Philly OG, my OG. You know what I mean? Up inside this joint. You know what I mean? They tech us. Well, detect us or whatever. Yeah, I think that's the same brother though, man. Peace to you, bro. I think he is. I seen YK shoot up in here too. You know, always got another one. You know what I mean? Country Boy Archaeology, I seen came up here. Junebug 13. You know what I mean? Baby Ghost. Damn, a baby ghost of a baby ghost is crazy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? My dog, you know what's up here. Black Panther Jackie Brown, I see them up in there, seen her come through. Milestone Thoughts. You know what I mean? Peace to all y'all, man. For real. Peace and love for all y'all coming through. You feel me? Y'all want to talk about what we just seen? You know what I mean? And all that, man. King Dondada, peace and love, man. I love my fellow Indians too. Word. Know better, you do better. You know what I mean? Y'all want to discuss a little bit about that, man? We definitely can discuss what we just seen. You know what I'm saying? Always leading a good discussion. Matter of fact, the link is out there, man. Give me 3 minutes, man. Go roll up something or something, man. Nobody don't come up, I drop something else. Got a bunch of heat. I drop something else. Let's go.
Till the day that I die, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know, hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Yeah, man. Peace and love. Peace and love. But yeah, what y'all think about the video, man? I don't know how much of y'all saw, man, how much of that y'all heard, but that was some deep shit, man. Damn near whole goddamn tribe almost got wiped. Well, damn near got wiped out. Either they got wiped out or they got replaced, which is crazy. And the real ones, the ones who probably knew what was going on, probably tried to ran and got the hell away from that area. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, we got to get the hell away from here. You know, that would have been crazy, man. And now it is making it's actually making more sense. Actually making more sense. Like that would be the easiest way to take people land. For one, you done already got your people, your nephew married into the family. So you willing to kill your own nieces and nephews them, or either kill the mama and the daddy, your nephew. You know what I mean? So you can be the guardian over your grandnieces and grandnephews, the kids of your nephew. You willing to kill the mama and the nephew and then be the guardian over the grandnieces and the grandnephews. That is crazy. That is crazy. If you don't give a damn about your own family, ain't no way nobody out there should think that they give a damn about us. Ain't nobody give a damn about us. You feel me? Ain't nobody coming to save us. So stop looking. I hope we already should be past that. Ain't nobody coming to save us but us. We the only ones that can save ourselves. And how do we save ourselves? We got brothers that's doing things that's that's showing, that's teaching stuff about business, teaching stuff about how to get your status corrected, like as far as American Indian status. You got people that's just bringing the information on, like letting you know who your people's them is, what area, what these people might have been, what it, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't know their own state history or city history and stuff like that. I'm still learning. It's so much. It's so much info out here, and it's hidden. You just got to know how to look. It's hidden now. Don't get it twisted. Ain't gonna be no easy road now. You know what I'm talking about? Like plenty of times that I done had somebody else done come in and say something about their people's them in a whole nother other place. Boom. And it makes me think like, you know what? Maybe let me check that out. Let me check that out. You know what I'm saying? So it's no more time to waste on anything that's a distraction, anything that can put a that can break a link in the chain. It's no more time for that, man. I'd rather spend my energy building with my brothers and my sisters them, and we having a back and forth about our information, rather than building with somebody and getting into an argument or something and getting farther away from the topic and the point at hand about somebody who's not us. So, you know what I mean? If that's what you want to be, then so be it. You know what I mean? It's all good. It's all love. I'm not here. Y'all ain't never hear me convince none of y'all that y'all wouldn't y'all say y'all had African descent. Hey, so be it. Go ahead, be that. Go ahead, be that. That's cool, bro. You know what I mean? Send your money back there too. You know? Do that. That's the major thing. Buy you some land then. Go ahead, haul ass. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do, but you know, people like me, we not in no rush to do that. We don't get nothing. We don't get nothing about that. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna tell you like this: if we wouldn't have got sidetracked and distracted when our peoples then had all this money in hand, if we knew this was coming, you know, they hit it good. Now they hit it good. They hid what they had in mind very good. So in other words, I'm saying they came with an orchestrated plan. They just didn't know that the plan was gonna go that good once they all got together. As long as they was fighting each other, the British and the French and the French and the Spanish and the British and the Spanish, they was fighting each other. They couldn't do nothing with us. Once they got together, they was like, yo, come on, man, let's just come up with a plan, man. You know what I mean? I think it's just better we just keep them around. I mean, like, you know, and it worked out for them. These motherfuckers still was in the Stone Age in the damn 1900s, damn near, these Europeans. They were still Slavs, indentured servants. They was working for the Osage people. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts around that. You can't get around that. Now, 30, 40 years later, now it's the opposite way around. Make that make sense. Oh, you know what? You know what? Open the knowledge. It does. I can throw something at you to make it make sense. Then what about if I kill off all your family? And I'm your guardian. Let's put this guardian law stuff in place. See, one thing I noticed, they never upheld their treaties, but they goddamn made sure that they uphold their laws and their acts that benefited them and fucked us. Excuse my language. And not only did that happen, in the process, you got some of our people that got so damn dumb and blind till they thinking they somebody else. Who's telling you you're not us? This is what's fucking crazy. Descent. That's all I hear, a descent. How can you prove descent without a percentage, for one? And how is y'all measuring this descent back then? Now all of a sudden, Jesse Jackson come out with this name, African American. Now it's going global. Now everybody that look like us is African descent. That shit don't make no sense. It ain't adding up. Then what really start killing their theories is when we show them like, yo, who you thought looked like us? Oh, their life expectancy was only like 1.5 years, 3 years at the most. You know, look up on them swamp stories when so-called Africans, their life expectancy was 1.5 to 3 years. The crazy shit is they never say what color these Africans is, y'all. So then we bring up stuff that shows you that you had white Africans or mixed Africans mixed with Spanish and start becoming Portuguese that was being called Negro too. So who are the African? How do you know what African you are? Oh, we Fulani. Oh, we the Shinga. Oh, we the Mandinka. Man, leave roots and shit alone. Don't y'all know this man got his shit taken from him? He plagiarized the whole story in Roots. Kunta never existed. Well, that I'm going to say in that movie. You know, I ain't going to say a man named Kunta ain't never existed. But in that movie, all this shit was done by these fucking abolitionists from up north. They started the whole shit. How y'all gonna say people my color was getting treated bad in the South? How, when we own lands and shit? How? That shit don't make sense. We own lands, businesses, shit like that. We were wealthy as fuck. So how y'all gonna say, oh, it's the end slavery? Man, stop the nonsense. Then I just showed the documentary about a Muslim being brought across here. Now he fights in the war. He gets classified as an American Indian. And he said he's from Persia and Afghanistan. Make this make sense, y'all. I'm just saying this math ain't mathing. You feel me? But I don't know though, man. I'll leave that alone, man. Let me find something else to put on, man. Y'all boy, come on up. Y'all can hit the link if y'all want to, man. But I'm just saying, this is why we got to leave shit alone. Hey, Vino, that shit ain't even lookership. It's looker shit. Put a T at the end of that shit. Because lookership is something different. That's looker shit. That's what they doing. That's what they doing. Good word. And then the crazy shit is, if I come to your community and I'm a census taking shit and you not home, what if your neighbor might be a white person or something that's living in the urban community with you? You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna either ask them, hey, who you think they is next door? And if you don't tell them, they're gonna mark the neighbor down just like the person who they talk to. My truly opinion, the corruption of religion caused classifications, it caused race. Wealth, what they started calling wealth, caused classifications, caused race. And I know it's plenty more out there that cause it. You know, it wasn't just them two. There's plenty more. It was well thought out. They just didn't cover their tracks good enough because now we finding out now. You know, we knowing what's going on. Well, our OGs, them boys who been that started, they started coming out with it. You know what I mean? So shout out to them. Now we just gonna take it to a whole nother level. For real. Ain't no going back. Ain't no going back. All upwards. Start with your city. Start with your own community, your environment. Once you start doing good with your own peoples first, family first, food, clothes, and shelter. Once you start doing that, then you can go out and help somebody else. If you're not in that position to go out and help somebody else, the dog stay in your lane. You might have to help them out a different way. Not everybody is in the same position. But if you stay in your lane and do what you can do, it all counts. Let me give a quick break, man.
Seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Having niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Now when niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house. With no fuck boy niggas, Half these souls in the same lane with them. Gang tell me to bang, I'ma slide by, hit him. Hope everybody else die with him. Cost a nigga too much, only get back. 18 with a dream, can I live that? Bad bitch in the VIP, counting by the rack. About 100 million bands, nigga, no tax. Every father two-seater, push a dope by the leader. You don't want smoke, game ride when we need them. Boy, this level to the shit loud. Hoes, you don't need them. Only take them to the telly when my niggas tryna gun them till they bleed them. Where we find them, where we leave them. Like I said, we don't need them. Turn a bad bitch to a diva. I can show you how to read them. That's the only way to beat them. Let 100 shots ring on these op niggas. Only pray for my team, no you not with us. Chop sound like Nick Cannon in drumline. They ain't never gave a fuck about it one time. Lost too many homies to the shit, tryna live out this bitch. I ain't never gon' quit. I ain't never gon' switch on my day one niggas. Kill more niggas, tryna heal my niggas, we lit. I done seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave or cell, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house.
Struggle, sometimes I fumble, so I had to figure out. I'm gonna make it, Uncle told me take it so fucking man, that'll be the best ride. Ain't nobody ever gave me shit. Nah, shit, up the mud in the mud and shit. Ever seen crumbs ever turn to bread? Take a close look, get to looking at it. Where I'm from, in my hood, shit, I never been left out. If 12 comes and they aggressive, man, it's gonna be a shootout. All I know is us. That's just something that's taught to me, passed down, bloodline. Raising this street up this whole street. When they say creep, they mention me. I'm not the plug, I'm just a socket, consummated inside a good street. Figure out the cell wasn't never the place for me. Playing together for family. Day one, that's all that matters to me.
I done seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in the grave or cell, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy, there was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap, had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave or cell, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing, only millionaires running around the house.
Yeah. We back, man. We back. I hope all minds and all minds and all hearts are clear. Okay, nobody don't want to come up. Let me see, man. Y'all know I keep some heat. Let me find something else then. Oh, give me 1 second, man. Let me scroll on through this, man. I got so. Oh man. Boop. Yeah, I hope y'all day going good out there, man. For real. I hope y'all day going good out there. Matter of fact, hold on. Matter of fact, I ain't play my boy in a you know what, man. Shout out to people's them up there in the Greenville, man. You know what I'm talking about? Cadillac. You feel me? Let me give a little shout out real quick while I find this other thing.
That raw freestyle.
Hood news. Dandada.
We sit sideways. You can catch me sitting sideways. There's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark will turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around here, sitting sideways with guns inside the diamonds, hotels. Step your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanking bricks in the jungle, got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man carbon 15 got more drums than a rock band. Riding a drop man, I got plenty raw. White on white beard, the same color as some dinner floss. Fuck that fish scale, boo the big fish. I'm so ready, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty and my eyes sitting real low. And the coupe doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hypo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the door. Y'all got more straps than your mom stole to the dogs. Bloody daughter make the fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born. And these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm a in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear that daughter got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus, I love all y'all haters shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hoe, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red dough. Fuck a little beaner, gotta whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard I'm dead rich. That means I got my fish and bread and Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Dirty, if serious niggas die here, y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hill. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and holler fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways. Something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Dirty, they get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year.
Yeah. Check him out.
Somebody put me on that smile and happy blushing. That be giggling.
One of the great responsibilities that we have is to
grown man shit.
Introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself.
I already know who them niggas don't know me, and they don't know me. Goddamn, by the time you finish, listen to this on be baby. Favorite rapper. Lord, I want to talk to you one time. Lord, you know you my nigga, right? They say you don't gotta come to you with no fancy prayers and all that shit. You know what's on my heart? Shit, I'm gonna tell you what's on my heart.
Can you talk back to me? I'm just saying, man, please be all right with me. Cause this is my life. There's something wrong with how I'm living. Hey, BK, watch how I kill this bitch. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. You said this right here, okay? Now this is my life. Then why the fuck you worried about it? I ain't worrying about it. Why the fuck y'all worrying about it? I'm living. My destiny's what a cash is. Destiny's like a play, gotta be played to the last act. Matter of fact, survival was my forte. The name of the game is aggression. Fuck what the world say. My life is real. Can't look, I gotta die 9 times to live. Lord, please forgive my fuck continuous girl. Blowing purple, taking trips to the end of the world. Lord have mercy on my soul. I roll with an army, blowing purple blunt so fat they thought I was smoking Barney. Damu. I love it to death. Died as a pit bull. Riding around serving spray raw like a skint bull. I'm a hustler, but I leave you all dead. Mr. Clean Streets, cleaner than Mr. Clean Ball here. Plus I'm all red, blooded than a motherfucker. Married to the game, so I know the streets love me. Lord, when you judge, I know my jail is hell. I'm going down to Satan with my blow drove and scales. Me and Satan gonna sniff. I'm gonna blow the drove with my thug homies. We don't need no lighter. We in hell, homie. Pull on it. Something wrong with how I'm living. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, Lord, forgive me. Lord, can you talk to me one time? Check this out right here, though. Check this out. Now, Father, who art in heaven, please save us, son. Bless me, Father, for I thank you. I ain't trying to burn, son. You give your soul to me. You have eternal life. No more worried about the struggle. You will finally see the light. Lord, I prayed every day, but the pain don't end. Prayed before I went to court and wound up in the pen. My beloved child, faith is how the blessing come in. You gotta believe in your heart. I sent my son to die for your sin. I don't know. I don't get it, Lord. Talk to me. How can I have faith in something I just can't see? This is a small example, son. Listen very closely. You can't see oxygen, but you believe you can breathe. Help me, God. See my situation I'm facing, got me encasing, embracing in hell is where you gonna place me. I give you blessing and lesson. You take my message for granted. Disrespecting my essence. I can't have you in heaven. Lord, you say you forgive for everything, and I know you don't lie. If you forgive them all, we still go to heaven when we die. That's a good one, Randry, because I do forgive for everything, but if you keep doing the same, then I'm forgiving in vain. My life. And I know I'm doing dirt, Lord. Only got a couple bricks. Forgive me while I get them off. Forgive you for that hair run. Forgive you for that little charge. Forgive you for that hair run. I knew you'd be a dope boy. Yeah, man. Thank you one more time. I had to give you a piece of my mind. If I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Yo, this is my life. Just talk to the Lord one time. I'm on some grown man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Lowe's knows our deals let you give more and get more too. Shop now for big Black Friday deals on holiday.
Good news. This bitch trying to tell me to leave the streets, homie. But I love this little horny hooker here. All right. You keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. You got to be crazy. Think I'm leaving the game when the streets what made me. I shed blood and plenty tears in these streets, and you telling me to leave them. How the fuck you gonna eat? Love you to death. I fucked the street before I met you. Fuck both of y'all at once. The game needs sex too. I'm only being real, little mama. That's all I know. I'm gripping wood, daughter moving a lot of snow. I'm talking a lot of coke. Move through banana boats, blowing on the cutie and fruity, tasting like cantaloupe. Upstate got them cupcakes. I got them white and them 10 grade things. Call them duct tape. Daughter forever real. Y'all niggas stuck fake. I'm a blind man, don't gotta see the touch weight. 864 got 8 bricks 4, 15 a piece. Give me 120 and gold. The rim and the scope. Plenty of holes and plenty of coats. Pop pills, dark real, plenty of smoke. The game my wife, that's my reason, homie. The streets fucking everybody, but I don't care if she cheating on me. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. But I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game, and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Okay, they say I changed on them, didn't keep it real on them. Fuck changed out $100 bill on them. Cop a pretty coupe and put some big wheels on it. Pretty doors up like my car got big ears on it. It's real, homie, it's gutter, I hope you listen. Remember time when daughter didn't have no pot to piss in. Apropos Dawn got a mission for stricken flipping the rest of my Pyrex, and they told me to turn my wrist in. I'm talking numbers, pure cash, man. My trap bumped like I done dry shaved on some bad skin. Daughter on everything, plus I'm getting plenty mail. All y'all can say that damn daughter hell when he will. Caramel, coupe, candy, sweating, raisin sand, chocolate seats and wood grain. And side look like raisin bran. I played the game, lawyer, stay high like raisin hands. Paint the streets with my music, so now I'm raising brands. I got a blazing plan, I'm stupid with Asian bands. I made Diana see cocaine really made my hands. Amazing man, Mr. Dun Dada Dada I am. Apropos Dun Dun Dada hotter than desert sand. I switched the paint and painted the parrot feathers. And set that bitch on my 30s, and I ghost framed the Chinese letters. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game, and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Somebody better grab me, but they gonna let me loose. Been up 6 days straight hustling, smelling like a moose. When I came back through, I copy your fruity coupe. Wiggle my dick in the bitch's mouth like a loser tooth. Y'all see me pushing through, kissing on that cushion goose, dropping birds in the water and call it chicken noodle soup. That ain't your usual. Partner, my swag is beautiful. Blowing like a trumpet, the reaper smelling like poodle poo. Chevy sitting pitiful. 30s on my vehicle, drop black and white with the stripes. I call it Beetlejuice. Homie, if I beat with you, know what the heater do. Better go to church, I leave you holier than a preacher suit. Y'all niggas faking. $1 a full goon. I'm leaning off that cushion high as a full moon. I'm getting crazy paper for moving this crazy pile. In the club with more bottles than 30 baby showers. I got so much money, I'm buying money. I got $1 million in my homie, I'm crying money. Hey, your girl started liking the dog. I had her ass bent over like she hiking the ball. Don't like me at all. Hustler, my teenager. You give me 4 winner, baby, I whip into a teenager like you. Keep asking me, you know what I mean? Get yourself together. Out these streets. I'm fucking with y'all, man.
This is what it is, homie. I mean, I don't know how y'all live y'all life, but at the same time, I live my life like these streets like so much embedded in me, homie. You know what I mean? It's like, this is all I know. And this is all I know. Sometimes I just want y'all let y'all feel how I feel. Y'all to feel my pain. You know what I'm saying? So this is all I know right here. Real shit, you know what I mean? This is all I know, homie. Hey, yo. Now, this is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I dip my pen in plasma, write my rhyme in blood. Immortal thug with a grudge, show the road of love. I put my gang face on and hit the battlefield. Tattoo under my eye from gun busting. Shit is real, promise my people. You soldier when it's time to ride. Stay in gutter, I love the hustle, ain't no need to lie. Daughter a real nigga, I grew up to be a gorilla. Head busting, staying thugging, acting fool full of striller. My mama told me I get killed if I ain't slow my roll. Well, mommy, if I slow my roll, then I slow my dough. I've been a big dog, I graduated from the poach. No soft ass, just hard head till my casket closed. Hell no, don't want my head bust, no, don't wanna die. I don't know what's up there in that great big old sky. I don't want to go to hell cause I don't want to fry for the rest of my life. An eternal fire. Yeah, I get my dick sucked. Yeah, I like them big bucks, ride with big wheels, big grills on big trucks. If I didn't love this life, probably leave it alone. Probably get a wife and job and have a happy home. Since I ain't married or working, guess I keep moving on. Glock in a pocket full of stone, cell phone on wrong. Staying humble, moving bundles till my work all gone. She is all I know. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I gave my life to this game is changing. I need to maintain. Who the hell I can blame? Nobody but myself. Mama, she really don't care. Daddy ain't never been there. Granny, the only one left. Granny, I love you to death. All of me following me, calling it.
Hold on. Y'all see he was messing with that 8732. You already know. Let me hold on. It's something. Damn, it was something else. One more that I wanted to play. And this is for this is K Gotta Sell flavor song, man. Shout out to Sister K, man. Shout out to Sister K. Shout out to K Glove, man. Let's see. This is one of my favorite songs too, man. Illustration. The boy hard, man. Let's go, y'all. Oh.
Man, this life that I'm living right here, man. It's so crazy, man. It's like I messed around and ran across this old badass bitch, man. You know what I mean? This ain't nothing but a little, you know what I mean? This is a little outro, intro, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you about this badass bitch I met, man. All y'all know her, all y'all done fucked the bitch. Y'all probably act like y'all didn't, but this how it go right here. Check this out right here. I'm living that street life. I'm living life off in that street life.
Check my boy skills out, man. All the beats
We
like
gotta pay the price, please, Lord. I'm too far gone off in this street life. And I can't turn back, no. I'm too far gone off in these wicked streets. Check this out. It first started when I was young, just a little baby boy. She told me to run with her. She told me to put down the toy. Introduced me to the gang, gave me a pack, told me to slang. Even told me to sip some cane after she sucked my little thing. She had sex with my dad. She even diked my mom. Had them both sprung on dope. Where the hell you come from? Had my mama stealing out the house and food off the table. Dad kinda done lost a job, studied fighting the neighbors. Had my family fucked up. What that pussy that good? Matter of fact, you were fucking everybody from hood to hood. I finally hit the pussy raw. I couldn't turn back. You good pussy acting bitch. You had my mind off track. I was off the chain since the first sniff of the game. Couldn't let her go, even though she caused me some pain. Set me up, nasty bitch. She gave me my first beer. Call home, same thing. Now she boning my friends. When I touched down, it was the first bitch I seen. She wouldn't write a visit, even no money for canteen. I couldn't get rid of the hoe through rain, see the snow. She had me enticed by material things I couldn't let go. Now I'm back fucking no girl and things getting good. Little mama getting it now. She gave me soft heart in the wood. I'm pumping now. I got a house and cars with no hood. She didn't give a fuck about the little broads I had. Long as I fucked her real good, I always flip my cash. I was on the 24/7 niggas grabbing their mask. Stuck me up for 36, but she gave it all back. Feds can catch her cause she always stayed low key. She wouldn't touch a piece of dope. She always gave it to me. Whole time I was fucked up. I just couldn't see. Now I realize I'm really trying to let her go. She got me caught up with the police at damn near caught 4. And the funny thing about it, y'all all know this broad. Only way you can get rid of her is go to the Lord. She caused me a lot of trouble, a lot of hurting, even caused me a lot of beef. I finally asked the bitch name. She said her name was Streets. Street life. I'm living life off in that street life.
Hey.
I can't turn back now, no. Too far gone off in these wicked streets.
Let's go, Alpoco. Okay. Hey. Turn up. Okay.
Let me close out for y'all like that right there. If you ever run across this bitch, don't stand in the street, cross that bitch. Get to the other side and keep on moving. Yeah, I mean, street life.
Man, shout out to my dog Alpoco, man. Alpoco the Don. You know what I'm talking about, but you know it ain't right if I don't pump up my people's them from my environment also. Let's go. Oh, they didn't do it? Oh, well, let me do it.
You ever wonder what it's like to live in the jungle? Lion, tigers, and bears, snakes, and scorpions. Can you take this shit serious? Serious as it is. When it's fuck how you feel, better get it how you live. When killers retaliate every enemy possible, surviving lives on a hard pill to swallow. God bless the child that can hold his own. That means taking care of your family till your kids are grown. If loyalty is royalty, some of us broke as fuck. Blood thicker than water, but still, who can you trust? They say that you to blame, ran your name in the mud. You a soldier, you was trained, you was ready for war. The president smoking, fucking bitches in the White House, stomping in the Air Force Ones until the lights out. King of high yourself, they say you dangerous and they know we greedy for these beats, so they say we creep slow. Aladdin.
This that prolific, spiritual individual. Grab your bitches, they follow him everywhere he go. My aura code, the shit I'm kicking like Sub-Zero. Most niggas playing it simple, we keep shit popping like teenage pimples. Y'all niggas lack credentials, overlapping. Most you niggas with meditation, elevation, fundamentals. It's official, like a ref with a whistle. I won't pick up my dribble. She look me in the eyes, open up the eyes and say, play monkey in the middle. The woman's my favorite riddle. High charisma in my temple. She get real experimental with her mouth on my pickle. Guess my lap is her pillow. She have fun giving me brain. That's real fundamentals. Give me some. Get you one. I'm a chosen one to overcome any spiritual war. I know I already won. Plus my high vibrations surpassing all you bums, nigga.
Yeah. Get it. Lyrical ecstasy, pull up smooth. How Alexis be? Reference me whenever you thinking of who the best would be, respectively. It's longevity. I'm from that pedigree of gifted ones with powers that's tapping into telepathy. The mind is everything. You so off, forever lost in this matrix. Starving to be a part of this great shit. Flow like the A6 when in traffic, wreaking havoc. Blue steel 44 bulldog. I let you have it, do the mathematics. And while you at it, step your game up. It was real when I ain't have shit. And when I came up, was never on no half shit. I put the same up and people out here plastic. Don't fuck the game up. It's strange, but we carry on. Gotta be very strong in this life that's not promised or very long. I get my berry on, spit it from the depths of the deep. It's greedy. Who got next on this beat?
Supreme dropper, the son of God, the dream stopper, the rude awakener, fumigating you fleas proper. Rejuvenation's illuminating through these choppers. Came back and immediately superseded you teeny boppers. Full of this positive energy, you can see the shopper. And you can tell I'm a soldier like P and Soap the Shocker. Invoke the fifth morning dude who preceded Jimmy Hoffa. Y'all get talking like bitches, I'm on a different knocker. And I drink different vodka, I'm just a different monster. The first two fall off was in the temple in Sri Lanka. But fuck it, nigga, enough about me, let's switch the topic. You're always talking about killing the ops, kill the optics. Shit ain't respectable spectacles for whoever watching. One day your name bringing profit, the next is on the docket. You're flying high, my guy, and I ain't here to knock it. I'm just praying that you escape from that burning cockpit.
The key to life is not to compete with rivals. You live evil, so we divide you, then collide you. Bleed the strip like a menstrual cycle. Live for rifle, stop your vitals if you worship idols. And live for titles. What gotta give for you to see God live inside you? Dragon niggas through the heat until they breathing fire. I'm so cold I can freeze a fire. I been saw the earth was flat. I'm a frequent flyer, speak in silence. I'm a verbal tyrant. Words merge together to cast spells on people trying. I'm vibrant. Negative energy get met with violence. Yellow tape and sirens. The surveillance footage showed him getting killed, but it was nobody by him.
Yeah, straight cops. Yo, cause you know what I'm spitting is real. Like when a clucker hit the bass and he getting that feel. How he get on the mic and that shit just spill. I've been killing shit for a while. I got the light, you can't turn down my sundial. Living foul, die the same way. My people going nuts for a payday. Run up on you broad day, let the case spray. I'm eating beats like I'm at a buffet. I made it to the God's doorway. And they let me in because I found what was built in. And they like what I do with the pen. I zeroed in, I mastered my zen. All you gotta do is say when. You up next, Dre Cobbs, you got one shot. No worries, my flow is dumb hot. I run through anybody I come upon. The juggernaut, I took my fucking spot. Just moved a couple rappers down the slot. Fucking blood clots, play connect the red dot. And I ain't talking Kodak when I say he getting a headshot.
Safe. Yo, I'm colder than a Chi-Town breeze. Use a fake, put the metal to your face like, lie down please. Let the frost stop, leave the same impression from a car drop. Y'all watch the boy stand out like a ball spot. Smoke down trees, connecting with my inner man. Ran with the best of them, boot camps, get Timberland. And my weight class, cash by the milligram. Pink sapphire stones, I call them killer cam. I'm so clean, y'all can remove blemish. Give true business, cross hook jab, boots in this. Don't trust people that come in your space. Some will lead you to a trap like the front of the race. Words are weapons, but if you make me come from the waist, literally shit on you niggas when I dump on face. I'm lyrical dope and physical hope. Only need one shot with a visual scope. Fuck each and every last one of them. Fuck everybody that jump ship and fuck whoever run with them. Fuck you for biting my style, nigga, you big lame. I'm a cesspool to you niggas, you just a shit stain. Fuck you for playing them bitch games, you heard me? Fuck you for adding my name, trying to concern me. I don't give a fuck why you mad, nigga. You better get glad, nigga. Stop trying to hide you an ass kisser. Them niggas that you said was killers, they don't know you. I put the call in with niggas, they exposed you, dumb clown. It really ain't no time to be dumbfound. Niggas heard them whack ass lyrics and said thumbs down. Fuck you for being a rat, saying your gun shoot. Fuck whoever gave you the idea, they dumb too, dangerous. I'ma be the winner of this race, Mr. Fuck you, middle finger in the face.
My deal double jizzle V note. What's good to you? With you, man? Hope you and the family is all right, man. You having a blessed
I
day.
appreciate that, man. I sure do. I hope you having a good one, man. I'm doing all right, OTK. Appreciate you doing the show today and putting on that game. I kind of came in about 30, 40 minutes late, so I kind of caught the tail end. I'm going to have to go on and rewatch it. But yeah, that shit was crazy. I ain't even know that about the Osages. That's what I'm saying. It be so. I'm from out here. I ain't even heard that story. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole bunch of information out here that is just past us. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully niggas like me and you can bring that shit back and show the peoples and, you know, just let the people make their decision.
Basically, that's all I'm about, bro. You would never hear none of my shows trying to convince nobody. Now, if you mess around and you tell me something like, "Oh yeah, my people's been here, and we from what this right here and this right here," yeah, I'm gonna tell you what, man. You know, you might be part of this chieftain right here. You you know what I mean? I might say something like that, but I would never try to convince nobody on who they is. To each his own, man. You know what I mean? Maybe you haven't ran into the information, or maybe you just don't want to go along with what the information you got. You feel me? So I don't have no energy to waste on that. I got too much things I got to do in my own area. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Definitely, man. I see that you doing the AAU. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Nigga like me into the sports, you know what I'm saying, for sure. So I appreciate, you know what I'm saying, niggas like us making teams and getting these young kids out, you know, and being a coach, you know what I'm saying, and sharing some light on them on that end. But then at the same time, you know, they can always and come chop it up with somebody like us, you know what I'm saying, a trill one that's gonna keep it 100 with them, you know what I'm saying, and really on their side, you know.
Right,
But
right. That was
you
my
know,
way. That was my way of how to get into the youth. You feel me?
Right.
That was my name of getting to the youth. By finding things that I could teach them in, and they can listen to me, because if they go back and check my background, they'll be like, yo, this motherfucker, it was serious. He was all American. So it ain't just like I'm out there just telling
oh
y'all
yeah, you
this.
was All American in what?
In basketball.
Yeah, for real?
Yeah, dog. I would have been on the team with fucking Kobe, Steven Jackson, Mark Bibby, all of them. I made the McDonald's All American team, but I got hurt, bro.
What the fuck, nigga?
Injury fucked my career up, bro. So they gave me a trophy and a fucking plaque that say McDonald's All American Honorable Mention Team.
What the fuck, OTK, nigga? You a hooper like that?
Yeah, I was like I was like the top guard, a top guard in my state at this time in the Low Country. You know, I led the state for like 3 years in steals and assists, and I was like number 21 in scoring 1 year, and then I moved all the way up to number 13. But because I had a bunch of assists, you know what I mean? So you talking about defensive player of the year, high school defensive player of the year, 2 years, back to back. I made all the damn games, all the all-star games, all the all-star teams. I've been on every last one of them. I've been on every last one of them.
Nigga, that is cold, nigga. You a legend out there, huh? For sure. I know you a legend. I know you known out there for sure.
I played against let me see who made it to the league. Joe Hamilton and them boys like that went to Georgia Tech. I played against those boys right there. They was like St. Stephen's them way, Alvin out that way right there. And they was in a lower region than us, but I played during the same time as him. And Courtney Brown made it to the NFL. I came out with them boys, man. Them boys was nasty in football and basketball. Now, you know, back then you went 2 ways. You played both sports. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
Man, them boys was nasty. Shannon Rice, them boys, man. These boys was nasty, man. Yeah, they was real good, man. We all played in the Joe Hamilton left a year before us, but me and Courtney Brown that went and played for the Raiders and shit like that. Me and him played the senior all-star game together. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lester Earl and Kobe, I played against them in the Beach Ball Classic. This when Kobe was still in high school. You know what I mean? He left and went straight to the league. Him, Jermaine O'Neal, Lester Earl, all of them was like the top big man.
Yeah, Jermaine O'Neal from South Carolina, huh?
Right. I was with all of these people, bro.
That's crazy. You was the guard up out of there, huh? You was the guard out the bunch, huh?
Right. Melvin Watson. I came up underneath Melvin Watson, them boys, and from South Carolina, and BJ Mackey that was at South Carolina and stuff like that, you know.
But
But
so
my
in South
cousins,
Carolina, do y'all do it like the other East Coast states as far as like in South Carolina, do y'all got a lot of prep schools or is y'all more public schools?
we both. We both.
Okay, South
We got
Carolina
prep,
got
we
the
got
prep
prep
schools too.
schools.
Okay.
But our prep schools play against public schools.
Okay.
Yeah, like so our divisions go on your population. You understand what I'm saying? Like we got reading 8A, you know what I mean? That means your population big. You a pretty big high school. Like our high schools done got so big today done had to rezone, well not rezone, but build other high schools and divide these high schools up. And you know when they do that, that's when they take the talent. That's when your talent get cut in half. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a lot happened with that. You know what I mean? Yeah, word. A
Well,
lot
man, I
happened.
wonder on how many ex sports players we got in the community, you know what I'm saying, that kind of really did it in their area like that, man. Because I was saying that, but Juice said that he went to Memphis playing football and shit. That's big.
Yeah,
Going
yeah,
D1 like that, coming from
big.
Cali.
Yeah, that's real big. You know what I mean? Playing for Memphis. You know what I'm saying? I did go to college. You know what I mean? I had an academic scholarship in college, man. My injury took me so long to get
Yeah,
healed
what kind
back
of
up.
injury did you have?
Ankle and knee on the same leg, bro.
But you tore your shit.
Yeah.
Ah.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Hate to hear that, man. My
Yeah.
son going through that right now, man. He a sophomore, but he played football, but he got injured, man. He had to sit out this year. Hopefully he could bounce back and, be able to still do his thing. He hard though. He got speed and shit. He hard. My other son hard too. But yeah, man, I hate that for, the injuries, for kids, for people trying to get there, you know what I'm saying? Especially they, what I'm saying, that's thorough like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Hey, listen, and that's what matters. I'm gonna tell you too, bro. Strengthen and conditioning help him recover and make him better. Because one thing I learned about an injury is something about your body. Like when I got injured, the other side of my body try to take on more. You understand what I'm saying? So if you ain't all the way right and you out there playing with some injuries out there, you taking a chance of ending your career because you might hurt the other side, because the other side is, like when my ankle went out, you know what I mean? Actually it was a big game, man. So you know what I mean? And I couldn't leave out the game, man. So I got that shit taped up going back in the game, my senior year. You know what I mean? I got
That
all kind
happened
of
your
college.
senior year too?
Yeah. All this happened my senior year, bro. I got all kind of
Oh.
colleges right me. And you got to understand, I got kicked out of high school, bro, 2 years back to back. I fought a science teacher. My first year. My second year, I caught a second-degree lynching charge. They say I would never play another sport. Listen, and I was a big-time wrestler at this time. You know what I mean? I was solid in wrestling. Like I was gonna win state probably that year and wrestling in my weight class. You know what I'm saying? So so man,
You
after that
a real
happened,
animal out there in South Carolina.
yeah, man, and you know what I'm saying? They say, man, you would never play another sport at Goose Creek High. So, those 2 years I got kicked out, I went before the high school league. And because I had teachers that I liked me and shit like that wrote letters, you know what I mean? And shit, they gave me a alternative school. So I went to alternative school for 2 years back to back. You know what I mean? And after I did that shit, I went back to school, dog. And when I went back to school, they started this block scheduling where now they're giving out more credits a year. So I was taking double everything, double English, double math, double science. You know what I'm saying? So I could try to catch back up. I still graduated a year behind than I was supposed to, but I caught back up. You know what I mean? So I had to go before the high school lead to get a second year. That's why they was watching me so heavy in South Carolina, because I made a complete 360.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To where I had to go to the high school lead to get another year eligibility. Because once you hit the high school, you only got 4 years of eligibility. I was going on my 5th year.
Okay.
Because I got kicked out twice.
Okay.
So I graduated in 3 years rather than 4. Because I got kicked out twice. So when I went back, I was still a goddamn freshman because I only had 4 credits. So I was supposed to be a goddamn junior.
So you ended up.
I was supposed to be a junior, but I was a goddamn freshman because I only had 4 credits because I got kicked out. So that year, I got 8 credits that year. 9. Matter of fact, I got 8.5. 8.5 credits that year. That boosts me up to a sophomore. I got another 8.5 that year. That boosted me up to 20. That's how I was able to graduate out of my senior class, but I still was a year behind though. Yeah, I was a smart motherfucker. I scored a 980 on the SAT.
Yeah.
Yes, I wasn't no dumb dude.
Yeah, but you
neither.
know how it is for us. You know, we just kind of get in trouble, and that can probably take down the grade because we miss so many classes, or miss so much time. That's just an automatic because you done miss some tests and stuff. That's just gonna automatically cut your grades and all that type of stuff.
I graduated in the top 20 of my class.
Yeah, you
out of like 500 students. I graduated in the top 20.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I just was a troublemaker at the same time. I just I was a wild ass Indian, you know what I mean? Got that little pistol style type nigga, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I didn't have too much, the streets can only teach me when I'm in the streets. When I was in school, the streets couldn't teach me. I just had moved back down here from Chicago too. Man, I was wild as a mother. I was wild as hell. Wow,
nigga, that's where you got your hooping skills from Chicago, nigga.
Yeah. And then I played baseball. I was the starting quarterback in football. I was played quarterback, cornerback, and safety. And baseball, I played baseball too. That's why I got that baseball. Yeah, that Jackie Robinson.
Ran track though. That's what I did. I mean, you ain't run track.
I couldn't. I went and tried because my senior year, right? I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna go try out for every sport. When they found out I was playing another sport, they was like, man, get out of here, man. Like, we don't know who you is.
Are you talking about with the baseball? Oh, yeah, they did same time doing track season baseball.
No. Yeah, right. Baseball was the same time as track, man. And I was All-American baseball too.
Yeah. OTK.
Yeah, man. I did my thing. I did my thing, man.
Right, man.
I saw my family. That's what made my family happy. After making them sad all that time, man.
That's right.
I was the oldest grandchild, and look at me fucking up. I got my little cousins, them boys looking at me, and they
That's right.
So everybody after me graduated from high school, went to college. You know what I mean?
Man.
And successful, got their own businesses or nurses and all kind of shit today. So fuck it. I paved the way. So
that's good news, man.
What I lost wasn't all in vain. I felt like I gained more than anything, because what if I did go famous? I might have left them behind and wasn't here to help them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Got through the bullshit.
Right. Hey man, I'm gonna be dipping in and out because I'm still on the clock. But I'm tapping in though for sure.
Oh, I know you have wanted Shot Son. You told Shot Son to pull up, right?
Yeah, man. If he wanted to, I don't know what he was talking about or whatever, but man, I chop it up with anybody about anything, especially about the info. Especially about the info, when I bring up the 1498, because that's the first little thing I be kind of poking at them with the little, with the little people in Hispaniola saying that 1498, saying that the black man come from the South, basically coming from South America, you know what I'm saying? Or, but they be coming up to their islands from South America from what Christopher Columbus had asked them. So when niggas be like, yeah, was niggas already over here, I'll go straight to that. You know what I'm saying? And see what niggas got to say about that source. You know what I'm saying? And really ain't nobody really debunked it, really. It really ain't came in nothing else where I'm like, yeah, let me throw that in the trash. It's over with.
Where okay, well, I told him, I mean, he talked about I wouldn't let you do that. I wouldn't let him do that, but yeah, yeah. My dog Wolf said he was about to go pro too. You know what I mean? That's what's up, man. We need that, man. Hey, let me tell you, Vino, dog, I realized there's some famous people that be coming through. They just don't be wanting to expose it like that and so
Right.
many words, you know what I mean? But there's some
Right.
famous people that be coming through our environment for real. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Minnesota Twins, man. Torrey Hunter, man. That's my dog Wolf cousin.
Mm-hmm.
You heard of Bruce and Andre Ellington, correct? The Ellington
Bruce,
that played, they both one that played at South Carolina, one played at Clemson, but they both went pro in the NFL.
what
Bruce
position did they play?
Bruce Ellington and Andre Ellington. One was the running back for the Houston Texans, and the other one was a wide receiver. He actually ended up at the Houston Texans too before they retired.
What was this here recently?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, them boys played, man. But those are family members of mine, man. And
Okay.
at a family reunion a couple of years ago, one of their grandmamas and one of their mothers was at the family reunion. You know what I mean? So, dog, after that, they got a camp that they do every year. Man, don't you know this, man? Them brothers right there, man, the Ellingtons, them boys send out goddamn uh free stuff to all us and they wasn't even there at the family reunion. But because of the mama and the grandmama that went back and said, like, yo, you got some peoples out there in Goose Creek. You know what I mean? They put this family reunion together, man. Like, yo, we the same peoples. You know what I mean? And so dog, them boys, they send all our cousins, them boys, them to camp.
Man,
Free of
love.
charge, bro. Every year, the ones that's coming up, they make sure they send that out for that private request for our family members to come out, man.
Man.
So shout
And
out
that's
to
what
the
we need
Ellington
more. I
boys.
appreciate them doing that. You know what I'm saying? So they can go and start that pipeline. You know what I'm saying? We need them pipelines coming from the people that's already there. Basically, giving back. That's a big give back, especially with how it is nowadays on how they paying these young athletes with these NIL deals.
Brandon Shell, that's Art Shell nephew. He's right here out of Goose Creek. He has a camp that he does every year for football. Rowdy White. He's from down here.
The
You know what I
receiver.
mean? Country. Yeah, he's doing big things out there where he's from in Baptist Hill. You know what I'm saying? Man, oh man. Your boy, oh man, what them boys' name is from Fort Dorchester, man. It's Somerville, man. The wide receiver from Somerville, them boys. God damn it. AJ Green. AJ Green.
Yeah,
He
all
doing
right.
big stuff.
Nigga, South Carolina, demon. I remember I had met a lot of niggas from South Carolina when I went to junior college up in Coffeyville. Because it was a whole, but that's up in Kansas. But it was a lot of niggas from the South that was there. Like, it was a couple niggas from South Carolina, but they was just going there to get their shit together. But they was going to South Carolina or they was going to Clemson to go play. You know what I'm saying? But they was just stopping through the junior college and shit. And them niggas are some real niggas, man. Straight up.
Eric Dingle, Robert Ory. Man,
Yeah,
this
y'all got some legends coming up out of there for real. Y'all deep.
does what's your other boy name that played at Florida? That came out of a linebacker, defensive end that came from he came from Fort Dorchester. Dunlap.
Yeah, for Cincinnati.
Right. Carlos Dunlap. He left out of here from right around the corner. You know what I mean? Like, we play against Fort Dorchester them. I remember when they was just a school starting out as only freshmen. Then the next year they had freshmen and sophomore until the final 4 years. That's when they had a full freshman to senior class. So I remember when that started, man. So shout out to them boys. Shout out to Dunlap Bales bondsman, man. And live in peace to your pops too, Dunlap, in case this run across you. You know what I mean? Real good family, man. AJ Green, them boys do that concrete and stuff like that. This man, his daddy, actually go and get people off a work release. You know what I mean? And bring them out there to work, and they can keep the job after they leave.
That's fire. That's fire, man. And shit, man, I used to hoop too, but I wasn't no All-American. One of the niggas I used to hoop with and grew up with, my nigga Sheldon Williams. I don't know if you heard of him. He played at Duke. He ended up getting drafted and going to the league, playing a little bit. He on the record for doubles at Duke.
Basketball, right?
Yeah, basketball. Sheldon
Yeah,
Williams.
hell yeah.
Also, my kinfolk played baseball. Matt Kemp for the Dodgers. Back some years ago. Yeah, that's kinfolk.
Damn, boy. That's what I'm saying, man. We got to start shining a little light.
Shit, man, I feel like, man, I should have made it to the goddamn Olympics. You know what I'm saying? Running that damn track. There was a couple motherfuckers that a nigga beat. They ended up making the Olympic squad, man. But you know how that shit be going, man. Niggas don't be locked in. How niggas supposed to be locked in, man, when niggas be, having them certain opportunities, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
niggas
I
be
ain't gonna lie.
younger
Once
like
I
that.
got injured, once I got injured, bro, I still went to college. But once I got injured, I lost, because while I was injured, man, I ain't gonna lie. It was like, damn, what am I gonna do? My love gone. Like, what the hell am I gonna do? So you know what I mean? This is when the game came in heavy for me, and you know what I mean? I
Right.
I was thinking about, damn, what if I don't make it to college? What am I gonna do? You know what I mean? Mom Duke's in Chicago. I'm in high school with an apartment now, bro. I had my own apartment in high school now.
You
know what I'm saying? So
yeah. You the homie. Yeah. You was doing what you wanted to do for sure.
Right, me and my brother, you know what I mean? Shout out to my dog Reek, man. And, you know what I mean? Doing goddamn 18 for these bastards. But you know what I mean? But yeah, in high school, man, and I just lost my motivation, because it was about what am I gonna do if I don't make it? So I was more worried about building a foundation, about when mama ain't around, you know what I mean? Got my grandparents, but they ain't as young as they used to be. You know what I mean? Things changing. They don't have access to certain things. You know what I mean? At least that's what I thought. But my grandmama and granddaddy knew they had access to anything they wanted as long as they had land. I didn't get it. I didn't get it back then. You feel what I'm saying? But
yeah, we don't get it at that age, even in our 20s, unless we ain't, just kind of just locked in like that. But once niggas start trying to make their own little money out here, start trying to, pave their own little way.
Right.
Things
That's how
can
we
get.
be talking that shit. Talk about your name hold money, and it's a trust and all that shit in your name. I think our peoples them knew. They knew about this. We just didn't learn it.
We didn't learn it.
And then so by us not learning
a lot of our peoples, a lot of our peoples got robbed before they even could learn it, though.
Oh shit. And that's another thing too, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because my grandpa be telling me about how his pops used to be telling him. So this had to be in like the 50s or something like that, when this was going on, 50s or 60s, where he was telling him on how a certain little white man in the town was basically, like a lot of people back before then really didn't know how to read, but they know how to talk, communicate with people. But as far as reading and stuff like that, they ain't really know how to do all that. So whenever the people would get their little food vouchers, or get their little welfare that they was getting with the Seminoles and shit, that whenever they take them to the place, that this one man would, but they take them to the place where they can kind of get all their goods and stuff. Um, and I guess the dude was making them sign papers, sign a couple people papers, uh, and they ended up taking the land like that, but just by signing papers, you know what I'm saying? Not knowing what they signing, and then when the people come around talking about, well, now you owe taxes because the Indians at the time weren't supposed to be taxed for their land, but once they got certain people to sign off on certain things, and then the people come around asking for that tax money, and they don't even know what's going on. That's how some of my people's lost their land out here. So, and that shit was back in like when they first started giving niggas land as far as with the Indians and shit out here, that shit was as far as when they started like lotting it off and sectioning that shit off, I guess was like shit like the 30s and 20s and shit like that. So
Yeah. And that's crazy. You talk about 1930s and 1920s, correct?
Yep.
And that's crazy. That's what that documentary was on, like out there in Oklahoma, like 1920s, 1930s. You know what I mean? So that's crazy with the head rights, and now you got land grants. But they say them boys didn't touch the western part of goddamn the Mississippi until the 1800s, bro.
yeah, them motherfuckers didn't
So
move.
so if they
Them
if they
motherfuckers didn't
didn't
move
touch,
past the Appalachian Mountains until
uh,
until when that war was over with, as far as settling.
so how it look like me and you be African American if all of America wouldn't even discovered by these people yet?
Well, they saying that basically that, and I really just don't get that, but they said that that they had so-called had a crazy, they had like a 10-time slave bring over, I guess between 1730 and 1800, to where it just, I guess the numbers is, I think it was later than that. I think it was past. I think it was like 1770 to the 1800s, where it just got crazy with the numbers they so-called say. And when they started expanding out this way, as far as settling, that they was bringing, I guess, the black people too with them. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Uh,
you know they stopped in 1808. Charleston stopped all slave trade in 1808, and this is supposed to be the biggest port.
right. See,
But these
and that's
people
what.
was coming from the Caribbeans, though. They wasn't coming directly from Africa. That's why
And
we don't know who these Africans are.
man, I'm
Respectfully.
thinking these people is from South America, man, and from
Oh,
the islands,
they
man.
did bring a bunch of our peoples, bro, and they took a bunch of us there too. They took a bunch of us there too, bro. So the slave trade is not the transatlantic slave trade did not start with no African or the so-called transatlantic slave trade. The first slave or the first capture, I ain't gonna say slave, the first motherfucker that they caught, they took back to Europe. That was the beginning of the American Indian slave trade.
Right.
Shout out to my dog Straight Smoke. Now, you know what I mean? When y'all hear me and him going in, don't nobody jump in. Just leave me and him alone. You know what I mean? Word. So the word blue. But yeah, so the American Indian slave trade was something that nobody, well, I'm not gonna say nobody knew about, but something that they never talked about. They didn't teach us that in school.
Never. And that's why I'm thinking that it's all suspect, because I've been finding shit where in some of these on some of these old school books, ancient books, I ain't gonna say ancient because it's over here in America, but in these books they name in certain areas over here some African shit in the South.
But those are old Indian reservations.
Right,
On
that's what I'm
farm.
saying. And these
These
niggas
are
is putting the
all on farm.
African terms on them, but then
But
they
check it
switching
out
it
though.
up.
On top of that though, don't you know what I mean? Don't forget now. Don't forget. You got to look deeper into these stories because I guarantee when you look deep into these stories, they're going to tell you that's not even the site where they had no so-called African villages.
And see, and they just keep on just,
They throw it
veering
out
off,
to us.
and really kind of act like they don't really know what's going on. It seemed like,
They know what's going on, dog. We just hearing what's going on and being naive to what the hell we hearing. They telling
Exactly.
us what's happening. We
They
just
are.
don't want to believe it. You know why? Because we think we were something else.
Because when they saying Indian,
Oh,
that's kind of fucking us up, thinking that
right.
niggas is
We
supposed to
looking
be
at the
looking.
cowboy and Indian movies. Right.
Right, right, right.
Right. Buffalo Bill and all them Wild
See,
Bill.
and
Matter of
see, my
fact, we
theory
talking
on what.
about don't you know that these cowboy and Indian movies actually started from a fucking play, a traveling play that they used to do?
Yeah, a traveling play, huh?
Man, them boys was going from state to state and city to city and acting like some cowboy and Indian shit, and that later turned into the fucking cowboy and Indian movies. The
Nigga need to
reenactments of Buffalo Bill and Wild Bill and all them motherfuck man. Listen,
nigga need to do a deep. That's a cold angle. I need to do a deep dive into that because most of their stories got to be from the Indians from the East. Because if you look at most of their stories, they try to just start to stay with the West, but with they black and white movies, where they was talking about the Indians, some of those movies they talking about them Indians on the East Coast, but they don't talk about them too much. But when they do talk about them, these niggas got the black face in the movies.
right. And not only that, this is when you first start seeing your real schools. These will be your training schools on how to train Europeans on how to act American Indian in these plays, bro.
That's man, that's
This
a
is
cold
it. Listen
angle.
what I'm just telling you. It
That's
ain't
a
just an
cold
angle, bro.
angle.
It ain't
That's
just an angle. It's the truth.
uh,
You go back and you check that shit out. Now, these fucking Wild Wild West plays that they travel around doing, giving images of cowboys and Indians like that.
yeah, that's basically like the hip hop culture, the influence to
All
influence the
right.
youngsters to. Okay, all right, I see what you said. Okay,
Right. So now once you see this fucking play, ain't been no TV out then. So once you see this play of a motherfucker portraying the so-called American Indian from South Carolina or from somewhere else, shit, motherfucker gonna look at that shit and be like, oh, you ain't no motherfucking American Indian. We know how they look. They look like this. We saw them in the movies, in the plays. Imagine the construct that will fuck a person head up with growing up. From then to, you know what I mean, to where we at now. Because
yeah,
of
man,
these
I think that
motherfuckers,
it.
this is why they started teaching them. Like, oh shit, fuck it. Them boys played like a Native American. Them boys played American Indian real good. Shit, they Native American now, boy. A lot of these motherfuckers left out of these stage plays and these movies and became us. I'm just saying.
That's real. That's why I'm over here laughing because I'm over here because I kind of really ain't never heard this angle right here, man. And it definitely makes sense and it's adding up, man. For real though, that's just man. I can see it out here, man, in Oklahoma, man. If you just look everywhere, man. Hold on, real quick. I'll be right back.
My bad. All right. Alabama, peace and love to you, man. What's going on?
Mic check, mic check. Am I on the boundaries or in the hunky hole?
Yeah,
Hello?
you good. Yeah, you good. You good. You real good.
Yeah, that young brother who was speaking.
Yeah. He had to step off. He said he's still at work too, so he was in and out, but he just came up just to build with me because I've been up there, you know what I mean, by myself, just tripping and stuff.
Well, I know sometimes youth, because people particularly do not consider history prior to their birth. That's no disrespect. That's every generation. It's irrelevant to them. But what you were describing was a part of what is the minstrel shows and vaudeville. Now these, and I think someone in the chat was referring to them as circuses, etc. But
Correct.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali participated in those things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Mantan Morelands, the Step and Fetchits. You know, first of all, we have a degenerate history, his story being told to us, and then we have a sold Negro. I don't like to call him a sellout because, again, we don't know about the circumstance any individual is in at the moment in time they are in their life. Think about an industry that's whole projection is how to debase the American known as the Negroes. You familiar with the book Tom Coons, Mammies, and Bucks, written by Donald Bogle? Everybody should have that book in their house library. You know, you can go on and be upset about Hollywood or have your opinions, but how about you try to start having conversations based on historical fact, not history, historical archived records and fact. You understand what I'm saying, OTK? Because a lot of people spend their time repeating what they heard, not what they researched and not what they know. Now, overall, we're supposed to be in the age of Aquarius, which means to know. We are no longer under the age of Pisces, which is to believe. And the belief narrative is what has got the American known as the Negro in a fucked up state of mind. That's the whole thing that we're battling every day. Regardless of whether you accept my messaging, I try to make it very simple. It's an identity crisis thing that is real. And just about what you call me and whether I answer to it or not, somewhat is irrelevant. If you're swimming in a sea of ignorant people, no matter how strong you are in your self-awareness, your consciousness, and your identity, don't you love your husband or your wife, your parents, your grandparents, your children, your grandchildren, who are just as duped as everybody else around you? So what benefit is it to you to be a lone soul voice among massive groups of people, more than 90% of them, who are clueless as fuck? Right, brother? I mean, other than if
I
you're
go
only
ahead.
pursuing...
I'm gonna let you cook. Go ahead. I was on mute because I didn't want no echo or nothing like that. So yeah, go
No,
ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
not just co-signing what you were saying, OTK. A lot of times people don't understand what these entertainment things were. The vaudeville, the traveling circus, the
It was a
entertainment.
portrayed deception.
And the focus of it was the American known and called as the nigger, Negro, colored black person. So why is the entire narrative to debase and make degenerate and perceive, which is going on today? Every goddamn local newscast shows the criminal to be who, brother? Look in the mirror.
Us.
You know? That's planned.
The American that was labeled as the Negro, the African, and the colored. That's who
Now
we
we
seen.
know right now today, 24 hours a day is diddler this and diddler that. When's the last time you've seen or heard a frame of any of the confiscated evidence of Jeffrey Epstein? When is the last time you heard? Because Harvey Weinstein still has a second trial that's supposed to be taking place. You know that, my good brother? Where the fuck is this motherfucker from Abercrombie and Fitch, who actually is charged with sex trafficking white males? And they let him out on bond for $10 million. You feel me? But literally the whole world is being entertained by the dragging of one sole Negro. And y'all are participating in that shit. You're clicking, you're watching, you're passing it on in your social media to other people. How much money is being made off of that, OTK? Since a lot of these crazy, confused motherfuckers love to talk about commerce. Should I point out two examples of how the debasement of the American and up into a dead body? How much money you think was made off of that snuff film of George Floyd? Have you even thought about that? A child. This young lady, I think she was 14, 16, 17 at the most. She was a minor who witnessed an execution on the public streets. Had a consciousness in her frame of mind to pull out of her camera, her phone, with her 8 or 9 year old cousin. They were going to the stores to get snacks. And she, while videotaping that, also saw other adult Americans known as Negroes not lift a finger as this man was being executed over 9 minutes. Is that the story? Or is that the fact? Because you do know that there are sick, demented people that say that shit was a hoax, that George Floyd is not dead. There are people actually saying that shit, OTK. And if you go down these goddamn rabbit holes, how much money is being made off of the execution and the lynching of an American, the only American, by foreigners, aliens, and United States citizens? Because these motherfuckers are claiming, I would argue, OTK, just for the sake of discussion, it's either 1 out of 4 or 50-50. Half of these motherfuckers are upset that they say other illegal motherfuckers are over here, right? Isn't that what this mass deportation shit is about? So which one of them is illegal? Now, I think by this time now, you know I have a zero tolerance policy. All these motherfuckers are illegal.
You know, that's what I would say too.
Okay.
You know, that's what I would say too.
But we, the actual American, is supposed to be arguing for or against one group of alien invaders.
That's
while they're being entertained, making fun of us.
That's the problem. That's the problem. It's more than one. Damn, Alabama, you cook.
I hope you can make an appearance, as I keep asking you. We'll do this offline, but this weekend you need to be in the house, man, because some shit is finna drop. But we'll talk about it later. But my only reason of calling was that
church
young
on Sunday, man.
Yeah, well, you know, you can be spiritual, or you could be 10 toes down, and you know what y'all young people supposed to mean about that. Your goddamn toes need to be in the ground like that mighty oak, right? But where is your fucking patch of dirt? God damn it! In Africa, you dumbass motherfuckers.
Hey man, I had to throw that out there, man.
You feel? No, I'm not trying to call you out. I'm actually talking to the motherfucker who will not be named and who will not be named in your chat, because see, this is where they get their rocks off, and us paying them attention, brother. That's entertainment.
Correct.
You feel me?
Such a true statement on my screen right now. the version of Indian agents. That's why when y'all see me in other people chats, I'll drop it quick. Indian agent, Indian catcher alert.
Yeah, the patty rollers. Now they will tell you that it was the goddamn potato famine, motherfuckers. Okay, so that's Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.'s ancestors. That's John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr.'s
ancestors.
Okay, that's Robert Fitzpatrick, which most people don't know the motherfucker's name for RFK and shit.
Right.
Robert Fitzpatrick Kennedy Jr.'s. So these Irish potato eating motherfuckers are over here and have been in the White House. And who does an Irish Catholic serve, OTK?
Say that again now.
I'm confused. Who does an Irish Catholic serve?
The Catholic Church, the Holy Catholic Church, Holy Roman Catholic Church at that.
Okay. Is that a dictator?
Yes.
The Pope, the position of the Pope.
Yes.
Is that an immune? And by the way, in answering the facts of the question, this was a ruling just made by Italian court systems that the Pope is ultimately, universally immune. Does that sound familiar?
Correct, because he's supposed to be the next,
the vicar of God on earth,
vicar of Christ, right? The next to Jesus. Like he get the word from Jesus, and he commands the king or queen like on what to do.
So every American known as the Negro that professes Christianity and Jesus Christ is my Lord, he's the son of the original G. Because Jesus Christ is my nigga. Okay. Is that evidence of genocide?
Yes, it is.
And you gonna convince this converted Negro who's been beat out of his Kunta Kinte mind into his Christian Toby self?
And people got to understand, Alabama, it just wasn't genocide physically. It was also genocide paper.
Mental genocide, spiritual genocide, paper
Spiritual
genocide.
genocide.
In the 21st century, our public school systems and school districts teaching that the American Indian has been exterminated. And I wish I had it. What did the chicken bone preacher say? I wish I had a witness. Okay. Word. So if they're being taught, see, this is the trick of niggernology shit. If your child, your son or your daughter is being taught that the American Indian is extinct, what the fuck is a Native American on the reservation? Now, many things can't be equally true, but there are two opposing things that cannot be true. You either killed off the motherfuckers or you didn't. And if you did not, who are the descendants?
Hey,
check.
my bad,
Mike
my
check.
bad.
Is it?
My bad. Hey, but that's why, man, I was saying out here, most of like the big so-called tribes, they like really look like white people.
No, they don't look like white people, my young brother. They are $5 fraud motherfuckers that's on the record. It's called a Dawes roll.
But they super. That's what I'm saying. They deep. They look like they more deep than the so-called Indian.
Yo, hold on, my brother. You do know what Native American means, right?
Hey, y'all boys, go ahead.
I'm just talking about, you know what I'm saying, as far as like the look on how they supposed to look like, you know, like the Eskimo look.
No, drop the phenotype shit. You do know what a Native American is, right? You are aware of the history of the fact of a Native American, right?
Nah, I don't know the whole breakdown. I know that y'all be kind of going into the difference between the Native American and the Indian and the Aborigine. Y'all know, well, I guess it's a difference between all three, huh?
Just a simple fact, brother. Google the Native American Party, 1844. Are you familiar with the Know Nothings?
See now, how to say? See now, okay. Now let's chop that up. Okay, is there more Indians with more of the Euro blood in them?
You just made a contradictory statement. You can't be an American and be a European. You can be an American whose identity is stolen by Europeans, and that is the definition of American. Because
Well, you
in the
know how they
definition of
switched it
American,
up.
it says now applied to the descendants of Europeans, not Arabs, not Asians, not Africans. Now, why do you think that's part of the definition, my good brother?
Because once they came through and their kids was born over here, they wanted their kids to have the rights of a free man.
Is that theft? We see people seem to have a problem with understanding what identity theft means. But I'm asking you, is that simple theft?
Definitely.
Is that straight up theft?
Definitely.
Okay, so what is it that they're stealing?
They stealing the identity of the people that's here.
Oh, how about land, brother? How about let's just keep this shit simple, okay? So how is it they are stealing the land? Not just by claiming to be you, but how about dicking your Aboriginal mama, sister, daughter? Huh?
Yeah.
And what happens in that fornication race mixing process called, by the way, it's called miscegenation, if you haven't heard that word. It's also called against the law in most of the so-called states in rebellion called the Confederacy. So what was that law to prevent, brother? You fucking their woman or they're fucking your woman? Follow me, V-Not. Follow me, V-Not.
Hold on. Bring that back. Cause you be coming with some shit that be having a nigga really having to think about.
You mean like Arsenio say, make you say,
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna make sure that I'm on point with you because you one of the ones in the community that I feel like that be really coming with some shit, and that shit really kind of be going over niggas' heads if niggas really just don't be up on it.
You familiar with the one drop rule, V-Note? You familiar with the one drop rule, or some people use the colloquial phrase "nigga in the woodpile"? You familiar with that?
Nah, I don't know about the nigga in the woodpile. What you mean by that?
The one drop rule, which is still on the books in the state of Louisiana, are you familiar with that law?
Yeah.
What is your understanding of the one drop rule?
The one drop rule to me is if you got any shade of color, then you ain't white, and you a nigga.
Okay. Now, explain to me how one drop of nigga blood wipes out superior whiteness. Explain that to me, brother. And there's a reason I'm going to go backwards at this, but feel me. Walk with me, brother. Tell me how that makes sense.
Well, it don't make sense, but they try to make it sense through the Bible.
I got you, but feel what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the law, because it's in the law across the antebellum South. That the one drop rule makes you a nigga. You do know what passing is, right?
Yeah.
You've heard of mulatto, quadroon, octoroon. Have you ever heard of musties?
Yes.
Okay. A person that is so pale, like maybe you've heard of the J. Edgar Hoover story.
Yes. Yeah.
The head of the FBI.
Yep.
Or maybe you've seen the movie Imitation of Life. You familiar with that famous black and white movie?
But I ain't seen that one yet.
Okay. There's an actual recent one called Passing, done by the director. This woman didn't know she was passing. Okay? Because she didn't know her grandpappy had lied about being a nigga. Okay? You feel what I'm saying here, V-Note?
Mm-hmm.
So if one drop of nigga blood makes you a nigga, explain to me how one drop of African blood makes an American an African.
Right.
Stay with me, brother. Walk with me, young brother.
Right.
Do you get where I'm going? Okay, so now how about you want to do some arithmetic? You want to do some math that should be mathing?
Let's do it.
All right. Now you hip to this Atlantic slave trade shit they keep trying to beat you over the head with, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that number has dropped from 100 million to, well, I'm just saying, just stay with me here. Okay. That number has dropped from 100 million to 12 million to $1 million, to cut that in half to under 500,000. But let's stay with the million for round figures, okay?
Okay.
85% of whatever number you want to say that may have happened in the transatlantic slave trade from Africa to the quote unquote New World, 85% went to Brazil alone. You know that, right?
Yep.
10% made it to what we call the Caribbean islands or the West Indies, correct?
Yep.
So simple math means that only leaves 5% to make for 100% of whoever the fuck was transported as cargo, right?
Right.
But that 5% is what made it to the mainland. Now, let's go back to the number. And just for the sake of argument, because these numbers are from Henry Louis Skip Gates and slavevoyages.org. Okay?
Yeah, I don't believe them.
Well, I'm just saying, for the sake of the discussion, for these slow bus motherfuckers, no disrespect to OTK, because I ain't never including him, because he likes to call himself a short bus shorty. I'm talking about motherfuckers who are actually mentally deranged. Okay? So if you got 1 million, whatever it is, 10% of that is 100,000, correct?
Yep.
Cut that in half. What number is that? Half of 100,000.
Yeah, that's 50.
Is 50,000.
Yeah.
So 5% of 1 million is 50,000. Okay? Now here's the capper, V note. Tell me how the fuck 50,000 hard dick niggas from Africa became 50 million Americans known as Negro.
Yeah,
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Nah,
I'll
you
wait.
be waiting for a while with me. It ain't mathing. It ain't
Now let's
mathing.
approach this from a little slightly different. You know about your 2 parents, your 4 grandparents, your 8 great grandparents, your 16 great great grandparents. How many more do I need to go? 5 generations back is what, 32 or 64?
What's that? What's that? 64?
Okay, next with 6 generations would be what? 128? 7 would be 512.
Yeah.
Explain to me how one motherfucker wipes out 511, 127, 63, goddamn it, even 31. Okay, how does one African nigga wipe out 31 American Indians? And by the way, when you start doing your family tree, you might find more motherfucking Europeans than an African spear chuck and jungle bunny in your tree. Now, I don't know, because I can't tell you, V-Note, what your family tree is, can I?
Nah.
But I'm a stupid motherfucker who gonna tell you Kunta Kinte. Oh, no, better yet, you're Jane Pittman. Oh, I'm sorry, no, you descended from motherfucking Uncle Tom. Which are actual fictional characters. Kunta Kinte, Jane Pittman, and Uncle Tom's Cabin, which most motherfuckers don't even know who the real man it was based on. That's Josiah Henson, in case you never heard of his name before. Okay? So you got more stupid motherfuckers that say they descended from Uncle Tom than from Josiah Henson. But you know who's the famous Henson today?
Nah, but who that?
Taraji P.
Damn.
You know who her direct ancestor was?
Nah, who that?
Matthew Henson. You remember a certain nigga that went to the Arctic Circle, OTK?
The first nigga that... Hold on, man. Stop it.
Oh,
See,
bro,
that's what
you
I'm
ain't got,
saying,
don't
man.
believe shit I tell you, Vino. Do your homework. Look it up.
That's our peoples.
Hey, bro.
See, man, that's what I'm saying, man. It's a lot of it's a lot of things, man.
But the shit you being told straight up factual is a lie.
Right.
Is an outright propagandistic lie to keep the nigga mentality, nigga shit, and miseducated Negroes to perpetually serve who, Vino? These foreign obsquatulating motherfuckers.
What was your question?
To keep a miseducated Negro mindset to serve who? Young brother.
Oh, yeah, sir, them. Hey, but what do you think is our a best way or best formula to be able to put their stuff on blast, to be able
Facts
to.
and the truth. Facts and the truth. Because you know the only truth is with the American known as the Negro. Hello? So you better get busy, bro, because I don't know that you are a
Shit, but
father. If you're not a father yet, you damn sure need to get this shit straight before you bring some other person here. Do you think?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I be pushing it definitely. You know what I'm saying? I got little ones for sure. I got four, and I let them know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just like how I came into the game, but as far as like my peoples, you know what I'm saying? Like my mama ain't never told my pops ain't really never talked to me about it. It was my grandpa that was putting me up on, you know what I'm saying, like the Indian game to even make my mind even wander into their world, you know what I'm saying?
But
But
no disrespect to your parents, but think about what you just said. What do you think compelled them not to talk about who they are from their own parent? Would it
right
be
from
the
the right,
terrorism of white supremacy or the ignorance of nigger shit from other niggas telling you some miseducated Negro shit?
it's the miseducated Negro shit, and it's crazy how OTK have brought up that movie shit on how all this shit really be shaping our minds over here to where we can not pass down some knowledge because we on something else.
It's a sad state of affairs, bro.
It is.
That everybody on the face of this earth, and if you're to believe the shit that come out of the mouth of some of these sick, demented, pale degenerates, they're extraterrestrials from another realm. And they're on your doorstep. Why, young brother? Why the fuck are they over here fucking with the American, being called a nigger, known as the Negro, classified as colored, and treated as black? Could you please help this old nigga here who's obviously my brain cells are short circuit?
No, but you talk about the Africans?
Any motherfucker. I'm not
Does anybody
identifying
coming
any
through? Okay, does
particular
anybody
group
saying,
of
yeah, does
people.
anybody
All of
coming through
these
hijacking the
foreign
culture?
motherfuckers, all of these foreign motherfuckers from somewhere else are on your doorstep. Why?
Yeah, they definitely heard to. I think they heard to be able to replace us as far as doing the, as far as being dumbed down and doing the stuff that need to be done for the people that's dumbed down. You know what I'm saying? Because most people, that's kind of waking up over here ain't gonna be moving a certain way. So they need people that really ain't woke that's gonna move how they need to be moved to be able to still do what they need to do. Because with us doing what we doing, we basically will combat, and then eventually it's gonna be another fight.
So
And
when
they
he was
really trying
telling
to
you
prevent
earlier,
that or they trying to hold it off, or they trying to get more people on their side to be able to, whenever it do go down, they got more people on their side.
yeah, but which fight really is happening? Is it us who are misguided, who are not fighting shit? Is it that very less than 5 to 10% of people join military services? Okay, so what the fuck are the 95 to 90% doing?
Well, that's what I'm saying. As far as doing what they as far as really not listening to the government and really not listening to what whoever pulling the strings or kind of want things or kind of how they want people to move over here. People really not moving like that. They really doing their own solo bolo thing. And it's kind of getting in the way of what they really need to be done. And I think that's why they bringing all the other people over here, because the other people really just don't know what's really going on over here. They just want the money.
Now, okay, so now it's an interesting statement you just made, Vino. What's the American dream?
American dream is to live like a king.
Mm. But you done ran from wherever the fuck you came from. And the only way that you can be all you can be is on my shit in my yard, pissing on my head, shitting on me, and saying niggas ain't shit. That's how it works. That's how it works,
See,
Vino.
and I think they get because they don't really know what's going on. And that's how it's working. That's how they bringing people over. They don't really know what the fuck really going on. They just going off on how they came into the game, on how
So
they
you want
got
to
it.
see the 1-2 fake them out, trick and nigganology shit? So do you actually think any group of illegal motherfucking aliens, because I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, because all these motherfuckers are illegal, you think that they are actually opposed to the next group of illegal aliens while they're all illegally here to do what again?
Well, once they start touching money, they gonna start opposing them, just like how the Mexicans doing them now.
And who
Once
is
they start
living
getting
the
their
American
convictions,
dream and who is experiencing the American nightmare?
Shit, all the Aboriginals, for sure. Unless now, well, I ain't gonna say we experiencing a nightmare because, we know how to
Well, we
get
are
to it.
experiencing a nightmare if we keep interacting with these motherfuckers, putting ourselves in proximity to them, keep putting ourselves under their jurisdiction. That ain't a motherfucking nightmare to you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as our people keep dealing with people that ain't really, that's kind of really, that's really kind of doing what the government want them to do, then yeah, that stuff, that's definitely gonna be a big cause with us, because that's just, that's basically our kids, teaming up with them, basically.
Okay, now let's reiterate that for the short bus motherfuckers that are mentally deranged. What is it the government wants you, the American, to do after being told that you're a Negro colored black person, African American? What is it the government is convincing you to do, Vino, with your children? Because you said you got 4 babies, right?
Yeah, they convincing. Well, they trying to convince. Well, to me, they trying to convince me to basically, to act like a white boy. To kind of live the white boy life. To kind of, go to work. Really don't question nothing, and receive the benefits from from working.
Is that conversion?
Definitely.
Okay, so what does convert or die mean to you when you're looking in your little baby's faces? What does convert or die? Because I'm addressing your statement about government policy, because I don't think people understand what the government policy is under the doctrine of discovery. You feel me, Vino?
The what discovery?
The doctrine of discovery. You are hip to that, right?
No, I think I heard y'all talk about it, but no, I really ain't hip to it. I really just don't know nothing.
The
I really
doctrine
don't
of
know it.
discovery is what is called a papal bull. That is a edict from the Pope through the Vatican under the worldwide domination of the Catholic, Holy Roman Universal Catholic, because that's what Catholic means, Universal Church. And that is Dum Diversus, Inter Cateris, and Romanus Pontifex. These 3 papal bulls are what turned these motherfuckers loose on the American known as a nigga. Okay?
Okay, they the ones that
And
pay.
their
They
agenda
the ones
is
that
real simple,
finance
Vino.
everything.
Their agenda is very simple. Convert or die.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Kill the
That's the same.
Indian and save the man or woman for what? Good brother.
Well, that's the same thing that's going on, and I kind of really feel like that the way that they kind of killing off the Americans
Now
is
hold on, pause right there. Cause again, now you're talking to your babies, maybe in the way you need to talk to them, depending on their age, right? How are they killing the American known as the Negro, Vino?
well, if you don't give it the program, you're not gonna be able to get no money, and you're gonna get bummed out, and ain't nobody gonna fuck with you.
Is that
And
called poverty?
Definitely.
Okay, so when you're in poverty, do you resort to crime?
Yeah.
When you're in poverty, are you on what they call welfare? The public dole, food stamps, Section 8? What type of environment is created in that? Is that a hellscape that causes people to kill each other, to shoot up drugs, to sell dope to each other?
Definitely.
Is that policy, Vino? Is there a policy in place that designs an environment, call the hood, the ghetto, red line communities, gentrification, eminent domain? Are those policies, Vino?
Yep.
And are those policies targeted specifically to the American known as the Negro, called the nigga all over the world 24 hours a day in hip hop culture and music?
That's a fact. Damn, that's a fact.
I'm just asking, bro. I mean, I don't,
Yeah, that's a fact.
inquiring
That's what I'm
minds
saying.
want to know. So if that's policy, that means every motherfucker who pays taxes, including the nigga, is underwriting government policies to kill the American known as the Negro. Is that a problem for your babies, Vino?
That's a problem, and that's why I feel like, that everybody ain't it's kind of switching up from doing nigga shit. But I ain't gonna say doing as far as nigga shit, but as far as wanting to be us. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of dudes that's wanting to be girls.
Is that something called P Valley? Because I ain't never watched some stupid shit like that. Is that some shit called the Shy? Is that some shit called ATL?
Yeah, like
is that every motherfucking video where hoochie mamas and video vixens put out by the Diddler and other motherfuckers for how many? Was it now 50 years?
Damn.
Cause your master teacher Vino, that's crazy.
Nah, but I can say he is definitely a what I say he a master teacher, nigga. You know what I'm saying, nigga? I'll put him against any of y'all niggas. That's for sure. That nigga white any of y'all niggas down with some info. That's for sure. Y'all niggas don't want to talk to this nigga about shit. Yeah, that's
so
for
back
sure.
so back to you as a parent, because this little whippersnapper motherfucker ain't got no children or probably won't, because he needs to be. Well, I ain't gonna say that. So back to you as the current generation that has the next generation's serious destiny and their future existence in your hands. Would you agree to that, Papa?
Definitely.
Father?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Is this some entertainment shit that we're discussing? Or this some real deal warfare? I'm just asking, bro. Straighten this old nigga out who some stupid motherfuckers will come up here and try to call themselves checking me on some African shit.
Is
my bad, y'all. I just got back. My bad, y'all. I had to run to the school real quick and catch my son and them boys before they left for the basketball game. Take him his ankle braces and stuff, man. My fault, man. Thank y'all for holding it down, man.
OTK, you cut his legs off from under him, man. He was talking some papa shit, some parental guidance.
No, he fell off. I don't cut nobody. I ain't cut him. Shit.
Well, you damn so chopped up his wisdom, bro. You came in hot. You came in hot.
He actually stopped. He actually stopped, and I heard some music playing. That's why I stopped for a second in his background. But I know he's at work too. But yeah, it's all good. My dog can come right back on, man. My bag.
It's 101 in his house.
I had to apologize to my goddamn peoples, them man who goddamn followed me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I was gone for a second. I don't know what happened and none of that. So I'm just putting myself out there in the clear.
Oh no, man. He was OTK. He was walking his babies, man. It's Vino back into his house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tell OTK what you got in your hands, nigga.
You say what?
Tell OTK what's in your hand. You got the whole world in his hand. You got the whole wide world in his hand. Kick it, brother. Kick it.
Yeah, man. My main thing right now is I'm gaining knowledge, but my main little thing is to keep my little ones up out of jail. That's the main thing. Keep them up out that system, and teaching them our history, but also teaching them that that they got to go to school. But I think they should be going to school and mastering whatever they want to master, but be a master. You know what I'm saying? Be at the top of whatever you're doing, whatever you want to, involve your life in every day, be the master and, just go from there.
Hey, Vino, make them check American Indian when asked to identify.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be the one that's gonna fight to get that, to where they ain't gotta have no questions from bust ass motherfuckers like you. You know what I'm saying? That's you
No,
know what
I'm
I'm
saying, I'm
saying?
saying when
That'll be at the office where niggas is
hold on.
trying to get benefits, and
No,
we
that's what
come through trying to get the benefits, and we mark it on the paper, but we got a hoe ass nigga like you that's gonna say, "Hold on, manager, this ain't you gonna." It's niggas like you that's in the way, nigga.
How, Vino? Did you hear what I just said?
Because nigga,
Alabama,
you
your
ain't.
camera jumped on, Alabama.
Wait, Vino. I said when your children, when you going to like fill out paperwork, whether they doctor's office and stuff like that,
I
or
know,
anytime they ask, bro,
I
can
know,
I speak?
I know.
What I'm saying is because I push this. I'm saying that y'all should make like because y'all saying y'all American Indians, so or y'all Indians, when y'all asked to identify, don't check Black or African American, check American Indian. Don't check the Black or the African American part. I support that. I'm saying that
That's
could be the
fact.
start.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fact.
Yeah,
Yeah, once
always push
once
that.
you use American Indian, it's a whole other level. I'm gonna just tell you that, especially with this farming shit, it's a whole nother level. Um, that's all I got to say, man. You know what I mean? Hey, peace to the goddamn
Yeah, I just
chat out here, man. You know what I mean?
hey,
Peace and love
OTK.
to y'all, man.
OTK, I just came up here to tell Shy Son I'm gonna beat his ass for trolling me the other day, man. That's all.
Are you still mad?
But
Hey,
I had to
whoa!
tell my
You
son
came
that,
over
man.
here
But
and
I ain't
told
mad,
me.
bro.
Hey, whoa!
You
You
know,
came over here
I
and
was in the
told me
mode
the
when
other
you was
day
talking
too.
shit, so I was just like, "What that nigga talking shit?" But after you was like, "Nah, I got fucking walk," I was like, "Oh, he just talking." Fucking. I thought I had ruffled your feathers somehow or
Nah,
some way. I was like, "Yo, this nigga Shy going at me like that."
you would have had to meet me on the pike, right there on the pike.
Yeah, right by Easter Curry out. You know what I'm saying? I'd have slumped your little ass, and then you would have pulled out that little deuce. I'd have been like, nigga, put that little shit away.
Yo, Woke, let me tell you, it's a small world that you came up here, right? Because my ex that I used to deal with, that I used to live in Baltimore with, I just seen her at the grocery store. I just bumped into her, like literally like an hour ago. Yeah, she went to Morgan.
Oh,
That's why I used to
she
go
up
down there.
down your way now.
Yeah, no, she came back
She
to
up
the
your
city.
way
Yeah,
now.
she came back.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I used to stay down there.
Yeah, man.
Baltimore,
Yeah,
real. It's
Smoke
different
just
down
fired
there.
up
Y'all,
his
that
laugh,
whole
so
area.
y'all already know what that is.
Y'all thugs and
All right,
killers
go ahead
down
with
there.
that fuck with y'all niggas. What you say, Shy?
I said y'all thugs and killers down there. Nah.
I mean, nigga, it's thugs and killers everywhere, but it's few and far in between, bro. Every city got a few niggas that's really on that, man. Other than that, you know what I'm saying? Most niggas is just regular niggas, and the other ones are bitches. Like, it's a few niggas that's really, they don't care, bro. They stand up regardless. Even if you try and jump them, they swinging on everybody. It's only a few niggas that's like that, bro. Like, everybody be like, just because they from a certain city, that means something. That don't mean shit.
So you got those
Nah,
that
not at all. It was love down there.
So you telling me that you got people around you just like every other city. You got those that make shit happen, and then you got those that wait for shit to happen.
Hell yeah. You know, the ones that's waiting is the majority. The ones that's making it is the minority. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
right.
already know that's what it is for real. East City. So that's why I be like, man, I hate when niggas be like, where you from? Like, unless you close and you really trying to see what's up, that shit don't matter. Other than that, you know what I'm saying? I can say I'm from Idaho, nigga. What that mean?
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? Could you
World
whoop my ass just because I'm from Idaho? Nah.
Peace King Jacob World TV, man. Yeah, you must be still a little bit behind in the show. You must be just now watching that video on Osage. Yes, that is Black Wall Street. Correct. You caught on, King Jacob. You caught on. Shout out to my nigga most hated bronze flat power. God, man.
But I'll
Flat
be back to
mother.
holler at y'all niggas though.
Yeah. All right. Well, whenever whenever you
Yeah, that's a bet.
whenever you feel like really getting awakened, but right now, just go
He
ahead.
said whenever you really feel like getting awakened.
Stay
Yeah,
sleep right
Woke ain't
now.
trying to get beat up. Woke ain't trying to get beat up. Woke trying to play
You
for something.
already
He trying to stay where it's safe.
shot. It don't matter if you
He in the
Pan
y'all.
African,
Woke,
Aboriginal. I'm killing everybody. Y'all already
he
know
off the
how I
porch. He off the porch, but he behind the gate. He ain't on the porch, but he's still in the
He
gate.
said, but he behind
So
the
he ain't,
gate.
yeah, he ain't come out the gate yet. So
He like, hey, can you pass me that ball, man? I can't leave outside the
yeah,
yard.
he ain't leave the gate.
Fuck you, nigga. So I'm gonna holler at y'all though in a little bit.
All right, peace, man. Consciousness
All right.
101. What's going on with you, Ken folks? How you, man? Hope everything lovely with you and the peeps.
Salute, brother. How you doing? I'm doing good. Just been chilling, sitting there listening to y'all.
Odo, are you doing your due diligence in identifying as American Indian when asked to identify?
I don't sign contracts, but yeah, they already know I'm American Indian on paper, anywhere, everywhere.
Got it.
Yeah, like it's crazy, right? Like once they put your name in that system, they know. It's like they know they seeing something because my fucking pops from up north, his goddamn long form birth certificate said color. My mom said Negro. Mine didn't have nothing on it, no colored or Negro. So I was like, what the hell? So when I go on down there to do my social security card and my birth certificate and shit, it was, what I mean? It was simple. Like it was no fucking problems. Like they already knew. Like, damn, when was you coming? You understand that's the kind of feeling I got in Thompson. You understand what I'm saying?
It's a
Like, damn,
fact. It's
what
a
took you
fact.
so fucking long?
Exactly. Once you do it, ain't no way they can tell you that ain't you. You got all your proof. So that's why we
Hey,
don't be
would it
tripping.
be a difference if before but they was colored and Negroes, would have been freedmen?
Freeman without the D. Now you got to be careful when you use that D, bro. You got to be careful when you using that D because you got freedmen that said that they was freedmen because they were slaves of the Cherokee. This they famous story. They were slaves of the Cherokee and shit like this. You know what I mean? But when we go back and we study American Indian wars or whatever, and we seen that we've been going through little wars and shit like that. If we lost some family member in our family, then the people who we fought against, though, if they're young enough or whatever like that, we might bring them into our family and replace the person who we lost.
And that freedmen,
This
like
will
you know
stop
that
your incest. This will stop your incest and your interbreeding right here.
facts. And you know that freedman is something new because like the Surdanes, you got Morgan Freeman, or even like a last name like Franks, you still a free man. But ain't no freedman nowhere until like what 1880s. That's when you start hearing about the freedmen. You
Right,
don't
but
hear
that's what
about it
for like
no
the 1870s,
yeah
60s.
1870s 1880s.
Yeah.
Start hearing
Well,
about
Yeah,
the freedmen,
right
but
after
you don't hear about the freedmen.
1865. Yeah,
Right after
after
1865,
1865.
that's when you start hearing
Right.
about the freedmen.
Well,
Correct.
that's why I
Start
brought
really
that up
talking
because
about it
most of the
heavily.
black people out here had the freedman term on them. You know what I'm saying? But they was connected with the Indians. But if niggas really wasn't no slaves, though, that's what be so crazy. Even with all
It
them
wasn't
fucking tribes.
slavery. So when we think about slavery, bro, we leave out indentured servitude. So in other words, my brother, say your family is known for a trade. Y'all shoemakers. Y'all know how to deal with leather and y'all make shoes. My family wants to learn that trade. So they might send one of the kids to come and be up underneath your tutelage for years until they learn that trade. They come back, they teach our family that trade and our community that trade, or either they open up a business. They help their family out. That's what it was all about, indentured servitude. This slavery shit, this shit got intertwined, and got mixed up. Now, I don't know exactly
Well,
what kind of shit was going on over there when they say slave, bro. But over here, it was something a little different.
Well, with the slavery,
That's why I don't go with that chattel slavery narrative. You feel me? I look at everybody like they all had jobs. Even the Africans that the so-called white Africans that they brought, they all had jobs. They was getting paid, bro.
DK keep saying is white Africans. What white Africans you talking about?
What black Africans and am I talking about then?
You showed a source that said Negro.
Okay, so Negro means
Negroes
black.
that came from
Hold up. So Negro means black African, or could that mean
no,
mixed
I'm saying
too?
every time you show a source, I've seen you show a source multiple times about African slaves, but calling them Negro. When, where you ever?
But we also know the
Wait,
Portuguese was enslaved
OTK, the
too.
biggest way to get them.
They
What
never
was the
called
Barbary
white
slave
people.
trade?
They never
Wait,
called
what
white
was the
people
Barbary?
Africans.
What was the
over here
Barbary
or
slave
Negroes.
trade? Was the Barbary slave trade in Africa?
That's
Wasn't it?
not the transatlantic slave trade, though. You keep mixing the two.
Well,
What are you saying? That is the slave trade.
No, that's not. It's two different. I'm not gonna
That's the
argue
slave
with
trade,
y'all,
bro.
This is when they had a million.
Keep
This is
mixing
when
two
they had
different
a
slave trades,
million
brother.
so-called
That never
Europe. They
existed.
had
The
a
one you talking
million
about?
Europeans. Now the crazy shit is they don't never say what color these Europeans are, but they had a
What you
million
say?
of them. They had a million Europeans on the west coast of Africa during the
But why
height
you
of
keep
this.
calling them African though?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Because once they leave out of Africa, they're considered African.
No, it doesn't work like that. No, it does not.
Yes, it does work like that,
No, it
bro.
does.
They came from Africa.
Yes, it does, bro.
No, it don't.
Those
Yes,
Europeans,
it does.
those so-called Europeans came from Africa, so they're
Yes,
Africans.
bro. They
Every
Africans,
time
bro.
you wait, pause. All these indentured servants that y'all keep referencing, they tell you who they are. The indentured servants that y'all keep calling slaves that went to the Caribbeans was Irish. Y'all keep calling them something that they're not.
No, so you're saying that no American Indian? So you didn't
Y'all
say no
calling these white
American,
people
no
Africans?
American Indian?
That's definitely
No
different
American
times.
You said
Indians
what?
got to be on there?
You
No
talking about
American
white people that were
Indians?
transported to Ireland after the slave trade?
No, I'm
Then
saying
they
y'all
came
keep
here, bro.
calling the white people that y'all saying Slavic or Irish that came over here as
When did the
indentured
Irish
servants.
get here? When did the
Brother,
Irish get here? Tell us when the
finish
Irish
my
got here.
statement, brother?
Nah, you got to tell us when they got here,
Can I
brother.
finish my statement, brother? Y'all keep putting African on white people, but they're telling you where they're coming from. And there's no source that's saying white Africans. Y'all trying to promote this, and y'all don't share no sources that's saying that. But y'all have shown tons of sources that's calling the African slaves Negroes. I asked Cosmon this 2 weeks ago. Where in history are they calling white people, pure white people, Negroes? Where?
Hold on. And then 2 weeks ago, I gave you the same source, right? I gave you the same source. The hidden cause of the American Civil War clearly tells you that the many runaways in the paper were labeled as Negroes, but described with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, and could pass for white boys. This is what the paper said. A Negro is a state of being.
Could
It
pass,
is
brother.
not a
Could pass.
real.
Could pass for.
Hold on. It is not.
You don't know if they mixed or not.
What we do know
That's
is
a pale
because
skin, bro.
You're
what we do
adding
know.
more
Hold on.
hypotheticals.
Let me punch on that, because what we do know for a fact is during abolition was not for black or African slaves. It was about white slavery, sir.
All right. Well, I ain't gonna argue with you until you show a source that says white
I already
Africans.
showed it.
Until you show a source that says white Africans was brought here, you ain't got no argument. You just speculating.
The African lets you know how they're mulattoes. Remember, if every
you heard what he just said, right?
Think about this.
I said a pure. Where are they calling pure white people Africans?
Yeah, they're pure white, bro. They come.
You
They
just
go
called them a mulatto. You just said mulatto.
No. They make mulattoes.
But you know what debunks
like I said,
all
right? Get that source.
And then guess
get the
what?
source where they call white people
all
Africans.
Those terms, guess what? That's just like saying Indian. Everybody who is an Indian is not Aboriginal. Everybody who is a Negro doesn't have dark skin.
I don't know where you coming with this dark skin shit.
Yeah, because
go get the source that says that white Africans was brought here. That's what you gotta do.
The people are white. Show that they're black. Because if you mix this is how you know. First of all, they created a status because of these enslaved people, right? A whole new mixed status called mulatto. What is a mulatto? They generalize it as a mixed European, right? With an Indian or an American or African and an American, right? My thing is, if the African is brown and the Indian is brown, how do you tell that the baby is mulatto? You can't. Now, if you're automatically telling me mixing an African with an Indian produces a light person, a mixed person, right? If you mix an African in with an Indian, we know the Indian is brown. Which one is white then? Where are they getting this light skin from? And you know, all you got to do is go into your slave voyages or any of your documentation. Y'all got so much documentation, and just show us in any of these people getting off in whatever you think. You dig what I'm talking about, especially in the Caribbean, are blue black niggas. At the same time that there are over 1 million pale faces in the same place where you claiming to be taken from.
And
So
crazy.
let this sink in. Hold on. Dig this. From 1492 to 1865, or we can go from 1492 to 1965, right? From 1492 to 1965, right? There have been more Africans brought to the Americas from 92 to today than there has been in the over 500 plus year history of these people bringing quote unquote Africans over here to the Americas. There has been more people brought from Africa since 1992 than there ever was in the whole 400 plus year.
Land your plane,
that's a mathematical fact and certainty. So Cosmo, explain the difference between the Arab slave trade and the Muslim slave trade, and how did the Slav become the slave of choice, Cosmo?
Well, you hurt who you around, and you got to remember the Ottoman Turks, who was dominating, had been at least since the 1200s, 1100s, kicking ass, had raided not only Eastern Slavic states, but in the 1500s, late 1400s, early 1500s, they went through and literally eradicated Western Europe. I mean, from England on down to Portugal and Spain, they got everybody together, right? Enslaved the Englishmen who would go on to set up the place in country that you now today call Nigeria, started by enslaved pale faces from England. That's why the word is still English. Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, they're English words.
Cosmo, can I ask you a question real quick?
I'm
just trying to understand the logic. A European born in America or a Chinese person born in America, are they not Chinese no more or European no more? They're just strictly American?
No, they're Chinese.
They still Chinese?
Yeah.
Okay, so going back about 5 minutes ago.
You ain't think that through all the way, did you?
Wait, y'all turned the white people that came from Europe as slaves in the Barbary trade and the Africans, but now you saying that once they get to Africa, they Africans now. But you just said that a European born in America or a Chinese person born in America is still Chinese or still European. I don't understand that logic. That's like a contradiction.
No, it's actually not. And what you don't understand is that the making of an African or the making of the slave actually happened on the slave ship.
No, what I'm saying is the Barbary trade involves those people taking people from white people from Europe and bringing them into Africa. You said
and brown people too.
Wait.
And brown.
I said
wait.
Hold on, let me get it out, brother.
And brown people too.
Can I get it out, brother?
Europeans. Yes.
Can I get it out, brother?
Go ahead.
You said that these white people, because you keep you on OTK keep saying that they brought white Africans here. Now the people that y'all referring to originally came from Europe. So by your logic, so that's why I asked you just now, if a Chinese person is born, you said once they get over there, they African now. I'm saying that they still European. Y'all calling them Slavics, we all of this. I'm saying they still European. You calling them African. So wait. By that logic, a Chinese person born in America or European born in America is not European no more or not Chinese no more. You disagree. You said that Chinese is still Chinese.
I didn't. Okay. Let me.
You contradicted yourself.
This is what I mean. That it. To the limited mind, it may seem that way, but that's not actually what I said, nor what I did. Let me show you.
Are the Europeans that was in the Barbary trade, are they still European or they African now?
They were made Africans.
Listen, how are they made African?
For the same way that Europe? Indians were made Negroes.
No. How are stop jumping. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't move the goalpost. How are they made Africans if you just said so? Listen, how are they in essence still Europeans?
Yes.
So why you calling them Africans? Do you call a Chinese person American? Wait. I just want to. We can drop the conversation. Cosmo, we can drop the conversation. Do you call Chinese people?
You gotta stop, bro.
No, wait. Stop. Do you call Chinese-born people American?
Stop.
Do you call Chinese American-born people American? Yes or no?
They're still Chinese.
Are they American?
No, they're Chinese.
All right, then we don't gotta have this. You contradicting yourself.
Right.
Nothing to have
this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Nothing to have a conversation. How are they Chinese if they born in America?
You said what you had to say. Now let me clear up the lie because you totally misrepresented what I said. Right now, are you done or do you need to talk? All right, goddamn, shut up.
I'm just saying you clearly contradicting yourself just to argue.
These people were enslaved. They were enslaved by Ottoman Turks, right? The Ottoman Turks brought Europeans, irregardless of color, because of where they were and how they lived. They were called Afrikaans. And they still carry the title today. The only people in the world who call themselves African are pale-faced from Europe. Still to this day. Right?
So Chinese people, so Chinese-born Americans and European-born Americans don't call themselves American?
It doesn't matter what they call themselves, it's about what they are.
They American, according to your logic.
These Africans and what they are, these so-called Africans,
they're not Africans, though.
Pale-faced Europeans.
Not Africans. You just called them Europeans.
This is what we're telling you. You're agreeing with
like
me.
I said, Kyle, again,
you're
so you must
with me.
Wait. So you must ain't been. So you really sitting here. Wait. So you really sitting here.
Pale-faced Europeans.
Wait. So you really sitting here saying that you really sitting here saying that white people born in America don't call themselves Americans or Chinese people calling themselves.
It don't matter what they call them, but they're not American.
So stop calling. Wait. So stop calling. So why are you calling Europeans? So why are you calling Europeans? Wait, pause. Why are you calling Europeans that was brought to Africa Africans? Why are you calling
them? They only call them Europeans because of their color.
No, OTK. Wait, don't protect them, OTK. What?
And then
we don't need no protection.
OTK, do you hear his OTK? You don't gotta protect him. Do you hear his logic?
The European who got shipped on the boat from Africa was later called African on the paper.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he is still a European.
All right, bro. All right, this is the Cosmo show. I see. You only gonna let Cosmo talk. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Yeah, so I was just asking you the question.
You contradicting yourself whether you like it or not. You already admitted you did.
You can believe that, or you can call it cognitive dissonance.
No, you contradicting yourself. You doing that on purpose because you got caught.
That
no.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait.
Look, he's still gonna talk. Go ahead.
When you hold on. When you Africans, right, got enslaved and brought over here, right? And they called you colors.
You just said they don't say you because I'm black. You just said it was white people. You just said it was white people. You can't say me.
Listen. When you dark-skinned niggas got enslaved over here in America, when they called you colored, did that make you colored? Dagger.
Can I speak now?
Dagger, a dumb nigga.
Can I speak now?
You are African, right?
I can't speak.
You are African, right?
And
when white people called you colored, did that make you colored? Or did you acquiesce to what another nigga told you?
Cosmo with straight. Good question.
I mean, he got caught contradicting himself. I don't know how you ain't see that, but whatever.
I just got back. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I stepped away for a second, man. I'm still doing stuff around the crib.
Hey, shot son. If a Siberian come over here, can he ever be an American?
His child can be, according to you. According to you.
No, not it. I say opposite. So you're calling a lie right there.
Hold on. No, you didn't. Let me speak.
No,
you just had the floor, brother. According to your logic, the white people that came from Europe during the Barbary trade, you said you and OTK both said no. Once they in Africa, they Africans now. That's what y'all said. So now
they called Africans.
Can I?
Whoa. Shots on. Hold on. Let me correct you. Yeah, you can explain. You can finish. You can finish. I said once they got shipped out of Africa, they was being called Africans because that's what they got shipped out of.
That's a lie. But they're not African. No, wait. Y'all keep trying to say
they was actually being called Africans before that. You know what I mean? The Berbers was calling themselves African, and we know them to be white Moors. But I'm gonna leave that like that.
White, they are. Just like
my point. No
matter how many Siberians are born in America, they never become Americans.
Yo, brother,
no matter how many years,
you keep saying okay. If that logic,
1,000 years.
Can I speak, brother?
And guess what? Your ancestors who are Siberian, when you keep mixing with Siberian people, you stay Siberian. That's how that happens.
So why you not saying Cosmo? Why are you not saying that about the Europeans that was brought to Africa during the Barbary trade? You just said they not European no more. In the beginning of this convo, I said, why y'all keep calling them Africans? Y'all said, well, the Barbary trade, once the slave, they not European no more, they Africans. So how is a Siberian born in America?
But you also
why you keep talking over me, bro? I can't even land the plane. Bro. That's a contradiction in itself.
I don't want you to lie.
Because you dish galloping.
No, I'm not lying on y'all. OTK, I said,
white Africans too. I was just telling you that you're
I can't land the plane. I'm letting
white Africans, right? You do know they're
I was just telling you, it's white Africans now.
Yeah.
Right.
Where are they?
Right.
Y'all pause. Y'all keep saying white Africans was brought here as slaves. Where are the sources calling these white Africans, saying their location, where they was dropped off at? Where are the sources? Y'all keep saying this. Where are they?
They're on the
Well, I tell you what. Hold on. You know what? Go look underneath indentured servitude. Now I'm gonna give you a Jew. You looking underneath slave. Look up underneath indentured servitude because they didn't give them so-called slave name, but it was underneath indentured servitude. So quit playing with us, bro.
But where are they calling them white Africans? Those OTK. That's what I'm saying.
When are they? Hold on. when are they calling them Black Africans?
You show, bro. OTK.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on. I
When
got
are they
him.
saying,
Hold
when
on,
are they
Cosmo.
saying
Watch
Black
out.
Africans?
You
That's
just
all
asked
I'm
the
asking
question.
you.
You just
Yeah,
asked
go
the
ahead.
question.
Go
You
ahead.
just asked the question. I got
Okay,
you
go ahead.
clip showing a source that said two sources that says the Black African, the Negroes came from Africa. I got you clip. I ain't make a video about it. So I don't
Whoa. Hold
I
on.
don't
Was that my
Let me
source?
finish my statement.
Was I agreeing with that? Because I
You
like to
shared
show
two
shit
sources.
what
Wait.
other people. Hold on. I like to show shit of what other people is thinking and like how they was fucking thinking and writing too, dog. One thing about me, I show American history, bro. American Indian history. Anything that deals with an Indian. And a lot of shit, sometimes them shit be saying, motherfucker, African American. I don't say I agree with it. That's not my information. That's their information. So just because I show it don't mean I agree with it, my G. That's what y'all problem is.
All right, cool. So why you cool. Let me respond to him real quick. Cosmo, let me respond to him real quick.
Black Africans.
Hold on, Cosmo. He did already. He showed it multiple. Can I speak, brother? He showed it multiple times.
Source up.
Wait, Cosmo. Wait.
Africans in the 1400s.
Wait, Cosmo. Let me speak to him real quick, brother. I keep letting you talk without cutting you off. You keep jumping in every time. You won't even let me land. What I'm saying to you is, OTK, cool, I'll grant you that. Everything you show, you don't agree with. Cool. But why you never show the source that says that these slaves that they talking about was white Africans? Where is that?
Well, show me something that say they Black African.
I can show tons of it.
You show me that. No,
I got
don't use Negro. Hold on. Don't use Negro. Don't use colored. Use black. Because
OTK, that source you show.
From what I know, dog, white wouldn't even be in use over there.
Watch this.
Hold up. From what I studied, white wouldn't even be used over there, brother.
Ooh.
OTK. Remember we had that. Watch this. That conversation we had about that that William and Mary source. That William, because you said Sharpner came from there. That William and Mary source that you got say the Negroes came from Africa. They call them ugly and all of that. So that's one source. Your other source that you show. Hold on. That other source. Wait, pause. I'm not done. I'm referencing it.
Hold up, though. But don't you know that they could have came from like over there, like in Egypt?
Now I'm not speculating that. That's not the point.
No, I'm just saying. Whoa. So we know these was
the goalposts. No, you moving the
we know at
goalposts.
this time. The thing is, you got to look at the years in the.
No, that's not the. Hold on, OTK. OTK, that's not the conversation.
We know that the Muslim influence been in Africa deep.
You changing the context on purpose, brother.
Got different. These people look. They don't look nothing like the originals that was
OTK,
there.
you changing.
That's
the
what I'm
context.
saying to myself because of
Cool.
so much.
Well, our opinions.
Hold on, bro. So I don't have to talk so loud. From my opinion, from what I studied, from so much wars going on over there in Africa, it's hard to say who is the original people of those inhabitants because so much shit has been going on there. It's a fuck haven at the same time. Advance from what they say. I don't take no credit from nobody. You know what I mean? I'm not that type. But from once I read that right there, bro. When they say they bringing people from Africa, from West Africa, we know every war that they had over there was a holy war, a religious war. So could they be bringing all Muslims? Could they be bringing all Christians? So we know who the Christians and we know who the Muslims that look like. But they just labeling them as Africans once they get shipped from that coast. You know why, dog? Because once they come in and they fucking tell them, oh, this a fucking African.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That's why I say I love to read a bunch of shit because I just don't believe a lot of these shit, dog. I go and I research them. I research more than once and shit like that. But from what I read over there that was going on over there during the time of the so-called transatlantic slave trade, the American Indian slave trade, my brother, we don't know who these Africans are that's being brought across here.
And another thing that I was seeing That they was bringing them over in seasons. They wasn't bringing them over like no hot. My bad. Oh, they weren't bringing them over like, you know what I'm saying, like some highways or nothing like that. It was like seasons.
Yes, because they had to go with the wind. We got to understand these boys was rowing boats. They didn't have no engines. They had to go off the wind, the current.
And plus, that was big money to be able to do that. Everybody wasn't moving like that. That's what I'm saying. When Alabama bring up them numbers,
Slave ships for
that should
merchant.
be adding up.
And just to dagger that whole talking point, a black and a Negro ain't even the same thing.
Okay.
Daggers to
I don't think a white and a European might be the same thing because there's multiple classifications.
There we go. Just like a Caucasian.
That's what I'm saying. That's something that was created over here.
And a Western European ain't the same thing. Or Central European. We see that there are blue-black goddamn Caucasians. You dig what I'm talking about? So different classifications were put upon different people over different times to fit certain different narratives.
And FOH, you know what I mean? That's a good question. Where was Africa they talking about? Because it wasn't countries, it was continent. That's a great question because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I just don't like to give out everything, but don't you know it was people in the Southeast that was calling a language African or Afrikaans? That was the language that they were speaking before the continent was named that. We know Afrikaners got captured too, right? Everybody know that too, right? He got captured, right?
I debunked that argument already on my page.
Which one, bro?
I already debunked.
Which one? About what?
The conversation about the multiple. We call it the multiple Africa theory.
Oh, multiple African theory. And what is that based on?
Cause remember that, like how the dude just said like that. Well, Dulcie and Swordfish was trying to say that when you see Africa on the census for people in 1850, that they was talking about they wasn't talking about the continent Africa. So I showed how the places that they mentioned. Dulcie mentioned a place called Africa.
I tell you,
yo, Mike,
that American Indian spirituality is a motherfucker.
Yeah,
man.
You
know what I mean?
They black that boy out.
Hey, but it also depends on which one of them woods was talking about it too, because they was using different, terminology, before they just connected this.
Correct.
I guess it's English language up over here over here in the western part of the world, since the early 1800s, when they probably 17s, I guess, when they made the damn 1776.
You had your
can hear
boy.
you now.
Wow.
I'm gonna show you something. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you something on that. All right, give me a second. Go ahead. He back. He said he back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they was trying to say that, you don't know what Africa it was called. Most of the places that they was like Africa Township, out of Indiana or Ohio, one in Georgia. On the birthplace, they don't put townships. They only put states, countries, continents, shit like that. They don't put townships. So all the places that they trying to say that there's no Africa Georgia district, Africa District, Georgia in 1850. It was created in 1860, and even on that census, in the birthplace, it still says Georgia. They only put the state. So, like I said, I already debunked that. So
hold on. What year was Africa? What year was the whole continent over there called Africa? Not countries, not the name Africa.
They
what
had
year
it
was
since like the late 1700s. Is already a thing. We talk
the
about
whole
the
country?
1850s.
The whole country in 1700s?
The whole continent, you mean?
The whole continent. Yeah, the whole continent, 1700s.
Yeah, we're already using that term.
All right.
Okay.
Nah, they wasn't using that term like that.
What y'all don't understand is that means it's a Johnny come lately.
No, but
they been over here.
The context is the census on how we identifying people, bro.
Well, the census existed before Africa was put on it. Before the word Africa was ever written on a census, the census existed.
Wait, say that again, Cosmo. I didn't hear you. You said what existed?
Before Africa, before the word was ever written on any census, right? The census existed.
The first federal census is in 1790, brother.
And it existed before the word African was put on an American census.
Yeah, cool. That's cool.
Okay,
no,
so the word
man, you talking about federal census at that, man. You had state census before the federal census started, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't even going. He was just
man. You know I done proved that to you. You and not a coincidence. Y'all in the, you know what I mean? Y'all go off the federal though. I ain't got nothing wrong with that. But the federal tell you when they didn't get correct information, they relied on state census.
On state censuses.
So, but everything good.
Yeah. So before African was ever even written on a sentence, on a census ever, the census existed, and the people over here existed, right? So let's just say in 1400 BC. No, let's go back even more. Let's go at the time of Muhammad. Let's go 600 AD or CE or the Common Era. What was the land Muhammad was in called? What did they call it? All right. When let's just say when the Persians went into Egypt with Cambyses, right? What did they call the land?
What was the Kush?
No. Don't help you.
You moving the goalpost. You talking about
No. I'm asking, what was the name of it then?
I mean, that's irrelevant to what we talking about.
Was it Africa? Because if it wasn't Africa, that debunks your point.
No, we talking about 1850. The census of 1850.
That's when they start bringing niggas from over there over here.
So that's why no. But
they turned around and gave them American citizenship.
Hold on, before you start rambling. The context was they wanted to know if when you see Africa on the 1850 census and the birthplace, what are they talking about? Are they talking about the townships or the little pocket of places that got Africa listed as they
okay,
like they look. Wait, can I get it out, brother? So you don't.
No, I get you. I'm with you.
So are they talking about Africa, the continent, or these places that got Africa as their nicknames?
Well, I'm just saying. Is it possible that both things are going on at the same time, sir?
No, that's why I said in the birthplace they would never put Africa Township because that's a township. It's not the state. Your birthplace would say Ohio.
Are there cities called Africa?
What'd you say?
Are there cities called?
Yes, but
Africa?
they're not putting. If you listen to what I'm saying, at
hold
that
on,
time,
wait. Okay, I'm with you.
Finish my statement, brother.
Land your plane.
They're not putting cities or townships in the birthplace. So that's why I gave you Africa District, Georgia would be your birthplace is going to say Georgia. If you look at the census, the top of the census, the area says Africa District, and then the birthplace says Georgia. In Ohio Township, it says Ohio Township. It says Africa, Ohio Township, and the birthplace it says Ohio. They're never going to put a nickname, brother. They just won't do it.
I didn't say that. Hold on. Listen. You're saying, let's say you're using Africa, Ohio, right? Did Africa, Ohio exist, right, as a place or a township before?
No.
The 1850 census and the word Africa being on it?
No,
because if you can't prove, if you gotta prove that. Because
I don't gotta.
Hold on,
I don't gotta prove that because
listen, bro. If Africa in America existed, you did what I'm talking about, the Africa City, Ohio County, if that existed before it was ever put on the 1850 census, that debunks your whole talking point.
No, it does not, because when you see Africa, Ohio, the birthplace is going to say the state, not the nickname of a city.
You gotta count the year.
No, they don't put cities in the birthplace, brother.
They do. No, listen, we're not talking. No.
That's what you not understand.
Was the?
That's what
Hold on. What
the
year was the
was
city Africa created?
This nigga doing this on purpose.
No.
Doing
You're
this on
comparing
purpose.
the 1850 census. I'm saying that the place Africa, Ohio existed before Africa did on the 1850 census. So go ahead, show us. That debunks your whole point. Hadouken!
And Shy, respectfully, you wouldn't be getting cooked so much if you stood up as a mulatto and acknowledged your European and your African and your Aboriginal American ancestry.
Y'all let him get away with this yesterday. Y'all have at it. Go ahead. I'm falling back on this one. Fight, niggas.
Really, and no, Shy, I ain't come to cook you, brother. You a mulatto. I got love for you as family, King. If you was to stand up as a proud mulatto, you wouldn't be getting cooked up so many times in these different spaces because you pretending to be 100% African. You pretending to be black. If you stood tall as a mulatto, you would be respected as such, and it wouldn't be so easy to checkmate you, brother. Why you don't see that part? Really, with all due respect, King. You see, when I come in these spaces, and I'm a mute up after this because I ain't really come to just kick my mulatto brother while he down. But Shy, respectfully, you see, when I come in these spaces, I get greeted with respect and love because I stand tall as what I am, a mulatto. You a mulatto pretending to be black. Really, bro. You gotta have some dignity and self-respect. Much love to the panel. Peace,
checking
family.
the shit out of you. Shy son. No. Not big badass 12-finger goddamn Gog and Magog, half giant Nephilim, son of ball ass shotgun.
Yo.
Come on, son. No way you let that shit happen, son. No, shot, son. Yo, I'm checking your jersey card, son. Fuck that shit. I'm calling A1, nigga.
Yo.
Where like man at? Fuck that. Where like man at, man?
Cosmo. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We couldn't hear you at first if you was talking. We can hear you now, though. Now we can't hear you now if you talking.
Off mute.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh yeah.
That nigga was barking at you, shot. No way.
That nigga been stalking me.
What you mean been stalking you? Come on, man.
Yeah, based on his logic, we all mulattoes based on his logic, so I can't argue that.
Nah, he's saying if a nigga yelling.
Some mixed up shit more than I would agree that we 100% Africans.
Yeah, he said we
mulattoes. Right, cuz.
I'm just saying, I would agree with that more than the simple fact that you trying to impress upon us your white zaddies ideology that we must, just because we got brown skin, be from Africa.
I don't push that.
You're the one claiming mulatto.
Why would I push that?
Yeah, you are. And then on top of that, the worst thing you're doing is applying the same pencil whipping genocidal tactics, trying to tell us who we is that Zaddy did. You doing the same thing, son, and your grandmama told you was an Indian.
There you go lying. My grandmother never said that.
She said that shit, bro.
Never.
People told you.
My grandmother never said that.
You was no African, nigga. They
My
never
grandmother
said
been
that.
my grandmother been a black African American her whole life.
That's not you. Now you know what? Let me check myself because I got to ask. You got to ask in your genealogy, right? Let's just say in the last 5, 6 grandmas, granddaddies. Does anybody on any genealogical record have the last name Umbutu or Mbekwe?
No, but that don't mean they can't be
or
African.
Because see, they didn't come over here with names like Johnson and Jenkins and Jones and Peoples, and neither did the European. The European came over here with Slavic names, Krausleva, Moklevy. They came with names like Briartown, and many of them didn't even have surnames.
But you got hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. You got a faulty logic because a lot of American Indians have a lot of European last names. That doesn't stop. Can I finish my statement, brother? That doesn't stop them from being Indian. So you got a faulty premise.
Okay. You got to prove that the Slav or the European came over here in 1492, and his last name was already Johnson. Yeah. You got to prove that. All right.
I could do you one better. I could show you Indians. I could show you the Indian commissioner making them take on European Christian names. I could show you that source. That's easy.
Okay. Look.
Everybody knows they remix the names anyway.
Yeah. That's not even.
No, my point is no. Hold on. My point is people taking on different names does not stop them from being what they originally are. So if you look at a paper, if I could show you tons of Indians on paper with European last names, they're still classified as Indians.
Duh.
I'm just saying you bringing up a name.
I'm just saying, who do you think King Philip is?
No, what I'm saying is you're trying to use a last name change or a last name difference to say somebody is not something. That's a bad angle.
What? All right, you gotta go to the doctor first, though.
You gotta find a better angle. The name ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The name doesn't do it for you either. So that's what I'm saying, because we know.
I'm saying so if an African
we know they come from these places with last names like Merovingian.
No, what I'm saying is if an African came, hold on. If an African came here,
last names of these people from these regions.
Listen, brother. If an African came here as a slave and then they left the plantation and took on the plantation's name or the owner's name, that does not change. Can I finish my statement, brother? I can hear you. It does not change the fact that they're African, brother.
Nobody's saying that they weren't.
Okay, so but I'm saying that because you just asked me, if you look at a census or your genealogy, who got a last name like Ubuntu, even if they didn't, that doesn't change or make or tell that they're not something. That's what I'm saying. So that's a bad angle.
But it doesn't prove that they're African either.
Bro, all my people on my records are labeled black, and that applies to a particular group. It doesn't apply to
in America, though.
What does that mean? Wait. A white person being born in America does not. So what? A white person is in America. There's tons of white people born in America. I'm using your logic against you.
But we know that white people would never for sure.
Watch this, Vino. I'm glad you said that, Vino. I'm glad you said that. Wait, Vino. You said wait, Cosmon. I'm glad you said that. You said we know that white people come from. You was about to say we know that white people ain't from America, right? That they came here, right?
Wrong.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right, so watch this, Vino. Wait, Cosmon. Wait.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
Vino, are all black people during the 1700s and 1800s only from America?
You say from the 17 and 18s?
Are all the black people back then only from America?
It's a high possibility.
No, it's a simple yes or no.
Nah, it ain't no simple yes or no. But when y'all get back to a
No, what I'm saying is if you want to tell me that you want in one breath, you're gonna tell me we know that white people came here, but then you're gonna turn around and insinuate that black people are only from America.
Yeah, the black term is only tied to people in America.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say the term. I said you're trying to insinuate that all the black people back then were only from America.
Yeah, they from America. They only from America.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Just like everybody.
But y'all said, wait, watch this contradiction, baby ghost.
Hold on, watch this. Just like today,
they said black European.
Watch this.
20 minutes ago, he said some black slaves came here.
Just like, guess what? Just like today, everybody who's black is not a Negro.
But you just said 20 minutes ago. You just said 20 some minutes ago that some of the slaves came here. That some of it was brown, white, and so I'm confused. And they came from Africa. So you contradicted yourself again. Another contradiction,
bro. Yeah. Fucked you up, didn't I?
No, that's another contradiction because now you saying wait. You said black Africans came here and white Africans came here. You said black Africans came here slaves and white Africans came here slaves.
Black people only ties to one people.
No, wait, listen to what
world originally. Listen, everybody
listen to your logic. You all over the place, Cosmo.
On us,
Cosmo, you be doing this on purpose, brother. You be all over the place on purpose.
Black. The very first people to be called black, labeled and misnomered as black, were in America, bro. All you got to do is go back to Constantine time or before the 1300s. Just show me that they calling these people black. They're not. They're calling them negro. Right? Which many times means mixed. Don't even mean brown or black or that. None of that. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they use a whole nother color than negro. They call people who look like me, they call us moreno. It's a whole different vibe. You dig what I'm saying?
Shit. Didn't we see on that shit that I brought up that an Indian and a Spanish mix was called a Portuguese?
Didn't we just see that a black and a Negro ain't even the same thing, OTK?
Facts.
What are you talking about?
All right, that was a stature thing.
Hadouken.
All right, it was a stature thing.
Hadouken that nigga back into the cheap seats.
I actually was about to pull something up. You know what I mean? But after you had that joke, yeah.
Put the pistol back in the car. I'm flashing that little motherfucker around here.
Hey, Chief Big Tree, man. What's going on, man? Peace and love. What's happening? Hope all is well with you and the family.
Yeah, man. Just chilling, listening to you guys right now.
Yeah, man.
Who is that? That's Frank Kelly.
Who?
Yeah, that's me.
Who?
I could tell by the meth oozing off your lips.
You talking about Baby Ghost?
Yeah, shout out to our dog, Chief.
Goddamn Baby Ghost, man. My Native American that want to be American Indian, but hey, man, I ain't mad at you, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. Hey, you know what? Baby Ghost, once you accept that your peoples came in and mixed in with our peoples who was already in on this land, and then some of them became the Native Americans,
you mean
you'll be all right.
Animus, right?
That's why they don't carry the name Indian no more. They don't carry the name
You
Indian no
we
more.
call
They
y'all
carry the name
Iroquois.
Native American.
Yeah,
So
that's why we
just
call
worry
y'all
about that.
Iroquois.
Just think
Snakes.
about that, bro. Just think
You guys
about
ever
that.
heard of
Just
you
think
guys
about
ever hear the word animus?
Yeah, we've heard of the word animus. We don't have
Yeah.
any animus for you or your people.
What's the animus word? What does it represent?
No, what I'm saying, we don't have any animus for you or your people.
Well, if you're Algonquin, you're supposed to be an animus.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it's true, brother.
We
That's a
believe in the great.
100%
No,
fact.
we follow the great spirit. We don't praise animals.
No,
Wrong.
bro. We praise nature. You know what I mean? We believe in nature,
Yeah.
bro.
You guys
Hold on.
claim Hurons,
Hold on.
Algonquin.
Hold on. We actually praise
are
the
Hurons, right?
unseen thing behind nature.
You guys are Hurons, though, right?
See, we already knew the difference.
No, bro.
We already
Calm
knew
down,
the difference between Geechee.
Algonquin is Huron. Mohican is Huron. They're all the same.
What?
No, that's a
Those
lie,
are
bro.
all the same. They're all
That's a
Algonquin,
lie.
brother. They're
Hold
all
up.
Algonquin, dude.
You're just lying,
No.
man.
You know what the problem is? Hold
Just
on.
like
You know
the
what the
Iroquois
problem
have
is?
different tribes, but
Hold
we're
up,
all
bro.
Iroquois. The Algonquins
Hold
have it all too.
on, baby goat. Do you know that the Algonquin is a real people first?
Yeah, I know who the Algonquin people are.
Okay,
Come
so
on,
you
I
know
know them
there's
better
two
than you.
different. Hold on. So then you
don't
know
even
it's
know
two
what an
different
animus
spellings.
is.
Hold on, real quick. So you know it's two different spellings within this name, correct? Correct?
There's a what?
It's two different spellings within this name to denote what they're
Algonquin? No,
talking
there's
about.
not, bro. They're still the same meaning. They still mean the same thing. The same
Okay,
tribe.
Cosmon. This is why I
told you guys. You guys are
No,
supposed to know what
I
an
don't need you to
animus is.
hold on.
But
I don't need
you
you to
gotta
tell
start
me
something
nothing.
sometime.
Yeah, I don't need you to tell me nothing because the thing is, you're looking at words and you might say, oh, those are Algonquian words. But hold on. Who you're speaking from? Are you speaking from French writers? If you're speaking from French writers, then the Algonquin will be the first one to translate these tribal and chieftain names in American English to them. Now, if you're talking about the Muskegon and Southern shit like that, dog, you would have to go lean more into the Spanish per se for a certain part of time, never the Portuguese, but the Spanish until the French took over.
Right.
But one thing about the Spanish, you know what I mean? Once they see they couldn't never win shit, they say, fuck it, man. We might as well just join in with these motherfuckers. We can't go back home. Yeah, we can't go back home. We might as well start a new life here. So these are things you got to understand. You got to put all of these things in the history, especially when they're writing their own shit. God damn it, if you talking about yourself, and I know that they're writing these shit to write back, to send back to their own people, to make themselves look good in history, because their history don't start until they got
You
here.
still ain't answered my question. What animalist means,
bro?
No,
listen,
you're
I
trying
told
to
it's
you,
Algonquin religion.
No,
It's your
listen,
guys'
we're not.
religion. You're supposed to know this.
No, bro.
You're
Listen,
supposed to
man.
know this.
Listen.
Wait
Where did that culture come from? Where did that culture come from?
Where does
It
animus
came
come
from the Algonquins.
No,
where
You're
did the
supposed to know it.
Algonquin?
What
Algonquin chieftain are you talking about?
You guys are Algonquin. You tell
No,
me.
which
I'm
one?
asking you questions to see if
What
you're
We
real or
didn't
not.
practice none of that.
So far,
What
you're
chieftain
losing,
are you
brother.
talking about?
So far, you're not
What
passing the
chieftain are you
test.
talking about?
You're not passing the test yet.
What chieftain are you talking about? You don't have
Bitch,
enough
you
knowledge.
couldn't give me no check. You know what? You
It
sound just
doesn't
like
matter what.
Hey, you sound
Yes, it
just like
does.
those
We're
motherfuckers
not the
talking
same
about blood
people.
quantum. You sound just like those people talking about blood quantum
Blood
and
quantum,
the
yeah.
one man,
The
you sound just
Siberian
like them,
mosquito.
dog. Oh, you don't qualify. Yo, I haven't passed the test. Bitch.
Yeah, white
You're
man
not
didn't
even
give
from
you a call.
America.
You're an
Your
American
history
Indian,
only
so
go
you're
back
not an
probably
Indian.
2,000 years, dog. You probably only go back 2,000 years. For real.
That's when we were saving your family. You guys.
That's where your family history started at.
Hold on. Do you know why we call you? First of all, you don't even have your name. You had to call yourself the Haudenosaunee on your own, but to the world, you are known by what the Algonquins, the niggas of America, call you. We call you Iraqi.
You guys are a step below us.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. You dig what I'm talking about? But you are
We're
Iraqi.
Iroquois.
And
You're
your people,
Algonquins.
listen, but your people
Come
are
on, brother.
dying off. Your people are sick.
Our people are getting bigger and stronger
No,
every
your
day,
people
brother.
are dying. You got meth epidemics going on the res so bad. Blues are so rampant.
Talking to the preacher.
Drugs, prostitution, children coming up missing on the res. Your
Not
people
this
are
res.
sick because of what you did to the creators, real people of America. When we open our arms to you and saved
Man,
dying and
that's
starving,
the city
dying
straight
people.
up, brother. That don't happen around here, man.
Yeah, it
Not
does.
this res.
Yeah.
This is New York.
Totally. You up there in New York? You by New York?
You're
or
from
you
the
by
slow
Philly?
south.
Hey, listen,
You
he
by
said
New
he's
York?
on
You
a
by Philly?
You guys put coffee
He's
on
on a
your wounds, man.
reservation,
That's why you
Cosmo.
lost the war.
Yeah, he on the reservation. I know.
He's
He a
on a
slave.
reservation, Cos. He's on a
He's a
reservation.
slave. And a
What is
white
a
man.
I'm
reservation?
on the Empire
Hold on.
State
Hey, listen.
Reservation.
What
Hold
is
on.
a
His white
reservation,
father.
bro? Yeah, what is a reservation?
New York
What is
State
that?
Reservation, brother.
What
The
is a
Empire
reservation
State.
that you live
No,
on,
that's
bro?
one of the worst drug dens in New York.
Man, y'all slowing
I
us
want to
out,
know what a
man.
reservation
They're
is.
actually way faster than you. This has been
Yeah.
going on since the 90s when you were a little kid.
Yeah. I want to know how the fuck reservations just came out about doing
Who was the
so-called
general that wrote the
hold on. Why reservations wasn't named when they first got here? Why they didn't call these Indian lands reservation that these American Indians that they saw over here?
Oh, we have
living
our
on?
own name for everything, brother.
Why do they call reservations somebody who got moved on somebody else's land?
Mm-hmm.
It's a reserve. That
You
means
had
it's
to be
reserved.
given your land.
Facts.
You ain't no
You're not
Indian.
even on your
You had to
own
be
shit.
given your
That's why I keep asking you, bro. Where the fuck did you come from?
Brother, I live in New York, man.
Show us your
No,
genealogy.
fuck where you live at, bro. Fuck where you live at.
Show
That
us
don't
your
make
blood
you no
quantum.
New Yorker.
Hey, show us your blood quantum. I bet
Seneca
Old dirty
land.
bastard. Old dirty bastard is from fucking New York, dog, and he do not
I'm
look
on
like
Seneca land.
No,
he
he's
do
a
not look
Seneca.
like you.
What
He's
land
a
are
He
you
don't
on?
look like you.
He's a
You look
Seneca.
like you look like a
Sold the
colonizer.
Seneca land, you dumb fuck. His great grandfather sold that and got cheated out of it, got swindled out of it. That's what old dirty bastard was trying to do. He was trying to get his shit back. That's why they killed this man. But I'll leave that alone. So they say. You know what I mean? You know, I'm a conspiracy theorist. But y'all know conspiracy theories come true. I'm going to just leave it like that. Go look at that goddamn video with him and Method Man.
Listen, see, he thinks that Johnny come lately animus stuff is what us real Indians were practicing.
What
See,
Indian territory are you on now,
he's
Cosmo?
so far behind. He thinks that real American Indians had a religion. That's how far behind he is. He is so indoctrinated that he thinks not the Native Americans, not the colonizers who came here from Siberia and were brought here from the Southeast Pacific on the Spanish slave galleons. You did what I'm talking about as chinos and got tamed.
What Spanish shit were y'all brown on?
Hey, when did you stop being a chino and got changed into a Native American?
The Spanish never came to South Carolina.
What Indian territory are you guys on right now?
What year did you stop being a chino?
Cosmo, you're Algonquin. What territory are you on now?
What year? All of America was called Algonquin.
Where you at now? What territory?
No, what do you mean? I'm in all of it. I'm in America. All of it's mine.
No. What Native American tribe is closest to the
I'm not a Native
territory you're
American.
at?
I'm not a Mongoloid. I'm from America.
So you're American Indian. American Indian and Native
Aboriginal.
American are the same thing on paper.
Copper colored.
Sometime at one point,
I've already debunked everybody on that one, man.
Whoa. Hey, listen. One thing you need to do when you try to debunk that, make sure you show the difference. Now we know when they say Native American Indians, who the fuck they talking about? They don't call y'all Indians. They just call y'all Native Americans. It's a big difference.
You
That
guys
Indian
are already
name,
on one big
that Indian
reservation
name,
and don't even
no,
realize it.
stop it. And that's why we stopped using the name Native. You know why? Because Native start to be more like a fucking like a
Indian and
bad
Native are the
word.
same
who was
thing.
It started
born
becoming
here.
like a bad word because they was talking about y'all ass. So it started becoming like a bad word.
Look
So
it
that's
up
why they
and
gave
Google
it.
it. They're the
That's why
same
they gave
thing.
it to y'all. Fuck a Google. Boy, we got deep
They're the
research.
same thing, brother. In the dictionary, they're the same thing. Stop
We
it.
do not.
The
Right.
government goes by who the hell it says the same thing. Native American.
Hold up. No, Native American Indian. You're forgetting the Indian name at the end, bro. It's a difference when you reading these things. And
Yeah,
it's
we're
a
not
time
Native
frame.
American.
You got to look at the time frame. We know when they're not talking about the Native American of the day because of what year we're talking about. So when they say
Right.
Native American, we know they saying American Indian, but it's about who's writing. But we
Right.
know
And
what
when
time
you're writing,
period.
because
We know
if
that
they're
we
talking
know
about you
correct.
you and your people don't exist as Native Americans till 1960.
But what they're doing is showing you how the American Indian got lumped in as the Native American that they created for somebody to steal your shit.
And
Like
you weren't
you.
even in the
That's on a
Southeast.
reservation.
And you weren't even in
Screenshot
the
it and prove me
Southeast
wrong.
part of America, and that's where most of the people were removed from. Your people are not from there, right? So when we actually go down and look at the people in southeastern America, you did what I'm talking about. We find that they are copper colored and negroidal. You did what I'm talking about. Not anybody who looks like a Siberian or a mixed mestizo type. Like they're
Iroquois are the truth.
right? And so
We're the
people,
truth, brother.
so you were never
You
called
cannot
Negro.
go around
You were
our
never
history, man.
enslaved. You were never enslaved here. You were never called Negroes or blacks or coloreds.
Hell no, the
or
Iroquois were never
mestizos
slaves.
or
We fought.
mulattoes. You were never misnomer. You
When
did what
was
I'm
the
talking about. You
Iroquois?
came here as a Johnny come lately.
Yeah,
Like
what
Billy
year was
Bowlegs
Do
the
and
your
all
homework.
your forefathers.
Yeah. Hey, let
Now
me ask you this, bro.
I will
What
admit y'all
year?
been here.
What
Y'all
year?
been here
Oh,
since
go ahead.
before the European came here, but that ain't that long.
Longer than you.
No, we allowed you to come here.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, your people were dying and starving off just like they are now.
Like your people
Man,
But
aren't.
you
two-man
deserve it
Jacob.
now.
If
The
we
thing
haven't
is, you
shown
deserve
you,
it now for what you did.
if
Your people are traitorous, bro. You will
yeah,
admit
they
that,
are.
right?
Yeah, they are.
They're treacherous. Your
You're
people are
Algonquin,
Yeah.
not me.
diabolical.
You guys
You know
signed
what
with the
I'm talking about?
French.
Nah, bro.
And
That's why they kicked the Iroquois out.
yeah,
Crazy
You
Hey, but
motherfucker.
guys
don't you know
signed
that
with the
y'all
French. That's why we eliminated y'all.
Go ahead,
nah,
big
man,
The
but y'all turned
Hurons
y'all
is
back on y'all
extinct
own
now because of
cousins.
us.
yeah, you
bro.
turned your
Go
back
ahead,
on your
big.
cousin.
Y'all
Go
guys
ahead,
were extinct.
Man, y'all turned y'all back on y'all cousins for some liquor, man. Stop it, man.
Yeah, man, y'all some drunks, man.
spirits.
Shame on y'all.
For some spirits.
Shame on y'all, man.
Okay, fish gills.
Shame on y'all, man.
That's what they used to call it. For some spirits.
Yeah, no, that's that fire water.
That's why
That's
them
what's
old
wrong with
liquor
they
stores. That's why them old liquor stores used to say ABC
Hey,
spirits.
have you been to the Reds, bro?
Besides all
So these
jokes, you
people
still
listen.
haven't
These
proven me
people
wrong.
be making all this
American
money.
Indians and Native Americans are the same.
Has anybody been to a reservation this year?
At one point, I
Have you
agree.
ever been to a
But
real
listen,
reservation?
it
Yes,
None of
was
you
we have
guys
in
have.
Michigan. What are
it
you
was
talking
it,
about?
None of you guys
There's
haven't been
tons
in
of
a
them.
res. What kind
There's
of real
tons
Indians
of
are
them.
you?
There are tons of them here.
tons of
Yeah,
them.
but you ain't never been to
Tons
one.
of them.
Dog, listen,
Name
Wasam
one.
What do
Asad.
you mean?
Wasam
What do you
Asad
Name
mean?
one.
state
I'm gonna hear our
recognized.
Name
land
a
State
like
family
my
from one.
land
You
is
guys
Huron.
never been to
What
the
are you
res.
talking
Man, you crazy,
Yeah, he
dog.
said, yeah, he
Ah,
crazy.
shit,
He
that's a
don't
I
know
good
done
one,
put,
man.
I done
anymore.
going to put
He
some
does,
irrigation system ends on the fucking red. What is you talking about?
and
The
then hold
Wasam
on, he
Asad
don't
that
know.
came out of the Edouans, which came from Charleston, that breeded in with the Buchewi, my American Indian tribe around here. They turned into the Wasam Asads. They only live like fucking 30 minutes away from here. They also turned
Bro,
it
these are some. Those ain't some fake
Look,
names.
Right. My
what?
people had already set
I
up
man, them names.
Roseville. Had
Man,
already
it's
set
like
up
you're
Mount
pulling
Clemens.
tribes out of
Then
a
went up
black
there
hat,
and turned
son.
into the Huron up here in
Hey,
a
listen.
city called Port Huron.
For one,
Which
every tribe that you
was
call out
created
sound
on
Asian.
Huron land. Some of the
All
last
of
of
you
it. And
sound
guess who got 42 acres of it?
the
Yeah.
reservation.
See? That's what I'm saying. I got my family land on Huron land. No doubt.
What's up, V-Note? Go ahead. You was trying to say something, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, man, I was just letting them know that man, I was just letting them know that really they had really turned their back on their peoples that been over here with them, before the Woods even got over here.
Hey, they shouldn't have
But
signed with the French,
because
man. They shouldn't have signed with the French. They sided with the
Hey,
no,
let
but
French.
them
I'm just saying because
let them finish.
because of they because of their
They got guns
ideology on
first.
how they look at us, this automatically re-slaves, and that they had a market out. They had set up a market during their time frame, doing whatever they was doing, and but they decided to kick it with them and ride with them, instead of keep riding with us. And I can see why they did. They came through with with the new liquor. They came through with the new
Who
drugs. They
they?
came through with the new guns. They came in, with some trinkets, that kind of, blew people's
Explain
minds.
it to us.
What you mean
Yeah.
explain it? They
Well,
came
they roll
through
I
out.
and
asked
they
you
told
who
They
came
they
roll
through.
out.
came through they came through and they told some people
Who
that,
came
hey,
through?
we gonna run up on these other people. It's gonna make us some money because they was really over here poor. And they said, okay, we can make some money with some people over here because I know some people that gonna buy.
Some
And
people.
then once we get on, then that's when
Oh
that
my
shipload
God.
come through and they start
OTK,
seeing
please,
stuff.
man. This guy does not know how to explain or.
What you mean? That's
Man,
how it happened.
but you let them finish though, man. Damn. Quit cutting people off, man. Damn. Y'all
I
Native
mean,
Americans rude as shit. That let
what
us
else you
know
want to know about it?
you ain't us. Point blank, dog. You look like one of them Mongoloids, like on some real shit. You look like you part of Genghis Khan family. You a descendant of that. On some real nigga shit. And I'm talking about never ignorant getting goals accomplished.
I mean, it's true.
I'm Genghis Khan and you're Akon.
Yeah, Akon. Hey, did you ever see that shit where they played that prank on Akon and Akon said, man, what the fuck y'all doing? Them boys said, damn, Akon, we thought you was from Africa.
Africa. Yeah, what happened to that African
Did y'all ever
accent?
see? Did y'all ever see that? Did you see
Yeah.
that though? How you just start talking correct and proper English? Boy, you better quit playing with me, boy. Bring somebody else out, man. Bring somebody else out. Quit riding other people's dicks. Where's your Native American history at? You steady saying the Iroquois. Where's your history at?
Where's
I
your
guarantee your history only goes back to the Bible. Native Americans, dog. Your shit
You don't
been
have
as far as the
no
Bible.
history.
2,000 years.
You have no history that
Y'all have
predates.
no history, bro. Y'all have no history. Y'all have
You
no
got no
history.
history.
Y'all
Hey,
taking other
what
people's
you
history
guys call America?
to get a check.
What do you Algonquin call America?
No. Why ain't all the why that
it.
shit ain't called
Why ain't it called Iroquois?
Hold on. Why it ain't called an
Yeah.
Iroquois reservation? Why is it not called an Iroquois?
Why isn't America even
why
an
is
Iroquois
it not called
war?
that reservation? Why the reservation
Why
America is
isn't
under the
America an
Iroquois
Iroquois
Constitution,
war?
idiots. Are you
No,
guys
they're
not?
not
Huh?
underneath no fucking
Yes,
Iroquois
they are.
constitution, boy.
True
Stop
facts,
that.
100%.
Stop it.
America is not an
Nah, man.
Iroquois
Hey,
word.
yeah, you retarded as shit.
It's Algonquin. Why is this place named after Algonquin?
You don't know the Iroquois. The Iroquois was part of the fucking Algonquin and got kicked out because they was rogue and shit. They was those was the first fucking savages.
Well,
If you really want to
Algonquins, they
know,
don't exist no
I'll
more.
leave that shit alone, though. I'll leave that shit
You
alone,
sound like
though.
a sissy little
Algonquins are extinct.
bullshit. You extinct.
We're sitting here striving.
But your
Still the
people are
Empire
dying.
State. Still the strongest.
Hey, listen, if we give you, 10 more years in the way you're going, y'all ain't even gonna be here.
Want to bet?
Yeah.
Because the fucking truth coming out. That's why y'all over here.
Yeah, I mean, you're
In
getting
10 years, you're going to be on my front door begging me.
Franklin.
What about the
You're going to be on my front door begging me to come in.
Hey, Franklin, man, if
And you know
y'all
what?
so
I'll
hard,
probably
hey,
rotate you
Franklin,
in, Cosman, because that's the
Franklin,
kind of guy
man,
I am.
if
That's my
y'all so
religion.
hard, man, why y'all ain't got no superstars?
Yeah, y'all can't fight.
Jane Green.
Y'all not good boxers.
He's a
Y'all
superstar actor. What are you talking about?
not real intelligent.
They never fight. They only fight each other.
The smartest people.
Y'all are
You're not
niggas.
known to be
Y'all
the
only
most
fight each other.
Yeah. I mean, y'all not like known to be the sharpest knives in the drawer.
We're known to be the most fiercest.
To who?
I'm saying, how is
no,
y'all and y'all don't perform like that
Hey,
at
man.
all?
Hey, the proof is in the pudding, brother.
It's not like that
Hey,
at all.
The proof is in the pudding,
He's
man.
talking past tense. He said was known.
We was tough. Yeah, because you ain't tough now.
I mean, I just don't get how they supposed to have this cold ass bloodline that supposedly walked through the motherfucking burn straight in some ice cold with no shoes on. They did all this type shit, but when it comes to it, ain't nothing going on right now.
Hey, listen, when the American Indian, when the American,
I don't even see you.
I asked you a question.
Hey, Shaq, what's up, my good brother? Shaq,
we just spoke
Shaq,
that
man.
nigga
That's
up,
my
didn't
good
we?
brother, man. I've been talking about. Yup, I was talking about my good brother the other goddamn day, man. That's why I tell you, man. I know what I be speaking is energy. I know that's why they got people like this that's coming over here talking to me because they want to be converted. They want to be converted, and you know they know OTK can convert them. That's why Franklin over here. He just gotta accept it. Yeah, he just need to accept.
You're an animalist. Act like it.
And just
You're a
realize
Algonquins now. Act like it.
your people had a very, very important part in colonizing America. And then y'all can't be mad that the white boy turned around and then sold y'all out, double crossed you.
Sing us a song, Cosman.
So
Sing us an Indian song. This one.
Some of the first Indian agents.
That's the most simplest thing of all.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most incredulous, evil Native Americans were out of that Iroquoian stock. So
what
you
they
did
say,
what I'm
in
talking
order
about. They
to
were the
catch the
very
American
first
Indian,
sellouts.
Fucking ace.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
guys are
saying they were
awesome.
the very first sellouts. They were the very first
Coming from people who sided with the French, huh?
the Iroquois. No, the
Good one,
Iroquois,
Cosmo.
period.
Good one.
The
Brother, you're a Algonquin.
were coons.
You
All
sided
of
with
them.
the
I'm
French.
talking about the Mohawk, the Oneida.
We sided with
all of
America.
them.
You sided with the French.
So what?
It's plain and simple.
What I'm saying is you are the very first coons in America.
Bro, I'm not the 5 sellout tribes. We're not the 5 civil tribes, man. We're the Iroquois.
It's 6 tribes in the north, by the way.
Nah,
So
we
that
just
means
we
that
just
shows
kick
you don't
ass,
even know
take
what the fuck you're
cocaine and shit. That's all.
Whoa.
He didn't even
Slow
know
down.
that.
Slow down. This brother said, did you just say that you're not part of the 5 civilized tribes?
Nope.
What tribe y'all
Are you fucking
Hold
insane,
on
bro?
real
We're the
quick.
fucking
Hold on,
Iroquois
bro.
Confederacy.
Hold on real quick. What tribe are y'all claiming then? Because the
I'm
damn sure ain't
Seneca.
everybody. Huh?
We're from the 6 Nations.
No.
We're not
What
5 civilized
reservation?
tribes, brother.
What tribe is that
you're not.
reservation up underneath?
We're from the
Let's go,
Seneca
bro.
tribe, I told you.
Oh,
Seneca? That's part
There's
of this.
no nothing. There's no nothing, brother.
No, you're lying, bro. You're lying.
No.
No, you're
You
lying.
tell me then. Tell me.
No, only the Mongoloids did deals with them. The Seneca
Tell
were
me.
copper colored
You guys
people
tell
who
me.
look like the man on your
Y'all
like the
mixing
man on
into
your
some
thing.
people,
They
man.
didn't
Y'all
never do deals. They were
Yeah,
one of
y'all
the most
took them
radical.
Yeah, y'all took them people identity.
You took them people identities. Y'all thieves, man.
You don't look like old dirty bastard.
Yeah.
That motherfucker look like us. Ain't nobody, ain't none of y'all said nothing about y'all been Seneca until this man died. Until this man died. And this man, great granddaddy, was a chief, one of the last chiefs.
Yeah, what tribe you say you from?
Ain't that today Central Park?
What tribe and what clan? We can figure out where he's from. We'll just figure out
that's
where
all.
That's what tribe and what clan you from?
Not the 5 civil, that's for sure.
What tribe and clan are you from?
I just told you guys like hundreds of
Tell
times.
it again. Say it again. Hurry up.
Fucking A, bro. What the hell's wrong with you?
Say it again.
Seneca.
What tribe? What clan?
How many times have I told you? Oh no, the Waga or Taiwan.
So what year did y'all take them people?
No, the Waga or Taiwan.
Hold on. What Noga Waga, man, stop that bullshit.
No,
Stop
the
that
Waga or
bullshit.
Taiwan.
Siberian. Right there. Stop speaking that shit, bro. Hey, what year did y'all take those people
You
identity?
can't understand real Indian?
What year did y'all take those people identity, bro? See, it's motherfuckers like you that's saying that American English is not our language, and you coming over here speaking this Siberian shit.
Yeah,
don't you know when y'all was created? Don't you know when y'all was created? The Eskimos
Brother, the Iroquois are the most.
Don't you know they don't call y'all Eskimos no more? They don't call y'all Eskimos no more. They call y'all Native Americans.
And yo, when you guys
Native
watch
American came about the
documentaries on my
Eskimo.
tribe, you guys see it.
Hey,
already know.
Listen, watch this. I know more about your tribe than you do. Watch this. Did your people used to be?
You do not. You don't even know about your own tribe.
Watch this. Watch
You're
this.
not even an animalist.
Watch this. Hey, Big Chief. Hey, little tree.
You're not even an animalist.
Little tree.
You haven't answered none of my questions
Your people used to be Aluits and Inuits.
What the fuck you just say?
Yeah, dumb bitch.
Shut the fuck up, man.
You don't even know what he's talking
man, get your ass in the honky hole for a second.
Get in the honky hole.
Word, dog. You coming over here with these fucking Japanese fucking and these man, stop that shit, man.
Get in that
stop that, dog. You gotta know who you dealing with over here, dog. I don't know, man. Damn. Come over here and learn, kiddo. Just come over here and learn.
Stop it, brother. Stop it.
Bruh, just come over here and learn some shit. You might find out when your family came into the Seneca or when they came into North America. You might find out. You might trace it back to your family. You won't even do your genealogy. I don't know no Native American. Hold on. I don't know no Native American that takes a DNA test or do genealogy.
Not one.
Why y'all don't do that? But then y'all want to talk about blood quantums to get in these
No,
fake
I want to see their blood quantum.
Yeah, how the fuck y'all testing blood quantum?
I want to see it. Let me see that shit.
Brother, man, why you keep sliding me to the side, man?
Asian. Broadly Asian.
I asked you a long time ago what your clans are. None of you guys told me yet.
Now you talking about clans. That's how I know you fucking foreign.
Yep.
There wasn't no clans.
What's your clan?
It wasn't even the name. It wasn't even the name tribes, really. That chieftain was what they used.
Yeah. Tribe came from here.
Hold it up on the screen and show me.
The barbarians used the word tribe. We never used that. That came with their patenting system.
Show me the source.
We just use that shit. We just use that shit.
He's so silly. He don't know that a tribe is a piece of land. It's not even the people on it.
Correct.
It's the land. The land is already the tribe.
Cosman, you're a goofball.
Everybody you put on it is the tribe. Nigga, you didn't even know that.
You're
tribe
goofy, bro.
The funeral head right system.
Is that all you can come up with is something pathetic like that, brother?
The Virginia Company.
Your shit's is like third grade.
You don't even know what you talking about. This been
I
going
sure
on
hope
over
you
here
screaming
since
this shit. I sure hope you screaming this shit to your channel too, because you done catch 2 bodies quick.
I wish I could play you, because see on my channel, you dig what I'm talking about. I got the Hadouken button. You dig what I'm talking about?
I drag y'all through the res every time.
You dig what I'm talking about? That Ken and that Ryu get you up out of here quick. That nigga didn't know what an Aluit and an Inuit was. I'm done with you, bitch.
I'm gonna start calling you guys mud.
Vino brought
you get dragged through this.
Vino brought that damn shot son up this bitch, and it got Vino.
Bodies, nigga.
Vino said, "I don't think none of you niggas are going against Alabama."
Nigga, just try to talk, Vino.
And everything. I don't think none of them niggas can fuck with that nigga like that.
Drive the car, Vino.
I'm too damn good, right? You know.
But Franklin, man, when your peoples is out here in what? Grove, where they at out here in Oklahoma?
That's fine. Miami, Oklahoma, out there, I think. Out there.
Miami, they out here. Okay, they in the Northeast.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know nobody from there,
Northeast.
so don't ask me no questions.
That's why
I
Okay, yeah, no nothing.
clan, so we can pinpoint.
Those are the sellouts. The sellouts walked away on the Trail of Tears.
Where you at?
Along with John Horse.
You ain't turning no John Horse. Stop.
Hey,
John Horse was a sellout, brother.
Hey, this motherfucker, hey,
the Seminoles out.
this nigga learn. Hey, Vino. By him just using John
Horse sold the Seminoles out.
Sentence as he was talking
He
just now.
sold Osceola.
I know this man here is literally
That's a true story.
He's a YouTube
Native American. How he sell about it? Osceola had went to them himself.
The government behind.
How did he sell them out? And he had went to the people himself and gave himself up. But they tricked him. See, that's what I'm saying. Then they gonna try to blame. Then they gonna try to blame the nigga.
Osceola turned his
the other Seminoles for dead.
Nah. That definitely ain't what happened. Nah, that was definitely
It's a true
Let
story.
me punch on him a little bit more. Did Osceola turn himself in?
Documentary.
How did he leave him for dead?
He made a side deal with the government.
You
lying.
He did.
How did he? Okay, so you saying that John Horse had more pull than him, huh?
Hey, hold on. Pull that up.
I'm saying
Pull
he
that
sold
up.
out. He
Pull
took
that
the
up.
blacks away.
So you saying John Horse had more pull than him, huh?
He took his own little band and ran.
We
need
tired,
to see that.
Pull that up. Coming in here talking. We tired of you coming in here talking.
Yeah, pull up that source.
Yeah, show us something, man. For real. Because right now you just going off a theory. Right now. You're speaking off a theory because you ain't showing shit to back up what you saying. And that's one thing I don't really like. Because everything I say, I like either show them or I'm gonna show.
If I pull it up, you can show my screen?
Yeah. Pull it up.
All right.
Let's see.
All right.
Let's see where this coming from.
And state your claim before you pull it
Yeah.
up.
Before you pull it up.
You heard what I said. John Horse is a sellout. I told
you. Said John Horse is
John
a
Horse
sellout.
was a sellout. Oh, okay. What John Horse was? What was he?
Hold on, let me pull this up, man.
No, what was John Horse?
John Horse was a Seminole.
What was his name?
What the fuck
was he
John Horse?
What was his real name? What was his real name?
I don't know his real name. It's known by John Horse.
Oh, okay.
He made a side deal with the government, and he took the deal, and they moved him to
what
Oklahoma.
Government?
What government?
It wasn't no government.
What
government
is them over, man? They thought they were gonna be free, and they fucked them over.
Government? What
Niggas was coming to Oklahoma anyway.
Yeah,
he didn't get fucked over. What are you talking
He made it
about?
to Oklahoma, but he left. He went down to Mexico after. That was the
Yeah,
band
that's
of
because
Seminoles.
he signed up for a job.
That was John Horse.
So what? That's a job.
What? Selling out the rest of the Seminoles who stayed there, and by the rest of the Seminoles didn't leave. They fought. They stayed and fought.
No, they didn't. A lot of
Brother, the Seminoles are still down there.
What year are you talking about? Please state the year and bring up this source, please, and state the year. Go ahead, bro, because I hear you talking. You know what I mean? Because I hear you talking this. Please state the
Crossman
year
just
that
said
you're
that
talking
the
about.
fucking Seminoles been
No. What year
that
are
doesn't
you
make
talking
sense.
about,
Don't
brother?
worry
What
about what I'm
year
talking about.
are you talking about? And please pull up the source.
He just hanging himself. He just
Yeah.
hanging himself like a motherfucker. I'm just letting this nigga hang himself like a motherfucker.
You see,
Right.
I asked him the questions I asked him.
That always does it, right,
Hold
Cos?
up.
Just
Yeah,
ask
put
the
that
right
thing on
question.
the timeline. Make him put it on the timeline and clear his association. Because remember, he said he traded on the Seminoles. Now, how he trades on them, but goes on to live his whole life out as a Seminole with the Seminoles is somehow strange to me.
Oh, exactly.
Correct. Very
How did he
correctly.
turn on Osceola and Wildcat got locked up about when Wildcat got locked up at Osceola and him and Wildcat was motherfucking running this shit.
Together.
If that's the case, Wildcat would have killed him because Wildcat was
Okay.
killing up
Okay,
all
man.
type of motherfuckers.
I got the thing right here.
How
Right
did he
here.
tell on
Hey, listen, he wants
Osceola
to show us
if
John Horse,
Osceola got locked
1812
up? If Osceola
1882,
got
Seminole
locked up
leader.
with Wildcat, Osceola got locked up with Wildcat. So if he knew that he told on Osceola, why wouldn't Wildcat kill John
Brother,
Horse?
he made a side deal with the government.
Why wouldn't fuck the
Believe it or
government?
not.
Why wouldn't Wildcat kill John Horse?
Wildcat.
So you trying
I'm
to
not
tell
talking about.
Yes,
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
I'm
John
saying. You
Horse
don't
selling
even
out
know.
to the government.
You don't even know what's
Brother, I
going
just
on.
told you what it was, man.
You don't
Hold
even know
on.
what's going on,
Wait a
man.
minute, watch this.
Brother.
Watch this. What
Brother.
hold
Hold
on.
on.
You up
Wait
here
a minute.
talking about what some white boys said.
You said, hold on. You said John Horse turned on Osceola. Right? We're gonna need you to prove that with sources that are not backed by random nobodies and are backed historically with as empirical data, sir. Because to my understanding, if I remember the story correct, Osceola turned himself in. He went in there, thought he was gonna be talking. He thought he
How
was
do I
gonna be putting the
clip
deal,
this
and then
again,
locked his
Frankie?
ass up.
Oh, this is the video right here. I'm trying to fucking clip it so I can paste
Who,
it.
a video of who? From who? Where? You ain't got this proven in no court cases or no true
I
documents.
got
It's
the
just
video. What's the name said he
a
can show
video
my
of
screen.
who? Talking about what?
It's Black Seminoles, largest slave revolt in U.S. history. They talk about
If
him
it ain't the
selling out.
black people, if it ain't the
Hold up.
black people talking,
They
then it's the
talk about it
racist.
in here.
See,
I
the thing
watched
is,
it
though,
like 3
y'all,
times.
hold on, y'all. See, the thing is, this why he also has this African narrative that the Seminoles are mixed in with Africans. Once he say black Indians, be careful, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It would be
That's the
Negro
brand new.
Indians. Remember now, it would be Negro Indians first from
Right.
down there
Ain't no
because
black
the Spanish
Indians
down there,
before
they wouldn't be
19.
saying the word black. They would be
Right.
saying Negro. So it'd be
Wouldn't have been
Negro
no.
Indians.
If anybody says the
What
word
the?
black Indian, anybody says the word black Indian, you know they are after 1960.
Correct. And
They
they are
are
indoctrinated.
in the last 50 years. You dig what I'm talking about?
They are
That's the only when the
indoctrinated.
term black was being used, especially being applied to
It's
people who look.
certified source, brother.
That is a the thing is though, you know, we had the word black over here. That's why when they had the word Negro converted into English, it meant black. You don't see that nowhere else. But the thing is though, we wasn't they didn't know what we would when they found out what we was using black for, they say, well, okay, then we can just start calling the Negro black. See, all this shit, like I said, all this shit right here was a fucking well orchestrated hit that went
We
right.
got our own. We got our own history and our own wampum records and black
Yeah,
tribes
y'all
are
wrote
in it.
y'all own history. Y'all wrote y'all own history. How y'all the only American Indian
The
tribe if
world
y'all are
agrees with our history, brother. You're the
whoa,
only one.
whoa.
You can't even read wampum. So
You
shut
stand
up.
alone on this.
You can't
Why?
read it.
You
Yeah.
guys
I bet
stand
you I
alone
can
on
read
this.
more
Yes, I
wampum than
can.
you can.
I can.
I bet you I can read more wampum than you.
Read
And
it
what
and
year
prove it.
was
Prove
this
it.
you talking about too, man?
Prove it, Cosmon. Prove it.
Yeah, you can't read a word of it.
Okay.
I'm
What year
saying
did
you
the
can't read
Seminoles,
a
what year
word.
did the Seminoles become black Indians? What year did they become black Indians?
Once they moved us up out of Florida.
When you started mixing with them.
Oh, that's what they started calling them black Seminoles. When we started
Yeah,
mixing.
when the babies were born, that's
Hold on.
when the
But
blacks
who
came
we mixing
around, the
with,
black
bro?
Indians,
Who
not
was we
you
mixing
guys.
with? Who was we mixing with? The Spanish, the Portuguese,
No,
white
they
Africans.
mixed with the Africans.
All right. What color was the
And
Africans in the
if
slave?
you're part of them,
Whoa,
that
whoa,
means that's you.
shut up real quick. Shut up real quick. Listen, you got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Shut up. What color was these Africans? What color did they say these Africans was? Since you know. Let's go.
Blacker than hell.
Hold up. Does African mean black?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No, it doesn't, but it's a term used
All right, stop
to
it. Stop it.
describe you guys.
Stop it.
Yes, it is.
You
It's
did.
spelled a different way. They even called you.
From that point on, y'all using y'all speculation.
Conjecture. You speculating. It's subjective, sir. You in your feelings. You're emotional.
Hey, Cosmon, because if African means black, then Negro wouldn't even be used. They'd just be calling everybody African from the jump.
Yeah.
They was.
No, they weren't.
They were using both.
They weren't at all.
You see how easy that work? That's when you deal with somebody who don't know nothing about history.
Yeah,
especially
especially
off
when
of
they're
YouTube. This is how you know the difference between somebody who has shit and got YouTube. My bad, Cosmon. These are COVID. These are COVID babies, man. These COVID babies.
Yeah, we hitting these boys with these Hadoukens early.
Yeah, Vino.
Little
COVID.
Chief. Little Chief, what you got to say about that, Little Chief? How you done? Y'all done knocked him out. He done.
I'm reading something right now.
Jack, I will have to check that out on another device, man. I
I'm
can't
reading.
click on the YouTube
I'm reading the term
out of my chat. You
slave.
have to come in the show and then drop that shit in the back chat. But you can come on the show, Shaq. You know you always welcome over here, my good brother. But hey, listen now, you might go viral. You might just go viral, like Frank. You know, I started to make you viral when I saw you going over there to and mess with Roundtable Gang, but they embarrassed you over there.
I just got that magic, bro.
Nah, I know, but you just got embarrassed over there. You've been getting embarrassed.
I embarrass you every time, brother.
Man, hey, listen, that's your perspective. The same way how your perspective say you was a bad, the same way how your perspective say the air quote we was some bad motherfuckers.
Past tense, has been.
Past tense, nigga. This shit is done with. Y'all will never be great again if you thought y'all great.
Guess what they not? Guess what Trump not gonna do? He not gonna make Iroquois great again.
Damn sure ain't.
Okay.
Y'all might get your name, that Native American name.
One.
Might get
That was so fucking awesome, Cosmo.
Y'all might go back to Eskimo or Alaskan Native.
That's a good one too, OTK. Eskimo, okay. You see how stupid you guys sound?
Little cold, little.
You guys sound like the Three Stooges, OTK, Vino, and Cosmo, the Native Stooges. Boom,
You know you
ping,
was raised.
pow.
See, instead of saying some shit like we remind you of Sanford or something with all motherfucking American Indians on that look like us, you gonna correlate us with the fucking European who you descend from. You see how that work?
But you know I'm the real.
Yeah, no. You see how
You
that
guys
works?
know it.
Nah, you see how that work. If you gonna compare me to somebody funny, compare me to Sanford and Son, them boy Fred and them boy, man, and Grady, them boy. Don't compare that helped this fucking TV go on, that gave us something to laugh about and have good shows, and at the same time telling motherfuckers who they really is. But y'all ain't catch these side jacks. Y'all ain't catch these shit on these certain shows. Them boys ain't never like no phony people. See, one thing about Raul, I think that was his name, Raul, the Mexican or the that was on the show. He know who he was. Hey, Fred, man, we the same people, man. What are you saying, Fred? We from the same place, man. You know, he always.
He said my father looked like you, Fred.
Yeah, right. Y'all got to go back and pay attention. We didn't call it then.
Hey, guys. Damn, it feels good to be a real Indian.
Hey, Franklin Starr, man, because
Damn, it feels good to have autism. What did you say?
You know what? You're a Muskogee.
Hey,
you got no voice.
What did he
You
say?
got no voice at the fire.
hold on. So now you saying that I am a Southeast Indian. Hold on. At first you saying I wasn't no Indian, but now I'm a Southeast Indian now. What make me a Southeast Indian now?
That's when you know you done break them down, Vino.
You know you done fucked up, don't you?
Yeah, he done put me on a different set.
Vino, it's a Muskogee Seminole, he claims.
You know you done fucked up, don't you?
One of the 5 civil.
How did the Muskogee American Indians look, bro?
Definitely not like Vino.
Did they look like you?
Hell yeah.
You lied.
Stop
You know
it.
Bro, my last name
Stop
is
it.
Big Kettle. I'm ace, dude. I'm ace.
So now you got Mexican in you. You mix with the South. You got
Big
South
Kettle.
America.
Big
You got
Kettle
South
is not a
America.
South
You
name.
Central America, maybe. You got
Man,
maybe
just
just
not duking yourself.
and I'm talking about
Google
real
the
American.
last name Big Kettle.
You might got some
hit
Arab in
yourself
you.
with my duke.
What going on,
Big
bro?
Tree, Big Kettle.
That's crazy. You
Do your
tripping.
homework. Do your guys' homework on my tribe. We're
Hold on. So you saying that Kettle is a creek?
That's why I'm about to ask you where
Bro,
Kettle
you're
came
Muskogee,
from.
not me.
Wow.
Are you saying that Kettle is creek?
Dude, you even got a voice at this table, brother. You're
Kettle is a
Muskogee, man.
whistler, man.
Stand down, brother. Stand down.
Wow.
Y'all stole Kerry Kittles, them boys' people name. Shout out to Kerry Kittles, the famous basketball player, man. That look like a real American Indian. Y'all stole them boys.
Oh, that's my
name.
cousin. That's my cousin, bro. How you talking, bro?
Listen, if y'all don't believe me, let
That's
me
my
give a
cousin for
PSA,
real.
y'all. Hey, let me give a
That's my
PSA
cousin.
real quick, right?
Stop dick riding, yo. Stop that. Let that man meet go.
Yeah, like on some real shit, a strict PSA. Let me give y'all some info. I'm gonna give y'all something to go and research at, on y'all leisure time. If y'all go back and look in time when you're doing your genealogy, when somebody in your family just goes on and becomes an ancestor, they name get passed on to somebody else at one time. But guess what? These people couldn't get birth certificates. They could get the name, but they couldn't get birth certificates. Old Social Security card, y'all. Go back and look. All right, you know what? Fuck it. You know, forget it. I just.
Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm just scared.
Who
I'm just scared to
What do you
do
mean
some
Social
things
Security cards?
because I ain't trying to get straight. But go ahead,
Hey,
Kyle.
okay. Hey, this for Lil Chief. That's the Lil Chief right there. Hold on, here you go.
Hey, but he made a crazy claim the other day that I want him to explain to us because he made a crazy ass claim.
Check it
Now,
out,
Franklin,
Lil.
I want you to break down to us how you can take your family back to the 1100s.
You notice your boy had black hair and the brother
That's
had
why
the
we got
blonde
the
hair
clan
was
system, Vino.
European.
I'm part of the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan is centuries deep. It's passed down through your mother. It's been like that.
Can you show us how you go back to the 11? How you go back to the show us how you go back to the 1100s? Show us that.
Just look up how long the Iroquois has been here.
No,
Simple.
show us your
You want me,
genealogy.
or I'll do it then. How long? I'll go. How long have the Iroquois been here? Let me see. We're gonna type how
Hold
long
on. How can you not
have
know how long have
the
they been
You
here?
don't know how long they've been here? I say
You
since
don't know
about
how
the
long they've
13.
been here? Oh man, good question, Vino.
Yeah, I think they got here in the 1300s.
Good question, Vino.
Yeah, because he said a claim that he said he made a claim the other day, said that he can track his family back to the 1100s. He was talking big shit.
Oh yeah? Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
He ain't pulled this source yet about John Horse selling out.
You want
He
me to
can't do
debunk you,
that.
Vino?
He
You guys
can't do
ready?
that.
You guys
Hold on,
ready to be
let me
debunked?
get him one more time, real quick. OTK.
You don't even know
ready to be
John Horse's
debunked?
real name, man.
Are you ready to be debunked?
Go ahead.
You guys heard of the great peace, right? The law.
Go
the
ahead, bro.
peacekeeper.
Hey,
Have you
listen.
heard of that?
All
Have you heard
treaties
of that?
started. Listen.
When the
All.
Haudenosaunee was first formed.
Hey, listen.
Nigga, that
All.
shit come out
All
of the
treaties.
Mythos of Hiawatha, nigga. That's
Let's
not
look it up together.
Cosmon, one thing these niggas don't understand, that all treaties that these boys had to get signed all started with the Treaty of Law and Peace and Friendship.
Yeah, and then not one of them was ever held up. And
Right.
then he talking about out of the myth of Hiawatha. And then Hiawatha himself, who was an Iroquois, had to go to an Algonquin peacemaker.
Okay, you ready? The Haudenosaunee Iroquois.
No, bro. We don't want to hear nothing
Where's
that you
that
just
from?
It was
Google.
formed in 11.
No. Hey, listen. We don't want to hear nothing you just Google, bro. You talking to people who really read. We don't hear what you just Google. You're not even qualified. And that shit probably come off Wikipedia. Show that shit. That shit off Wikipedia. Because Wiki is below us.
Yeah, share your screen.
Can you
Wiki
share?
is below me.
You want to share my screen?
We want to see that
You want to
source.
share my screen?
I want to see the John Horse. You got your screen to share. We want to see the John Horse
All right,
turning.
hold on.
We want to see this and this other shit right here that you got off of Google. How long has the Iroquois been there? And you talking about the tree?
It don't even matter how long he's saying they there. He said he can prove his heritage back to the 1100s.
Right, to the 1100s.
Need to see that.
Word.
You're going to need to pull that next.
I
I don't know why it's taking you so long to share this source.
If we go back to the 1100s, I know he ain't Genghis Khan family.
Yeah, hell yeah. Motherfucking Mongol.
Are you serious?
A goddamn Mongol.
I don't know how to work this.
I don't know how to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out.
Say,
I'll put it on. You can share my shit.
Press present.
Hold on,
or you can put it in the back chat. Put your source in the back chat.
Are you on your computer, right?
Yeah, I'm on my. I got an iPad, not a computer.
Okay, where it just say present.
Present. Let me see. I don't see anything. I just see comments, recordings, streams to your audience, settings, and cancel.
No, it should be a part. It should be a part where you can unmute and mute up at, and then it should
have the 3 dots. Press the 3 dots.
Yeah, I see the 3 dots.
Okay, press the 3 dots.
I did.
It should come up with a present.
No, my shit is different. It's not coming up, fellas. It's not there.
Okay. So do you see where it say mute?
Yeah, it's just a mic. It's a mic,
Right.
and then you press the
Start.
mic.
You see start.
Well, just go ahead and press that then. And learn some more of it.
Hey,
Nah,
you
but
see,
for real,
If
but for
you
real.
can only find the mute, if you can only find the mute, then go ahead and press
Yo.
that then and just listen and learn
But
something there.
right next to stop screen. Right next to stop
It's
screen.
but they did start in 1142, so almost 1100 I can prove, but
They started in
I'm pretty damn
1142.
near close there, Vino.
So who put them on?
Who put them on? No one put us on. We put ourselves on. We started our own democracy.
I know.
You got to come together to do it. It ain't one man. It's more than one person.
Come here.
You don't know how it works.
Look up
how the Iroquois democracy works.
Who allowed them to come here, and where did they come?
No one allowed us to come here. We've been here.
Somebody allowed you to come
That's
here.
dumb. Why would you ask me that question, bro? The Senecas are ancient.
No, they're not.
Brother, we're the ones who built the mounds, dude. That's how old we were. We're all come from the Paleo Indians, but now we're different tribes, but we're all the same.
No, you don't predate.
Stop.
Paleos didn't build no damn mounds, boy. What you talking about?
Yes,
y'all
they
didn't
did.
build no damn mound. Y'all went
did.
in here in 1100.
Yes, they did, brother.
No, you didn't. No, you
The
didn't at
Ohio
all.
Valley, ancient Indians built them.
The real Seneca built a lot of things, but you're not one of them.
All right,
You're
brother.
federally recognized
Now we're just going
you
little
had
kid
to be
mode.
recognized by your zaddy. You are a slave.
Cosman, I showed you my proof. You know that I'm the real deal. Stop
indigent.
it, man.
You dig what I'm talking about? Your people are
now
indigent.
you're just being ridiculous.
Oh, I'm just saying your people are indigent. You dig what I'm talking about? You're dependent.
Brother, I'm the real deal. You're a Quaker Confederacy. Haudenosaunee, not the Waka.
No,
How
you're
you
not.
the real deal when you not dark brown?
Haudenosaunee.
Brother, I am dark brown.
Bro, you're not.
Man, what, man? Stop that.
Brother, I'm dark brown.
You're a white
Man.
boy.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are white.
Brother, you seen me. You know
Yeah, we seen you, nigga. You pale than a motherfucker.
Dude, stop it. You
I know
already
real white.
Man.
Stop it.
And you know I'm a real Indian, and I
You're
know how to speak my language, and I know all my shit.
Man, you look
I'm just
Asian.
fucking around. I'm just fucking around with you guys. Anyway, you know, you already know the real
You
deal.
look Asian.
But I got, you know, I back you guys up. I'm game with it. If you guys want to become Indian, there's better ways of doing it.
Listen,
But
first of all,
I don't know if you're up for that.
The proof that you're not an aboriginal to America. Anybody can be Indian.
See, you got it all wrong the way you're trying to break the system. That's not the way
you are
to do it.
federally recognized.
The way to do it is your constitution is already Iroquois.
Y'all did it is the way sellouts
That's how we can make shit happen. You got it all wrong.
I'm just saying you got to be a sellout, right? You need the justification of who you are. Hold on. You need the justification of who you are from your colonizer.
I represent my people.
You need the justification of who you
are.
You
don't represent the Africans.
Correct.
That's a sellout.
Correct.
Nah, we represent the people that have nations that got destroyed over here, and we done got manipulated to be what they want us to be. See, man, our peoples done got destroyed over here.
You're letting the white man change who
Nah, man, our people's culture got destroyed. Our people's culture got destroyed.
Now they got you
the same way that your culture got destroyed.
Really are.
Man, you don't even speak the language. Your people don't even speak y'all language no more. What you talking about?
I speak my language, brother.
Y'all people don't speak the damn language to yourself. Stop it. Y'all ain't came out with no damn movies speaking y'all damn language. Y'all ain't did shit speaking y'all damn language.
Even in the English.
Hey, hold up, Chief Brett.
Even
Hey,
at the powwows,
Cosmon, check this shit out, right?
English.
Hey, Cosmon, I'm about to ask you a question real quick, my brother, and I want you to go ahead and take it from here. This man comes over here and say he's Iroquois, Anagonkin, all of this. He comes in speaking a language you know, that we know is from
Siberian.
Asian or Siberia. It could have been created in
Aluit.
Siberia. Yeah, it
Aluit
could
could
have
have
been created over there. A mixture, right? Because we know they, you know, it could have been a mixture because they was traveling back and forth across that place. I believe that.
right.
I don't doubt that. You know what I
Right.
mean? But Cosmon, why when John Eliot came across here, why was the Algonquian Bible written in English?
Because we were already writing it in modern English.
So what the fuck language is this motherfucker speaking?
Show it then. Prove it.
He's speaking out. He's speaking.
Show me the proof of that.
Aluit.
That's fucking
He's
totally
speaking
false.
the Aluit language that is based from Siberia.
Algonquins don't speak.
Okay, so now Cosmon, what original
modern
language
English
was
is
the
Algonquin,
Bible?
silly
What,
man. It's
what
written in
original
modern.
language was the Bible written in, Cosmon?
Huh?
What original language was the Bible written in?
Purportedly Hebrew and Greek.
Okay, so we can say like a mixture of Latin and all
We
kind
can
of
say
shit because we
Greek.
know he.
Before,
Yeah.
wait, no, it was in Greek way before it was in Latin.
Okay, but we know Greece, Italy, all that will be speaking Italian or Latin form base. Okay, all right. So if he translated it, what did he translate the Bible out of and into, my brother?
My thing is, if you're writing a script for the Algonquins, wouldn't you write it in Algonquin? John Eliot wrote a Bible for the Algonquins in the Algonquin tongue using the Algonquin script. Right? You wouldn't use no other script but the Algonquin script to read the Algonquin script.
Stop it.
Hey,
And
what's
guess
that up
what?
there
And
in the
guess what?
Boston area?
Guess what he don't know, Vino?
He
Is
don't know.
that Algonquin is written in the modern English, and it is a complete language because unlike Latin that only has the vowel sounds e, I, o, u, Algonquin has not only the I, e, o, u, but it has a, e, I, o, u in it too.
And it's written with the vowels.
And it's written with the vowels.
Let's go.
Already. Also with diphthongs. We have sounds in our language that they don't even have in Europe.
And what year did John Eliot started going and making his way and from Canada on down into the eastern border into south into the south of the
John
Americas?
Eliot, and what did he do?
Hold on, and going and talking to all these American Indian chieftains and asking them, "Hey, do you agree with this? Is this good with you?" Because they had different dialects. So he wrote them. He wrote also how to pronounce different dialects in these. I know it ain't coming up because your search engine weak.
Because your source is weak.
No, man. If you don't know about John Eliot, dog, your head bad. Your head bad as a bitch. This is the first Bible in America, dog. King James
Bible.
written in English.
Stop it.
What?
You didn't know John Eliot wrote the first Algonquin Bible here?
Oh shit.
You didn't know that?
Yeah,
and
he
that,
just
it was the first to write it in the Algonquin.
Okay, now what's that got to do with you guys wanting to be
They
Indian?
didn't even speak. Listen, John
It's
Eliot.
got nothing to do with it, you guys wanting to be.
Nor did he listen. John Eliot didn't
how
speak.
Was that a
Be
powerful
quiet.
fucking win?
Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth.
That shit is so garbage.
Nigga, be quiet, bitch. Don't keep telling you. Shut your dumb ass mouth. John Eliot.
Knuckles.
Shut up. John Eliot did not write, nor did he speak in the modern English tongue. He spoke the Gaelic brogue, the Irish brogue, and Welsh and Danish that was up there in England. He wrote in what is called Middle English. You can't even read Middle English, dummy.
Brother.
Do your fucking
But
homework. You didn't even know who this dude was. Chill out, bro.
Right, you don't even know who it is or when it was. Right? Shut your dumb ass up. You goddamn mongoloidal Down syndrome having ass, no teeth having ass nigga. Smoke some more pep. Maybe somebody might believe you.
You got the assiest knuckles in the world.
Oh, he ain't got no teeth. That nigga teeth rotted out his mouth from meth, bro.
And yours ain't.
Be playing about his people.
Show your teeth.
He deserved that,
Show
bro.
yours.
You deserve
You
all
a
that
lying
evil
motherfucker
shit,
acting
all
like
that
you're
bad shit that's been happening
Show
in
your
your
teeth.
life. You deserve that shit. You deserve that.
I'm all truth, brother.
Right now.
I
For what
got
you
nothing
doing
to
right
hide.
now, you deserve every
Especially
day
being Indian.
for your rotten ass teeth in your mouth, for your stinking
past
ass,
catching up to
for
him.
your ugly ass children, nigga. Now this is what I'm telling you. You deserve all this shit.
Dude, man. You're especially you're Tutti Frutti starter anyway. What are you talking about?
Frank. Okay, so since you say that we
Then he
is
got
not
an
the
American Indian.
aboriginals from over here, but tell me this, Frank.
He won't crack a smile for you, OTK.
Vino?
Tell that nigga turn his camera on and tell him to say cheese.
Tell me this, Frank.
I bet you that shit look like a black hole in his mouth.
Was there
I bet you his mouth look like an ashtray. Nigga, I bet
was
you
there slave raised? Were there slave raised on the people in the southeast, or just in the south of America? Was the slave raised on the people in the south of America?
Okay, wait. What are you saying, Vino?
Was it slave raised on the people in the south of America? South of North America.
Why would you ask that question, man? That has
I'm
nothing to do
asking
with
you.
North America.
He testing your knowledge.
I'm asking you, was the slave raised in the
I'm
south?
not going to Mexico with you, brother.
I'm not taking it to Mexico. I'm taking it to the to be more Pacific, the southeast.
Hey, yo, Shy Son, you said you would pay me a correspondent to show you the Algonquian writing before John Eliot. I tell you what, I'll pay you anything if you show me American English written before they came across here.
What? American English? Dude, I
ain't talking to you, kiddo. My
My
bad, Vino. My bad, Vino.
Oh, no. Do your thing. I'm a guest.
Show me American English written over there before they came across here. How about that? How about that?
Are you talking to me?
No, I ain't talking to you, kiddos. Vino, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Ask your question again. You and Frank Kittles was talking. 1,000 pardon, man. I just gotta make sure I shoot a shout out to the chat here and there. Sagittarius Jones in this biatch.
So were there slave raised in the southeast? In the southeast.
In the southeast. In like Florida and shit. Is that what you're talking about?
Florida, Georgia, Carolinas, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. I'm asking you, was it?
Huh?
I'm asking you, was it?
Was it what?
Slave raised.
Slave raised?
Was it slave raised on the people that lived in that area?
I don't understand the question of what you're...
Was it slave raised on the people that lived in that area before the Europeans got there? Slave raids.
Do you know what a slave raid is?
Raids. Slave raids. What about them? I never heard that history. You gotta explain it to me.
Okay, so you never heard of slave raids in the South?
No, I never did. I'm from the North.
How old are you? Wait a minute, stop. How old are you?
Me, I'm damn near 50.
So if you don't know about what's going on in the South, how can you say I'm not American Indian?
Because I'm from the goddamn North, brother.
No, but how can you say I'm not American Indian though?
I'm from the real America.
No, you're not.
You're
from the first sellout of America. You from the first set of coon.
Man, you from Canada.
Yeah, he is. The western part of Canada at that.
Western part of Canada.
The western part. Nah, he don't even know. He don't even know the names. The names he's calling out. me and Cos really don't want to go in,
Land of the
but
Algonquin.
because we got some
Canada.
people who we really rock with.
Yeah, I really
and
rock
them
with
people
them.
know who they is, and they
with 'em.
know and they say the truth. But it's people like this that be
You guys debunk
trying to
yourselves.
push us, man. But Vino, we just be chilling. That's why you will see us say certain shit and we'll fall back. But I take it. We will take him back to Siberia. We
Yeah,
would.
easy work. That's easy.
He Googling shit. He Googling shit. That motherfucker been researching for years.
And they pull these niggas genetics. They pull their genetics up, bro. They got Q genetics. Straight out the Altai Mountains. Y'all niggas Mongolian, bro.
So tell me this, Franklin. Why in the South, where Indians live at, why were they given African terms?
What? Vino's so funny, man.
Huh? Can you answer that question?
Why you asking me slave questions?
I hear conversion in your tone, nigga.
What do you mean conversion?
I hear you converting in your tone.
What do you mean? Explain.
I'm just saying. I hear you slowly converting in your tone. I'm just saying. Hey, listen. I speak energy into existence, dog, because I deal with nature. I am part of nature. You know what I mean? I am who I am, but I'm just letting you know, dog.
I asked you if you're an animalist, and you told me no. I didn't know what I was talking about.
No,
hey,
nigga, you said you didn't know nothing about the South.
Right.
Yeah,
and he trolling.
All right then.
All I know
Shut up.
You talking about a northern culture?
I do know stuff about the South. What I do know is that.
What do you know? Do you know something what somebody told you? Do you know something what somebody told you? Or do you know of experience?
This is real facts, man. I was always told that they put coffee on their wounds and shit. People from the South. Back in the Civil
the
War.
coffee beans in South America. In South America, that was definitely known as South America. That's where the first coffee beans come from.
Yeah, and it killed them fast.
Bolivia, Colombia. That's what you
Well, we're
see.
not talking about South America. We're talking about the South of North America.
Right. We talking about North America. Shout out to the
Nah, man. We talking about the South of North America. So do you know anything about the South of North America?
Lost the war.
No, because we kept them pinned up
Man,
there.
this nigga smoked
Northeast.
out, man. Is you smoked out, nigga? Do you understand what the fuck going on, nigga?
Brother, I'm
Nigga
from
ain't
the
got no
north,
teeth,
man.
no.
We kicking ass in the north.
Man, you smoked out, nigga. We talking about our shit, nigga. We don't give a fuck about the
people.
Man, we not talking about your peoples, man. We not talking about your peoples.
All right, okay.
But you come up here talking like you know our peoples.
Hold on, let me hit him. Let me hit him, okay? Hey.
Okay, go ahead. No, I just put something up. Man, that was serious. Hold on, go ahead. Go ahead, Carl. Go ahead, Carl. I'll put that up in a second. Go ahead.
No, let me. I just want to hit you one time real quick. Got a nigga. Shut your fuck ass up. Nigga, get you together real quick, nigga. Hadouken your ass, nigga.
Yeah, man. I thought that you was
that motherfucker right there, bro. He did hit you with a Hadouken.
yeah,
You know that how you got
first level.
Luke, I don't know.
I don't know, but this might be for you, cause you know, cause you coming from the north. You know what I'm saying? I don't know too much about the north.
Up in there, man. They had to get some help from them little French niggas. You know what I mean? There was little sellout niggas. We was banging on them whole ass Iroquois. Kept them niggas pent up over there near the by the coast of the Erie. You did hush up.
I'm gonna check that out, Luke. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, we kept them niggas up in there. Then he got with his white zaddy, and then they start. He got a couple guns. He started feeling himself. But then the white boy turned on him, killed them, eradicated them niggas, had them niggas sick as hell. You nigga what I'm talking about? Listen,
hey, yo.
Damn near hold them niggas. Christianized them niggas, everything. They was the very first sellouts, yo.
Hey, Keto. Hey, Keto. Let me ask you a question, Keto. Let me ask you a question, Keto. Keto, hold on. Keto, let me ask you a question. That's good shit, cause God damn it. Boy, I know great minds think alike. I was about to ask you, Keto, did the Iroquois join sides of the European against the American Indian?
Against the American Indian? What was the question again?
Yeah, against the American Indian. Because I hear you talking about how ruthless they was. And hold on. Because I keep hearing you saying how ruthless the Iroquois was, how they was the shit and all this right here. But you talking about times before Europeans was even over here like that, and when they was in low numbers. So who are they being great against, my brother?
Don't move, punk.
Put your screen back up for me, cause again.
Go, hold on. Go get
Hey, I need Sub-Zero, man. I need Sub-Zero while I freeze them niggas, man. Silence.
Get that nigga together. Get your ass up out of here, nigga. Catch this couple of these hot dookies, nigga.
Oh, man.
Get your ass together.
Yeah, hey, Luke, yeah, we familiar with that too. Now that's another day. Now I do a lot of shows. I love to talk religion now, so I will do a show here coming up on religion again. Luke, please come back and join, man. I don't know how you found me or whatever like that, but I'm glad you did, man. You know what I mean? It's all about information. You know what I'm saying?
So Franklin, y'all had to come down here to the Indian Territory and hook up with the Miamians.
Nah, we annihilated
to Miami.
Shout out to the Miami, but so that you know that it came down. It came down because the first Miami's was in
in the north,
today, Ohio, and in the Midwest area.
Right.
Them Senecas out in Oklahoma, they're not considered Senecas and part of our tribe no more. They got blackballed for leaving, selling out.
Man, stop it, man.
They got blackballed.
Y'all not the real ones. Y'all not the real ones.
Hey, the truth coming out, y'all. The truth coming out.
The same thing. We kicked y'all out. Sold out. All the freedmens.
Okay, so they recognize.
The freedmens walked with the sellout Seminoles.
It's the ones in Oklahoma recognize.
All the Indians that walked.
It's the ones in Oklahoma recognize.
No, they're not. Not by us. They're recognized by the Oklahoma state.
So how the hell you gonna say we not Indians? How the hell you gonna say nigga we not nigga? Shut the fuck up, nigga. How the hell you gonna say nigga we not Indians, nigga? When our people say nigga that we Indians, nigga, fuck that, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. We done, nigga, fuck that, nigga. We done got into it, nigga, with some nigga. Nah, fuck that, nigga. We done got into it, nigga, with another tribe, nigga, and nigga, we ain't fucking with them niggas no more, nigga. So, nigga, the same way, nigga, that you saying, nigga, that they not Seneca, nigga, it's the same way, nigga, that motherfucking,
we saying you
ain't
not
too close, nigga, to the goddamn Seminoles, nigga. But, nigga, we Seminoles, nigga. Nigga, that's what the fuck, nigga, we saying. Nigga, we these tribes, nigga. But, nigga, we ain't claiming it, nigga, like that, nigga. Because them niggas moving like hoe-ass niggas, nigga, like you, nigga.
Right.
Claim the sellout band.
Right. And we
nigga, ain't no fellow band, nigga. Y'all niggas moving like hoes, nigga. And niggas stop fucking with niggas, nigga.
Right.
And niggas get kicked off the turf, nigga. But nigga, that don't mean that niggas ain't from the turf, nigga.
Can I get a play button, Cosmon?
They all ran. See, I about the rest of the Indians. I'm not racist or not. I even get after my own tribe. They're not. They're fucking sellouts. They fucking sold us out.
Man, y'all wasn't even killing nothing in the North. Y'all wasn't killing shit.
Dude, the Beaver Wars were fought in the North, brother.
Man, when was the damn Beaver War?
Cosmon. I know he did not bring up the Beaver Wars, Cosmon.
When was the Beaver War?
He don't even want to go there.
When was the Beaver War?
Listen, no, I want to see this source for John Horse selling out Osceola.
I just told you that.
Dude.
Look,
where it's
I'll
at?
tell you right now. Listen.
Put it in the back chat. You know how to chat. I know you know how to do that. You don't know how to do nothing. Put it in the back chat.
Hey, and just in case y'all didn't know, this show right here is presented by
copy and paste over there. Put it in the
with a fresh. You dig what I'm talking about, nigga? That's what you gonna get over here, nigga. Every time. I do. See how that nigga feet all in the air?
All right, it's in the back. Check it out.
No, you pull it up. You need to explain your own shit.
We'll pull it up. I just put it in the back chat.
Oh, man.
It's around 3:32 where she talks about it.
What? OTK, you not even gonna believe the video he about to show.
Hold up.
Hey, government source.
Oh shit!
Signed and sealed by the government and the president.
Go look at the video you about to show, OTK.
Hey, the president signed off on it, so it's real.
No, it's not. It ain't saying what you saying.
Which one, Cosmon?
Show it.
Which one, Cos?
You don't see this
guy? Hold up, not the one Shy Son put in there, right? You talking about the one Chief put in the back?
One. Black is a listen, go look at the video.
Yeah, about the Black Seminoles, the largest slavery of the book.
Listen.
That's why I tell y'all, watch how y'all use that word black. Because once y'all use that shit, the book will put you in.
Written in black and white.
Watch this. This nigga about to fuck up. He is about to make
What's
great.
white? Hey, just tell me what the fuck is white. What is white?
What's that? You talking to me?
Silent.
What's
silent?
White? What's white?
Yeah, what is white? What is white? Is white a color or is it a stature? Is it a stature or is it a color when it's being implied?
A white boy. A white fucking.
Show me the color white.
A white crayon.
Show me the color white, bro. Hey, listen. Show me the color white.
Dude, I ain't gonna show you the color white. Christ, I ain't gonna do all that. You can do. You know what?
I need to see the color of white and black. Goddamn, I need to see the color of white and black. And you let me see what it says.
Man, you
hey, what year? What year? Hey, what year is you trying to say that?
I can understand claiming Indian, but now you're claiming that cranes and colors are different.
What year are you trying to say that?
No, I ain't saying nothing about no fucking crayons. No, the crayon colors was based on race and based on a race conception. The color of crayons was based on a race conception of y'all people making up names that we already had for things.
Right.
That's all it is, bro. That's all it is.
Fucked them up when they had that 96 box on, didn't it?
Brother,
and that 114. And that 114.
That 120.
That one, OTK.
Some people couldn't afford them shit.
Yeah. Wow,
hey,
that's a great. Wow, that's a great win.
You think show this shit?
Man, you kicked my ass on that one.
Let me see. Let me see what this motherfucker's saying.
Man, listen. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait, because we want to. I got a free Hadouken in here somewhere. You dig what I'm talking about?
Okay.
What year?
You got a free one.
Yeah, I got a free one. What year?
For you, Vino.
Are you saying that John Horse turned on Osceola? What year are you saying this happened?
Yeah. Press play on the video.
No, I'm just saying, no. What year?
And I just said press play on the video.
Another YouTube scholar, man.
Yes,
Not even a scholar, another YouTube student trying to act like they know a lot, but don't.
He don't know we already didn't show this video.
If that's gonna make you guys feel better about getting debunked,
It don't say what you saying.
All right.
But, okay. He said go down to the 3:30 minute mark.
30
He
minutes.
said it's gonna say John Horse stole out Osceola. That's what it's gonna say at the 3-minute mark.
3 minute.
That's what he said. 3:30.
Okay.
Felt free to run away and be harbored by this group. They knew that they were welcomed. And so from George Washington's administration on, there was questions of what do we do about the problem of the Florida Everglades. In 1818, this was James Monroe's.
Hey, and let me make this clear too. Shout out to my peoples them out there in Florida, man. The Florida Everglades. Hold on. Because they're not explaining what part of Florida the Everglades are. Those are the swamp regions.
Oh my God.
You talk about way South Florida, bro.
Okay.
That's not the Everglades.
Yeah.
You better look up the Everglades, dog.
Swamp.
You better look where the Everglades is.
Nice try.
What go? My bad.
Where are the Everglades?
Good one.
Well, hold on. No, where are the Everglades?
That's all I'm gonna ask you.
Where are the Everglades?
Florida.
Where in Florida?
Florida State.
Where in Florida State?
This nigga smoked out. This nigga that can't understand.
He don't know.
If you want to know,
He just don't know. Just say you don't know.
That's all, bro.
I know the Seminoles.
You don't know. Where is it?
You would know
I
that.
know the Seminoles. I know the
Where is it? Where?
It's the Seminole right here on the panel with you right here. Seminole right here on the panel, nigga.
I know Carradine Billy. I know the Jumpers. I know them all out there.
Where?
Big Cypress.
Where?
Seminole Indian Reservation. I just got done telling you.
Man, Big Cypress, man, that was Cudjoe's land. Stop it, man.
Oh my God, he don't even know nothing about.
How did
you know what they call Cudjoe?
How did Cudjoe have a town in the Big Cypress?
Hold on. Do them people you saying you calling the fake Seminoles down there, them fake Seminoles, you know, right? Do those people stay in the Everglades? No, goofy. You did what I'm talking about.
They did.
So tell us another lie. Watch this. Let me body bag it again. Do the Everglades still stand today?
They were right in a fucking swamp, you idiot.
You're a liar. You're a liar. Listen, no, they weren't there and they aren't there.
Or how
hey, listen.
They weren't there and they aren't there.
Yeah. Don't you know this is the second Seminole War? This is the Seminole War in 1818. Andrew Jackson started a goddamn war. Hold on. You know why? Because he lost the fucking presidency after he really won. He came down south and said, man, fuck this shit. I'm going to burn. I ain't going to let these motherfuckers make no money off these American Indian lands. So that's what he really was on. He really wasn't on nothing about trying to run out no American Indians or nothing like that shit. But that's when the Yamasees, them boys, them came in. You know, 17. They've been done through with that dumb shit. So in the 18s,
there's no such thing
some
as
of the
Yamasee
Yamasees
anymore.
turned into the Seminoles. The Seminoles,
they're gone.
You talking about the Timacuans, the
people still there.
Tuscaroras been done down there at this time too. They've been done moved from up north down south. See, you don't know
Tuscaroras
history,
are part
folks.
of the
Listen,
Confederacy.
you don't know American Indian tribal movements and wars. You got to
Tuscarora is
study
part of the
wars,
Iroquois
bro.
Confederacy,
Quit
brother.
studying everything that they give you. Take this shit right here and then do your due diligence and find out more. Quit going
Vice
out what the
versa.
fuck they just tell you. But let's go. Let's go back to this
administration. General Andrew Jackson actually moved into Florida, invaded it, not authorized to do so. He was actually pursuing justice against those who'd attacked Fort Scott in Georgia.
All right. And we know he's attacking the fucking Spanish. Because the Spanish was in the South at this time. They was the one mixing in with the American Indians. Not no fucking Africans. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He did it anyway. He went into Florida and claimed it for the United States. When he seized the peninsula, he took the opportunity to execute some of the people who opposed him and also to clean out some of the areas of former slaves and Seminoles because he felt that this would make it better for annexation. The United States then soon actually bought Florida from the Spanish. When Jackson became president, he decided to make sure that the Black Seminole communities were moved out by force. So he pursued this in his policy, his larger policy of Indian removal.
So
This
how the
led
hell we
to
not
the
Indians,
Civil
nigga?
War,
Your
which
own
was
source
continued
killed you,
on
nigga.
up to 1848.
Your own source killed you, nigga.
Go to
Your
530.
own source just killed you, nigga. She just said Black Indians, nigga. She said Black Seminoles.
And we know the word black is being used
The question
because
is,
of
John
who is
Horse
writing.
sold out, brother.
Because who is writing, dog?
Listen.
Your own source just killed you.
Listen.
And it didn't say nothing about John Horse.
Listen.
He all the way in 1835 now.
Hey,
Brother,
this the
I'm
crazy
gonna play
shit,
it
right,
for you
guys?
guys.
Y'all
I'm gonna play
notice,
it for you. Be
when
quiet.
they be bringing up these shit, y'all know they be bringing up these shit when
I'm
these
gonna
shit
play
be
it for
saying,
you. Ready?
when they
Ready?
shit be saying slaves and Seminoles, they automatically think, oh, a slave, that's an African American. They talk about an African American because they don't know nothing about the American Indian slave trade and reclassification.
They don't know about
They
the
don't know
African
nothing about that
white
shit.
people.
Now go to 530.
White people with slaves too running away.
In Africa, in Europe, in the Caribbean, in the Slavic states, in the Middle East, in North Africa.
My bad, man. Y'all dodged the hijack. Y'all dodged the hijack.
Niggas enslaved everywhere.
Yeah, but you got him play the video. He really done. He really just done.
His
He just
video.
getting more crippled. That's all. He just getting more crippled.
Go to 530 and press play.
Y'all know what else is crazy though? They say this is the largest slave revolt in U.S. history, right? But damn, I thought Denmark Vesey them boy was the largest slave. The Stoner Rebellion was the largest.
Right. That shit is make believe.
Named off the
That shit
Stoner
is
Indians.
Hollywood.
Shout
That
out
shit
to the Stoner
Hollywood,
Indians.
man.
That's
You
still
learning
here right
something,
now.
little chief? Little tree. Little tree. You
Go to
learning something,
530
little
and press
tree?
play.
Hey, you need to put an NES, an I, and an NESS at the end of your name.
Little treason.
Go to 530. Go to
Chiefness.
530 and press
Because
play.
you trying to
OTK.
marry into our shit.
You still ain't played
Nigga,
my
use a
source.
fucking chiefness. Use a chiefness trying to
Now
marry
you don't
into
want us to
our
go to 3:30. You want us to go to
Man, my source
5:30?
is official. Go to 530 and press play.
No, is 530 talking about John Horse?
Yep.
selling out who?
You listen to it for yourself.
No, what is it
Go to
saying,
like
bro?
528, a little bit before that. 528.
And what is it saying? What is it saying? Because I
press
know you
play.
watching it on your side. I hear you got somebody in the background too that's co-signing
It's
this
a
shit
video
that you're
game
showing.
playing.
Yeah, I hit him. I hit him in the background. That's why I got 2 ears so I can listen more than I talk. I hit him in the background trying to coach you how to share your screen and all that shit right there, how to put it in a private
That's
chat.
my son because I'm older. I don't know how to.
Oh, that's your son? Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know
Well,
how
I
to
tell you
do
what.
this. Yeah.
Hey, hold on, kiddo. On some real shit now. I don't play with the youth. That's one thing I don't do. I love the fucking youth now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn who you is. I care about the youth. I feel
too,
every
bro.
man, every family should take care of the youth. They are the future. You know what I mean? But I also think that we need to teach them the right way and the correct way because we done got indoctrinated so much. You know what I mean? So we need to teach them
Well,
another
I'm
way
here
of
to
thinking.
teach you guys. Like I said, I have no problem teaching you guys the real shit. Because
No, you're not teaching us nothing. You teach your son.
You guys are up for it.
You keep teaching your son. That's why I'm giving you props. I'm giving you props because you keep teaching your son. We're not your kids. So you ain't teaching us nothing.
Fact.
You talking about peoples about yeah, and you're talking to peoples who are some descendants of these people. You just don't know it. And some of them don't know it. But that's why
his source
OTK
about the
is.
show. You say his source about the show. John Horse selling out Osceola.
5:30, right?
He's right there.
Damn these Indians. Damn these American Indians look dark as a motherfucker compared to
They
everybody.
sure don't look like no natives that I've ever seen.
God damn.
I ain't never seen no natives look like that.
Ain't no shit. Ain't no shit.
Shit, as a matter of fact, the native looked like more like the white boy.
One Seminole leader at the time was the leader.
You trying to tell me that's how you look, bro? You trying to tell me that? And this kind of whitewash. But you trying to tell me this how you look? They got damn near 30 pictures of Osceola.
Yeah, that's not the Osceola I've seen.
That's the real one.
No.
No, bro. No, bro. No.
This is a
No.
1900s.
You can say this is another picture of him. One of the
They
many
got
pictures
of Osceola.
I can say that of him, but they got pictures of him.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's not.
And the first pictures didn't have no color, my dog.
Yeah,
All the
that's
original
just not
black Indians are known
He don't
to
look nothing
do
like
this,
that.
brother. To come up
Hold
with
on.
fake pictures.
Why if this is Osceola? Hold on. If this is Osceola, why would they call him a black Indian? If this
why
is
would
not
they call him black?
Osceola never called himself a black Indian.
Whoa. If Osceola was being called a black Seminole,
he wasn't.
He was.
Hold up.
This
Wouldn't
ain't
this
about him. It's
would
about
this
John
be black to you? Hold on. Would this be considered black to you?
Well, to me, yeah, but a different kind of black. Not a Negro black, but yeah, we are black. We're black Indians.
Get him, you silly ass nigga.
We're the real black Indians.
Hey man, that's crazy.
Black India.
Had to get his ass.
There's a difference.
Had to get him. That nigga walk right into that.
Hey man, say the source now. Come on, man. I want to debunk you guys on the original debate.
All right, so go ahead. Let him see if his show.
Outside debates are gonna cost a little bit.
Let's see if his show what he say.
Who is justly remembered by his one Seminole leader at the time was the leader Osceola.
That's a black Seminole.
Another leader who rose up at this time was John Horse, who was ethnically a black Seminole, and who would ultimately lead his people on a long and trying exodus for their freedom. In 1838, John Horse and the Black Seminoles agreed to stop fighting the U.S. government in exchange for moving to what was then considered to be Indian Territory, which is now today the state of Oklahoma, and for
Nigga, y'all
legal
never fought and never
recognition
killed nothing,
of
nigga. Shut
freedom.
up,
So despite
nigga.
the fact many of them were runaway slaves, they would have the opportunity to start over again as free individuals. Once they moved from the Everglades to Indian Territory, however, they found that their freedom was under attack, both by whites and by other Native Americans.
Man, when did it say this, man?
1848,
When did it
a
say
decade
this?
Thank
Now
you.
they in
Thank
Oklahoma.
you.
Now they finna go to
You're welcome.
Mexico.
You're welcome.
And it's 10 years later.
Oh shit.
K.O.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you got body back. Let me hit him again.
Man, where do it say that he said? Where do it say
Vino, you
that
call
he
me champ.
backdoored
Since you call
Osceola?
me champ.
Where do it say that he exactly?
Right. That's what
Where
you
do
get
it say that he backdoored Osceola?
All right, fellas.
Where do it say that he backdoored Osceola?
Good night, fellas. Take care, man.
Yeah, boy, I put that boy to sleep.
We got another one. Damn.
Let me get him again. Let me get him again. Let me get his ass again.
Damn, God.
They
Oh,
just
that
went to
shit
your number.
crazy.
We fight.
We fight. And we fight.
Nigga.
That's crazy. I can't believe. See, that's how these motherfuckers just be lying. These motherfuckers been lying.
You know what it is, Vino? You know what it is, Vino? They be looking for us to get real irate and then get into a
Nah, they
cursing
be
match.
right.
Because that take us off the information. I said this a
Right.
couple of days ago. But boy, we stayed calm and patient. Cars got agitated at one point. Shut the fuck up, nigga. And then you got agitated at one point. You know what I mean? But overall, y'all stayed patient on the information and was just hit with the right questions and the information. That hit hard. See, if we would have argued with them, they would have tried to, oh yeah, see, they deflecting. So we stuck with the information today.
Yeah, see, the thing he was trying to deflect from the information. That's why he was doing all that over talking. Because I was staying on, but if I didn't bark on a whole ass nigga, you dig what I'm talking about. See, what I understand is loud booming voices only affect little boys and women. You dig what I'm talking about? Men ain't worried about how loud another nigga talk to him.
Facts.
That's not what they worried about.
Or how aggressive your tone is. That shit
Tone
don't
is.
mean nothing. That shit just
don't
don't make
bother
me
me.
aggressive. Now I just gotta match your energy.
Yeah, and that's what you don't want.
And that's what you don't want because now, but that's really what the fuck they want because that take us off the information. And then they get into some personal shit and then the whole thing about the information is going out the window. So we kept them on the fucking info tonight. They ain't show shit. The shit that the brother did show, really said what the fuck.
Went out with a weak ass whimper. He look at shot 7 feet in the air.
Then he called that shit out.
You sucker. That's for you.
Then he called out V-Note in the chat. V-Note was like, shit, I ain't running from nothing. Shit, I'm about to hit OTK fucking panel right now. I said, well, come on up. You know?
Yeah, this nigga talking about nigga, but we can talk about it right now, nigga. They gotta wait to smoke nothing, nigga. I see you right now, nigga.
Shout out to the Calusas. Shout out to the Timbuktu. Shout out to the Appalachians. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the real folks down there. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the real Seminole. The boys was out there taking niggas scalps. You dig what I'm talking about? Was robbing
that part of the story out though.
they don't leave it. They don't tell you the part where we was robbing the shit out of Jackson and them. All them niggas, we robbing this shit out their ass.
Yeah.
And then Billy Bowlegs, he run up against Jessup. He say, he said, hold on. Because Jessup was about to get it. He said, no, get down on me this time. I got the real American Negro with me right here.
Right.
And his man, you dig what I'm talking about, who was his indenture, who was a nigga, who was wearing a suit and a top hat and a tie and some click clacks. did a deal with Jessup, got them niggas $150,000 in 1853.
Mm. And see,
yeah,
and
then
how you know that the boys
and when
yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
And then Jessup and them was holding up on the deal, right? They were supposed to send the bread, and they were supposed to send some stuff, you know, for the trip and the journey, and they was late on the stuff tripping. And so the people, they was trying to get the people to move, saying, "Yo, we'll just catch up with you on the way." No, the nigga told Billy Bowlegs, "We ain't going no fucking where." And Billy Bowlegs was like, "You right, we listening to you." Right? Even Jessup told you that the niggas ran the Mongoloids. We're not saying that you wasn't here, but we just saying you got to understand how indenture shit really work. It's just a job.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's just a job.
Like I said, man, once he accept who his people then really are, and I keep asking them, like, yo, who was y'all before this? Who was y'all before this? He never, and he don't understand why I keep asking him that, because I try to stay out other people's lanes. You understand what I'm saying, Cos?
And if you don't know your own lane, and I know more than you about your own lane,
and waste my time telling you about it.
Right.
I give you some
Yeah, man. And plus, after this, man, I think he may be kind of on the slow end, man. I don't think he got it all. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying?
YouTube babies, man.
He's just racist.
Like test tube
babies. That's it.
Like test tube babies, though. You got YouTube babies. Now, shout out to the ones that got on YouTube and they finding out about themselves and you know what I mean, they learning more about this American Indian shit. But for those ones that got on YouTube during the plan, yeah, I'm gonna leave that like that. Doing the plan, yeah, you can't be no teacher. You can't be no teacher. You can't be. So that's all. See, I stay in my lane, bro. You know what I mean? You don't see me up there trying to combat against what fucking Bap and Preem and top cats and them boy. No, hell no. I stay in my lane with my teachings. You feel me? I don't give a fuck if I don't agree with some of the shit they say. I keep that shit in house.
Yeah, we got to look at it still.
But this the thing, though. Just because I don't agree with what they say, maybe I need to do a little bit more research. Find out why the fuck they said what they said.
Right, that's what I said. We always got to look at it still. We always got to evaluate that shit. And take what we can from it and you know, master everything.
That's what they said. That's what makes you a god, when you master all things below you. It says to act in a way as a god is to see a thing through meritoriously.
Right. But when the Trans-Africans be coming through, Cosmon, you already know, dog, the shit that they coming through is old as shit. They don't have no new talking points. You know what I mean? We really teaching them. Believe it or not, bro. They watching more than a lot of our own peoples. Believe it or not, bro.
And think about this. If we struck every channel that they showed our shit on, they wouldn't have any channels. Like, they literally live off our work.
They be showing y'all videos, or they be trying to break down y'all videos and remixing y'all videos.
Facts. That's
but all they doing is getting me.
Yeah, when they doing that, you letting that's just letting the real know that shit, that there's some real up in there.
Oh, that's getting me more views. That's why I always give a shout out to haters. Because by you putting me on your fucking channel, I probably done got half of your subscribers over here. Whether they agree,
right.
Checked it out. And now they might have did a little more research. Now you wondering why your following going down. And how I know your following going down? Because you mentioning me more. And now some of your followers questioning you about shit what OGK said. What Open the Knowledge said. So now when
I don't see how nobody's willing to get led by Nat.
Yeah.
Not a coincidence is a Yemeni Northern African. You dig what I'm talking about, bro? This is not a nigga. I don't care what nobody tries to tell me. Yeah, I don't care what nobody tries to tell me. Not a coincidence. It's not a nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm willing to bet one of his parents is a pale face. You dig what I'm
Well,
talking
he
about?
said that his grandpa is.
Yeah,
Or something like that.
and that's guess what? One of his mama or his daddy is too.
So if he say he has indigenous blood in him, and he's saying that his daddy is European, white, or whatever, how did he get this indigenous blood? Who did that white person marry?
Yeah. How he turned into an African after that? That's the
You can only have indigenous blood if you mix with indigenous people, and they like DNA. But you can't do DNA without genealogy.
Yeah,
without
bro,
a paper trail and a reference panel, it's no DNA without a reference panel and a reference panel and a paper trail. You can't have.
You gotta have both.
You gotta have both.
You gotta have both. You can't go into court without either. You gotta have both. Right? It doesn't work without one without the other.
So now, with that being said, Kaz, how are these people? That ties back into the Osage. Once you become an inherited or a guardian of these people, you now can become these people.
Especially if you got a son or a daughter by one of them.
Oh my God. Look at here. Look at here.
Y'all quit listen. Stop acting like your granddaddy wasn't out here hunching on it. You hunching just like you hunching. If it was thick and it was pretty and it was brown and it was sweet and it was talking right, he hunched on it. That's where you think you get all these. Why do you think they look like niggas? Huh? Many of them just 200-300 years ago. You look at them pictures. Many of them Mongoloids as dark as anybody on this panel. That's because we saved y'all niggas. Married in with y'all niggas to keep our blood right.
And what's crazy is,
you dig what I'm talking about? Can't keep doing all that. Can't do no intermixing. We don't do that here. We don't do that ancestral stuff here.
Like we literally saved y'all. Like literally we literally saved y'all, man. Like facts, dog. Without
listen, we saved the Aleut population that go on to produce all these Mongolos. We saved the shit out of them.
Saved the shit out of them, dog.
Yeah, and this is why the Aleuts know. The Timay know. You dig what I'm talking about? Them people up there at Alaska. And then once you go, this is what you got to do. You got to go look at the Alaskans. Just look at them, the real ones. They damn near niggery. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is, and if you imagine him, if you mix that with a nigga, that's everybody grandmama out here. Right? You mix that with a nigga, that's everybody grandmama. Because they not what they tell us they is. Listen, when you go look at them people, they look damn near Samoan.
Yeah, they do.
And listen, it's if it's a nigga in Asia, besides like the Gerara and the Ainu and all them, and he from mainland China. If it's a nigga, right, it's the Aleut. Right? How he act, they hip hopped out today. You dig what I'm talking about? They niggas. Or niggery. They niggery. You dig what I'm talking about? They act like niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? And they just stay in them cold regions. Right? They look like Samoans. When you go see them, not what they show you on TV. It's just like the Mexicans. You never know what a Mexican look like for real till you go to Mexico. Go to Cozumel, go to Cancun, Puerto Vallarta. Go right in that little Gulf of Mexico area. Go in there. Don't go in the main part. Go to the hood, go to the favela, and just look. That's all you got to do. It's gonna fuck you up. Cause they is American niggas and all they doing is speaking Spanish. I'm telling you, little Ronaldo down here in the favela, it is little Dwayne on the east side of Detroit. Dwayne Jenkins and Ronaldo Estevez, same nigga. They just speak one speaks Spanish. One still speak his Aboriginal tongue.
And the crazy thing too, cause they was the first to get indoctrinated.
Yeah, because they had the stories like
they thought they came from somewhere else and they wasn't a part of us.
Right.
Especially when they start letting them all go to England.
Right.
But they don't understand though. The ones that was getting able to go to England was sons of these conquistadors, these inquisitors, sons of the prior. That's why they was able to go back. And we even got them in history serving with some of the kings in their royal court. Some of their first names was mestizos.
And well, shit, you gotta think about it. Think about it like this: Atahualpa's son, right? The 24th Inca king, Atahualpa, right? His son is Charles V.
And see, I keep hearing that story, man.
His son is Charles V. That means, and then Charles V is a nigga. He darker than Atahualpa. So who over there in Europe did you mess with to mix with this dark ass American to get this dark ass King of Habsburg? Huh? Who the Holy Roman Emperor? Ooh wee.
That's crazy though. The Pope home station base is in South America.
They don't get it, man. Listen,
they don't get it.
I'm gonna release a secret because I'm gonna do a build on that
with the Black Madonna that they go and kiss every year. Go ahead, Carl.
Listen, they got indoctrinated because them stories, like they tell about Christ, and that's in all the Abrahamic religions, we already had over here older.
Correct.
Right? A dying God being put up on a cross, we already had it.
Yeah, they wrote themselves into history through religion, cuz.
You know, the sky
spirituality was the way to get to us.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Because it looked similar to some of the stuff that they had seen over there. Right? This is why they always mix you up with a 10 lost tribe as Israelite doctrine or something.
Facts.
Right?
Facts. Hey, check this out, man. We was talking about this food. We don't want people to think that we was lying. So check this little 25. Hey, Cos, you can tell me to stop whenever you hear something. You know I'll stop it. OV note. But let's just check this out. Potatoes, South America's gift to the world.
I love potatoes. Truly, few other vegetables can match it for its flavor and versatility. It's a terrific tuber that you can cook in so many imaginative ways. You can fry them, you can slice them, you can dice them, you can bake them, you can boil them, you can mash them, you can even stick them in a stew. And that doesn't even touch on the crazy varieties of fries, dumplings, breads, pancakes, chips, pastas, pies. This one
right there, that's just too much, Cos. Cos, that's just too much that one thing can produce. Huh?
Beneficial.
Damn. Ooh.
Of fries, dumplings, breads, pancakes, chips, pastas, pies, this one weird soda, and who knows what else you can make with them. I mean, heck, just look at this list. Look how many countries are on here.
Y'all go ahead and roll
I'm
up,
getting hungry
man.
just talking about this.
You know what I mean?
As
And
wonderful as
we
the
ain't
potato
no thousand
tastes, I
people.
assure you that the story of how the potato was domesticated, cultivated, and exported around the world is just as wonderful. So grab a bag of your favorite potato chips and sit back, because today
And
we're
roll up,
talking about
y'all.
taters.
And sit back. We talk about taters. Roll you a.
What is a potato? The potato you cook and eat is the root of the plant Solanum tuberosum. The Solanum family actually includes tomatoes, eggplants, bell peppers, petunias, tobacco, but ironically, not sweet potatoes. Those come from an entirely different family. The potato, though, is a small wonder to behold. Our mundane interactions with the potato often prevent us from appreciating its finer qualities. First and foremost, the potato is very rugged and hardy. They can thrive in a wide variety of environments, and even environments that are often poorly suited to agriculture.
Shit, my fault, y'all. I walked away for a second, but they showed something just now. Hold on, y'all. My bad. They showed something just now that I was curious
Because today we're talking about taters.
Oh, I thought I saw it. Hey, Cosmon, you see this person on the screen right here?
Yeah. Which one?
Right there, that they got with the mohawk, with the mohawk, with the staff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right there with the Indian feathers on. The American with the Indian feathers on, right?
Yeah.
Check it out, bro. Y'all look at this shit. I got the fucking original book where he came off of. This bitch is in real leather.
Oh shit.
Real fucking leather.
Oh shit.
Got the original book that man right there on that picture came out of. And you know what I mean? Word.
It's a good catch.
Yeah, I got it. And it's written in real leather. This is real goddamn leather right here.
Yeah, and the crazy part is I just did a lesson on what they call black leather, that they was bound in them history books in nigger skin.
And guess what it's called? The book is called The Indians. And it's a Time Life book too, y'all. Oh yeah, it's Time Life now. So you know what I mean? Yeah, I got that. That's why I was like, damn, hold on, that picture, they look familiar, bro.
Familiar.
Shit, that motherfucker on one of my book covers that I like to read because it talk about like ceremonies and stuff like this. That's inside that book right there, man. It's called the Indians. Damn, that's crazy. Hey, V-Note, you see that? That's crazy, right, V-Note? That's why
that's
we
crazy.
hard. That's why we hard to deal with. V-Note.
That's why I fucks with y'all. That's why I fucks with you.
Where?
What is a potato? The potato you cook and eat is the root of the plant Solanum tuberosum. The Solanum family actually includes tomatoes, eggplants, bell peppers, petunias, tobacco, but ironically, not sweet potatoes. Those come from an entirely different family. The potato, though, is a small wonder to behold. Our mundane interactions with the potato often prevent us from appreciating its finer qualities. First and foremost, the potato is very rugged and hardy. They can thrive in a wide variety of environments, and even environments that are often poorly suited to agriculture. Even at elevations over 4,000 meters, they can grow with no issues. So it shouldn't be surprising that they are grown from Scandinavia to the Amazon to the Arabian desert. The potato doesn't care, it just adapts. On top of that, potatoes are very easy to store and can last a long time in storage compared to other vegetables. Second, potatoes are surprisingly nutritious. They're a good source of vitamin C, as well as B complex vitamins with some extra calcium, iron, phosphorus, and potassium to boot. Potatoes are also rich in essential amino acids. On top of that, they're rich in carbohydrates. Although this is where potatoes get a bad rap for the starchy quality of those carbs. Starches are actually a fine source of energy, but the problem is that we often cook starches in fats and oils, which compromise the otherwise nutritious potato with extra fats and oils that we don't need. That's what makes your French fries so unhealthy and delicious. That said, potato is an exceptional nutritional bundle, so much so that it's actually possible to survive and stay healthy on a diet of just potatoes and little else, which shouldn't be news for anyone who saw The Martian or read the book. That guy conquered Mars with some ingenuity, elbow grease, and a sack of potatoes. But seriously, studies have actually borne this out, so if you ever feel like prepping for the apocalypse, maybe invest in a bunch of taters. Now that we can appreciate what a potato is, let's take a look at the origins of the potato. The potato has over 150 species of wild relatives, so tracking down the exact ancestor of the potato on your plate is no easy thing. These wild relatives can actually be found all over the Americas, from the American Southwest to Central America, but their greatest concentration is found in South America. Thanks to their tenacious adaptability, these wild species have colonized the rainforests, the arid Pacific coast, the Andean highlands, and the southern plains. These wild varieties were known about and consumed by people long before anyone ever gave farming a thought. The best example of this comes from the archaeological site of Monteverde in Chile. Those who have watched my now outdated video on the first Americans should be familiar with this site because of the...
Hold on. Did y'all hear him say that the potato colonized areas?
Yeah.
So y'all, when we talk about colonizers, dog, we gotta throw tomatoes. I mean, not tomatoes, potatoes in it. Which tomatoes out the same family? You know what I mean? But we gotta throw potatoes in the colonizer group, cuz.
No doubt.
They colonized South America.
No doubt.
Oh.
That shit was there long before that.
role
That's
that they
why
played
it's
in
so many
overturning the
types
Clovis.
long before that.
Long before that, man. That's crazy. So if you got what is called today a continent, colonized by food and resources, that sounds like the land of milk and honey.
Yeah. You ain't colonized, it colonized you.
And saved you at the same damn time.
Same damn time.
You cultivated the motherfucker. That's if anything you tried to do, you ain't colonized. Oh shit.
You're right. It
What you think
colonized, saved Ireland. Damn.
What you think, Vino?
Man, I think that everywhere that they did all that type of stuff, and they say that motherfuckers was destroyed, that's where the niggas was at.
Yep.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who you think built Monteverde? Who you think built Pumapunku? Before the Incas got there, it was already people.
Right, and that's where they be trying to put these niggas in they place after the fact.
Right. The Inca they brand newcomers to the scene.
Right.
There's people already living there.
Right. They said it was a people there before they got there. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, they warred with the people when they got there. They had to take them places, right? They warred with the people. Look these people up. They're called the Chanca. This is what Inca called them. Chanca. Chanka. Chanca. But they are called really Huaca or Ahuaca. or Ako. You dig what I'm talking about? But the word Ahuan or Ahua means large Negro. That's literally just what it means. Ahuan.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, if you see anywhere, okay, the megalithic builders of America, right? The ones who built like Tiwanaku, Tiakan, Tiahua, you know what I mean? Those people who build the megalithic structures are called Ahuan. IHUAN. This is what they are called. They are large copper-colored Aboriginal Americans. Like think Olmec. Okay? But they're tall. They're generally tall. I would say anywhere on average from 8 to 6 feet.
And you know what? I ran across some research that says that the Toltecs was all like that.
Yep, they were too. And you got to remember, Toltec is not a people, they're a time. Right? Anybody who is in this certain amount of time, anywhere in this little certain region, is Toltec. Irregardless of what your tribal affiliation was or whatever. This is why we know who they call in the Olmec is a time.
Yeah, it would make sense that it's a time because it was a time that they was there and they was in written history. A time that they survived. So that is a way on how to date time if we're using the time status. Yeah, I got you.
But,
just like
they'll try to
we say,
they'll try to separate Olmec from Toltec when there is no separation. They're both Ahuan.
Yeah, they just was in different regions.
Yup, same nigga, different region,
different fucking region
at the same time.
Correct.
You dig what I'm talking about? So they not a different people. They just did a little different thing.
They just had got that big. That's all. They just had got that big, so they had to
that big too.
They had to stretch out.
Yep,
that's all.
It was some big niggas and with some little niggas. The big niggas go on to build the big buildings. This is why you got 30-foot doors. This is why you got Tiakan. You did what I'm talking about? Tiahuanaco. You did. Listen, if y'all don't believe me, listen, I just want y'all to
breeding. If you got 1,000 years of no problem and nothing but breeding, nothing going on, no problems except natural problems and shit like that. But you got 1,000. Let's just put 1,000 on it. We can go back way farther than that, but 1,000 years of just breeding, of having kids and building. Dog, do you know how much people will be in your environment? Your shit has to spread out. You will have to spread out. Over 100 is too big for a small area.
And then you got to remember there were thousands of major cities in America. Thousands. As a matter of fact, everywhere there's a major city today, it has been there thousands of years.
Oh, facts. That's facts.
And it's built over an older city.
And that's facts. Shout out to Bat, man, for bringing that old wisdom out, man. Bat showed some shit that was fire where they caught them motherfuckers building it. He got a picture of them motherfuckers actually building on top of another building. I said, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, that a lot of that came out with a lot of that Tartaria information. But these niggas still can't tell you how you bury a building in the middle of a fucking city.
How?
Right? They're gonna try to tell you a mud flood or some shit like that, nigga, everywhere.
Yeah, right.
No, and then what we know is that it's buried.
The mudslide, Cosmon, if you ain't got no mountains for the mud to slide down.
And then on top of that, what they don't tell you, what is very obvious in every mud flood picture that is dug up where a building, they didn't change the level of the floor and there's multiple layers up under it. Every one of them buildings are burned.
Burned.
They not only buried, they're burned.
They burnt.
Every last one of them. How?
Right now to this day, fire is the way to get your prints off of shit. They take your marker, they take your trace off.
This not to be laughing or something, but
not to be laughing, because I'm talking about optimistic shit right now. Right.
Yeah, a lot of our people shit disappeared that way.
Yes, sir.
Somebody sent some fire to some shit, and we had to get the fuck on sometime.
Right. But you know what's crazy though, right? When those motherfuckers came across here when we was reading that shit the other day, this motherfucker said he was going up and along down the coast and he saw nothing but fires.
Right.
On the beach. So how could we be primitive and not know nothing if we already have fires built?
And then he walked into the cities. Hold on, wait, let's 1523, he met the Narragansett. They had cities. Huh? What do we?
Okay. I ain't hit nobody. Y'all told me that was enough right there. We ain't even had to do no more. That was enough right there. That one and the other one, you was like, yo, say that.
Man, his source killed he killed himself with his own source. I had to hit him with 2 Hadoukens for that one. You deserve 2 Hadoukens.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Frank Kittle, this goes out to you, man. You know what I'm talking about? Cause you back on. This goes out to you, man. You know what I mean?
One more
word. You know what I'm talking about?
Good pastor. Get
out. Man. All right, y'all. Let me go back to some more of this information. Let me make sure y'all can tell me if y'all can hear. Cause let me know. Let me back up a little bit. But here we go.
Those who have watched my now outdated video on the first Americans should be familiar with this site because of the role that it played in overturning the Clovis first theory. What I didn't mention in that video is that the archaeological site is actually located in an anaerobic wetland. Tale may sound inconsequential. It's important because anaerobic environments lack the oxygen that would normally allow microbes to consume organic material, which means that they can preserve material that would otherwise be lost to the elements. Now, we don't have time to detail all that was found at the site, but if you're interested, it's pretty easy to look up. What I want to highlight is that among the many plant remains at the site were wild. Verde securely dates to over 12,000 years ago, so humans and potatoes have a very old relationship. Such wild potatoes have a few key differences from the potatoes that we eat today. Most visible is that they're smaller, but more important is their bitter flavor, which comes from the glycoalkaloids that are produced by the plant. These toxic compounds can make you pretty sick, and they're actually a defense mechanism designed to discourage humans and animals from eating them. Interestingly, potatoes belong to the same family as nightshade, which are notorious for producing other deadly types of alkaloids as well. High levels of glycoalkaloids can impact your nervous system and digestive system and can even be lethal. Even today, poisonings can still happen despite the fact that domesticated varieties have been bred to produce negligible amounts of glycoalkaloids. Before all that, though, those toxins would have been way worse with wild potatoes. This actually presents an interesting paradox. Potatoes would have been an unpredictable and potentially dangerous source of food. People using these wild varieties would have had to have carefully weeded out bitter varieties to avoid getting poisoned. At best, it would have been a secondary resource. And yet, those ancient foragers were familiar enough with it that it did eventually get domesticated. Although it's possible that combing through all those wild varieties to get non-bitter varieties may have given them a head start. Who knows? To see this domestication in action, we need to go to the highlands of southern Peru, where the ancestor of the modern potato was chilling on the Andean altiplano. The altiplano is a pretty inhospitable environment to most flora, but the wild potatoes that inhabit the region are perfectly adapted to it. Their starchy roots allow them to survive long dry periods that would doom most other plants. To the perspective of ancient hunter-gatherers, these wild potatoes would have constituted a welcome sort of ripe, easy-to-harvest food in an otherwise rough landscape. Even more appealing would have been this is in stark contrast to other tubers that Andean peoples were foraging, which will wither and rot much sooner after they've been removed from the ground. They just don't store as well as a potato. In using the potato, early foragers also learned how to deal with those unpleasant glycoalkaloids. Still practiced among some Aymara communities to this day, glycoalkaloids can be neutralized by mixing a special clay with the bitter potatoes. These clays have elements that will bind to the glycoalkaloids and prevent them from being digested. If anyone's curious about how they figure that out, geophagy, as the practice is known, is sometimes practiced by animals, and perhaps people learned it from observing them. Smart move, even if it's a far cry from ketchup or sour cream. Another practice that they developed was to leave a tuber in the ground for every few that were removed. This practice would ensure that the plant would survive, regrow, and produce more potatoes. This basically would have made them farmers of a sort. Well, cultivators is probably the more fitting term. These cultivators began to select and replant potatoes with shorter stolons, larger tubers of different colors and shapes, and most importantly, reduced levels of those bitter glycoalkaloids. Now, which species or species they cultivated and eventually domesticated has had its fair share of controversy due to the number of wild potato species. There was a lot of speculation about whether the modern potato was produced from a
Listen what
single
they said
species
now.
or
Cultivated, domesticated. So that means once they realized what they was getting, and they was taught which ones was from the bad ones, you know what I mean? They say, oh no, we got to grow that. Keep that in mind, y'all. Once they say domesticated, cultivated, that means that they needed that shit to survive. We didn't have to domesticate or cultivate our shit because we just walk and could pick a goddamn. Just imagine, y'all, walking, you and your American Indian them brothers, and y'all just grab a goddamn peach off the tree as y'all walking and eat that peach. Farther down the road, y'all got a strawberry patch. You know what I mean? Why would y'all ever go hungry? We never went hungry. We had honey, bees for honey. We knew that bees was a major thing to us. Birds, they help spread the seeds of these plants and these trees so they can just, like they said, these motherfuckers can goddamn colonize an area. When these trees die at a certain time of life, certain time of in the season, the death of them drop into the ground, they leaves, they fruit drop into the ground. It helps purify the damn soil. That motherfucker gonna bloom even better next year. Death brings life when we dealing with the plant kingdom.
When you're dealing with man.
When you dealing with man.
They'll figure it out one day, OTK. Just keep rocking. You cooking.
Shout out to Rich Neil Bay.
Shout out
live in peace, man. Shout out to K Glove.
multiple crossbred species. However, in the past 20 years, genetics have helped scientists determine that the potato only had one wild ancestor. That honor goes to the Solanum bucasovii, which is a part of the larger Solanum brevicaule complex. That species and its relatives still exist and thrive in South America, and it's not uncommon for them to grow as weeds in South American potato farms and plots. It's worth pointing out that the potato was not the only tuber or root crop that the people of the Andes domesticated. Other root vegetables like aracacha, yacon, oca, and mashua, and many others got this treatment as well. Once complete, the people of the Andes were left with a hardy root vegetable that was delicious, nutritious, and could be stored for long periods of time, and they ran with it. Actually, I shouldn't say that the process was completed. It never stopped, and it continues to the present day. Today, there are over 5,000 types of potatoes in every size and color imaginable. That's what I call success. Unfortunately, that success has had its drawbacks. In successfully domesticating the potato, we've unfortunately disarmed it of many of its natural defenses, which leaves it particularly vulnerable to diseases and pests. Modern farmers take great care to protect their crops and usually spray them several times in one season. In fact, over $2 billion gets annually spent on protecting potato crops, and that price tag is only going up. In fact, without the care of humans, the domesticated potato would probably die out. Domestication has made both the potato and people mutually dependent on each other. Potatoes need us just as much as we need them. The earliest evidence that we have for the domestic potato comes from the Chilca district in Peru. In a canyon, potato remains were discovered that were claimed to be 10,000 years old. But that date is a bit suspect because it was based on their position in the deposit rather than on carbon dating. So it's a very fragile date, and it could very easily be incorrect. Much more secure dates have been documented at the site of Hiscaramuco near Lake Titicaca, where potato starch was recovered from tools that date back as far as 3400 BCE. By 2000 BCE, we have actual dried out potatoes in archaeological context appearing not in the highlands, but all the way in the Cosma Valley down on the Peruvian coast. What's very interesting about this is that these potatoes were most likely acquired from people in the highlands because without irrigation.
My bad, Cos. Go ahead. You saying something, bro?
Oh no, my bad. I thought my mic was muted.
Oh, okay. Nah, that's all good, man. You know we gotta stop these shit sometimes anyway in the middle of it. Okay. All right.
Irrigation, there's no way that these potatoes could have been grown on the coast, and currently, no irrigation has been discovered at the site. And that makes sense. The potato was much more vital to life in the highlands than on the coast. Of the people in the highlands, no one was enjoying the potato quite as much as the people at Lake Titicaca. This is where the Tiwanaku culture flourished in the first millennium CE. During the heyday of Tiwanaku, people were taking the potato storage and pushing it to its utmost limits in an ingenious way. Allow me to introduce you to chuño. For stateside viewers who have never heard of this potato-y delight, it's freeze-dried potatoes. This is created when potatoes are left out in the intense summer sun of the Altiplano to dry out, and then allowed to freeze overnight in cold temperatures. This is done over many days, which allows the potatoes to dry out before they're taken and stamped underfoot by whole communities to get any remaining moisture out of the potato before finally removing the peels. The potatoes may be cleaned to make white chuño or left as they are to make black chuño. Regardless, the chuño that's left is almost completely free of toxins and can last for months or even years at Tiwanaku that date back over 2,000.
Hey, yo, Cos.
Yo.
Isn't it funny that this darker potato is called what? Chuño?
Chuño. Yeah.
Ain't that close to Chino?
It's closer to it. It sounds like chuño, like a little
Like,
chew.
are they describing these Chicanos and these Chinos? Are they describing them from the color of these potatoes in South America at this time?
Well, then, they're saying, look, there's a white chuno and a dark chuno.
The African.
Oh shit! That's crazy. That's crazy. That's different.
Yeah, God.
That is different.
Storage Jeff.
Yeah, let's go.
In fact, Chunyo remains have been found at Tiwanaku that date back over 2,000 years ago. No clue on how appetizing it still was after all that time, but that's pretty impressive. Flour that can be used to thicken soups and stews. To this day, Chunyo still features prominently in a lot of Peruvian and Bolivian dishes. In fact, that same process can also be done on llama or alpaca meat, which produces a dried out meat called charqui, which is where we get our word for jerky. While researching this episode, I remembered that there's a Peruvian restaurant in my city, so I figured, hey, let's grab some lunch, sample some Chunyo, and call.
Hold on. Charqui.
Yeah,
That's charcoal.
Just like Chanka, they was calling them dark people. And maybe Cha means dark.
Yeah. So now you seen our words for dark. You feel me? And somehow these words that we're using for dark somehow sound close to these Latino-ized words, these Latin America words for dark. Mixed people with the indigenous people. Chicanos, Chinos, all of these are people mixed with the indigenous people. Oh man. Go ahead, Cos.
No, go ahead, bro. I was saying, I don't know.
Call it research. So I did. And you know what? It's delicious. Highly recommend giving it a try. Tiwanaku made great use of the potato, and if you've watched my previous 2 episodes on Tiwanaku, you'll be familiar with their use of raised field agriculture to grow large amounts of crops very successfully. With such agricultural surpluses, they could move potatoes and chunyo across their territory and abroad, making it a terrific export. Other highland civilizations, such as the Wari and even the Muisca way up in Colombia, also employed the potato as a staple. However, highland cultures were not alone in making use of the potato. Coastal cultures had an appetite for it as well. As one example, the Moche were huge fans of the potato, and it even features in their ceramics. Of particular note are these unsettling potato-human hybrids. Like much of Moche art, the significance of these works is not fully understood, though there's a lot of speculation out there. Until recently, it was assumed that the potato was not grown on the arid coast, but instead imported from the highlands. However, recent research has shown that it was a common part of the diet, so it was either being grown locally with the aid of irrigation or being imported in huge numbers. However, to see the potato realize its full potential as a crop, let's move back up to the highlands and take a look at the later Inca. They get a lot of credit for conquest, monumental architecture, and that dizzying system of roads.
That ain't
but
built
an often
none of
overlooked
that.
achievement is what they achieved in food
They ain't
security.
built not now,
Food
mother.
production was something that the Inca took very seriously, and they devoted vast resources to building up agricultural infrastructure.
Go ahead, Cops. I heard you.
I was just saying the Inca ain't built none of it. Not when you see the work start getting little and erratic and little small bricks, they didn't even build that.
Right.
The
They
Inca
built on
didn't
top
even
of
build
shit.
that.
Yeah. The whole building on top of shit, they got that construct once they got over here. Building on top of buildings and shit like that. And we know this because the Inca said that they already found statues there. All they did was add it to it.
Yeah, the Inca out of their own mouth say that they didn't build them. That the ancestors built them.
The ancestors built it.
And they found them like that.
They found them like that. And they added to it. and it show, and they say that you pretty much can see the difference of when they works came in from the pre people before them.
Yeah,
The
none of
pre-
their works actually last. None of the Inca works, you can't see any of the Inca works. Remember, what you got to ask yourself is, just like the cities, like over here on the East Coast, everywhere in the world, we seeing these buried buildings burned. What y'all got to know is, way up here, thousands of feet up in the mountain, how is this city also buried and burned? Ask yourself. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One
Who
thing
in
I
that?
realized, cause everywhere where there was a Wall Street at, I'm just using that as a terminology.
Mm-hmm.
It was burnt. It was fucking burnt. Every fucking state, every place in the United States that fell up underneath that banner as a Black Wall Street, and I'm using that as a banner now.
I know what you're saying. As a blanket term.
Yeah. As a blanket term, that motherfucker was burnt.
Hold on, but OTK, you got to explain, how did you get under 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 feet, 30 feet of dirt? Hold on, you 12,000 feet in the mountains. How do you? Where's the oxygen? So much so that you got a fire burning that hot that you can melt rock. Huh?
Right.
12,000 feet in the air.
Right.
You know how hot that fire got to be? That's got to be twice as volcano.
Yeah.
Approaching 3,000, 4,000 degrees.
Facts. Gold melting stage. Gold melting stage.
Hot. And then how you get up under 20, 30 feet of stuff? That's why Cosmo got his new books coming out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see everything 2025. A lot of the stuff, we at the cutting edge of science. New things are coming out. And we're gonna be the leaders and innovators on this stuff. You watch. Oh man, I got a bunch of books coming out. Escra, the collapse of the Bronze Age collapse, cause of the Bronze Age collapse. This is why y'all don't understand how you do this. How is this done? Right? I got another book coming out. In generational hip hop and the sub cycles of rap. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people don't know hip hop and our movements are on a cosmological time scale, right? And they move at certain and precise times, right? And in certain and precise times, you go through different eras, right? And hip hop moves in that same cycle also. So I'm gonna be releasing that. The Cosmon theory on rational carbon dating. That's gonna come out as a treatise, to where people can try to debunk what I'm saying. All that's coming 2025. And I'm on the head with these documentaries. I'm about to get on y'all head with these documentaries.
I'm telling yourself.
Are sure to produce as
Never-
much food as possible.
never let me darn AI.
We can devote much more time to this, but
My bad, Kyle. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you look it, baby. Go ahead.
No, I thought no. Okay. You do, bro? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right, pardon.
Hey, we're just going to focus on one part of this infrastructure. This is a kolka, an Inca storehouse. These were built up and down the empire and were important depots for storing supplies, commodities, and most importantly, food. You can see in this picture that it's built on the slide design. The hillsides allow the kolka to be well ventilated and cooled by winds. Many of these were also built with gravel subfloors and drainage channels that kept the structures as dry and cool as possible, making it an ideal place for food storage. In fairness, the Inca were not the first people to construct such buildings. Archaeology has demonstrated that the Wari also produced similar storehouses. But how exactly were these used, and what have they got to do with potatoes? Records from Contact indicate that lots of maize and charqui were stored in the kolk numbers. Honestly, it's a match made in heaven. Under these conditions, untreated food could last for a few years, but in the case of dried out foods like chuño, they could last double that time. Huge food reserve that they could depend on to supply armies on the march, use for local festivals and feasts, and feed common people in times of famine. Food security on this level was an achievement, and for whole generations, starvation was a thing of the past and would actually come back to bite the Inca. Because when Pizarro began his conquest, locals who decided to side with the Spanish could open the doors of their kolkas to him and his men. Kolkas were so successful that they even survived the conquest for 1,000 men were able to consume over 800 cubic meters of supplies. And their leaders commented how their appetites and needs barely made a dent in the storage. The potato also played a part in Andean myths and beliefs. The Spanish noted that among people in the highlands, unusual double potatoes were seen as good omens and were kept in homes, much to the disapproval of the local church. Potatoes often featured in harvest and planting rituals, some of which even persist to this day. In Ayacucho, potatoes are buried with coca leaves, chicha, and llama meat to Pachacama, Mother Earth, so that she'll grant a bountiful harvest. Perhaps the best-known potato myth is that of Watyakuri, whose name means the potato eater. In this Warochiri myth, the unkept and dirty-looking potato eater hears of a chief who is sick and cannot be healed, and is offered the hand of his beautiful sister in marriage to anyone who can heal him. The chief, Kamachik, and the rest of the town are thoroughly unimpressed by Watyakuri's appearance, but the chief's sister, Chaupiñaca, is the only...
Hey, Cosmon, if that ain't American English right there at its finest, that name, it got vowels. That motherfucker got vowels and everything in it, don't it?
But dig this. What? Remember I told you what the large copper-colored people's name is.
Look
It's
at the
right
brick
here.
house in the background. Look at the stone house in the background that they got in the book.
Listen, they tell you who they are.
Oh.
They tell you who they are right in the name. This is what we looking past. Hua. H-U-A means negroido.
Hua.
It means nigga.
Hua.
And no offense, SMH 369, shout out to you. But the only way I'm not a scientist is because you don't know what a scientist is.
That's our
the only way, bro.
Dog eat bizzle, man.
Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? I'll cook e-bizzle boo. So you dig what I'm talking about? Just stay in the chat, homeboy.
Real life, my brother. From the
calm that down, because if I ain't a scientist, then it ain't none in the world. A scientist objectively looks at the world and tries to explain the unseen causes of natural events.
A scientist is self-proclaimed.
Listen,
they created their own field. They created their own field to give a name to give a profession to.
A scientist uses facts, figures, axioms, empirical data to try to prove natural science in the causes behind it. You dig what I'm talking about? If that's not what Cosmon do, that's the well. Then you just don't know what a scientist is. You dig what I'm talking about? So I get that you know you in the chat think you smart, but that's why you in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? Because you not that sharp. Because you're not really the sharpest knife in the drawer. You're not even a knife. No offense. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's be real, bro. Since we just being real, you dig what I'm talking about? We know you're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Come with that Israelite, Moorish, all type of crazy shit.
That's my dog, man. That's my dog.
Yeah, I'll cook your boots, bro. Leave Cosmon alone, nigga. I will cook these niggas, bro.
My dog E Bizzle, man. Shout out to him, man. Them boys really on the ground. Hey, E Bizzle was one of the first ones that was talking about that immigration stuff in the shop. One of the first ones I'm talking about, like when I first was coming out, we used to, you know what I mean? We used to always be on panels together before I even came and started doing my own shit. And he was one of the first ones out there in the shot. And him and his peoples didn't really be going to these meetings, going to these aldermans and really doing work inside their community, man.
Well, keep doing that. Well, if you want to keep doing that, a very smart thing would be to do is stop fucking with Cosmon. You did what I'm talking about. Keep your little feelings.
Also, shout out to my dog.
Y'all don't know nothing about me.
Because my dog is American Indian.
I am a scientist.
My dog bloodline tied back to American Indian. That's why he fucked with me. He was one of the first Hebrew Israelites that really start rolling with me. Like, yo, I used to hear this shit, man, but since you start saying it, you know what I mean, and I rock with you, dog, I'm starting to look in it more. And he actually did his genealogy. His peoples them had their genealogy, and he's actually from Texas area. And they you know what I mean, his people's them trying to come back for everything they owe. Good word. So shout out to that brother now. On that point right there now, you know what I mean? We respect him. On the information part now. On the information part.
No Diddy. No Diddy. You dig what I'm talking about? Be belt the ass around here with Cosmon, I'm telling you.
Hey, shalom, bro. Shalom, Cosmon. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, brother. In this piece, what do you think the WASPy is going to bring to our people?
First of all, it ain't about what I believe or what I think. You got to read it for yourself and see what it give to you. Who gives a damn what Cosmon think about it if you don't know about it?
No, I ain't trying to say that. I'm saying.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying you being defensive, bro. I'm just asking you a question, bro. That's all.
I'm answering your question.
That's all. That's all. Family. I got nothing against you, bro. I got nothing against you.
All right, well, calm down then. If you ain't got nothing against me. All right, so let me answer your question. Like I said, it don't matter what I believe it brings to me. It's about what impresses upon you. I'm telling you, ain't a book in the world colder than a WASPy. Period.
Okay.
On no level.
You got the Bible with you right now?
Yeah, it's a Bible here somewhere. What you want?
Okay, give me that Proverbs 4:7.
What about it?
Well, when it talks about wisdom, what is it talks about wisdom in a WASPy?
It talks about wisdom all the way through. What do you mean?
Where? I'm giving you a verse. I'm giving you a verse, but what does it talk about? Give me a verse.
No, I'm saying it talks about it all the way through the whole book. Not only wisdom, the source.
Yeah, I'm saying, give me a verse. Give me a verse. You heard?
No, I haven't heard. No. So what are you talking about? See, this is what I'm saying. Wisdom is the applied knowledge from an experience. Right? You got to do wisdom comes from a man. right? And how he applies a certain knowledge, right? So again, it's back on you to read the book instead of trying to pigeonhole what it say about wisdom.
You keep saying you keep wait hold
So if I go
on.
in there and I show you it talks about wisdom, what does that mean?
Where does it talk about wisdom? Where?
All through the book.
Where?
All through it. Throughout the whole book.
Where? Uh-oh. He done, y'all.
What? What? Listen.
Where? What does it talk about wisdom? Where, brother? Like I could give you Isaiah 33:16. You heard?
All right.
You heard?
I mean, I'm just saying you sound hurt.
I'm gonna walk you through this.
Are you hurt?
I'm gonna walk you through like a dopamine picture, bro. I'm gonna walk you. You heard?
You can't walk nothing. Walk where?
Hold on. Heard?
Hold on.
OTK.
Hey, let me ask y'all.
OTK, will you tell him who he's talking to? You heard?
Yeah.
Wait.
Can I step off for like 5 minutes, man, and let y'all brothers talk without y'all getting irate with each other?
Yeah. I mean, it's hold on. Let me share my
screen. Man, that's my dude. I ain't got no problem with him. That's my dude.
No, he just need to get taught a lesson. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna whoop his back just like I do anybody else. Share my screen for me because my book just mentions wisdom 829 times.
Hey, Cosmon, make sure
I'm just saying all through it.
Hey,
he just Googled that. He just went on Google. You heard?
Cosmon, make sure you bring up his proverbs. Make sure you bring up his Proverbs verse 2. All right, because that's what he asked first. You know what I mean? Do I due diligence? Bring up the Proverbs verse also, man. You know what I mean? But just give me 5 minutes, y'all. 1,000 pardon.
Yeah, I mean, it talks about wisdom.
No, but I noticed that's my nigga from Iraq. You know what I'm saying? You heard me? But I've been hearing you for a little time. You know, you've been bringing out a lot of good information, brother. But some of the information it's been wrong. Ain't nothing right. Hey, Cosmo, hold on, brother. Hold on. I ain't got no dog in the fight, brother. My kids are grown. I'm grown, nigga. I know you grown, nigga. Sometimes you gotta say I'm wrong, nigga.
What I'm wrong about?
Ain't nothing. I'm just saying over the time, I'm just listening when you talking to Zaria or Yara or certain things you say about the moon and the sun. Nigga, you wrong, nigga, you wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with saying you wrong, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with saying that.
You did what I'm talking about.
Nothing,
bro. You gotta stop being so emotional. I don't care about how you feel. I'm saying I proved objectively what I'm saying. Now go ahead and debunk it. You see why I beat up on them? Because they are in their feelings just like you are right now. And
you ain't bring up nothing of wisdom. Bring up something of wisdom. I brought up Proverbs 4 and 7.
All right,
bring up something of wisdom.
Let's read the chapter, the book of Jehovah, chapter 6 and 2. Right? Hear me, oh man. The mysteries of heaven and earth I clear up before your judgment, like this brother I'm talking to now. You, the human race, are the highest of all creation and come to the highest of all kingdoms. From the great Yahweh, the creator, you shall learn wisdom and none shall stop you. Contemplate, oh man, the magnitude of your father's kingdoms and his places in the firmament on high. Unless I take you into the heavens above, you cannot comprehend its places, right? So wisdom right now is telling me as the wise man to stop arguing with a man who has a point that he doesn't know how to prove. You said, show me something in the book about wisdom. right? Now I showed you one verse about wisdom that trumps anything in your book that's about wisdom.
You say it trumps?
Yeah. Hold on, let's look at your Proverbs 4 and 7. Is that what you wanted me to look at? Let's bring up Blue Letter.
Yeah, let's read that. Let's read that
bring up the Blue Letter.
Let's read that.
Right.
Let's see what let's see what
Which
the
one
chat
is more
say.
beneficial
Let's
for
see what
man?
the chat say. Let's see what the chat say. You heard?
Let's see which one of them would be more beneficial for man.
Let's see what the chat say. You heard?
Proverbs
4 and 7, real slow. Read it real slow. You heard?
I'm gonna let you read it.
I can't see it, bro.
Hold on, I'm about to share it.
Cosmon.
There you go, brother.
I'm not Cosmon. Listen, brother. I'm not coming on here to defeat you or done. OTK already know we out here in Iraq. You heard me? We grew up as Hebrews. You heard? So it's nothing with that. But sometimes when you talk, brother, you got to say, I don't know. I don't know.
But
There's
when I
nothing
know,
wrong with saying I don't know, brother.
There's nothing wrong with saying that, brother. But when I do know, I should stand on what I know and speak about it and prove it like I've been doing. So go ahead. The verse you're trying to, you did what I'm talking about, say is beneficial, more beneficial than what?
Yeah. It says wisdom is a principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all that get understanding. Understanding. You heard? You heard? On my mama.
Okay, I mean, what's your point, bro?
Get understanding, brother. Every time you talk, it's not you not getting understanding every time. You overzealous.
It seems you're not getting understanding.
No, give me Romans 10 and 2. Give me Romans 10 and 2.
Okay, I'll give you Romans 10.
Let me, yeah. You know, I'm gonna walk him down. You know what? He done rolled up on the wrong brother. He done rolled up on chat. Tell me if I'm lying. Give me a one in the chat. Give me a one in the chat if I'm lying.
Now we're in the New Testament. Now Romans what?
10 and 2.
Romans 10 and 2. There you go. What are you trying to prove by showing this? What's your point?
Read it. No, I want you to read it.
No,
I want you to read it. No, I want you to read it.
It's your point. I ain't reading that.
For I bear them record that they have a zeal for God, or AKA a waspy, but not according to knowledge. You heard?
Well, let me show you. You don't have any knowledge. Watch this. What's a God?
The chat. Give me a one. Give me a one up.
They not with you, bro.
Give me a one up if you heard me. If you heard, you heard.
Not begging, bro. The chat not with you with this Bible bullshit. They not with OWASP. But they know that this bullshit that you just showed don't match this. Hear me, old man. The mysteries of heaven and earth I will clear up before your judgment. The human race are the highest of all creation. Nigga, that's beneficial. What the fuck you talking about? Applies to every goddamn thing. The dumbest nigga gonna try to get
let me ask you this. When we was coming over here on the slave ships, or whether
we
not
wasn't on those slave ships, nigga.
Okay,
That's where you
wait, hold on, pause.
I wasn't on no slave ship. Speak for yourself.
Because my auntie, she got a federal lawsuit in OTK. He know about it. But you know, I'll talk to you about it. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk to you about it man to man.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm just saying, my auntie, she got a federal lawsuit against Louisiana because they took our people property. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh no, that's something different. Yeah. She
yeah. They check our people.
Yeah.
That's why I always say, I say Cosmo, I say I fuck with the nigga. I say I fuck with him. You heard?
Yeah,
I fuck with him. You heard? But
what's
I
right, bro.
just say, man, we Hebrews, man. Niggas out here in the shot, man, out here in the Chirac, nigga, you can't fuck with us like that. You heard?
I'm just saying, I'm from Detroit, nigga. That Midwest shit. Dig what I'm talking about? You heard what Dog told you. I stopped that Midwest movement. I ain't worried. Listen, I'm not worried about that, bro. I'm not out there doing nothing wrong with nobody. Y'all can't come against me.
No, that's what I say. I always have fucked with Cosmon, but I said sometimes you gotta say when you right and when you wrong. Just like when I tell Deontay, just like when I tell Deontay and Ariana. Just listen to me, bro. Just hold on. Just listen. Just like when I tell Deontay and Ariana, you got to shut your mouth sometime. Just shut your mouth sometime. It's nothing wrong with that, bro. You be coming out with some cold information, bro. I'll let you go, bro. You know, I ain't trying to God over you or nothing. You know. I say that's my guy.
All right, listen. This is what people gotta understand, man. We gotta stop trying to put and force our ideals onto other people. Cosmon, everybody know I have never, ever made a claim that I couldn't prove or go in my book or go somewhere, show you an axiom, a fact, a figure of some type. You dig what I'm talking about? And prove exactly what I'm saying. You dig what I'm talking about? Look, do not flatter yourselves that man is all wisdom. I say to you, I am righteous. Hold on, check me out. We was talking about wisdom. Let's get into some of the wisdom, right? Do not flatter yourselves that man is all wisdom. I say to you, I am with the righteous. Might and power shall not triumph through wrongdoing. Behold, a judgment shall come upon this people who try to push that. Oh, wisdom is the you try to do this. You got it. No, nigga, because you trying to do it wrong. You trying to force it on a nigga, right? You thought I wasn't going to be able to.
Let me ask you this.
Did you think I wasn't going to be able to go in my text and pull 829 different verses about wisdom? Nothing but.
Let me ask you this. When we talk about the WASP, or when we talk about just dealing with us spirituality, how many times y'all pray? Because the sisters out here, they pray daily. They pray daily.
Well, I was taught as a child to pray unceasingly. Now, it wasn't until I got a little older and I understood how that actually works. You dig what I'm talking about? How can you do a job and, be, going through your everyday process and unceasingly praising? You dig what I'm talking about?
Let's see what David did. Give me 1 Kings 8:46.
Okay, what did we going to show for this?
Give me first.
I mean, like, what are we? Okay, I'm with you. Okay, I ain't against your bill, brother. Where you want me to go?
1 Kings 8:46.
1 Kings
8:46. Let's see what David did.
8:46.
And let's see what Jeremiah did when he was caught up in the joint. So for everybody that's in the joint right now, you heard, that's hearing my voice right now, you heard, every brother that's locked in the box, you heard, from Detroit to Chicago, New York, you heard. This is what the niggas did for this nigga. These niggas came and got this nigga, you heard? This 1 Kings 8:46. Read it real slow.
Go ahead, brother.
Read it real slow. This was Shine Burrow. This how Shine got out right now. A lot of people, they don't understand the esoteric knowledge
of what. Listen to me real quick. The esoteric knowledge. This how Shine got popped out here into Belize. This is how he got moved out here because he prayed to the east to the Most High. So go ahead, read.
Go ahead, brother. Can you see it?
Yeah, if that's sin, which means if most people they don't know on this broadcast. Well, I ain't gonna say they don't know, but you heard. But as far as I ain't gonna go into the Hebrew because I know that's gonna go. You know, it's gonna flip it up. But sin mean miss the mark against free for they is no man they sin them not and they be angry with them and deliver them enemy so they can carry. So the enemy was the Babylonians, right? So the Babylonians, they was coming against David, right? Right? They was coming heavy, right? Just like Shine Poe. Right now, Shine Poe, he out right now. Everybody, they can't believe he out right now. That nigga, he was praying to the Father. You heard? You heard? He's praying to the Father. Niggas that's sitting there in a joint right now. I know niggas in the joint right now, in Pontiac right now, nigga. In Pontiac right now, out here in the shot. These niggas out here, niggas, they locked up, niggas. These niggas praying, niggas want to get out. But Shine got out. So it says, and deliver them to the enemy so that they don't care me. The point is, give me verse 48. Give me verse 48. And so return unto thee with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Soul, when you look at soul, soul is a feminine noun. When you look at a soul, it's a feminine. We argue about this and that, like Cosmon. I say, this is my brother. This brother, man, this brother, this nigga hard. This nigga hard. I told OTK, I say, I ain't got no problem with the brother. I say, but the brothers, the Hebrew brothers, man, we ain't rocking with that. But this brother cold though, because I know this brother smart. He ain't no stupid nigga. So it says, in the land of our enemies, which we in the land of our enemies, which land led them away captive. We got captive, right? We got put in chains, right? When you look at over there in that Psalms, we can look at that Tehillim, that's Hebrew for 81:3. That's Tehillim, and pray, and we pray unto Yah these tours their land that gave us unto their fathers, unto the wicked people that name, which thou have chosen. Thou said, you know, it's too much on my phone, bro. It's too much on my phone, bro.
Yeah.
I can't even see it, bro. But you hear what I'm saying, though. You know, I ain't got no hate for you, bro.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I ain't got no hate for you, bro.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying. When David was locked up, and when Jeremiah was locked, Jeremiah had a Ethiopian brother come pick him up. You know, a lot of our people, they don't understand that. You know, they don't understand. They don't understand language. They don't understand science. You heard? You heard? Yeah, my bad, brother. What was you gonna say?
No. I get what I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, David, he prayed to the east. He prayed to the east. That's how Shine Pope. That's how he just got out. That's how he just got out. I was just telling Deontay. I said that's how he just got out. All these niggas, they was in a box, nigga, with that nigga. That's how he just got out. He said, man, he just kept praying to the, to the Most High Israel. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
You heard? You heard? That shit real, nigga. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, go ahead. That shit real to me, man. That shit real to me, bro. Cause my father, he got locked in a box for a pussy ass nigga. For a motherfucker pussy ass nigga that tricked on my father, bro.
Well,
OTK, he already know about that shit.
Well, you know what? I'm perceiving, right? That you want me to show you, or you want me to show, you ain't got no problem with me. It's the text, right? But I want you to show you that the text is talking about us. And it's telling us how we can, in a sense, produce super spiritual children. And since you are Israelite, it say in the house of Israel.
Where is that at? Where is that at?
Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead. We gotta hold on. Okay. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, is Book of Judgment, chapter 5. Let me go. My little mouse is kind of stuck. Hold on.
But I'm gonna show you that Jeremiah 38. That Jeremiah 38, where Ethiopian, where a brother, where they sent down 3 or 4 other brothers to get down on Jeremiah. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
Them niggas went down, nigga. Like me and you right now, cuz. Like we talking right now. Them niggas went down, got that nigga. So everybody talking about the scriptures, they lying and this and that. No, hell no, nigga. Them niggas ain't lying, nigga. Them niggas ain't lying, nigga. Man, we been getting niggas, you heard? You heard? Go ahead, bro.
Let me see. Yeah, no, I wanna make sure. Is it the book of knowledge? No, it's the book of judgment. You gotta excuse me, man. This computer be running slow sometimes, bro. And I got my PDF open, and I need to probably close some of this shit.
Just let me know when you're ready to show it back. I'm back. Appreciate that. I'm back. Dang, E-Bizzle, what happened, man? Here go the link.
What, he fell off?
Yeah, I put the link back in there. Yeah, because he's on his phone probably too, man. He been telling me that weather was terrible in the shot the other day in the chat.
Man, and I was been snowing and everything up here, bro. All type of stuff.
But check it though, cuz. Remember I was telling you about the El Nino shit?
Yeah.
So what y'all get first, we feel the effects of it. Why this motherfucker like 20 to 30 something degrees right now? Look, bro, I'm in the goddamn house now. I ain't on that porch. Even though I got heaters out there, I ain't on that porch. I'm in the house. I just came back from outside, but I'm in the house. You know what I mean?
Here, bro.
Word. It done got cold as a bitch down here, dog. Word. And this what gets people sick, called pneumonia weather.
Yeah, because I
was just outside 2 days ago with you and back them boys with short sleeves on.
Yeah, they got something for you.
Nigga need a bomber jacket right now.
Yeah, they got something for you.
Where Zoe with
They
the
got
lock.
the
What's going on, man? Peace and blessings to my nigga Zoe, man.
Yeah, salute. Hey, I just want to check in. I just want to give you your flowers, man. I've been tuning in from Florida, South Florida, Miami with it.
Oh yeah, real Everglades swamp dude.
And you ain't
Swamp
know the
boy,
Zoes
swamp boy. What's going
and the
on,
Zoes
man?
rock with you, man.
Yeah, them Zoes, right. Them goddamn Zoes. The real Zoes, the first Zoes. I ain't gonna say the
The
real
real
Zoes,
though.
but the first Zoes. The first Zoes. You know what?
Yeah,
How they
we
even got
definitely
the
got
name
to trip you though,
Zoes.
man. Keep doing your thing though.
Right. But we know the Zoes. Yeah, we know they some wild ass Indians. I just put it to you that way. I know they are.
Yeah, you can call us the Maroons.
And they're
Mm-hmm.
not African, and they not fucking African.
Nope.
Yeah, you can call us the Maroons. We come from the mountains.
Right. But you know why they call them? You know why they say that they call them Maroons? Oh, because they was runaways, and because they had a spiritual system. Nah, nigga, y'all ain't start calling them motherfucking Maroons until them niggas fucked around and beat up on Napoleon.
Yeah.
You already know.
Huh?
So just keep doing your thing though, man.
So yeah,
Folks
brother.
don't know
That's
about
one
the
thing
Zoe
about
history
me.
like that though.
Yeah, I know what happened, and that's what caused the splitter of Haiti. And that's why it's split in half with Haiti, and the other half is Dominican Republic. They was all one people at one time.
Yeah, we had the whole thing unlocked.
Yeah,
Now they
bro.
hating on each other.
Yeah,
That's
now they
crazy.
hating on each other because you know what
Crazy.
they did? They started bringing people in on the back end and
Mm-hmm.
started breeding in with those people there, while the other people on the other side, like on Haiti's side, they was more like goddamn still Caribs. Wild motherfuckers, like I got you, bro. Yeah, the Arawats, you know what I mean, the Taino. That's why I asked somebody like who said it was like from Puerto Rico or whatever like that. I was like, so what
Puerto
are you?
Rico, you got
Are
Cuba,
you Carib?
they in Cuba with it. You got some in
Correct,
Brazil. You got some in
correct.
Florida, like some in Florida too.
Dog, you got the Arawats all the way up to the east because we came and we helped and fought with each other in wars.
Don't forget to shout out my folks to
That's the
Lupayan.
part they keep out. That's the part they keep out, bro. But you
Yeah,
would
you know
never
why? Because
find
you know
this.
the FDA folks, man. FDA folks
Yeah,
out here, they trying
you
to
would never
divide it
find
and
this
conquer.
shit. Believe me or not, brother. Studying American Indian slavery opened my eyes to a whole nother world. Slavery in the Bible, trying to finding out where the Bible came from, and when you see all the wars that was going on over there, that traces over here, and you see that what was going on over here affected what was going on over there.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean, bro? That's why people say history was told in reverse. We didn't need them;
Yeah,
they needed
cause
us.
on my little research I done, like I see how it's like you got people it left. You got slaves that left Haiti and went to Europe and stuff like that.
Some of the first dog that started the American Indian slave trade. What is modern day
Yeah.
Haiti and the Dominican Republic? That is
So it's
Hispaniola.
definitely been a
That's
versus. Just folks
Hispaniola.
don't really know
That's
about it like that.
Hispaniola, brother. The other name is called Hispaniola. They are the first. He took 600 of them from there. And guess what he did? This motherfucker kept island hopping. So the story say, all right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He kept island hopping. By the time he got by what we would call the top of Brazil and those islands right there, dog, this motherfucker probably had, I think it said like 1,000. He had like 1,000 of them, but by the time he reached Europe, a lot of them died from the voyage.
Hey, but
A lot of the
OTK, can I
crops,
ask you a question though?
Okay,
a lot of the
OTK.
crops
Let
that
me ask
he
you this.
also took, hold on, y'all. A lot of the crops that he also brought from over here, and the parrots, the parakeets, and all that shit like that he brought from over here, because he didn't find the gold, so he had to take something back to try to repay, to try to show
Okay,
like, yo,
OTK. Let
hold
me ask you this.
hold on, real quick, Ebezo. So a lot of that shit died off too. This is when they came back, they learned the ritual of using salt to procure their food. But one thing you have to question yourself about, if they was making this long voyage, where did they get this fresh water from to make this voyage? That's why a lot of people on these voyages was dying too. When they say they was throwing Africans overboard, that's why we cleaning up shit. African just don't mean Negro or black or whatever they want to call it. It mean black. Dog, that motherfucker can be white. They own fucking peoples they was doing. They didn't give a shit. And we will see this when we start reading up on their history, that they're right.
But can I ask you a question though?
Yep, go ahead, bro.
My question is, I've been tuning in for like past couple of months, multiple channels. Like, why is Haiti and the Caribbeans part of the Americas?
Facts.
But why, if that is true, why that part of the world never be like spoken upon of that history?
Because that's what me and Kaz was
That's how
talking about.
Shine Poe got kicked out.
They were some of the first to get indoctrinated and was told that they was something that they wasn't. Those are the first to get indoctrinated, bro. So when they came across here and we was going down there, we thought we was two different people. Like, hold on, what the hell going on? When all the time, at one time, you know me, we've been traveling from the Americas to North America, South America. We've been traveling through all the Americas. We've been doing that. The same goddamn routes that they took, somebody showed them shit. You know what I mean? I think that the people just, you know what I mean, got told that they was something else, bro. And
What happened? What happened to Cosmo?
Cloud Kicker still here.
Where you at, bro?
He was waiting on you to come back. I was just gonna show you that you dig what I'm talking about. Owaspi got something for you. If you think it don't,
where was you going with that, bro? I ain't gonna hold up the crowd or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that, bro. I ain't with no negative shit. You know what I'm saying? Where you with that?
You think I'm trying to be negative with you?
No. I know you just. You know, a lot of people, they say, that brother, Cosmo, he be hard. I say, man, that brother, man, that brother cold, bro. That brother cold, bro. That brother cold with it. You heard?
Well, I just want you to know I love my people. And I understand and because I am well read and well versed and understand what went on down here historically.
But I just want you to admit to the crowd that's what Shine Poe, that's what he just did. He prayed.
I don't got nothing to do with
he prayed just like in 1 Kings 8:46 through 48. He prayed just like David did. He prayed to the Most High. That's how Shine got out. It was no reason. Shine couldn't have gotten out. That's how you see Shine right now. Shine was a Hebrew, brother. He prayed to the Most High. He prayed to the Most High.
Okay, but I'm not arguing.
How many brothers can you tell the people on this line right now who you see that prayed to a waspy god and got out?
Everybody.
Who?
Because everybody.
Who?
Because
I'm saying who? Give me a name. Give me a name. Give me a name.
Your grandmama.
Oh, okay, it's cricket. It's cricket.
Hold on, your grandmama. Hold on. Let me tell you why.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You didn't like that? Hold on, let me explain it to you because you think you know.
He in trouble. He in trouble, y'all. He in trouble. It's like Evander Holyfield against Tyson. He in trouble.
Oh, now you want to fight? You want to fight?
Let's go.
I embarrass you niggas, man. Hold on. First of all,
let's go, nigga. Nigga, you already know. You already know what time. OTK already know what time it is, her.
All right, what you trying to debate since you sensitive right now?
I ain't sensitive. I'm trying to tell you.
What you emotional about?
I'm trying to explain.
Tell me something I was wrong about that you want to debate.
I'm trying to explain to you how Shine got out.
I'll beat you to death with the information.
You can't.
What you mad about, son? Tell them why you mad.
Everybody on here looking at you like you crazy, bro.
Yeah. This is why I treat them like I do, because I tried to stick my hand out to him to show him that it's something for him in OWASP, and that he doesn't even know what an Israelite is. He think he can prove that he an Israelite by that Bible. That is foolish and oxymoronic, especially when the people in the Bible do everything opposite of what a holy people would do.
Plus, the Bible is genealogical,
and plus the Bible is allegorical, nigga.
Let me ask you this: when did you get your awakening?
Nigga, I've been you
was a Hebrew or a Christian
since I was born.
Huh?
If you can you can hear.
You say what? You say what, nigga?
If you can you can hear.
Yeah. You say what, nigga? Nigga, when was you a Hebrew or
drunk,
Christian?
Bro. Hold on, fall to the back. You drunk. Hold on. Let's get some.
No.
Since you went here, let's get some of the word. You dig what I'm talking about? Since you say you not a hater, show you not a hater. You dig what I'm talking about? Let your actions speak for you. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, this is of the true Jews, right? Hear the words of your God, O Israel. Huh? Do not shut yourself up against the what? The wisdom of your elder brother, who is God. Not the Father. God is your brother. No more than what OTK gonna come in one time. No more than what Ibizu gonna be in one day. No more than what Kazman gonna be in one day. A God is just a rank that a dead man attains to. A spirit. It's your brother. What is what your grandmama turned into?
What is your point for our people?
God of heaven and earth. My point is to show that for the real Israelites, not the ignorant Jews like yourself, right? Who up here beating their chest trying to tout some fake ass felonious book and your demonic Petercidal God as the truth. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to the real Israelites, the people who have light in their heart, not drunk men who are up here babbling, looking ignorantly. You dig what I'm talking about? Sit your ass down, bro. Sit your hating nigga ass down and let's read. Niggers don't fucking like to read, I see. Just when you got a little truth, you put it in a book, and ignorant motherfuckers like Ibizu can't never get it. Huh?
Okay.
Right. So just shut the fuck up for a minute, bro. God damn, cuz. It's not personal. Nor magnify the ancient days above the present, nor feign and say your God is gone away to come no more. Behold, you have gone forth as a little man against a giant. With your sling you have smitten with your one stone, the Creator. You have encompassed. Hold on. You were encompassed on all sides by a multiplicity of gods, and one by one you have overcome them and cast them out, right? Except this brother still got a God.
Wait a minute.
Which one of us is the real Israelite?
How many guys is that?
Which one of us is the real Israelite? I never praise a God, nigga.
What?
No gods.
How many guys is that?
No saviors. No Messiah.
Give me. Hold on. Give me 1 Chronicles 16:26.
You can wait, nigga. You were encompassed on all sides by a multiplicity of gods. One by one you have overcome them and cast them out. The giant of the great dead beast, which is his God. The God of the Bible is the dead beast that they're speaking on. The false gods lies dead and cold at your feet, Israel. This is why you can't get a baby to go to church today. You can't even pay a little kid to go to church because they know it's fake. The nations of the earth cry out. There is only one great spirit. And I declare to you, O Israel, the voice of the I am is not gone from the earth. Look, tell you, look, this is what you should do. Come out of your darkness and your despotism and inherit the wilderness of this land. And it shall bloom like a new paradise before your hand. But because you have accomplished the one ever present, behold, you shall no longer be an exclusive people. And you shall allow your sons and daughters to mix and co-mix with other faithists of all races and tribes of men. This ain't even you. And you shall forsake the ways of the world. Right? He can't do this. He can't forsake the ways of the world and go live in the manner of your
you gotta be kidding me right now.
What are you talking about? Tell me where I've said something wrong that doesn't agree with your so-called Israelite heritage. Because it's telling us to what? And you shall forsake the ways of the world and go and live in the manner of your forefathers in colonies without kings or rulers, serving none but the Creator. Tell me where I said something wrong, sir.
Well, let me tell you something. Put me on the chat with Mollie.
You will get smoked with him too. Bro, I know more you don't know more Bible? You tried to attack me because you thought you had some easy prey with this Owaski. But boy, this white boy that wrote this book keep whooping your God. Let that sink in, nigga. The white boy who wrote the book keeps defeating your God. Nigga. Fuck you talking about? That shit back to the shy with you, cuz. Give a fuck about where you from, nigga. You either a real one or you ain't. You either shedding light or you ain't. I don't give a fuck about your belief.
So, God, so you say the Bible and Hebrew Israelites can't forsaken God, right?
What I'm
No, I just heard you say that just now. I'm about to ask you my next question. Then I'm gonna ask you another question. Then you can go ahead and explain. That what you said, right? Like, boy, your God you can't forsaken your God, or your God can't forsaken the world.
What you mean, OTK?
You had said something like that a little bit when you was explaining the Owaski, and you was reading out of it. You had said
that it's saying that we should go and we should forsake what the world got to say. And
right.
What they got
you
to do.
Your God, and you said your God can't forsake the world, correct?
He can't.
Right. So now, Kaz, go in on this. If God can't forsake the world, why did Jesus ask him that on the cross?
Because that shit is a literary invention. It was made from the initial start and jump to be confusing.
He
It's a
asked his
fucking lie,
father.
man.
He asked his father for, my God, why have you forsaken?
No, and then hold on. That's not even actually what he said. Remember, he is speaking Aramaic. The other people are Hebrews. They not real Israelites.
That's
He's
not
speaking
true, man.
Aramaic. He said Elias.
Shout out
That's
to
what he said. Because y'all don't know that the attending spirit God at that time is named Elias. This is why the people thought he cried out to Elias. They said, look, he's crying out to Elias. He's crying out to no, because he was speaking Aramaic. He said, Elias. Do any of y'all know who? Or I'm gonna say this: since Ibiza want to keep coming up against me and keep getting these hot dukins, you dig what I'm talking about? Can you tell us who Elias is? Because the Waspy explains him. You dig what I'm talking about? As the overseeing angel who goes on to raise up the Essenes, and hence Jesus, or the real Yeshua.
When you look over there, that John 8:58, that's who he's talking about. Can you read that? John 8:58? Or that John 10:30?
Shout out to
Salute there. Salute to each and every one of y'all. Real quick, y'all on Bible study tonight?
Man, I wasn't
bro. Actually, you know we ain't on Bible study because you've been in here earlier when I started the show. You left and said you'd be right back. When you asked for the link, you said you'd be right back. Nah, you good, E-Bizzle. This is my goddamn show.
Yeah, man. Motherfucker called me out on some shit. And I went over there and had to handle that and came back. My bad, man, for taking so long.
That's my dude, man.
I see you and Woke in the new sleep was getting into it.
Yeah, man. That shit
that's
crazy
my dude,
fuck,
man.
Nah, it ain't crazy,
I don't feel no way about it, bro. I don't take this shit personally.
It ain't crazy.
But just know that I'm gonna stand on what I stand on because I know what I know. I ain't talking about what I believe.
The way I look at it,
I'm only talking about what I can prove.
Hold on, y'all. Hey, y'all, please just give me a second, real quick, please. I'm gonna tell y'all some real G shit. The reason why I like discussing religion and stuff like that, I was born in it for one now, and it was always a debatable topic.
Right.
I like hearing other people's output on it because we can read the same scripture but get different outputs on it. But you know what I mean? The whole thing about it is if they use this, and people like to say they use this, I say it's the people that was in it that used this against us. But if they use this against us, why not learn exactly how they used it? So by having conversations, we will find out exactly how they use it. Yeah, people say the dumb diverses, and this is it, and this is what do y'all know what the dumb diverses contained? They did not.
Paper bull.
You understand what I'm saying, bro?
A bull. Do they know what a bull
is? The Bible was not in the dumb diverses.
Come on.
The Bible was a book that they came with.
Come on.
The dumb diverses was a fucking edict that they came with from the Pope.
Come on.
That was already written for them over there. But since they was the funders, they was the backers.
Say that word again. Say that word again.
They was the funders and the backers.
There you go.
That's my nigga.
When they came with the dumb diverses, they say, you know what? They came with priors now. This time, people from the church start coming with them now. Now they got the cross, and you know, they seen shit.
Yeah.
They already know what you know with our spirituality. Where they think they know.
Right.
So that's what they attacked it. The spirituality. Our
can I?
spirituality today is now called religion for us over here.
I would
Oh.
say our spirituality today is called science, technology, engineering, and math.
Oh, my bad. I didn't. My bad. I wasn't trying to separate all the other finer things. You know what I mean? All the other finer
But
greatness. My bad, Kyle.
no,
Hey, thank you for
no.
it.
Let me bring you back in, OTK. I'm still with you. You in the car. You in the car. Just keep
Alright.
shooting. Let me drive. You just keep shooting. No, no, but
Mike TV, peace and love. What's going on with you?
Hey,
Hope
salute.
all is well.
Yeah.
Hope all is
Salute to
well
everybody
with
on
you
the
and
panel.
your peoples.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for the well, not necessarily the invite, but thanks for providing the platform for an open discussion. I saw that you guys were chopping it up about American Indian history, so I just thought I'd tune in, see if I can learn something new.
Oh, okay. How long you been tuned in? For a while, and you just now coming up, or somebody told you?
As far as my
I know who you
familiarity.
are too. Just to let you know, I know who you are too now.
Okay, cool
But
for
I
sure.
mean, that's up to you. I don't know if everybody else know who you are, but I know who you are. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying, listen, whatever you decide to do on your content, dog, that's your show. You pay for that. Nobody else don't pay for that. So whatever you decide to do, that's you. You know what I'm saying? So with to each his own, bro. You started your own shit. Hey, this what it is. But I
Yeah,
know
for
who
sure.
you are though. But go
As
ahead.
far as my familiarity with the channel, it really just showed up in my algorithm like 5 minutes ago. I just started watching for a couple minutes. I heard a brother talk about the Papal Bulls, Dum Diversus, so that
Yeah.
definitely piqued my attention. And like
Yeah.
I
What
said,
you
I just
think
come
about
here
that?
humbly,
What you
always
think
seeking
about
knowledge,
that?
seeking to learn something new. As far as when I actually came into the history of Black Americans having Aboriginal heritage, that was fairly recent. I just did my genealogy and got tribal citizenship as recently as 2021. So by all means, you guys are probably veterans in the space.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
I
what do you
remember
think about the dumb
you
what do you
showing.
think
Hold
about dumb
on
diverses?
real
What do
quick,
you
straight smoke. Hold on real quick, straight smoke. Yeah, I seen you did a video where you showed your tribal car. You know what's crazy though, right? When I first seen your show, you was going after the FBA. Damn, straight smoke. Come on back in, man. Quick, get out your feelings, please, bro. God damn, we grown. You was going after the FBA, you know what I mean, and the
When
foundation
you
of Black
go, when you
Americans
say
as
going
far as
after the
like,
FBA, do you mean like I was critiquing the FBA movement, or I was like a part of it?
critiquing them like they was stealing people identity and stuff like that. So what's crazy is, right, all of a sudden I start seeing you going into doing like genealogy, and then you got more into your darker ancestral roots, correct?
Yeah, I'm not so much. I'm not so sure about the claim of me going after the FBAs per se.
Well, my bad. Let me
I
clarify
have
that.
been
Not
very
going
critical
after
of
them, but
the
critiquing
leader
them.
of the
Yes.
FBAs, Tariq Nasheed, and I
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah. You are a
state the
critiquer.
grievances that
My
I've
bad,
dealt with Tariq
y'all.
Nasheed. But as far as the average FBA, I mean, I don't really got any issue with the average Black American that chooses to delineate themselves from Africans or other migrants. No.
Okay, yeah. Let me
so
clarify
what was
that,
the
y'all.
critique
I
about, or
apologize.
was it just like part
Yeah.
of being contrarian, or?
Oh no, I'm never contrarian just for the sake of being contrarian.
Okay.
With Tariq Nasheed, it was very specific things. For one, I felt like he kind of did a bait and switch with the whole museum thing. I've been a licensed realtor since I was a teenager, so to see him put out certain development renditions of what the museum's going to look like, and to see what we actually got, it seemed like it was maybe a little something funny with the money. But the biggest things that really turned me off, for one, was how he tried to monetize the death of I forget the brother's name. He's the one who was jogging. He was jogging, and some white
Arbery.
dudes claimed that he was in a house.
Ahmaud Arbery.
Ahmaud Arbery, yeah. He used the Ahmaud Arbery story to try to shamelessly sell some old goon pepper
Peace to
spray.
that brother, man. Rise
Yeah.
and power to that brother, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead, bro.
shout out to Ahmaud. So yeah, I saw him very distastefully try to use Ahmaud's death to sell like some kind of Pan-African pepper spray. So that really turned me off. And then I saw when everything started coming out on Diddy, he was really deriding Diddy, talking about, Cassie's a tether, Cassie's just making it up. And then now we see how that turned out. Or we can even talk about his hypocrisies with Vlad TV. He was bashing Vlad TV for years, saying black folks shouldn't go on Vlad TV. And now a month or two ago, he's back over there buddy with Vlad TV. So it's just numerous things with Tariq Nasheed that really made it to where I just couldn't tune in anymore. On top of that, a lot of his friends and associates are known scammers. One of his biggest dudes on the Twitter spaces, Sir Major, the albino LGBTQ model dude, he just got sentenced and sent to prison for Black Lives Matter fundraising scams. So, Tariq is just a bit of a shifty character.
Wow.
Yeah,
that was a load.
Yeah, I watch you going. I watch you come on that show. I watch you come on that show when Umar was live, and you asked him questions on live. I saw that. That's when your show hit my algorithm, and that's when I saw you. You was like riding on a bike. And you was exercising and shit, and then you was just like, "Yo, I'm just saying, man. I'm not woo 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 woo." But yeah, that's when I started seeing it. But then, I started seeing other things about you too. So I don't know what the other things are about, but yeah, I saw that episode where you called up on the show with Umar.
Oh
You want to run us through that? You want to run us through that real quick?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. I just like. Many people were just casually looking through YouTube. I saw that Umar Johnson was live on some YouTube channel. I saw he was talking a whole bunch of dumb shit about relationship politics and stuff. And, the host of the show, for better or for worse, they had a call-in link. They had a StreamYard link. So I chose to call in and I just basically challenged him on some of his claims. He was talking about within the realm of relationship advice. He was saying that under no circumstances can Black people date white people without being regarded as coons, without being sellouts to their community. So my position that I took in the debate was, you claim to be a lineal descendant of Frederick Douglass. He married a white woman. Does that mean Frederick Douglass is a coon? And then from there, he started trying to explain it away and say, well, yeah, he married the white woman, but he was really old and he married a Black woman first. So I say, okay, so it's okay for us to marry a white person if we marry a Black person first. So then that's where I really checkmated him. And he's like, no. There's no way that you could not be a coon and marry a white person. So I'm like, damn, so you disrespecting Frederick Douglass. And then once we got deeper into the discussion, I just kind of, dropped the mic and just said, it's crazy how, you're up here discussing relationship dynamics and stuff, and you're the biggest fraud in our community. It's been how many years and we still don't have a school. And then as soon as I said that, they cut me from the show.
They cut you off. Yeah, they cut you off. Because you was in a booth. You was in a booth when you did that. I was like, damn.
Yep, I was at a coffee shop. Yep.
Just asking real questions. Real goddamn questions. You know what I mean?
Can I chime in on what he just said right there?
Yeah, go ahead, straight.
My bad. Said right there. What he just said right there, when he said that he was supposed to open up a school, that school was supposed to be in Louisville, Kentucky. He frauded a lot of people. That's a fucking fraud. He's a fucking fraud. That's the truth.
And that's why in my findings,
allegedly, and this is OTK. This is OTK. In the words of my participants on the panel, in my chat, doesn't necessarily reflect OTK and Open the Knowledge channel. Let's just say that allegedly. You always got to have allegedly for them strikes.
Correct, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't. I know you're right. I'm sorry.
Y'all can speak y'all mind. Y'all can speak y'all mind. Y'all can go ahead. That's not coming out of my voice, out of my mouth. But since y'all on my show, I just want to make sure that it's not coming from me per se, and y'all speaking from y'all perspective and y'all own personal experience. And,
okay, I'll do one better. I'll do one better. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I'll do one better. Hey, Mike TV. I want you to look up to the times that he was in Louisville, Kentucky, and see what school he tried to raise. That was the first school it was supposed to be. Let it go.
So that sounds
Watch
like that was even before the St. Mary's or St. Lucian or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Damn.
Way before. This is
Damn,
my
boy.
people's shit.
Something I
This
must
my
be putting
people's shit,
inside
bro.
the algorithm must be done hit a bunch of TV stations, man.
How
A
about
bunch
that?
of people with
It's been
TV.
about
Hey,
a decade.
y'all go ahead, man. Hey, Mike, it's okay for you. I'm giving you permission. I won't. I don't feel like you coming on no negative stuff, but it's all good. We all good for questions. You know, just as long as you answer
Hey,
questions too. But you can scream this
I
on your
clearly stated
side
my
if you
objection.
ain't
I'm just there
already.
to
If
learn
you
something
ain't,
new. And since
yeah,
I'm
if
here
you
on
ain't
this
already
stage, if there's
screaming on your
anybody
side,
who
bro,
might feel
because
some
I
type
know.
of way on the content that I produce, if they got
Yeah.
any questions for me, I'm an
Okay.
open book.
But let me tell you this though, bro. I'm letting you know that you have permission where you can stream this on your side, so you don't
I
have to
appreciate
clip
that.
it up. You don't have to clip it up and chop it up and just
Thank you.
make it look good in your
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel it. I appreciate
You
it.
know,
You know, I
you know
don't
what I
have to
mean?
pause the video every 4 minutes and start getting.
Don't do what you do now. You know what I mean? Show the whole thing, man. Like,
I
you know
feel
what I
it.
mean? Because sometimes clips can show us like we bias when really we not, bro. We
You're
open,
not.
we
To
open.
knowledge.
But if shit don't
Open
add
to
up,
knowledge.
but if
Yeah.
shit don't add up and the story is not adding up, don't knock us. And that goes for the same thing for anybody else. If our story not adding up, you know what I mean? Then you got the
There it
right
is.
to ask questions about it, bro.
Yep.
Point
Question
blank.
that shit.
You know
Question
what I
everything.
mean? But the thing is, though, are you gonna ask questions because you generally want to learn, or do you want to ask questions and you already have the answer to the
Oh no,
question that you asked?
see, I totally
That's
understand why.
crazy.
Yeah, I totally understand why you ask me that. And that's again going back into the disingenuous nature of some content creators. I totally understand where you're coming from. There's some people who will join someone else's platform under the guise of, oh, I want to learn, but really I want to ask you stuff to pick your brain and see how much you know and challenge your info. No, I'm not like that at all. I don't expect to have all the answers. There's certain things I know, there's certain things I don't know. And
Did you know that?
Yeah. And listen, I was skeptical about letting you on because you got so much trollers, you know what I mean, that will
oh yeah,
use
yeah.
your
I've
name.
got a
But
lot of
once I
troll
heard your
energy that
voice,
follows me.
yeah, once I heard your voice, I said, "Oh yeah, this the real Mike TV." That's why I kind of interrupted my people's them, man. Thousand pardon to my people's them. I interrupted them to speak to you, just to make sure this was you, man, because I done had some people, man. I'm telling you, it's crazy out here, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy
I
out
know
here.
how it
Corn
is.
bombs, all type of stuff. Weird.
And the only reason why you didn't have to show your face to even get in the back is because I already follow you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, content is for everybody. You
I have a
feel
real
me?
question.
If
I
you
agree. I agree.
go ahead.
And
If
as I said earlier, I
everybody
know
need to
my
go into
content can be
information
polarizing. Not
non-biased.
everybody gets a chance to chop it up with Mike in a neutral space that's not my own echo chamber. So if anyone even wants to challenge me on any content I've made or has any questions, I mean, I'm all for it.
I got a question. What's up with you and Dane? In the latest video, you was chopping him up about the letter J. What's going on with you and Dane?
I literally just finished a live stream about Dame right before I joined. My only point of contention with Dame is his claims that Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman never existed.
And you
Did you read
started
his book?
and you talk shit
Yeah, you got some
about his
books written on it.
business too, right? With genealogy. That's his business. Why did you attack his business?
His business is not genealogy. He has no genealogy business. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Oh, didn't you show something about him saying that he was charging for genealogy
I showed
services?
a video, and I can actually share the video and play the video right now. It's like a 2-minute video where he sneak dissed me and others that provided genealogy services. He sneak dissed and fear mongered Black Americans and told Black Americans to not trust other genealogists to instead trust him, and that he's going to come up with some new genealogy service and have a whole team of genealogists do your genealogy. And he's never launched that. He was just sneak dissing and promoting some idea that never came into fruition.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
that's what you said.
yeah,
That's what you said. Okay, all right, all right.
I
You
can
see how
humbly
I
say
ask
that I'm
questions
a
and I
full-time
give you a chance to
genealogist. I
clear
literally
up?
meet with
See how
dozens of Black
you
Americans
see how
every week.
I ask questions and give you a chance to clear it up? Because I want to know. You know what I mean? So yeah, bet. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. And as far as the work that I do, I mean, it's verified. Anybody can go to nativeblackancestry.com, see my genealogy, see the Indian kings that I descend from, see testimonials from my clients. So, you know, I just have real disdain for those out there that try to discourage people from genealogy or discourage people from getting tribal citizenship, because while nobody is claiming that you need some kind of card to prove who you are, there are a lot of benefits to tribal citizenship. And if you know about the Treaty
Let
of
me ask you this.
1866, if
Let me
anybody
ask
doesn't
you
know
this.
about it, I'll tell you. But if you know about that treaty, then you may have a reparations package waiting on you.
All right, well, let me ask you this, bro. For your tribal citizenship, what did you need to get it?
I had to prove that I was a lineal descendant of somebody on the tribal roll.
What tribal roll descendant that you prove you was from?
My
And
ancestor's name
where?
is Pleasant Tobler. His name is Pleasant Tobler. I could share my screen and pull up my whole family tree if you want, but Pleasant Tobler
Nah,
is the most
that's your
recent.
private information, man. You know what I mean?
It
You
is
didn't
not
even have
private
to
at all.
call
I'm a
names,
public figure
man.
and I share my genealogy weekly on my channel. No, it's not private at all. If
Okay,
I'm out here
all right,
talking about
bet. But
Black
if that's what you
Indians
want
and
to do,
Black folks as
if that's what
Indians
you
and I
want to
can't
do,
show my
bro, go
family tree
ahead.
and prove that I'm a Black
Yeah,
Indian, then
go
how
ahead,
can
bro.
anybody trust me?
Hold on. You're claiming Black Indian?
No. As far as terminology, people have different terminology. I mean,
But you know, Black
I'm not
takes
about to get
you.
caught up into the semantics of
Okay, all right,
terminology.
all
I'm
right.
an American Indian member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. Some people like to use the word indigenous. Some people use the word Niji. Some say foundational Black American. I like Native Black American. Some people hate the word Native. To each their own.
Okay, all right. You can pull it up if you want to, bro. That's up to you. You say
Oh yeah,
you a
sure.
public figure. You a public figure.
Yeah. Not only am I a
If you
public
say,
figure, but my audience knows me as the king of receipts. So you know, if I've got the ability to share some receipts, yeah.
the
Oh yeah, let's do
king
it.
of receipts, paperwork gang.
Well, wait a
You
minute.
a wild Indian or what? You know what I mean? Or what? You claim Native American or you American Indian?
As far as official racial demographic status is concerned, the US government recognizes me as an American Indian. My passport, my driver's license, my birth record, my doctor record, everything says American Indian. As far as what I socially identify as, I like to use the term Native Black American because I like to meet people where they're at. And many people are at the very beginning stages of realizing that Black folks have Aboriginal heritage. So I don't want to turn them off with advanced words and terminology. So for the average person, I use the term Native Black American.
But
Let
you
me
know,
ask you a
Black,
question.
you know,
Yeah.
damn,
I
go
know
ahead.
Black is dead in the eyes of the law and all that good
No,
stuff. I know
no. I'm
yes,
not
I know.
using that Moorish. I'm not using that sovereign shit. But when you say Black,
Yeah.
Black was only used over here. So when you say Black and then you saying Native Black American, you know, you say all
That
your paperwork
immediately
says that
delineates
you
and
all your
differentiates
paperwork
us from
says that you
foreign
American
immigrants with
Indian.
dark skin that cosplay as Black Americans. There's a big
Oh, so
difference
you're talking
between
about
somebody from Haiti
anybody
coming
with
over here
color.
and claiming they're a Black American
So
versus
anybody
someone
with
saying
color.
they're a native Black American.
Anybody with color. In other words, anybody with color.
No. The term
No,
is all
yeah,
encompassing Native
yeah.
Black American.
Anybody
So it's
with
not just a
color
Black
can be
American,
called Black.
but it's one
Correct.
that is Native. And the way that you interface with that word is up to you. By the literal definition of Native just means born here. So
Right.
some
That's the
Black
first
Americans
whoa.
use the term
Hold
foundational.
on.
Some Black
Now
Americans aren't on the Aboriginal clique. So
you're
for those that
absolutely
just
correct.
acknowledge that they're born here,
Yeah,
you can also use that term Native.
Right. But you know what? You're absolutely correct. Native was being used in that. That's why I tell my people the Native American Indians was being used at one time. But the problem comes in at is once hold on, bro.
Right?
Hold on, bro. But the problem comes in at It's once anybody that's born in America can get the American name. So now native is no longer applied to the American Indian.
Right.
We get
Because
that, but we also know
everybody is,
socially, whenever
because
someone
listen,
says I'm a
because
Native
anybody
American, they're
that's being
referring to
born
an
here in
American Indian. I mean,
America
it's very
is being
interchangeable.
considered
There's even
native,
American
correct?
Indians that live on the
Hold on,
reservation and go by Native American.
whoa. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. After 1828, anybody that was born in America was being called American. American was only getting applied to the native people of the land, the first people of the land,
Yeah.
American Indians, correct? All right. So now, once at the 1828 to where anybody can be classified as American,
And native.
this is when you see they stop using the native for us, because when they use native, native can also apply to somebody who's born here. You understand what I'm
totally
saying?
understand that.
So that's when we left that native name alone, and it was just American Indian. That's why you see it's a separation. You got Native American, and then you got Native American Indians. Then you got American Indians. It's 3 different classifications.
And
You
like I said
understand what I'm
earlier,
saying,
I don't
bro?
place
Throughout
semantics over
time.
words. I think people
Throughout
can
time. No,
identify with
but see,
whatever terminology they choose.
the thing about it is the reason why semantics means so much, because semantics lets you know what time in history these words are being used and who's using them. That means a
And
lot. That
and
means
If
a
you're using
black
lot.
these words, you
Native
should know the
American
history. Exactly, I
assume
agree.
and black Native American assumes that there is some other type of Native American.
There is another type. There's the Southwestern Plains immigrants that migrated from Siberia through the Bering
Yeah,
Strait.
but they're not Americans.
But they're recognized as American Indians.
I mean, that's because the government
They're not
recognizes
American.
they're migrants. They're immigrants to this
But
country.
the government recognizes them as American Indians.
No doubt. We're
No.
not saying that, but the
We're not talking
government
about
is
what
not
the
the
government
end-all, be-all.
recognized them as. The government recognized us as
Yeah,
Negro
it
or
has
color
to.
or African American.
Unless you do your
Whoa,
genealogy
whoa, whoa,
and
whoa,
get
whoa.
tribal
Hold on,
citizenship, and
bro.
now the
Hold on,
government
bro.
recognizes
Hold
you
on.
as American Indian.
Yeah,
All right,
but
hold on, bro. Right. You absolutely correct. And that's
yeah,
what I'm all about. Telling my peoples them to go. If you find American Indian in your
there is
genealogy,
no other type of
I
American.
don't tell people I do genealogy. I encourage people to do
Since
their
we're using black.
genealogy. You know what I mean? And give them some avenues where to search at. That's all I can do. I can help you on your journey. I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink. But I tell you what, God damn it, if I see you dying, God damn it, I'm gonna make you drink that water. And right now, I see my peoples them dying due to lack of information, laziness. We got lazy. And the reason why we got lazy, because we got replaced, thinking we was somebody else. So you got to understand my Southeast narrative, where I come from Carolina. You understand what I'm, Mike? We got that major construct that
And
all
if
the
you're coming
Africans
from the
came
Carolinas,
to.
if you're coming from the
Right. Yeah,
Southeast, then
listen,
that's a
hold
completely
on. Chill
different
out.
perspective,
You
and I
talking
get
about
that. If
you
you did
talking
not
about
walk the
South
Trail of
Carolina,
Tears and your people did not allow themselves to be removed from their ancestral homeland, and you stayed, then y'all got reclassified. Not
No
every tribe
shit.
got tribal citizenship.
Correct,
Only the
bro.
sellouts who went to Oklahoma did,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, no
Correct.
shit.
Correct. And and see, the problem is with me, I'm glad that you understand that, because when I tell people like, yo,
I
I'm
remember
still
when
here, my peoples are
Dane
still
taught you that. I
here.
seen that, Mike.
Mike TV, you know what I mean? I'm still here. And when I show that, my peoples them started going into churches and shit like this, reclassification was at its highest.
Oh yeah.
Census. And my
Melville,
people got
Hershkovich,
lumped in.
Walter Plecker, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, Walter Plecker and Herkovich and all of them wouldn't have
They
been
come later.
co-conspirators.
And actually, OTK,
Go ahead, bro.
is it all right if I acknowledge somebody's comment in the chat real quick?
Please don't.
But
Is your name
go
OTK
ahead.
or?
Nah, yeah, you go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it. And again, before we started about terminology, I clearly stated people can identify with whatever term they want. Some people still go by African American. Some people go by Black American, foundational Black American, everything in between. But shout out to LaRonda Hicks. LaRonda Hicks says, Aborigines, indigenous, Niji is who I am. I agree, and you can identify with that term if you like, but I'm a content creator. And if my mission and manifesto is to wake up Black Americans who have absolutely no idea they could have Aboriginal heritage, then it does them a disservice by using terms like Aborigines, indigenous, Niji, because to the average Black American who don't know nothing about this, to the average Black American who drank the Pan-African Kool-Aid, that's too much for them to grasp. That's too advanced for them. That's why I come with a very simple, very basic, very rudimentary-esque term, Native Black American, because that's a
Hold on.
very
So
easy
you
entry
against
point
the
to
trans
get them to start looking into
Africans
the
too?
information.
You
But I
against
totally
trans
agree. If we were going to go
Africanism?
by official status, then we would be calling ourselves Aborigine, Indigenous, Nijis of Turtle Island, right?
No.
No.
Bro,
But
Turtle
anyway
Island?
Yeah, what the fuck is Turtle Island, bro?
hold
What is
on.
that?
You against?
Turtle
Hold on,
Island?
You've
y'all.
never heard
Hold
of
on,
Turtle
y'all.
Island before.
Hey,
You've
Cos,
never seen the
hold on.
effigy mounds and the
Hey,
shapes
hold
of
on
turtles and
real
snakes and
quick,
eagles.
Cos. Hold
This
on
is all
real
new
quick.
news to you?
It's not real, bro. Turtle
Too.
Island's not real.
So we know when he go
That's
off
what
like
it's
that, if
called
somebody
because of
talk,
what
hey,
we
now
had
listen,
here.
he got us on mute. But Mike, but check it though. Whenever he talk like that, y'all, and when we say something and he don't reply directly back, we know he's on his side screaming too, because he has his own show too. You know what I mean? Y'all,
Are you
go
referring to
check him
me?
out. Yeah, I'm referring to you.
I'm not live right now, so I don't know what you mean. I just, in my own free time, chose to call.
No, you don't have to be live, but you can be recording. But anything
I'm
though,
not recording.
everything
but
good
okay.
though, bro. It's all good though. It's
I know
all
it's
good.
just you're making the claim that when
So
I'm quiet, I have you guys on mute. That's not the case. I hear everything you guys are saying. I'm just quiet so you guys can speak.
What American chieftain do you have a tribal card from that you paid for?
I don't know what you mean by paid for. I mean, there is an application fee with most things, but a moment ago I was getting ready to share my screen and go through my whole genealogy. So, do you still want me to do that, or?
Oh yeah, cause I think we want to see that, right? Yeah, let's see that. Yes.
I mean, I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you say he was
I would love
Greek,
to.
Well, I don't want to derail the show. If nobody cares to see the information, then we don't have to waste any time on it.
Yeah, we ain't gotta waste no time on that. I believe you. If you say you Muskogee Creek, you got a card, great.
Yeah, I just didn't want him. I just didn't want him to think that I was like, nah, bro, you can't show your information.
Oh no. If you want to show it, go ahead and show it. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't
because
have to. You ain't. I mean, you don't have to prove.
That's why I said, bro, I'm not out
Yeah,
here
you
to
ain't got
tell
nothing to
nobody.
prove.
Like I said, I'm a content creator. I'm a fellow entertainer. So the rule that I go by is always give the people what they want. So if your audience doesn't want to see it, we ain't got to show it. If the audience is interested in it, then I'll oblige. But since so many of you guys are familiar with me and I'm not really familiar with you all,
what kind of
can we do a little bit of a
entertainer
round robin where you guys can introduce me to yourselves and let me know what your tribe is, etc.?
Okay. Well, my name is Open to Knowledge, yo. I'm from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Wild ass Indian, swamp nigga. My peoples them descend. I descend from the Etowans and the Buchewi. If you look them up, matter of fact, do you think that people that's black, what we would call today black are American Indians? And I ain't talking about no black Seminoles. I ain't talking about no black Native Americans where they put that black construct on them. Do you think the original peoples of the Southeast was what we would call today black or Negro?
Yeah, I would love to answer that question, but I've got a little bit of a bird brain, and I definitely plan on sharing new information with my audience. So, is there any way that I can get the spelling of that name? This is the first time that I've heard of that tribe. I think you said it was the Etowah?
The Etowans, yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
ETT?
Yes.
ETT
or I.
OI.
Depending on who was writing when they encountered them. That's another thing you got to understand.
I'm finding an Etowah County in Alabama.
If you ever ran across
sound
your
familiar?
chieftain, if you ever ran across your chieftain and you see different spellings, you got to understand who's doing the writing.
Yeah, for sure. So with that ETTOI?
No, ATTI. Yeah, we have vowels over here. We had vowels over here a long time ago.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you the American English language over here when the first people was coming across here in North America.
And you said it was the Etowah tribe, and then there was also a second tribe, right?
Uh-huh. The Etowans left out of the Charleston area where they say most of the African slaves came in through. The biggest amount of the African slave trade came through. Yeah, they moved these people out supposedly to make room for other people. But they wouldn't bring these people directly from Africa. They was bringing them from the Caribbean, South America,
North
shit like
America.
that, Central America,
And
upper
although Ray
North
thinks that
America.
I'm running from that question for some strange reason, I just like to stay in order. So if we can just finish
Yeah.
introductions real quick, we'll get right
So
back to your question.
did you
as to
find my people's
whether I
them?
think that
Did you
dark,
find my
dark
people's
and
them?
richly
No,
melanated
man,
people
just
are
call
Yeah,
Aboriginal.
did you find my people's them?
I couldn't find it, but I didn't want to like pause the show because of that. So I
But
just took some
do
notes.
you want
And
me
I'm
to
gonna
show
be doing some
you?
research in my own time.
So
Yeah, just show him. He interested in seeing. Show him
it was a thing that we was what you would call black in North America, correct? We
Are
would be
you
that
asking me if I
color.
think the
I'm using the
Aborigines of
color
North
because
America
that's
are
what
black?
you use. Because that's what you use.
Yeah, black, melanated, copper colored, whatever phrase you want to use. Yeah, they were definitely richly melanated people. That's well documented.
All right. Do you think we still here today?
Absolutely. We're victims of paper genocide and descendants of American Indians that have been reclassified since Bacon's Rebellion in 1677.
So you against the trans Africans?
I don't even know what a Tran-African is. I know about a Pan-African.
Yeah, trans African. That's what I made up because they talk about the transatlantic slave and they don't know who they really are. So they, that's trans.
and one day they're North African Berbers. Next day they're Egyptian. The next day they're West Africans. The next day they're Central Congolese Bantu types. The next day they're Sub-Saharan hunter-gatherers. The next day they're Hottentots. The next day they're Khoisan. So we call them trans Africans.
We call them trans Africans.
I got you. Yeah, no, I definitely believe that the original inhabitants of not just North America, but the Americas from Alaska, Canada, North America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean islands. I mean, that was all Black Indians besides the Siberian Mongol immigrants that came later. I mean, and I thought this was well documented. I mean, you've got books like the Aboriginal and Antiquarian History of America, and that talks about the
but Mike, if you're talking
Torquemada,
about the
Vizcaino, who
history
came to
of
the California
America,
coast and
Mike,
all tribes of Black Indians, and even then in those books they were trying to say,
Did
oh,
he
well,
hear?
maybe these
Well,
Black
Mike,
Indians or
You got his
Ethiopians
mic
that
on,
the
or is he just
conquistador
being
left,
that
and
disrespectful?
they came to the conclusion, no, this is a whole race of Aboriginal Black people.
So, all right. So, Mike, if you consider these people all of this, the thing I will have to stop you at is quit using the word black because we came in all shades and color. So when you say black, you putting us in a construct. I would not say everybody was really black or what we call today modern black, what we use today. I'm talking about what we use today now.
Yeah.
So everybody was not black. We came in all shades of color, my brother.
I know, and I only use the term Native Black American to specifically market towards those people that identify as Black Americans. So that
but
they can realize that they
only one.
have
Hold up,
original
though. But Black Americans call themselves African Americans.
No, I know a lot of Black Americans who do not like the term African American, so they simply go by Black
Whoa.
American.
But you're preaching to the people who don't know no better.
I know, and I want to wake up people who don't know no better. I'm not trying to waste
So
my
guess
time
what? They call
creating
themselves
content for
African
people who
Americans.
already know
So
about
do
this
you
history.
got
Y'all
African
can watch
descent,
Bane,
Mike?
Top
Do you
Cats,
got African
Romeo,
descent?
Salina. Y'all can watch a bunch of people. I'm not trying to reach the people who already know about this. I'm trying to reach the people who have never heard about this.
You're
or the
reaching,
people who are Pan-African African,
people
and
that
it's just not true.
the people, what you're mistaking is the people that you're trying to reach still call themselves African Americans, sir.
And when I use the term Native Black American, they're not confused as what I mean when I use that term.
Okay, well, guess what?
Then
So
that
TK's
they don't
point
know
still
shit.
stands that they still calling themselves African Americans in many points. These are the people who have been confused, correct?
Correct.
No Black American has ever willingly called themselves an African American ever. That was a label that was pushed on us.
Whoa,
and even
hold
post
on. Watch this,
1980,
Todd.
Black
Hey, watch
Americans
this,
don't
Todd.
run around really throwing
Hey,
Africans
watch
above
this,
and everything
Todd.
like that.
Hey, watch
We
this,
just call
Todd.
ourselves
Hey,
Black.
Mike.
We Black
Hey,
folks.
Mike.
We Black
Hey,
Americans.
Mike.
I mean, do you guys
Mike.
have family members that call themselves African American?
Hold on. Mike. Let me ask you
pushing
this, bro.
ideologies, bro.
Yeah, stop it. You don't gotta be like Lucy and move the football right before a nigga kick a field goal, man. We just asking straight up questions. You know what I mean? For real.
I don't know what you're talking about. I go by racial classifications, and there's only a few. There's American
All right,
Indian,
hold on.
Native,
It's racial
Asian,
classification.
Black, or
that's
African American,
indoctrination right
Native
there.
Hawaiian,
That's
Southern Pacific
indoctrination,
Islander,
dog.
and white.
I think that's
So
indoctrination.
yes,
That's
Black is
indoctrination,
a part of
dog.
the
I mean,
average
it's
Black
subjective.
American's racial demographic.
I mean, it's subjective.
So,
It's-
Mike,
watch
I
this.
know, which
you
is
have
why I said I don't argue
hold on.
semantics
Hey,
over
Todd,
words, and the
Mike,
only
you
disagreement
got
you'll have with me is using the
African-American.
word Black.
Hey, Mike, do you got African American in you? Do you got African in you?
No, which is why I don't use the term African. I use the term Native Black American.
Whoa, boy, this the first time. Boy, this nigga here and the Trans Africans will have a fight. For real.
I've already debated
'Cause-
Africans and Pan-Africans on African shows and dragged them
shit.
for hours on hours with receipts. I mean, I ain't worried
Gosh,
about a
you hear what this
Pan-African or a
motherfucker saying?
Trans-African or any other
He's
kind of African.
creating, he's let you know, like, yo, when they use the word black, dog, they talking about us. Like,
Oh yes,
they
they're not talking about
no
Nigerians.
I mean,
They're not
you
talking
just
about
now
Haitians. They're not
realizing
talking
that,
about
OT?
Dominicans.
What?
Black
Hold
was a label
on.
that was forced on us, and just
What
like the
show on
N-word,
your
we took
channel
it, we
you
flipped
did
it, and we
about
made it
this?
something to be globally revered. And now
What
that we made
show?
Black something so fashionable
I
to
just
be,
told you
all
that
these
Black
immigrants
is
want to
only
cling
tied
to the
here
Black
to
label.
America.
Hey, yo,
Nah.
what show did you do content about this? Where you said this?
I mean, I do this every week. I mean, I can't like
No,
specifically say a live stream.
the thing is though, because once you use black, right? Once you use that word black, it's like you separating yourself from Native American, but then you clinging to the Native American because of the benefits.
Right.
So
I
that's
don't
why I'm kind of
understand.
confused. But see, that's only because I really know history. I really know what the fuck really went on, and I'm
Wait,
learning
can you
more.
restate that? You
So,
think that I'm
so
using the word Black for what, and then Native for the
I
benefits?
I feel like when you're using black, like you're trying to separate yourself.
And regardless of your feelings, I told you that I use the term Black to meet the uneducated where they are at in their journey.
Okay, so when you use black, what?
If it was up
Why
to
are
me,
you trying?
nobody would use the word Black.
Where was
I'm
you?
not Black. I'm a
Hold up.
fucking
What
caramel brown or
uneducated?
something.
Hold
We're
up.
not
What
Black. We're not graham
uneducated?
colors.
Hold up, bro.
But if I'm trying to meet the
Bro, hold
uninitiated
on,
where
hold
they're
on.
at,
What
then I got to use
uneducated
terminology
people
they're
are
familiar with.
you trying to reach? What uneducated people? What common ground you trying to reach with them?
I will
That,
say it
that
again.
midway
I am
point.
trying to reach those that have been classified as Black Americans who are skeptical of or have no knowledge of their possible aboriginal
Who was
roots.
classified
And
as
I say
Black
possible
Americans?
because a very small percentage of us are immigrants or do descend from those 4% of
Who was
African slaves that
classified
were
as
supposed to
Black
have come to the
Americans?
13
Mike,
colonies. But the vast
Mike,
majority of Black Americans have no African heritage.
Mike, I know you
That
doing
nigga
the
just
show
got
right
off
now
the point,
because you
man. That's
just talking.
crazy.
That's how I know you doing the show, and you slipped up and
I'm
said
not
you
doing a
trying
show.
to
I'm
give
answering a
those
question. If you don't
everything
want me to
good.
answer the
But
question,
listen
don't
though,
ask me one.
who
You
was
can't
calling
hear
themselves
nothing
Black?
that's being said.
Who is called Black Americans, bro? Who called themselves Black
You
Americans?
don't know that there's a racial demographic on the U.S. Census that says Black American?
Where?
Really?
When?
I can share my screen in Google for you,
Whoa,
I guess.
whoa.
I'll
What
Google
year
what
are
are the
you
racial
talking about?
classifications and
What
just check
year
it
are
out.
you talking
Black
about?
American
What
is one
Is
of
that
them.
year are you
new?
talking about, bro?
Is that
You talking
new?
about new?
I don't know what year they started putting it on the census. You'd have to do your own research on that, but it's
All right.
definitely
Do
on the
you know the
census
year
records.
that the first census
Wait,
came out?
wait, hold on. I gotta ask a question off of
Hey,
that
and
one.
the
I've
funny
been
thing
very
is,
silent.
I still couldn't even get my round of
I-
introductions. I still
Go
didn't
ahead.
even learn everybody's
I'm a
names and what
fall
tribes
back,
they from.
man.
But all right,
I'm a
all
fall
right.
back.
Okay, Cosmon. He
Hello,
said he
Strickland.
wanted to get his rounds of introductions, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm the cloud kicker, man. I'm Cosmon. Nice to meet you, Mike.
Nice to meet you as well. And Cosmon, which tribe do you identify with?
I got multiple tribes in my family that I identify with, but just be simple, I would call myself Algonquin.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Algonquin. I've definitely heard of the Algonquin tribe before. That's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
And then last but not least is it Straight Smoke?
Yeah,
Or
exactly right. Thank you, sir. And you will get the same answer from me.
Algonquin? Hello?
Yeah. You said Algonquin.
Oh no,
You will
he
get
said I'll
the
get the
same
same
answer.
answer, and Cosmon's
You will
answer
get the
was numerous tribes as
exactly,
well as
sir. So
Algonquin.
if
But
Yeah,
all right, we've got
I have
introductions out the way,
multiple
so
tribes in my
we can go
lineage.
ahead and continue with the tribunal.
Yeah, I have multiple tribes in my lineage, not
Okay.
just one
I
people.
Yeah, most
right.
tribes are actually an amalgamation of dozens of other tribes. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's multiple
No.
tribes because my grandmother and my grandfather were from different tribes.
I'm not going to even.
So are you saying you have American Indian heritage on your paternal and
On my
maternal side?
mother and my father's side. Correct.
Nice. I believe it. Most Black Americans do as well.
So, hey, Mike, if I will, if I may, at what point did you see through your research of people identifying as Black Americans on census?
What year did you start noticing that?
I've never done the research to see exactly what year Black Americans
But
started showing up on the U.S. Census. I just know that's a current classification.
Okay, so for you to know
But I
that's
can
a
look into
current
that. Oh, hold on. Pause real quick. That's a great question. Let me do some preliminary research. When did Black
give me a second.
American first show up on U.S. Census? We know Google isn't always the most accurate, but let's at least see what they got.
Hold on. This
I'm
is
not saying that.
not my TV going to do research. Now I really think you might have did come to learn. And you
It
know
said
what?
1970.
That's how I
It
know.
said
That's
that
how I
Black
know
first
you
appeared on the U.S.
That's how I know
Ooh,
Cosmon.
hold on.
That these
Ooh, what did he
motherfuckers
say?
love
What did he
Yeah,
say?
I'm about to let him
1970
go.
was the answer.
Yeah, I'm about to let him go. But Cosmon, this lets you know what
Are you
we just
upset?
was
Did I do
talking
something
about.
wrong?
Hold up, Mike. 1,000 pardon. This is what I'm saying, Cosmon, when I was talking to you the other day. Like, dog, it's people out here who's famous, got a following, and just really don't
Am I
know.
wrong? Is it 1970 or
Hold
not?
on, hold on. They don't know. They haven't studied enough, cause so that's why we gotta be patient. Because some people, dog, is really
Yeah,
he
they
just
think black. They just think a lot of things that are real, or
right.
just because somebody calls you a thing that makes you that. You
Right.
dig what I'm
Sorry,
talking about?
Am
There's
I
a lot of
wrong?
confusion
Was
out
it
here.
1970 or was it something
Don't
else?
get sensitive, Mike. We ain't talking about you,
Mike.
bro.
No, Mike.
I'm not
We
getting.
just talking,
bro.
Hold on, Mike.
It's not
Mike.
sensitivity. I'm
Okay,
wondering why.
I'm just saying we ain't even
And why my
talking to
question's
you.
not being
So
answered.
why you talking? What? Just fall back for a minute, bro.
Yeah, Mike. We're not
Yeah.
talking to you real quick. Me and
You gotta
Okay,
have
I
a
mean,
that's
this
why
is
I
just a
said
weird level of decorum. That's all.
Mike, you gotta have a little decorum, bro.
yeah, but see, that's
That goes
why
both
I
ways.
paused y'all. Yeah, that's why I paused y'all real quick. And talked to Cosmon. That's why I muted y'all real quick. And after y'all I got finished and you was Googling, that's why I muted y'all real quick because my brother asked you a good question. You had to Google it. So in the mix of that, I had to tell Cosmon because
I
it
didn't
just
have
came
to
across my
Google it.
mind.
I
Like,
said I
damn, we
didn't
was
know the
just
answer.
talking about this shit. So you Googled it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then. All right. So I'm not
Typically,
lying.
that's the
But
first
anyway,
stage
it's
of
all good though.
anybody's search
But
for
what I'm saying,
information is looking at the
Mike, I'm
largest
not saying
online
nothing
database in the
bad.
world, right?
Listen, Mike, I'm not saying nothing bad, but I'm telling Cause it's like it's some motherfuckers out here who really down with this shit that just don't know and they really want to learn.
Yeah.
And when I see you Googling simple shit like that,
The average Black American does not know that Black came on the U.S. Census in 1970. Just like the
yes,
average
they
Black
do,
American
bro.
doesn't know
The
African
average
American started in
American
1988.
Indian,
Just
the
like the
average
average Black
American
American doesn't
Indian.
know they may have
Whoa,
Aboriginal.
whoa.
What are you
Speak for
talking about?
yourself. Hold up. The
That's
average
true.
American Indian who does his genealogy does know that.
That's not true. Again, you
It's
said that was
never
a
been
preliminary
relevant
lookup.
to me or
You
my
said that,
audience to
Mike.
know the exact
Mike,
date
you,
that Black
Mike,
appeared on
you
the
said
U.S.
that,
Census.
Mike,
I don't
you
think
said
that.
that,
I think
Mike,
Because we go back to
Mike,
earlier
Mike,
times.
you
We've been
yeah.
in
said
So
that was
black.
classified since
So
Mike.
nobody
That
was
1492.
black in the
okay.
time you're
I
talking about. Go ahead,
understand
straight.
you expect because I have 26,000 subscribers and a full-time
Okay.
bustling genealogy business
Okay.
that I should know that date off the top of my head. I'm sorry,
No.
I'm not a brainiac.
All right.
No.
Okay.
All
So
right.
Hey,
go ahead,
listen,
Can I
straight.
go?
Mike.
Can I
Oh,
go,
Go
I'm
ahead.
wait,
please?
I'm
glad.
right.
Can I
You
go?
I'm
didn't know that
glad.
the
Hey,
date was
Mike.
1960. Okay.
Hold
Can
on,
I
Mike.
go?
I gave you your
It's okay,
props.
man.
I gave you your props for what you do
And
and your business, bro. I will never try to tear down your business and your income. That's not me. I'm not
Oh
no
no, you're
hater. I'm an
simply
innovator,
ridiculing me
bro.
for not
You know what I
having the
mean?
answer
If
on the
I can
fly
help your
and for
business grow,
looking it up.
if I
And I
can
don't
help your
understand
business
why that
grow,
warrants
then it's
ridicule.
all good. But I guarantee you, if you mess around and show OTK, open the knowledge on your channel, I'm going to tell you in advance. Thank you. And don't be scared to come back. Thank you for the subscribers that you're going to send my way. Because the way that we teach over here, we don't know everything. We don't know everything.
Shout out to
We
Chief.
don't
Chief
act
said
like
the
we
same
know
thing.
everything.
Chief also didn't know that it was
don't. We
1960
do
because
not
we've been
act like we know
reclassified since
everything.
before the
But when
70s.
you're talking about a subject that we do know,
That ain't us.
when we talk about a subject that we do know, bro, you know what I mean? You're going to get a little feedback on that. You know what I mean? And, you know, you lucky that you even getting some of the feedback that you got, because usually motherfucker done arrowed you up and talk all kind of, we wouldn't have got the no information, but at least we doing some information. So, you know, I'm glad that you was able to learn something. You can't say you ain't learned nothing from opening knowledge. Make sure you tell your channel that too.
Is it possible I can ask a question?
And I'm confused because again, earlier I stated that I would share not only my genealogy but also my website where I disseminate this information. And if you go to the homepage of my website, it has that classification on the homepage. It's the first thing you see. So you're
Yeah, that's
confusing the fact that I didn't know off the fly at
No.
8:49, 3 joints and 5 hours of live content in the date 1960. Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't recall that on the fly, but if you go to the information that I promote, it's written right there in black and white. Anybody go to
That's funny. That's the
You
same time
smoke
they made
joints,
nativeblackandwhite.com,
nigga.
tell me
You
it doesn't
smoke
give the
joints,
exact
nigga. You
reclassification date
still
of
smoking
1492
Yeah,
joints.
to
he on.
1988
Hell yeah, I smoke
before
joints.
you ridicule me
And
for not
he
being
on
able to
Cali
bring up
time too.
1960 willy-nilly.
Hey, right.
Is
Matter
it
of
He on
fact, I
Cali
possible?
time
wonder,
too.
am
Go
I
ahead,
able to
straight
share my
smoke.
screen at all?
Hey,
Am I
Mike.
able
No. Wait a
to
minute.
share
Wait.
what I'm referring
No,
to?
wait a minute, Mike. Just
Smoking
wait a minute,
joints,
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mike. Just calm down, bro.
No, I was talking to
We
OTK.
believe you. We don't care
I'm trying
about
to
your
share my screen.
genealogy,
Is it
bro.
okay
We
for me to
care.
do
I
that?
mean, the people gonna go check you out on your channel, bro. It's gonna be all right.
I'm
Straight smoke.
sorry,
Ask your
your name's
question,
not
please.
OTK. If this is the OTK and Cosman channel, then never mind. I'll take a step back. I guess you're the co-host, but I thought this was OTK show.
Hey, straight smoke. Ask your question, brother.
Is OTK muted or?
No. Oh, no. I see what it is. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I guess
Thank you so
OTK's asleep at the wheel. All right.
Nah, I ain't never sleep, dog. Why is you 3 joints in, nigga? I'm 3 blunts in.
ain't shit. My joints are infused, so I might have caught up to your high. Okay.
You infuse. What is infused with?
It means it got wax and keef on it.
If you
Crack.
need it,
marijuana crack.
Because you're blowing on swag.
This nigga said crack.
Marijuana crack, Mike.
I'm from California. Okay, this ain't no crack.
Oh,
this is
okay.
Good ganja.
Oh, you from
the California? Crack is
California?
what them white boys is nodding out on that fentanyl.
Hold up, you from California?
Yeah, he said it was 849. He on Cali time.
Oh,
Northern Cali.
Okay.
He said a lot of things. He said a lot of things, sir. He said a lot of things, sir. He has said a lot of things.
So OTK, am I able to share my screen real quick or no?
Yeah, I got it. I see it in the back. I was waiting for Straight Smoke to go ahead and finish, and then I was gonna share your screen, bro.
Okay, I appreciate it. Straight Smoke.
By all means, by all means, thank you so much, Mike TV, for joining the OTK show. It's a pleasure meeting you, as well as I believe that everybody up here will feel the same way. And if anything that you would like to share with us at this moment, I would be very greatly appreciated to see. Let's go.
Hey, y'all, and OTK stands for Open the Knowledge. I found my channel was getting flagged sometimes because the name OTK that people gave to me in this environment that I started running with just for short, because I didn't want to type out the whole Open the Knowledge on the screen or whatever like that, man. But that stands for Open the Knowledge, man. OTK is already a YouTuber out here. I didn't know though, but I found that out. So yeah, OTK really means Open the Knowledge. So OTK is just a nickname that I got, y'all, that I picked up.
It just becomes confusing many times with all these names, and you dig what I'm talking about, because you have people who are, would be quote unquote mongoloidal, who are brown. You dig what I'm talking about? Native and black, but are not aboriginal to America. You see what I'm saying? So it can become confusing sometimes. But I know I'm with you, Mike, and for you dig what I'm talking about. I'm not against you. You dig what I'm saying?
I respect you for showing this, Mike.
And for where you at, and the people that you.
So again, I'll be the first one to say.
Hold on, bro. You gotta slow down, Mike. Slow down. You can't even take your flowers, huh?
What about?
Damn, Mike.
Damn, Mike. Go ahead, man. If it's that important to you, man,
like
show, sell your little $75, whatever. Get it off, Mike. Go ahead.
Get it off,
What
Mike.
happened?
Get
You're
it off,
upset
Mike.
because you're giving me flowers now? I'm confused.
No, we were trying to give you.
Go ahead, bro.
You're not trying to listen. You're
Mike,
literally over talking everybody
Whatever you
when you
trying
get
to
the
push
opportunity.
across. Go ahead.
I mean, we
bro.
got 4 people talking about over talking. I'm confused.
I'm just saying, we understand you confused.
Are you upset that I didn't say,
no.
"Oh, honorable Chief Cosman, thank you so much for the compliment"?
It's okay,
Like,
brother. I'm just
what's your issue
saying
right now?
what you're trying to push. You dig what I'm talking about?
I'm not pushing anything, and you mentioning a little $75 this or that. I'm not even going to scroll down to the point where I solicit my service. I'm just showing that I've got a full timeline of the reclassification of American Indians on the homepage of my channel, just like I stated before.
What you're talking about is
So if
not
I say my audience knows me as the king of receipts, I just wanted to show this.
I'm just saying this native black ancestry you're talking about is not more important than being just cool, brother.
Wow.
Again, when you use terms like being just cool, brother.
You dig what I'm talking about? You don't gotta be disingenuous. You don't gotta act specified. You don't have to sit and try to over talk people.
Or don't. I mean, I don't really care either way at this point.
I know, because you're just gonna keep talking. You're rambling. You dig what I'm saying, bro? People want to listen, bro, but you don't gotta be a dick about it.
Somehow I'm
Mike,
rambling.
stop being a
Here,
dick.
I'll just be quiet and let's see.
All right, okay, well, shut up.
I came here to learn. Let's see if you can teach me
dick,
something.
Mike, stop being a dick. It's fine that you're black and native, Mike. Who gives a fuck? Stop being a dick.
If I'm a dick, it shouldn't be that hard for you to swallow.
There it is.
There it is,
There it is.
man. The gay shit.
There
Straight
it is.
Diddy. Straight Diddy. Only a gay
There
nigga
it
would
is.
think another nigga would. Wow.
Only a nigga who's reached his wits in with the dumb Negroes on the panel.
Here it go, Mike. Show your real
Wow.
side, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, I know for a fact that I've
This is
been
a
very, very
shame.
mild.
So is there more
I've been very
questions, or can
mild.
you guys teach me
No,
something?
you can
Because I came
leave.
here
No,
trying to
we don't
learn
have any
something
questions.
new, and so far you just been asking me a bunch of shit.
No, there's nothing
Ooh.
we need to know.
Oh, wait now. Wait now. Hold
I've
on.
already heard
If
about
I
the dumb
may.
diversities, the
Hold
papal
on.
bules.
Hold
Is
on.
there
Hold on.
anything
Once again,
related to like
y'all,
the
we
Concordia
always
era that you
gotta
guys can
give
teach me
shout
about?
We
out
gotta expose
to the
them.
people.
Wow.
Breathe in and breathe out. The truth.
Breathe
shall
in, let that
reveal
light
it.
in. Huh? Expose them drugers, them demons. It always come out in the end.
I know I've been very light.
All praise the great spirit, man. You dig what I'm
I
talking
know
about?
I've
They
been very
allow
light.
you to expose people. You dig what I'm talking
So
about?
do you not
They
even
show
want to attempt
themselves.
to educate me about
That's
something?
when you really spiritual, man. Or spiritual will
I
guide you
know I
right.
have
Here
been
to
very
guide
light,
you, man.
y'all.
Keep
Nature
you
is a
away from
motherfucker.
bad shit and bad people with bad juju and vibes on them. They expose
I
themselves when
was very polite. I was very,
Yeah,
very
ain't nobody.
polite. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Why you
I
stop
don't get
sharing
it.
your screen? You can share your screen, bro. Why you
I
stop
already
sharing?
showed what I was trying to show.
Oh, but
I
yeah,
already
we
told
want to
you.
hear you explain it. But you
And
just had
instead
cut
of hearing
off.
me
What it
explain
was,
further,
hold
I'd
up,
love
no,
for you guys
what
to
it was
educate me
is
about something that I don't know.
No, you
Which is
just
why I
started
came here
being
in
a
the first
dickhead.
place.
You started over
no,
talking.
what it was is somebody was talking, and then when you found out your screen was showing, you just came in and started talking right over somebody. That's why he
Mike,
was like,
yeah.
"Hold on."
Yeah, so if
That's
we
why
go
we
back
say he was giving
before
you
that, when I
flowers.
originally
Come
came
on,
here, I
man.
said I came here
Look.
to learn
He's
something
doing it
new.
right
And
now.
Doing it
Man,
right
I know
now.
your
derailed with
screen,
everybody
man.
trying to
Word.
do a Q&A with Mike TV.
You doing it right now, bro.
He's
Go
doing it
ahead.
right now.
Everything good. Share your screen, bro. Everything
And I
real
already
level.
stated I've shown what I wanted to show.
We
Can
want to
anybody
explain that
educate me
though. I
about
want you
something
to
new
explain
that I
that.
haven't
I want
heard
you
yet?
to explain. I want you to explain the concept on what you showed.
And
You know?
I do not feel like obliging you and explaining that. I would like to learn
Yeah,
something new
OTK,
with the
he's
time
done.
that I
All right,
have.
well then
OTK,
don't
he's
worry
done.
about it.
I don't think
He
every
doesn't want to do
classification of
anything
American
else.
Indians needs to be explained.
Listen
He
to
don't want
the
to do
tone of
nothing
his
else.
voice.
Let him sit there.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Listen to the tone of his voice. He's done. He feels
Yeah.
like a certain way. Let
He's
him be
sassy
the certain
right
way
now.
he
He's
is. He's done.
feelings.
He's done.
Hey, Cos,
Oh,
this got to be a class.
Mike.
Hey, Cos.
Oh,
Okay,
We're
so
gonna talk
instead
about
of
this day.
educating me on something, you guys
yeah.
just want to
I'm
act
just
juvenile.
Mike. You just
We're
being
gonna
a
talk
dick at
about
this
this
point,
day.
Time
Hey,
is
Cos.
money, so I
Nobody,
guess
you're
we'll
not
put on
even
a
being
timer.
nobody even wants
I'll
to
give you
challenge you
60
like that, bro.
seconds.
You're just
Educate me on something
you're
new
not
in 60
here to learn.
seconds, or I'll
You're
just
here to
leave.
try to
I
teach.
can't have my time wasted any longer like this.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Ooh.
Peace, Mike.
Ooh.
And the
Peace.
timer
I'm
starts
just saying. I'm just saying.
right
And
about.
OTK, cut this nigga
Hold on. I
now.
don't have the
Since the
timer up
timer
yet. I give
starts,
everybody a
fuck
fair
your
shake.
timer. Fuck
Give
your
everybody a
timer,
fair shake.
nigga.
Okay, timer
Fuck
starts
your
now.
timer, nigga. Fuck your timer, nigga. Puss ass nigga. Fuck your timer.
You know why you keep up? You know why you don't cut them? You keep them on the panel because when they come out and try to make a content about your shit,
Yeah.
you show the opposite side of it and
Show the
show
other
them that
side.
they was on your shit and
30
what really
seconds.
happened.
Yeah, clowning.
You feel me?
Yeah, because
Respectful for
you
no
see what
reason.
you see. Y'all see what he was like. You see what he was
Yeah.
like. I see this.
He thought
I
he thought
see
he
this.
thought he was gonna come up here and teach.
He thought he was gonna come up here and run a gambit.
Wow.
And
Not no
9,
X-Man shit.
8,
Not upset.
7,
He
6.
told me the SMD.
Not no mutant.
No
Not
knowledge
a
to
mutant.
drop.
Got real triggered.
No aboriginal
He
gems.
got real triggered.
All right. Well, gentlemen,
Yeah,
it's
hold
been
on,
real.
hold on,
For having an
hold
open
on,
platform.
hold on,
I
Mike.
would say I would be
Mike,
back again,
Yeah,
but this has been
man.
a,
You dig what I'm saying? All right.
a
I am
very
not
tedious
You know
encounter
what I
for me,
mean?
so I don't
He
think
just don't look.
I'm
He
an
just
but I
American
wish you all
look.
the
He
Indian,
won't.
best.
Mike.
He just won't
Mike,
Take it
stop,
easy.
man. He
I'm
won't
American
stop.
Indian,
Don't get
Mike.
so
He
upset.
just won't stop.
Yeah, I'm American Indian.
Yeah, go
That's
to
who he is.
go to
Damn, hey Cosmon, this
Yeah,
got
they
to be
expose
a
themselves every
classic
time.
dog. This got to be a classic show the fucking night.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who came up here talking against the American Indian all ran.
And hold on, because
What
he
the
got beat up. He got beat up real quick. Hold on, Mike TV. When you show your people your 26,000 followers, show them that you are a low demonic acting man for no reason. You was sassified and sissified, and you got into your emotional bag so much that you told another man that he swallowed his penis or something. I don't even know what gay, little
reference
you came with. It doesn't even matter. You dig what I'm talking about? You are exposed, sir. Y'all don't buy none of that little genealogy shit. The genealogy is free. Do it yourself. You dig what I'm talking about? Shit ain't
is it
even
possible? Can I
You dig what I'm
get a
saying?
second?
There's so much information these days. This is why he doing it for so cheap.
And so what we hit him with, Cosmon?
We
Another
hit this.
one.
Hey, Mike TV. Bitch ass nigga, take another. Yeah.
I gotta say something.
It's all good, man. That's crazy though.
I gotta
Dog
say
with
something.
straight sissified sassiness on me. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know.
Oh, you took my word, Cosmon.
That was wild.
You took my word.
You dig what I'm saying? That was wild.
Yeah,
That was
man.
crazy.
Anybody up, man? I'm just saying, man. You know.
Do you want to ask me any question? What do you mean? No, we don't want to ask you no questions, bro.
Anybody? Is there anyone else? Oh my God! Can I say this? Can I say this? God damn!
I keep telling y'all this where it come from. When you see it, it hit different when you get to see the Hadoukens. They
It's
right
crazy.
on time. Every time I want to hit one, you dig what I'm talking about? You out of there for every point. You dig what I'm saying? Dog, you got to go with that, man. Come on, Mike, man. You got to be better than that. And you supposed to be a person.
Then he knocked this nigga back on the ship.
Y'all not gonna say it.
Get
Y'all
back
not
on
gonna
the
say
ship and go back where you come from.
Hey, but the thing is, he didn't like the
Where we
whole
at?
point.
We on the border. We on the border. Get your ass from over here. You ain't about to come across here.
Yeah, and see, the term is misleading. Black Native American assumes that there is some type of Native American that isn't black. And if that term is then fluid and it ain't what the Aboriginal is.
Because
Right?
you're still describing a mongoloid.
Exactly.
You're still acknowledging a mongoloid that is not of this land. You dumb fuck. And that
Right. This is why you need federal recognition because
you're a mongoloid.
Aboriginal. Take that with you, nigga. Take that. Stick this up your little half black native ass, nigga. How about
And you
this?
trying to take our oil. And you trying to take our oil. That's a barrel of oil right there. Bitch, I'm gonna cut you on the oil. Get your ass from across
in the
this
air.
shit.
Look at Mike TV.
Wild ass Indian game, man.
Yeah,
don't come over here and trying to
bro.
be a troll.
Yeah,
This way
that
you get to
sassy
it.
ass shit.
Trolls
You don't
get
give a fuck
trolled.
who you is.
Yeah,
Fuck you and
trolls
the
get
Muscogee
trolled.
Creek, nigga.
Uh-oh.
Nigga, shout to the real
Sounds like we
Muscogee,
gotta
'cause
bring
y'all
up the
know-
obvious.
Y'all know I got, y'all know
bro.
what it is.
Nah.
But nigga, no. Fuck your Muscogee Creek, nigga. Yeah, them niggas right in your immediate family, nigga. Fuck you, Mike TV. You a broad, nigga. Real talk. You just came and exposed yourself today.
Oh man.
That's what you get for coming over here fucking with real niggas.
Hey, cars.
Hey, this 2025. 2025 is the season.
He just called himself. He just called himself a sassy.
When trolling goes wrong.
Sassy. Was you listening to his S's and T's? That nigga kind of tainted, bro.
Listen. Listen here. I'm not gonna keep. I can't keep backing and forthing with these people, bro.
No, God.
Listen, because you might have a little. Hold on, he might have a little HD TV in his package. You dig what I'm talking about?
I guarantee you. Something is ultra high def.
You know what stops us from having to go so far? Just ask the right questions.
Ask the right questions. They get to exposing themselves.
We don't even have to go after. But sometimes you gotta let a nigga talk. Now, sometimes you gotta let a nigga talk because you don't even hear a nigga will contradict himself within his talking.
You see, Cosmo, I ain't say a word. I ain't say a word.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
That's what I told you, Cos. We be patient.
What did you say?
Now, so people see what's going on, boy. Salute to the.
Can I get it real quick?
We let them get him up. Yeah,
salute to Sharice, the realist. Hold on, Sharice. When you get some of these, Sharice, you got to get up out of here quick, Sharice.
Wild ass Indian.
Can I point out what you saying, OTK?
Hey, arrows up in the motherfucking chat. Wild ass Indian game, man. We arrow motherfuckers.
We pieced the nigga tonight. I got 3 of these niggas up out of here, man. You gonna get the fuck out of here. Listen, no hoe ass niggas allowed, bro. You could be whatever you want to be. Just be real. Be 100. That's all that matter. Be whatever you want to be, right? But be 100 about it.
Nazarene.
How about I can give you what he said, what he fucked up at?
I'm not.
He fucked up. I caught his fuck up.
What he do?
I caught his fuck up.
What he do, straight?
I caught his fuck up.
What he do, straight?
He said that Black Americans was in 1970.
Yeah, flag on the play.
Then he went back and said, no, 1960.
Flag on the play. Wait a minute.
That's why I said, really? Really? I can't wait for you to go back and view this tape on this part. He said 1970. Because guess what? He said, I'm going to Google it. He said, I'm going to Google it. Listen to me. He said, I'm going to Google it. And we know Google ain't what it is, but I'm still going to Google it. But then he turned around and said that he knows it's from 1960.
Right.
Right.
Don't give him the correct answer, Straight Smoke. Don't give him the correct answer. He might still be listening.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to give him the correct answer. I just know that you fucked up. You know you're fucked up, right?
Yeah, you know
you fucked up, right?
And where he got hit with, Oz? What he get hit with?
Hold on, whole ass nigga.
For him and his 26,000 subscribers. Hey, stop that.
Come over here and deal with the cleanup gang. Get some real knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, gang. Listen. He was on this shit like he was just a native, not even just this year. Dane schooled him and beat him so bad. He beat him so bad. That's why he got a grudge about this shit. Listen, this dude just got into this information, right?
Fact. That's why I thought he really was trying to learn, cause because I know.
No. He's trying to tell you.
And I knew when he first started learning about this shit and how his whole channel changed. I watched that. Right. I watched his channel change, cause so that's why I told him, like, I know who you are. Go ahead, explain yourself.
Why I didn't tell him I didn't know.
Right. But instead of him claiming American Indian, he claimed Black Native American Indian. I ain't never even hear that shit before in my life.
So guess what? There are blacks who are aboriginals, who are not aboriginals to America. There are natives who are not aboriginals to America. Huh? There are Indians who are not aboriginal to America. They're all misnomers. Black.
You just
What
gotta
did
know.
he call? What did he say? Black, native, what?
That shit
Indian?
said black turn to
Black
Negro.
Native American.
Oh, black native. Well, the
Black
American is the only term.
American.
But then you're misnomering me twice. You calling me black
He's a fucking retard.
and native, nigga. If I'm American, of course I'm native. Duh.
Hey, Nazarene is TV. I don't know how you found my channel, fam, but I'm glad you
No,
found
that's
it.
the homeboy. That's the gang.
Oh, that's gang.
Yeah, that's gang. That's creative gang.
Oh, Nazarene. Oh, I was about to say, man, with shit, the link in the chat. You know, anybody that that's on Kyle's side
No,
or
that's
whatever
fam.
like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Hey, listen, Nazarene. One thing about me, bro, I tell everybody, man, I don't care about your belief. I don't deal with belief.
Yeah.
I don't deal with that, bro, because your belief might have saved you. It might have saved your goddamn family to where you still here now.
Right.
You feel me?
And then
So
guess what?
Go ahead.
This the dope part. That shit that saved you, that belief that saved you, you went on to find out was false. What about that? What about when you learned about
always right? And it was always you from the
it was
very
always you the
jump.
whole
You
time.
and your ancestors that came before you. It was always you at the same fucking time. But they let you put all your energy into something else.
I'm telling you, they didn't trick y'all in the praising of God when you are God. I'm just saying, you like a seed. You like a seed of God. Your physical life is the growing part, is the getting all the good juices and berries to go up and grow once you die. Because you don't really get birth till you die. You dig what I'm talking about? And then from that point on, you grow into a tree. Right? Once you're able to start producing fruit.
How many of these people eat deer, bro? How about that? Let's start there.
I mean,
none of them don't because they don't fuck with huff animals. Because of religion.
Y'all, you know I don't eat meat, period. So
they don't eat that old rabbit. But if you see, rabbit was one of their main stools.
Yeah.
I'm not moving away from my deer.
Ain't nobody,
ain't nothing better than deer, dog. That animal is the leanest animal there is that doesn't eat no meat and all muscle.
My bad, dude. You know what I'm talking about. You know
Dog,
what I'm
listen,
talking about.
man. Dog, Goose Creek was built on deer fur trade, bro. That's what they came in doing with American Indians. Deer fur, bro.
Yeah, we do all the fur trade here. We do that fur trade here.
Yeah, well, you know, it wasn't no Kentucky or no Tennessee. See, we got to understand when these states start becoming states. Right. So we already been together. Bro. When they
I've been talking to you way before you put a motherfucking county line on me, motherfucker. Fuck them crackers.
What the fuck? We've been talking to each other. Come on, man. Stop that. So that's why we got that's why you got to read history from a unbiased lens. That's the only way you can understand who you're reading and what you're reading. If you already go into reading any kind of content from a biased lens, you're gonna miss a lot of what it's really saying.
Hey,
know
you
what I
know
mean?
what? You know what got him though? I'm gonna tell you what got him. Straight smoke. He exposed himself when I said, "Yeah, bro, we don't care that you're Native
Yeah,
American."
that
He,
fucked him
what?
up.
What do you mean you don't care?
That fucked him up.
Yes, it's not really important. You dig what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? We believe you, bro. You know what I mean? You ain't proving
You ain't gotta explain. You ain't gotta
Yeah.
explain.
Hey, Enoch, Kentucky was all Indian territory.
Every bit of
See, we got to understand now everything outside of the goddamn 13 original states, the Confederacy, the Congressional Confederacy, and all of that before the 13 colonies name came out. It wasn't no Georgia or North Carolina.
No, there was not.
These was the two last states that came out of South Carolina. It wasn't even no South Carolina. South Carolina became part, it came later on, like in the 1700s. When they said South, that's when they say, well, damn, well, let's separate parts of Virginia and parts of goddamn Tennessee and modern day Kentucky now, and Carolina. Let's make that North Carolina.
Shit, wasn't no Alabama, Mississippi.
But none of that. It was none of that, man. And
Well,
when
we gotta keep it. We gotta keep. We gotta keep. We gotta keep it. We gotta keep it all the way neat. We have to keep it all the way neat because when they started with the first couple, all that was an expansion acquisition.
Correct.
That was mergers and acquisitions. Because they started with 1, 2, 3, 4. They didn't come in and say, "Oh yeah, we got all 13 of this."
No, hell no.
That's not how that worked.
They found out the system. They say we're gonna do it different than what the fucking Spanish is trying to do in the South. They say we're gonna come in, we're gonna attack their spirituality and you know what I mean, and rock with them like that. Matter of fact, we're gonna give them the arms to fight against the Spanish because we don't like them motherfuckers anyway.
French
at the same time of them doing this, we showing them how to survive. You know, because now we can go and free our peoples, them who they done capture. Now we can go and cause war and havoc because we got ammunition and the guns that they got.
Right.
Now
So
we can
can I get this?
Now we can go and get our peoples them out, but then them motherfuckers flipped on us.
And the whole time they playing both sides against the middle.
Playing both sides, and then they all eventually got together.
Because they'll tell the Pequots don't deal with the Narragansetts, right? And then go do a deal with the Narragansetts.
And get rid of the Pequots.
And get rid of the Pequots.
And get rid of the fucking Pequot. There we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Hold on. Turn around and smash the Narragansett after they did.
And did that. And I mean, what don't you get? My enemy of my enemy is not my friend.
Sure ain't.
There is no such thing. Where do you come up with these analogies? You were taught it. You were taught these dumb ass phrases, and they have no meaning. None.
What the phrase was? The enemy of my enemy.
My enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Hey, and better word, hey, OTK, better yet, hey man, I don't trust the moles, bro. I'm gonna go fuck up with the vice lords.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Hey, what Richard Pryor said? Anybody
Good
who
luck
win
with
it.
that.
That's my game.
I was at 13 games. OTK.
Yeah, that's my game.
Who the fuck does that? Pancake ass niggas.
Man, whoever win it, man. Hold on, straight smoke. I was at 26 games, nigga.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's what Richard Pryor said. That's my game. Any fucking game that was winning at
all
the time.
the letters, nigga. I got every
I
letter.
can't do it. Would you say every letter? Huh?
Every letter, nigga. I got
Every
all
letter.
26 games, nigga.
I got all of them. Goddamn it. I got all of them. Goddamn it. Shit.
What's going on, man? Say 7,
I
but dog,
can't stand you niggas.
what's going
God
on,
damn.
man? Enoch. Man,
Hey,
I
what you
want
on?
y'all
1,
make
2,
sure
3, 4,
make sure
5,
y'all
6,
go
7,
back.
8.
Hey, I want y'all to make sure y'all go back and watch the first hour of the show. You know what I mean? If y'all came in late, because I dropped the dude in case y'all watched the Killers of the Flower Moon. I dropped the dude who was the main orchestrator of that shit. William. You know what I mean? So go back and watch that, man. So y'all can get some more information, because when y'all see that shit, just imagine this now. In the 1800s, they was doing this. Imagine what they was doing over here from the east to the southeast coast before these other states was even created.
They was coming in like little raiding troops, like what you call them niggas, terrorists,
and replacing you,
literally becoming you.
Indian head rights. That shit talk about Indian head rights and all of that, cause, and you like to touch on the Indian head rights and stuff like that. Man, Indian head rights, yo. These people was marrying in the families or becoming guardians.
Damn.
Becoming guardians of people. So then when they poisoned them and killed them, they took over their
All
estate.
they stuff.
And at this time, Oklahoma, Tulsa, y'all, Oklahoma, they don't want to call it Tulsa, but let's just, you know, it was booming with oil. The number one producer of oil. They say that the peoples then was getting $10 million a year. It might have said one.
In 1920. It was more than that, because they was doing a couple 100,000 barrels a day.
A day.
It's crazy.
A day. We got
That's
somebody
crazy.
new. What's up,
You
Joe
have to
DePaul?
understand.
What's
You have to
going on, Joe?
understand at that time. You have to understand at that time the barrel was not at the same amount of money that you would see substantially today.
Right.
So if you put that in the equivalent of today's money,
it equivalated to
Yeah.
billions, bro. Hell yeah, that bitch. Yes.
if you
Go ahead.
if you equivalated it to today's market, those people were making, I kid you not, $3.2 billion a day.
Fact. And check this out, right? They say these boys had big houses, fancy cars, and they had white servants. Well, y'all know they had to rewrite that out of history, boy.
Hey, listen, how you think the Bushies
Where you
and
think
all
they
them
learned how to
get
have
American
white
oil
servants
from?
at? They learned that shit from the South.
Where you even think American
the
oil
East
come
Coast.
from?
Come on, man.
Nigga, listen, we have been finding gold, mining, laying down train tracks, fucking with oil, dealing with all type of agriculture for thousands of years, man. This ain't even nothing new.
So I do have to say this.
That's what
I
them
do
boys
have to say
said,
this.
Todd.
I
Hey, hold
love
on.
y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. I gotta go. It's dinner time. Have a great night. And y'all always do know one thing. There is nothing out of our reach as long as we put our mind to it. I love you.
I love you too, bro. Love you too, bro.
Take care.
You know what I mean? Hey, Cosmo, you know what's crazy, right? That you said the goal. Why they say that they was trying to make sure that these people was these people by checking their teeth and seeing if they was gold fillings.
Cause these niggas, it was gold everywhere on
These
the East
motherfuckers
Coast.
putting gold in their teeth. You know this
Listen,
American Indian shit.
People don't know why they wanted the East Coast so much. Why did they just come to the East Coast? Why didn't they go somewhere else? East Coast, you could literally pick gold off the ground.
Facts. Sovereign indigenous, man. I see a lot of people coming, man. I'm glad. I don't know how y'all how y'all found my show, but I'm glad y'all found it, man. And stand on American Indian business. I'm a South Carolinian for those who just coming in. I'm a Carolina Kakalaki. You feel me? And I'm one of the ones who separated the Geechee and the Gullah so people can put respect on these people's name, as in who they really are. Cosmon, Cosmon asked me about the Geechee Gullah like the first times we started talking, and I dodged him for months. Like, man, I don't want to get into that, Cos, because if I do, bro, you know what I mean? I still got to figure out what everybody else is saying out here in the environment about it. But once it got to a certain point, I had to stop people in their tracks. See, they didn't know the info that I had. You know what I mean? And when I bring stuff that I can show, you gotta do something to get around that. And it gotta sound good too. Now I just ain't gonna let you get around the shit now. And if you try to get around it, believe me, I probably got a counter for that, because I'm not just gonna bring nothing out that I ain't triple research.
Word.
Hey, Joe the Boss, man. Bro. Go ahead, Cos.
What's the word, Joe the Boss?
What's up with y'all? I'm just on here trying to build, see what y'all talking about.
Word. What's chopping it, man? You dig what I'm talking about? I think got 3 of them out of here tonight. You dig what I'm talking about? I was punching early. You dig what I'm talking about? But they be making them claims, man. Them crazy claims.
Hey, I want to send one of y'all some. I got a lot of photos.
Word.
Like a lot of historical photos that I don't ever see dropped on nobody's video. I want to throw them at somebody so they could break them down and do something with them. I just got them stocked up. I know shit like that disappeared quick.
Right. Yeah, here you go, bro. Here you go. Go ahead, share your screen.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like here and now, bro. You welcome to the place where people who think they're nobodies, they're nobodies are somebody to me, dog. I ain't too big for no fucking body, dog. I'm still learning, bro. I'm still learning. That's why I stick within South Carolina. Now, when people start talking outrageous stuff, I have to correct some outrageous stuff, but I would never tell nobody about their state, their city. Oh, that was going on, and what? Unless you got some shit that don't align with this American Indian shit, then that's a whole difference.
I'm a jack of all trades, but I'm a master of none. I ain't that good at any subject, but I can tell you a lot about every subject.
Hey, I put my my Gmail in the back too, bro. If you want to
sovereign indigenous.
But show us some of your pictures, bro.
It.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to send it to y'all because I'm on the phone.
Lakotas, the Siouan,
you on the phone.
Dakotas.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to send that to your email.
Yeah, from the Maryland, living in the sunshine with the nose. So you in Florida right now? Yeah, okay. All right. Shout out to my Floridians, man. I'm gonna tell y'all some real ass shit. Y'all think I'm wild. But I got to give it up to my Georgia and my goddamn Florida niggas. Them motherfuckers wild as shit. Dog, once you get to the low country down on that eastern coast, I'm talking about wild ass Indians, man. Like it's no other people like us. I'ma just say that. And people can say this in their state. And I want y'all to give y'all state prop. Like it's no other people like us. It's no other people like us that's on this eastern coast. I ain't even gonna lie to you. From parts of Virginia, North Carolina, on down to Florida. The Sea Islands and this Gullah Coast. Man. Boy, listen. Some wild ass Indians. That's all I got to say. Some fighting motherfuckers too.
Yeah.
Word. I ain't gonna lie. That's all I got to say. But yeah, sovereign indigenous. That's your picture on the screensaver. Y'all make sure y'all go listen. Y'all go subscribe to everybody that's in the chat too, man. You know what I mean? All you got to do is click on their name in the chat, go to their channel activity, and then subscribe. It's just that easy, y'all. Just that easy. We gotta support each other, but we don't support these others too long. And a major reason how they got us to support them, I'm gonna give y'all one thing first, and then I'm gonna give y'all a real major way. But the one way how we really started supporting them is that they started opening up businesses, but putting us as the managers, as the people in the store that working. You feel me? But the one major thing how they really killed us and how they built the backbone was the prison system, y'all. In prison,
you a slave.
they took your identity in prison.
Made you a slave.
And they got paid off of you in prison. They didn't need you to work or do nothing for them or pay your taxes. Once you got locked up.
Hey, who's the mastermind behind that?
Oh man, I can go deep into that, man. You know what I mean? I got Joe Boss. Just stay tuned, Joe Boss.
We know Rockefeller did the school. We know Rockefeller did the germ theory, the medical shit. We know he did the oil. But I never really looked into prison.
Yeah, the prison industrial pipeline or from school to prison pipeline.
So you know they got to be linked up if school and prison is linked.
Well, you know you gotta have money to build prisons. So what they did is they didn't even actually build them.
I'm gonna say they started off.
They added on to
taking that
constructs that was already here, castles,
asylums and shit.
Yeah, what they would call castles, hospitals, libraries. They would
Crazy
take
homes.
tournament. You know what I mean? And the reason why I'm saying these things because I'm throwing it out there, and people might say, "Oh, this nigga projecting on all this right here." But dog, if y'all research is really as deep as like y'all really want to learn, I'm throwing shit out there that most motherfuckers will hide from you and wait for you to come up or wait for you to ask that dumbass question and then do something to you on a panel live or something like that. So my whole thing is I gotta equip y'all with some stuff. So information is the best thing that I can equip people with. I'm not telling you believe everything, but you know what I mean? Just look in consideration to what we bringing out, and then go and do father shit. Come back and tell me like, yo, open the knowledge, man. Boom, come back and do that, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Joe Boss, and that's what my channel is all about, man. You know what I mean. I
Don't
care
be
about
like E-Bizzle, though. Don't be like E-Bizzle. They come up here mad at Cosmon because Cosmon was over your head with some stuff you didn't understand at the time, and you want to fight him, but you drunk, and then he knock you out. You didn't want to talk about hit you with a couple Hadoukens real quick and get you up out of here.
Shout out to
we got to keep it 100, Joe the boss. Why they can't keep it 100?
I know I don't know everything.
You did why? Okay, we know we don't know everything. He act like that was so hard to say. No, we don't.
Once you start acting like you do, you start looking like you don't. You feel me? It's like
hold
on.
Don't make Sovereign indigenous boy. You American Indian, isn't it?
It's definitely American
If
Indian.
it's your
Who's
picture
Southern?
right there up on the screen, you American Indian?
It's possible.
You cute as a motherfucker. I know that much. My bad. Oh, TK love the woman. Oh,
All
TK.
that's Indian. Man. Nowhere,
Hey, I
man.
gotta give compliments with compliments do.
You cannot nowhere. See, Joe, I be trying to see. I can't take OTK as no motherfucker. It's crazy, man.
Oh man. Yeah. Hey Joe, but on some real shit though, man. We did destroy some people today. Now, damn boy.
Couple Hadoukens get you together.
Shout out to V Note. Shout out to Straight Smoke. Alabama could have sit back in the cut. He was in the constructionators. And Cosmon. Well, before I go into the honky hole and get constructionators.
could you please give us the background on these squatulating crackers and post them in Cosmon? Keep them running, Copper Grizzly.
Alabama probably was smiling like a motherfucker. Hey, Cos, I know he was smiling because he missing turn his goddamn camera on. That's why I took him off the screen for a second.
Yeah, boy, I can fight. Your nephew can fight.
Yeah, where. And you know I fight. I fight.
Fight.
Yeah.
Intellectually, y'all. Intellectually,
yeah. No, literally too. But
you literally too. I'll beat your ass. Yeah, no, real talk. I got hands. No, real talk. I grew up in the city where you had to have them. There wasn't no shooting.
Shoot the 5. Shoot the 5. Shoot the 6. Ooh, boy.
What?
Slap to the spine. This motherfucker was training each other. Huh? That was that city shit. What? Shout out to my Chi-Town peoples, man. 127th and 4th and Calumet Park. You know what I mean? Wild ass hundreds all the way to 85th Street and all the way down to 65th Street. You feel me? Shout out to my peoples, them and my family, them, man. That's still out there in the shop, man. You know what I'm talking about? Wild ass Indians. And they know, a lot of them know that my peoples, them that's in the shop, say they came from Arkansas and they came from Mississippi. My direct family members, you know what I mean, say that they came through there. So shout out to the peoples of the Mississippi family. And shout out to them Arkansans. You know what I mean? And we talking about the real people, because now the more and more we study in history, the more and more we look into people who was writing that these shit been trying to get hide, but they coming out. You know what I mean? The more and more we look at these shit, the more and more we see that people was coming and taking our names and being identified as us.
And look, Mike TV is the perfect example of that, y'all. He was a perfect example of a nigga who looked like you, trying to play on you. He even got some of the blood. But look at his narrative. Look how he really think about you. You dig what I'm talking about? In the end of the day, he's just as bad as a squatulating cracker. You dig what I'm talking about? Remember, your greatest enemy has always looked like you.
Oh, shit.
You dig what I'm talking about?
So that even bring more clarity to this right here. Yep. But the difference in the here lets you know them ain't us. So what we do,
get a nigga together. We'll get you together. We'll get you together. 100%. See, and now y'all ain't got to worry about if Mike TV is the real deal. You ain't got to worry about that. And think about this. Think about this. If man is always inspired, I'm just saying, if he inspired, who inspired him on that dark ass dumb shit he was on?
Hey, Cosmo, let me know if you get that email.
Hold on. All right, hold on 1 second, bro. Let me
Yeah, Ray Sunflower. That's what I was saying, Ray Sunflower.
I couldn't send everything, but I
Incarceration.
sent a couple joints.
We steady thinking about Black Friday and don't go shopping in they fucking stores. But one organization that gets paid no matter what is the incarceration system from
I'm
us, bro.
Mohegan. What you
That
know about the
motherfucker,
Mohegan?
that shit don't never
Hey,
stop.
look at that map I sent you.
The map? Hold on, let me go down.
What year is it?
Ooh, wait, them look like Mardi Gras Indians right there.
What year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The map, I don't know. I forgot. I just
Hold on, I'm about to
found
go
that.
down right there.
But it got like before the Great Lakes and
Yeah.
before Cali became part of the land, how that fucking big ass lake used to be up in like the Oregon area. And they drained it, and that's what kind of washed all the Indians out on both sides.
Yeah, all them people over there. I did a show. I did a show on the original people of Oregon, the black, what they call them, Black Indians and shit like that. But yeah, the dark Americans. Yeah.
Yeah, that map right there. You see that big ass ocean on the west coast?
Whoa. Hold up. What year is this, Cos?
I don't know.
What year is this topography, and who is the cartographer? It gotta have a legend on it.
I can't see it.
The bottom right hand corner, bottom left hand corner.
It ain't the whole thing.
All right, bro, we gotta find out what year this is, man, because you got people out there that
I'm gonna go check. Hold on.
I mean,
look at Louisiana.
Hold on. Hey, Cosmon.
Louisiana go all the way out here.
Yeah, hold on. All right, so when they got Nubia, we know this is definitely
French,
Mexican, Latin. No, Latin. Nubia means new.
Yeah, but
in
that's
Spanish.
Nubo.
Well, French too. But it's all French. It's all Italian. Yeah, it's all Italian. People think that the Spanish and fucking Italian and French and Spanish is different. It's not. It's just different dialects. It all come from fucking Latin. Yeah, it's all Latin. Yeah. Word.
Nubo.
Okay, yeah, I just want to know. Damn, I want to know. This shit is saying the Gulf of Mexico.
Meshio. Look how they spell it. That's different. Mexique. Q-U-Y.
It says cartography of Oregon, 1507 to 1847. Or it don't say a name or who did it.
Okay, so it's the cartography from 1507.
But that explains all
the person.
them floods.
Hold up. It ain't saying no name with the cartography?
Nah, I gotta click in. Hold on, I probably could find it. Hold on, let me go back.
Look at Carolina. Bitch big as hell. They got Virginia, Carolina, going all on into, what are they calling that?
Yeah, you gotta have a year with this. And it's definitely gonna tell you who the topographer is. Somebody got to be drawing this. Because in 1507, we know all of North America was not explored.
It's out of the Oregon Encyclopedia.
Yeah, how is they drawing all of this if 1507 all of North America was not explored? All of South America wouldn't even explored. All of Mexico wouldn't even explode in 1507.
It wasn't explored, but it was half-ass explored by the French and the Spanish.
No. But this is a well documented fucking
That's
map.
what I'm saying. That's why
Yeah,
I
that,
wanted y'all to look
that's
at
when
this
you
shit
gotta
because I'm like,
dodge
what
the
the fuck is
hijack.
this?
That's when you gotta dodge the hijack and let you know that this map couldn't be 1507. It got to be later than that.
It say 1507 to 18 something, so it could be.
Yeah, but it wasn't nothing named Carolina in 1507.
And why are the French here in
You see what I'm
15?
saying, bro? You see what I'm saying? Not to discredit your source or nothing, but we gotta look at this through the lens of who's writing it, who's drawing it, who the topographer is. You know what I mean? Who drew this?
It's out of the Encyclopedia of Oregon. Hold on, let me go check out the names.
That's why you see a lot of this shit in Spanish.
Oregon right here.
Right. They're over there. North Dakota, Oregon, South Dakota, Las
Yeah, it's
Vegas,
right here.
is Colorado, Montana. All of that is in that area
Right
over
here.
there. Seattle, Washington. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All
that's up here. Yeah. This would be Oregon right here. This Cali.
I like this shit though, but see the
It
thing
say-
is, right? We
it
need
say
to
the
see if
world-
this is some kind of trade map. Is this some kind of trade map or
It
coast
say-
map or
It say
river
the
map?
world mapping by Martin Waldesmuller or some German nigga. World map by Martin something. Hold on. Let me see if I can write the name in the chat. Martin.
See, yeah, Cosmon, you see right there where they got like shit modern day. That would be the 5 Great Lakes. They call it the Bay of El Honduin.
Where you at? Up here?
Right there. What does that say? The Bay of El Honduin.
That's a Bay Duodion.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
looks like
El Honduin. So once you see that prefix El, that means the. That's Spanish.
This is Bay.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about Bay, and then it said L, right? Is that L or is that Bay
Is
of
that
Udon?
L? I thought it was a D. I could be wrong. My bad. It's kind of fuzzy a little bit.
Yeah, it
It say this is a bay. So they still calling it a mirror. This is a body of water. Of bay of the what? Is this still here today? What body of water is up there like that?
Nah, it drained. That's what I'm saying. That's what them floods they be talking about. The mud floods. Somebody drank them lakes.
That would
Drank
be
the whole
Vegas.
country.
That would be fucking modern day Vegas, North Dakota, all of that shit, dog. That would be all of that shit over there, cause
In the water, it say Sea of the West. That's West in French.
Yeah, Bay of the what does that say?
West.
Bay of the West. What is the word though? Louis.
It's like l'Ouest, but it's just West in French.
Okay.
I had to translate all this shit on the Google Translate.
What is this? Bay du Daudion. What is that? What does this say?
That looks like a
that might be
Duodian or Dion.
O-N. Yeah, Claudian.
Yeah, it got a high.
Is that CL or DU? DUA, DAA, DUO? Duodian? Dandian? I can't.
Can you blow this up some more, cars?
Let me see if it'll blow up a little more. Yeah, it's not.
I wrote the dude name in the panel chat, so you could check his name out, see if any of his shit pop up.
Okay.
The nigga who made this shit.
Oh, Martin Walsimerler. Walsimerler.
Something
Martin
like that.
Walsimerler. Yeah, I'm gonna look him up.
They go to Great Lakes down here.
Right.
My thing is, who mapped all this shit out?
Who mapped all of this out? Right.
It's saying them Germans was doing it because Martin, that last name is some German shit.
In 1507?
That's what it
Yeah.
say on the when you go to the page, the Encyclopedia of Orgland page, in the drop, it say Martin mapped this shit out and made the map in 1507. So he was mapping it out prior. Feel me? For him to have all this info.
So he made it from the prior map.
So he would be one of them people who claiming that they the Vikings who came over here.
Possible.
He would have been but he would have been using early map. Let that sink in. He'd have been using earlier maps. How?
Right. This is what I'm saying. Because Perry Reese map is 1530 something, right?
1513, I think.
1513. So around this time, they all have these maps.
No, this is pre-Perry Reese.
This is before, right? Yeah.
Before Perry Reese. If this is 1507.
Right.
So in that decade, all these niggas got America and Antarctica and all this shit mapped out.
Carved out. Interesting. Where'd you get this shit from?
I was just digging down these rabbit. You know, this is why I'm on the panel right now, because I'll be up late. And this one I really brainstorm. This one I really the moon resonate with me. Once I get in that silent, and I can really I found one pick. And
You're not a Moor. You're not American Indian Moor. You American Indian, first of all, right? You American Indian, right?
Yeah.
You're not a Moor, nothing like that, are you? You're not American Indian Moor, are you? Right?
Nah, I don't got no African ancestry.
No, because Moors are the only type of American Indians that let religion come in the way of their real. You know what I mean? They like to put they like once they claim Moor, they like to put their stamp in history on everything. You know what I mean? So that's why I asked you that. Yeah, so
I'm just spirit. I'm spiritual, man. I've always been a moon.
Okay, I bet you believe in nature. You like us. You like me. I'm a nature. But let me tell you this, bro.
Go
ahead. These places that he's naming, this got to be a revised map.
But revised from you
not saying that. Yeah, not saying that he didn't draw something like this size. I'm not saying that he didn't. But for these modern day names that we know didn't come into existence through a certain time to be on this map, and then
they didn't give them the names.
Right, some to be in American English and then some to be in Latin. That how you gonna have Nubio Mexico over here and then have Carolina and American English over here, or Virginia and American English over here? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, you got
Is
Spanish.
it in English? Is it spelled the same way?
You got Spanish. You got Latin words, and then you got American English words.
And also French up here too.
Right, that's what I said. French, Latin, French, American Indian words up here, English up here. So
you think it's on purpose?
Well,
or you think it's a mistake?
No, I think somebody what they was trying to do is that they was trying to take something and add on to somebody else's work and then giving credit to him in the past to try to write themselves into history.
Like a compilation.
Yeah, because we know, man, come on.
I got more shit too. I just didn't want to send you the
golf. If anything, dog, like why this is not the golf of the Olmecs or the golf of the Toltecs. Like why? You know what I'm saying? Why would this be the Gulf of Mexico? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
when
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
when we know the Mexican name, we find Mashiach.
My thing is,
I saw
if they already got this in 1507. That means the people name these places the names that they have.
Yeah, like
Pre-European.
it's more to those names.
That can definitely be a question. But the thing is, who explored all of North America in 1507?
I think it was always known.
No, nobody explored. Nobody from over that motherfucker explored all of North. I just showed the documentary earlier today that said that the west of the Appalachians, which is from Mississippi all the way to the Pacific Ocean, was not known to fucking Europeans until the 18th century.
Wait a minute.
My bad. I lied. My bad.
You see this right here?
19th century. So
do that say, am I tripping? I ain't got I got good vision, but I ain't got the best vision.
So we know the Europeans did not travel.
Does that say Leon?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you need to blow this up some more, man, because I see where your arrow is at.
Hey, go. Hey, if you can,
that would be Texas, Mexico, right there.
I was gonna say, if you can, go to the real page so you can get the real zoom in.
Where? Shoot me the.
I think it's a. Hold on, let me see if I can get the link.
Yeah, put the whoopty whoppty in the back. That's a crazy map.
Yeah. Hey, sovereign indigenous. Yes, the French came up first through Canada, though.
Yeah. They came down to St. Lawrence.
Yes, Lewis and Clark expeditions. Y'all go look up Lewis and Clark. All right, I'm gonna throw something else at y'all. Go look up Lewis and Clark.
I always had a lot of questions about that story.
They did not know no parts of the other Appalachian. All this was called Indian Territory, right?
They was some of the first to go west, period.
Right. So nobody, no European went.
I put it in that chat, the link.
Into the 19th century. That's 1800s, y'all.
Yeah, but all right. So, but how? If the Spanish ran the other side of Mexico the whole time?
No, they didn't, bro. No. Whoa. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
The Asian slave trade. What years was that?
The Pacific slave trade?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to say because the Asian slave trade was over there in another country, but the Pacific slave trade. What year are you talking about, my brother? You talking to a slave trade nigga now? You know what I mean? Nigga who study slave trade.
I'm talking about the Manila Galleon.
You talking about what? A small window? I'm talking about the Pacific slave trade. That was big.
Yeah. The Manila, wasn't that like the beginning of it?
The Manila is an island. Hey, Manila is an island in the Philippines.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Manila Wars is when they started the slave trade. When they started.
No, bro. No.
When they started.
No, they had been enslaving them people before. They tell you historically that they started doing this in 1560.
Yeah, bro.
The Spanish or somebody else was doing it before them.
No, the fucking Asians was going to the Pacific Island and enslaving these fucking peoples first.
Oh, like the gang? You talking about like
Asia, and bringing them back to Asia and shit like that. See, people don't know man. Not saying not no disrespect to you, Joe, but people don't know these shit.
The only shit I know about over there.
Some major shit been going on.
Is the Mongols, the Mongol invasion of the 1300s. Right, then you get all these. That's where the Asians originally come from, down there, and you get that phenotype mixed in. And then later on, Spain wants to go finish up. So Spain is once they kick the Moors out, the Moors go try to strengthen all their other strongholds, which was like Philippines, Mexico, all these other.
Well, I think you got it a little twisted up. Just to
Uh-oh.
look
You
me
might
up.
be
Yeah.
a more on the low.
Listen, no.
Nah, they was
Don't
over
do
here,
that.
bro.
Don't do Dana Boss like that.
They was
Don't
over
do
here,
Dana
bro.
Boss like that. No,
They not from here, but they was over here.
don't do it. Don't do it like that.
I'm just fucking
What you
with you,
gotta
bro.
understand is that your Spanish are your Moors.
Yeah. I'm just using the words interchanging.
Yeah, they're interchangeable, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, so like when the Spanish invaded the Philippines and the what's that called, Micronesia, Malaysia area, and they invaded Mexico
In
in like the
India,
same decade.
before they even got there, they went to India first. Before they
Yeah,
even
they
got
worked
to
their way
Southeast
over.
Asia. Remember, right along on that Pacific slave trade, first was the Dravidians and the Jains. You dig what I'm talking about? The niggas of India.
Yeah, so
You
like when
dig?
you look at the Sultanate, when you start looking into the Sultanates and the Caliphates, that shit is all through India, all through Asia, all through, they're all considered Moors because they all had to bow down to whoever was winning, and the Moors was winning. So they was chasing these little Asians around for years, all the way into World Wars. They went to Philippines, still whipping their asses. And if you look like at the World War I and II, the Hitler made a pact with the Muslims.
You say Hitler made a pact with the Muslims?
Yeah, he made a pact. They was the only niggas trying to help him. The Ottoman niggas.
What about Japan?
Japan just be fighting for itself. Japan like a wild card. They want where they the
They was
Asian
in
niggas.
World War II with.
Yeah, they was in there too, but they never was on nobody's side for real. They just pick a.
Now they was on Germany's side. They was axis of evil.
They is, but when you see the end results, they kind of like America where they get their way no matter if they lose or win.
All of that shit was Islamic.
Cause yeah, all them niggas majority was Islamic. Majority of that shit was to kick out the Islamic shit.
Into Hinduism, start becoming your what they call them today, god damn, the ones in China who converted is they call them Buddha. Yeah, they praising the Buddha now. Yeah, they become Buddhists.
All that shit correlates.
Converts, bro. All you talking about is nothing but converts.
What I don't like is that when we start talking about our history and how we, dispelling the African myth.
Our history.
But look,
none of that shit our history.
But look, watch this. We start dispelling. Look, we start dispelling the African shit. We start weeding out the European shit. No one ever brings up Asia, but Asia's a part of this shit. Because when you go to Cali, a lot of them black niggas is Asian. They not niggas from here either.
Oh, but we know when they came.
They don't.
Listen,
they in here talking about
people,
nigga, we Indians with the rest of us.
Bro,
they don't know they from Asia because no one bring up the Asia
don't
shit.
You know this a fun fact secret that I'm gonna let out. Don't you know that probably 30% of people in Mexico and Central America can trace their genealogy back to Asia also?
Yeah,
because
they ain't trying to hear me though.
They moved them people on down, but we know who was controlling the drug trade in over there on the West Coast.
Hey, I'm over here in Denver right now.
But the thing is, though, I think they got some of those Pacific Islanders lumped into the group as all Asians. When I think they were from the islands.
They got some of the Malays.
But they was going both directions. You feel me? And I think it was something major. Now, those people need to speak up for themselves because we got the digger Indians that straight up dark-skinned American Indians in fucking California.
Yeah, I got a lot of those photos too with a black ass Asians with the straight hair and the chinky ass eyes.
They wasn't Asians though.
Asians. They're not Asian.
That's the thing. They're not Asian. That was the construct. These was our. Let me tell you like this. over there in Cali, bro. We know Cali is separated by water, right? You know, you got to cross a bridge to get to San Francisco unless you come up from the long way. So we know this is damn near a peninsula, you know, or is a peninsula. So no different how the Caribs is over here in the East Coast, how we got the islands over here. The shit ain't no different over there. The shit ain't no different than in Mexico and shit. They had islands too, where these people been dealing with each other. But now once race and classification come out, you get taken away, and you know, it takes you away farther, and it takes us longer to find out, you know what I mean, what's really going on. But now we starting to find out. You understand what I'm saying? But dog, a lot of these people who they calling Asian and stuff like this today, I think a lot of their genealogy comes from the Pacific Islands, because I think they was going over that way and they was coming this way towards Cali. You feel me? Because they could have do that.
Yeah, going both ways. Though most
Going
of them
both
got dragged
ways.
over here though.
Going
Because
both
all right, so
ways.
look, it's old newspaper clippings, right? I save everything, bro. It's old newspaper clippings, and it's talking about New Galicia. New Galicia is the capital of the new Spanish Empire when they got kicked out. This when they was running that slave shit through Mexico. It's on the west coast of Mexico. I think right now it's called Jalisco. It be called New Galicia. Now it's called Jalisco. And it was saying like how the
We know all Latin America was called New Spain at one time too.
Yeah. The major part of Mexico, it's on the left, it's on the Pacific coast. It was just a port city, one of the major port cities. And one of the news clippings was saying about like, damn, the Indians are unruly. They're fighting all the settlers. They're fighting all they're riling up our new prisoners. Like, you know, giving context to the situation in Mexico. I thought that was interesting because they never tell you about the Indians fighting back and the politics with the Indians. They just make it seem like niggas is just whooped, just going with shit, and they never go through. Anytime you look up a news clipping during the time period, we always stirring up some shit, blowing up shit, starting fires.
Go get the book American Indian Wars, man, from 1492 on. Go get that book, man. That some bitch got every war in it, and then
American Indian Warfare.
Yeah, American Indian Wars.
Wars.
From 1492.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna try to send you some more photos real quick. I got some more shit. Hey, I sent you the link to that website too in the chat, where the map was at.
Hey, Joe the Boss, and I want you to know too, bro. I don't want you to think that I just be telling you shit and shit like that, bro. But I tell you to go get that book because I got the book.
The American Indian Wars.
It's right there on the screen. Encyclopedia of American Indian Wars. So I just don't, you know what I mean? I just don't talk. I really got the books and I'm looking at it. And, you know, also get this, nation to nation. It's the treaties between the American Indian nations and the United States. And you see every treaty that they wrote that they never fulfilled. Basic info.
That's funny. All the treaties, all the broken treaties.
All the treaties that they that they never fulfilled.
This
book of broken promises.
Now look, this is interesting. This was more like it. This is what you would expect to see in 1507. Let me see if I can blow that up.
Hey, I'm out here with all these Mexicans telling them they Asian. They don't like that shit. But I'm like, you ain't gonna hear it from nobody else.
No, but all of them are not.
Most of them.
That's the crazy shit. The thing is, they don't know.
No, they
They've been
don't.
taught. They've been brainwashed just like us, brother. Like on some real shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like on some.
That's the
Look
most.
at this shit.
On some real live
Now
shit, dog.
this is fucking interesting. Now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, can y'all see that, OTK?
I can't see nothing yet.
Hold on, let me share my screen. Now this is what I expect to see in 1507. This is what I expect to see.
Correct. Now we see. Now this is definitely not the whole United States. This looks like
what they would have seen.
Right, which will be parts of this left side will be South America, the Caribbean, and parts of North America. Everything else to the right will be Africa going into Asia.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
So this would be Virginia on down. This is what would be called the West Indies.
Look, they didn't even know it was there.
They didn't even know it was fucking there. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. We gotta check these goddamn
the map the brother was showing us is not actually 1507. It comes in a group though of pictures from going from 1507.
That's why I had that date range.
Yeah, all the way up to modern, up to modern day. Then
yeah. Hold on. I want to go back. Hold on. Let me go
if you
back.
look at the top, if you look at the top, they're actually showing you globes, and they're showing you parts of the region, and you only see Africa right there, and Asia, and then you see what could be maybe South America into the Caribbeans right next to it. Like,
because the picture that we was looking at, the reason why it didn't make no sense, and it couldn't have been 1507 we was looking at, was because it's from the 1750s.
So that water was still there in the 17s?
1750, brother. That's what it's saying. Can y'all can't see it? My bad.
I can see some. Oh, now I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Let me go back and see if I can get a better picture. Just blow this up.
And even in the 1750, they still had the American Indian next to the palm tree.
Yeah, it was always that.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see shit like this, like that New Mexico portion. They don't really talk about New Mexico being a separate portion from Mexico back then. Look how big New Mexico is. And then Louisiana being its own like state right in the middle.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What?
Northern Spain. What?
New Spain.
Northern Spain. España. Leon.
Oh, Glass Moon say, damn, nothing but fucking Mexicans all around me. Bunch of fucking Asians. You right.
Look at this. Nueve Mexique. This is New Mexico. Look at that going on.
That would be New Mexico, bro. That's what
but you see
Nuevo,
Albion?
Nuevo in Spanish, it means new. Necesito la nuevo. That means new. That's in Spanish, not Latin.
You see that New Albion they got right there on the top left?
Where are we looking at?
Like right under that lake or ocean, whatever that is.
New Albion, Northern Albion. Yep.
Isn't that like a biblical name or some shit? I heard that word.
Well, Albion is the northern colder regions. You dig what I'm talking about? And they call the people from like northern Europe Albions.
Hey, check it out, right, Cosmon? Look in the top right corner. That shit say Terra de Labrador. That's fucking land of the laboratory.
Wait a minute, La
Right here
Marique.
would be Nova Scotia. Right here
Where you
would be Nova Scotia, top part of Canada, to your right. Yup, Terra de Labrador.
Yeah, that's the Labrador. That's the Labrador land. That's where the Cree is.
The land of the labyrinth.
That's where the Cree are too.
Or laboratory, in other words. Oh man.
Yes. What does it say? Septentrionale divisi inces principus etats.
Hey, y'all watch that new Penguin show?
No, not yet.
Oh hell yeah! You know, but see, before you watch that Penguin, you know you gotta watch Gotham and all that.
I'm
shit.
almost done. I watched most of Gotham. I got tired of it.
Yeah,
But I watched like 5 seasons.
Yeah, that Penguin is like an offshoot of that shit.
So you know, how far you got in that shit?
I done finished it.
All right, so you know how the water hit and his parents died and all that shit. The young nigga.
Oh yeah.
And you know how the whole city's fucked up and they coming out the mud and this nigga's trying to get into the mafia and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that is the story of Joe the Boss. And you see my name, Joe the Boss, is because that's the nigga I took interest to when I was young, when I was looking up that mafia shit. He the nigga that basically started the mafia for the Italians, and they smoked him, and that's how they made the new families, by getting him out the mud.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody hated him. He was some fat, sloppy, slimy nigga.
What was Joe the Boss' last name?
Masseria.
Huh?
Giuseppe
Yeah,
Masseria.
if I'm not mistaken, ain't Al Capone came up underneath him, or
Everybody comes from under him because he was
one of the first.
Yeah, he was the one that took it from the Jews. The Jews were the first mob.
Oh no, he was the Irish.
The Irish, but when he came, it was the
They
Meyer
all
Lansky.
the same fucking peoples.
Yeah, they are. They just come with the different names. This one, I love that y'all understand that, because a lot of niggas don't understand that they all the same people.
They all the same.
So when you hear about a war between Palestine and Israel and Russia and Ukraine, they cousins.
Yeah, that's
more to it.
They brothers. They are brothers.
Right, it's way more to it. It's a money play. They both get funded. It's money laundering.
Mm-hmm.
It's political, and most of the time they secretly getting the niggas out the way.
Oh, nigga, that's the Hudson Bay.
Hey, check this out, right? Joe the Boss.
It didn't even say nothing what we called it. It said Hudson.
I'm glad you brought that up. Check this, Joe the Boss. See, you know what I mean? Me and you was once, you know what I mean? Me and you brothers. All right, your family done got big. My family done got big. So now you got North Carolina. I got South Carolina. But we coming up. But we the things that we do together is what keeps us sustainable. You know what I mean? If you go take a side deal with somebody else and ain't fight, we're gonna look at you kind of different. Like, hold on, this ain't us. Now we might have to come and approach you. Like, yo, what the fuck you got going on? Now we got to kick your ass in order to run the invaders out. That's
right.
That's going.
You know what I just noticed?
Go ahead.
Look what I just noticed on the map. Can you still see the map?
Yeah.
Did y'all notice this? They got this Mer du Nord. That's the Sea of the North. The Sea of the South is the Pacific.
That's what I was trying to tell you, that the cardinal directions ain't the same no more. You got to look at these old maps so you could tell, like, during these years, it was different. So when we read, like, old stories and they say to the west, to the east, you got to look at shit like this. Because that shit...
Yeah. I got maps that show that the Atlantic Ocean was called the Western Ocean. See, I'm a boss. No, I'm a dangerous dude when it come down to this cartography and these, you know what I mean, and this topography type shit.
Also, the Southern Atlantic is called the Atlantic Sea.
Mm-hmm. You got you got shit. Man, listen, bro. It's about who's drawing at the time, who's winning.
This shit used to be connected right here.
So look,
Cuba to Florida used to be connected.
Yeah, that would be the Florida Keys, Cuba, all that, the Bahamas, all right.
So look, there was a time period when the whites took over everything. When you see how we talking about how they're family, how they're all family, and that Antarctic Treaty and all that shit, there was a time period where they took everything, right? That's where we got to really dig into, like, the ins and outs of how, like, the flipping of the families, the flipping of the country names, the flipping of the, because these maps tell you, like, it gives you a better idea. Like, all right, look right there.
I don't think they took everything. I don't think they took everything. They took all of our history.
They didn't take everything when
That's
we think
all
they took it.
They took our original history.
We got pencil whips.
And they took our straight drop. They took our fucking
that puro. They took the puro,
our pure,
and they hit that bitch.
And they
bro, and this shit is,
and sold it back to us as water whip dope.
This shit is all new, bro. This shit is, them taking shit is all new, bro. Look, so we know about Greenwood District, right? We know about what they call it, Tulsa, right? We know about the Black Wall Street. We know, well, most of us know, there was one in just about every state or territory. We had one of those in every state or territory. It wasn't just one.
And
right?
you know what's crazy, right? I just said this same shit what you saying earlier. I told Cosmon this earlier. I said, Cosmon, that they was a so-called black, and I was using that construct, black, and meaning Black Wall Street, that every place that there was one at was burnt down.
For sure. Bro, you can look up the news clippings of what they did to the people.
Bro, we done already did this.
Hey, this is crazy because
Joe Boss, how long you been into this? How long you been into this American Indian information, my brother?
American Indian wise, I've been knowing it since like COVID hit. I came out of jail, got right into this shit. But prior to that, I was into that.
I said shout out to them boys earlier, Cosmon. I said, man, shout out to the real ones who got caught on to this American Indian shit and all this information about COVID. But they really trying to learn some shit and they really know who they is. But those ones like Mike TV and these test tube baby type people, like Frank Kittle, them boys who got body bagged today, I don't got no tolerance for them. See, I got tolerance for people. At least pull up something.
It started with the African shit. I think everybody kind of started with the African shit because unless you had a direct, unless you was blessed to have family that still was telling you, you know, your real shit.
Yeah, but not everybody though, because you got, I will say the Bible Belt states.
Look at this, bro. Look at this.
Go ahead. What is that?
Northern Albion.
Mm-hmm.
It's South Central California. This is New Mexico. This is the Gulf. This is the Baja. Or the look. It say Bahia Vermelha or Red Sea.
Yeah, and we already know what that's about, the Moshe, the Moshikas.
Now, this is what they're calling New Mexico. This is coming up. This is, look, right here is Monterey. Right there. That's Monterey. This is South California. Look, here is Mendocino. right? LA would be right about here. LA would be up in here somewhere. But look, it's a massive body of water there. And look, they calling this Northern Albion. This is LA and below. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on.
That water dropped, bro. That water dropped and fucked everything over. And that's when they came in and started making their moves when motherfuckers was living fucked up.
Or I told y'all California.
Or they damned this shit and sent the water out into the whatchamacallit, because I'm thinking, what's there now? Hold on one second.
They did.
It's all dry now.
Cosmon, them boys drank.
Let's go back. I got to look now.
Water
I got to
from
look now
up
because they
top.
got to now.
Yeah, they drained the water from up top and they drained the water from down below and brought it up into Vegas.
They washed all the big cities out.
Dry areas. They made
they
these
came in.
rivers and shit. Yeah, they made these rivers with our 9 a day. If you look right here, they are no rivers.
Because you got to think about the 18s, right? The early 18s. When you see any close photos to the early 18s or any history, that's where it's shaky at. And all you see is white niggas standing around in hats. Where the fuck is all the Indians?
Man, where the fuck is all the rivers?
Right.
Wow. I'm looking
Cause
at this.
you know they damn this area off, cause because remember I told you, bro, San Francisco is on a peninsula now. They talking about California. If they keep having earthquakes and shit, they might break up.
Yeah, that shit might be over.
Fall off, like for real. So they was like California was an island at one time. So you know, I done heard stories of this shit.
Here go to Oregon territory. Hold on, let me see what year.
All this will be fucking.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me share this instead, because this might shed a little light onto what we. It's a watershed. You can see it right here. It's the watershed. They dump water sometimes. Right here. Look, hold on. Let me blow this up.
It's funny because the dude Graham Hancock went on Joe Rogan's show talking about this shit, and he never seen this map.
Look, it's a watershed. You can tell that water was rushing, vast amounts of water coming from down this way, going towards the Pacific.
It washed niggas out.
All this up. You know how high this water got to be?
The Great Flood.
Got to be moving. Look, you can see where the water is coming. It's coming this way. It's washing everything this way. This is why it's all sandy.
Like y'all see California.
Here, look. Y'all see the lake? Y'all see the lake? What year is this?
Why you think there's so much salt in that lake?
We can't see it, Cosmon. You ain't blow the shit up.
I see.
Damn, you sitting there all doing all personal shit, being selfish.
Selfish as shit, ain't it? Ain't shit. I'm trying to what year is this, bro?
Shit, it would have to be at the fucking 19th century, 1800s, because they wasn't all these states need at the time.
Right. It's got to be at least late 1800s, early 1900s. Yeah, I'm gonna see. Let me see if I can go back.
Nobody was known. No, not nobody was known. But they didn't know nothing about the American Indians on the other side of the Appalachians until the 1800s, y'all. So look how vast. Now remind y'all now, the Appalachians run through the 13 states. So imagine how much room that they ain't never seen, that they didn't even know. We just showed you the picture. Carl showed you the picture pretty much from Virginia on down to the coast, down to Mexico, Central America, to parts of South America, Caribbean.
This
All that
right
was
here.
considered West Indies, y'all. We got this
This
in the
right here.
Library of Congress. Y'all can look it up. When Virginia and South Carolina was considered parts of the West Indies. It's in the
This telling
Library of
you.
Congress. So
This
it's
telling right here, OTK. Look,
now
this
this
is
is
Oregon territory right here. And look, going
this,
right down into California.
this would definitely probably be Lewis and Clark parts of their research right here, coming out of their research right here.
Profile
The way that this look,
of the South
yeah,
Pass of the Rocky Mountains to the it's cut off.
All right. So when you see these older names of these real American Indian tribe chieftains, that's there, the Chikuka. Oh, I can't hardly see that. But when you see stuff like that, you got to really that's when you look deeper into that. That last one you just was showing, bro.
This
that
one here.
map.
This
Yeah.
one.
Yes.
Chinooks.
Yeah. Now see, when you looking at stuff like this, look at Khalifa. Is that Khalifa right up underneath? No, go right up underneath the Chickasaw. Is that Khalifa?
Kalapuya.
Oh, Caliphate. Huh. Okay.
Walla Walla. Nez Perce.
Mm-hmm.
Look, here go the Shoshones.
Okay. See, now this is when you start looking at this right here. You might need to look deeper into and find out who did this.
Yeah.
Because this right here is like I think this right here might have a little more substantialism. This looks like a Lewis and Clark map. I'm just saying. It looked like it looked like the routes they traveled. That's why I'm saying that, because the routes they travel was highlighted. They follow in the rivers. You know what I mean?
Right here, look, here go Utah. Look at this. This don't this look like a watershed? Why does the land change?
Hold on, is that Canada? That's Oregon territory?
No, this is Oregon up here. Up here. This is the top of California. And here go Utah.
Ooh.
Right, and here go the Great Basin. Oh!
Whoa. Hold on, Cos. Go ahead, Cos. Go ahead.
Oh, now it makes sense. It's the Great Basin. We look at. Oh, hold on.
That they separated. Yeah, that they separated.
That makes sense.
To bring water.
Now it makes sense. Because look, it's the Great Basin, but before it was a basin, it had water in it. Duh.
And islands. Look at the islands in the middle of it.
Duh. That ain't nothing but Utah. Look where it's at. Duh. The Great Basin. Wow, I feel stupid.
There's no reason why you should feel stupid.
No, I'm just saying.
This just shows us how many times this continuing renaming shit has been going on by who's writing.
But hold on, it's there in 1750. By 1850, it's gone.
It's gone. But who's writing it in 1850? That looked like the English or somebody. Like I said, that's Lewis and Clark. You know, they using the French behalf, but you know they coming in on some other shit, and they not trying to name shit in Spanish names. You know what I'm saying? So this is when we start. This don't even say Louisiana. That's a Louisiana. Louisiana. That bitch got an E at the end. a Louisiana. Illinois is way down here. That's crazy. Illinois would be modern day like fucking Oklahoma. You know, it's crazy.
All that shit.
Right. We definitely all was deceived, definitely, by one common deceiver. Facts. Now it's up to us to do our due diligence and, you know, just go through it and look through it. That's it.
Great damn basin. If it was a snake, it would have bit me.
The Bermuda. That shit say the fucking Bermuda over there where that fucking ship at over there. Off the eastern coast. The fucking Bermuda.
What's this, man?
I don't know. Any map I see that has the whole United States on it, I watched the year of that shit. You feel?
You got.
Yeah.
Let me see what year they saying that.
Because it ain't no way they got a map of a whole United States when they wasn't even writing about.
Okay, here we go. 1849 OTK.
Okay. All right, that's cool.
Hold on, 1849. Wait a minute. Ain't no Great Waterway there. The Great Basin is there. So in 100 years, something didn't happen.
Click on make that bigger. Make that bigger, bro. We can't see it. You still got it small for us. Shit, they got the water highlighted on this, and all you see is Lake Michigan and shit. The lakes.
Over here.
Yeah. See, that's another thing too. You really can goddamn when you click on these maps, but when you click into them, you can damn sure find out who drew them.
Yeah.
Who drew them and what they was on, and who they was drawing it for.
Let me see.
That means a lot.
Map of North America, including part of the West India Islands. Interesting. London. Published by C. Smith. Something number 178. Probably second edition. 1849.
You say of the West Indian Islands? What map is you showing right now, bro?
West India. Did you see it? You see this?
Yeah. Map of what, including parts of the West India Islands. This is when America also was being called India, y'all. I'm gonna do a bill, and at the same time that Hindustan existed and we existed, they was calling us India.
Yeah, India superior.
And not them. They wasn't calling them India, y'all. Their name still was Hindustan. We was being called that first. And when I bring this out to y'all now, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised now, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Wait a minute. Is this Salt Lake? Get the okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm done. Nigga, that's Salt Lake. What's left of the Great Basin is the salt. Okay, this makes sense.
Right.
Just makes sense.
I told y'all maps.
Why would it be a Salt Lake if it wasn't connected to salt water? Duh, Cosmo. Okay. All right. Okay. I told you if it was a snake, sometimes they should have just. Wow. It's crazy.
No, and sovereign indigenous. No, we was never called India, but this place was called India at one time. I'm gonna bring it out, sis, and I'm gonna show you that they was calling. Well, the map right there just showed you in the 1800s. It was being called India over here. India was Hindustan was not named India
at the
until
time.
later.
Yeah. About
Right.
100 years after that, as a matter of fact.
Right. So if Hindustan and Bharat, it was not being called India at the time, and this was being called India at the time, could it be that they took our peoples them over there and started calling that India? See, nobody looks at this part of the story. That American Indian slave trade was real. They fucking shipped us all over the place because they knew we knew how to grow potatoes and all of this. That's why I brought the video up about potatoes, rice, tomatoes, all of these things. They couldn't just come and take these things and take it over there and expect to live. No, they needed people to do the work.
You see Slave Lake?
Where you at?
Top left, right there. Stop right there. Top left says Slave Lake.
Right here. Yeah. Slave Lake. Look at that.
That's crazy. Hey, Sovereign, we gonna get there though, Sovereign. We gonna
Hey,
do it one day at a time, man. One day at a time, one bill at a time, man. We gonna get there though.
Lake Superior right here.
We gonna make sure our kids them in the future.
Hey, if you look to the left from right there, from Lake Superior, from Lake Winnipeg, it say Blood Indians.
Oh yeah, we heard about them.
What are you talking about?
Go up to that middle lake right there, and then go to the left. All the way to the left. Keep going to the left, and it'll say Blackfoot, Blood Indians.
Oh yeah, the Blood. Yeah.
Hey, what year that say? July what?
This is it said it was that's the thing from 19 it's a stamp from 1957, but it's from
okay, that's when they certified it. Okay.
It's from hold on. 1789 to 1793. Look, they got all of North America, especially up from Canada. Look, they say from Fort Chippewa, so that's in Michigan.
Hey, so do that mean the 1750 map got the water? The 1780 map don't. That mean in between that gap something happened, right? We can assume, at least.
Assume, yeah. 17. Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying
the revolution happened at that time too.
So y'all know this was a big business, right? Y'all know this was a big business to make maps of North America for the explorer age,
the
age of exploration. So your map was worth a lot of money because somebody was going to use your map and hoping they was getting to the land of milk and honey.
It doesn't show it.
That's why I got longitude and latitude on it. Once you see a map got longitude and latitude on it,
they're trying to get you.
naval. Yeah, they trying to get you to a direction. So, it's big business at this time. Map making is big business. This is also the beginning of the globe.
So in this gap, think about in y'all y'all brain all the history y'all know. Think about all the things that happened in between 1750 and 1780 something. A lot of world history happened in that time when that lake got dropped.
I mean, shit. Just think about the last 30 years of our life. What happened since 1994 and 2024? Just think of all the things that happened.
Hey, they dropped a bomb on niggas in my hood for talking about shit like this. In Philly.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
Philly. I dropped the document. You remember that shit I dropped on Philly? Everybody was like, boy, I know. And you was like, damn, I ain't know they. Matter of fact, it was Big Dog Philly OG from Philly. He said, man, I ain't know they dropped the bomb on Philly. Yeah, bro.
I heard about my mom told me about it. It was right before I was born.
I did a video on that too, bro. Word. Yeah, definitely. Shout out to my Philly people, man. You know what I'm talking about? Word. I'm a Philadelphia Eagle fan, die hard.
Oh
Shout out
yeah,
to
yeah.
Cool.
Y'all
Shout
doing
out
good this year.
to folks, man.
Yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl on my birthday. Have a big bash.
Man, listen.
Goddamn.
Well, listen. I hope you ain't got to go up against Detroit to get there. You dig what I'm talking about? I think y'all in the AFC.
No, we in the NFC.
Oh well, then I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a battle right there.
I tell you what, Carl. What we did to Baltimore and Lamar Jackson yesterday. I don't know, bro. If you ain't got a durable quarterback to escape that pressure, I don't know if you're gonna be able to make it.
Man, we got the best offensive line.
We got one more test. We got one more test against Pittsburgh, and it's all good. We got another running ass nigga, and then we got another backup running ass nigga. You know,
And
all practice.
Wait a minute. And did we play? I think we already beat Lamar Jackson this year. We beat Baltimore this year.
Nah, Detroit ain't played Baltimore this year.
We ain't playing them this year.
Hell no, y'all ain't played nobody.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Played everybody was supposed to play.
Hey, Carl, that sound like a little kid. Bullshit.
Hey, Kaz, check your email. I sent you some more shit.
Oh shit. Oh man. Go ahead, Joe. My bad, man. 1,000 pardon, man. Go ahead, man.
Nah, I was just telling him to check his email. I sent him some more stuff.
Damn. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, boy, man. I done been on for 11 hours. Damn, time go by fast when you having fun. I'm a goddamn. I gotta start shortening up these shows so people can stay tuned to more of the show. But that's why I be showing documentaries and shit, man. You know what I mean? So at least they can get some good shit at the beginning before we start going into talking in conversations and they don't fully understand. Sometimes they understand better, man. Oh man, but
Charlotte, my dear.
Oh,
this is Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
Stop it, my boy. Without art now, art thee.
You are light-skinned nigger, Elizabeth. You are a negress.
Oh my god, man. This crazy how they're trying to pronounce our languages in their dialect. It was all a dream.
I used to read Word Up magazine. Anybody know what these guys are? What they're called? Anybody? You get 50 Aboriginal points. 50 extra Aboriginal points if you can tell me what tribe these people.
Them motherfucker, they look like I got 3 people in mind, boy, who they originally look like. Now they look like the name that got applied to them would be they almost look Narragansett, Delawareans, or they could be Digger Indians, but I haven't seen a good picture like this of the Digger Indians. So I would say that also could be your Texas style American Indians.
I don't know. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat want to guess? I'll give y'all a hint. OTK was closer when he
When I
said
said the
digger.
Delaware? When I
No, when you
said
said
digger?
digger.
Oh, digger. Right. Okay.
You
Okay.
was closer when you said digger.
Okay. Okay.
Anybody?
Yeah, because when I look at their style of clothing, that's more westernized than
Yeah.
what we would
I
used to
thought the
want.
hair would give it away to who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, hold on, y'all probably can't tell because they standing next to each other.
Somebody
right?
say mosquito.
You probably can't tell because they standing next to each other, but they're little people.
Mm.
They're not tall at all. They're about 4'5", 4'8".
Yeah,
They
all
short.
of them was young kids, right? I thought all of them was young in this picture. I done seen this picture before. I just couldn't remember exactly. But I thought all of them was young. And I heard that was a fucking wig that they put on. Look at the hair, dog. That shit just look kind of weird to me. How this man here just evenly proportionized to the left. And this
Man,
one on
listen,
the
it's
right.
probably a headdress, bro. It could be
Yeah,
horsehair.
right. And we know this is what they did to American Indians. Now we know this. Yeah, that could be the headdress. Yes, you
Yeah,
absolutely
it could just
correct.
be a headdress because I've seen different pictures of these people and they got curly hair.
So
Like
what are they? Who are they, bro?
These are the Mount Shasta Indians.
From
These are the
where?
Mount Shasta Indians. They have the oldest festival in the world, especially in America. There's none older. It is called the Adoration to Gautama. Right? This Gautama is the most ancient name of America. All the Americas is called Gautama, or the land of the crossing, or the land of the four tribes. And they have the oldest ceremony because it's a ceremony representing a time where they say they came from a place where the land sunk in Mount Shasta, which was one of the very first places out of the water, allowed, is the place where they went on to repopulate their little stock, these Mount Shasta Indians. Yeah.
I'm gonna do more researching on them.
Yep.
Definitely. But yeah, man, I done been on for 11 hours and 13 goddamn minutes, man. Joe the Boss, damn, he left off. He came back on and then he got off. Yeah, they definitely would be Guatemalans. Yeah, definitely milestone. That's why I say Guatemala. You know what I mean? We just say Guatemala because they started telling us how to put the word all together. But that's how we would have pronounced it, Guatemala. You know what I mean? The way that our dialect was spoken. So in other words, say I gave you a word like damn, what's my famous word, Cosmon, that I like to use, man? Damn. To break down how American English is pronounced. God damn.
No, what you be calling it though? No, you be saying running. It's basically about running around and you're gonna talk about what you be saying though? Run imitation? What you be saying?
You know I be making up
What
words.
you be talking about, man? I know what you saying though. It's a funny ass word when you say it too, because it like me, you basically beating around the goddamn bush.
Yeah,
jogamatizing.
Oh yeah, when you're jogatizing. Yeah.
Jogatizing.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
hey, that's what your boy Jesse Jackson told. That's what Jesse Jackson that said to Martin, man. You ain't know that?
You must jogatize.
See, Martin.
Martin.
When we get to Mobile, Alabama, what we want to do is we want to jogatize.
See,
Martin said,
there goes Jesse making up shit.
come on, Jesse. You know that's not a word. I don't know why all my black folks like to come up here and like to make up all kind of things. We went from afros to Jerry curls, from waves to shades, and I don't know what day. But hey, that nigga Eddie Griffin is a beast with that shit, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh shit.
Man, yeah. Hey, look, man, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a
Hold
night,
up,
man.
Lou Baez said the Guatemalan. This was a joke, bro. And why was I blocked? I don't know.
Yeah. Who is that? Oh, that's Lubis.
He said, man, this been a dope night, man. You know what I mean? You two, peace out to you two players. Salute. Yeah, it has been, man. Like, I'm gonna have to go back and watch. Like,
Yeah,
oh man,
I
because
might break this down. This was classic Hadouken material.
yeah, because they on the other hand, you got somebody who came up. A troll got trolled.
Yeah. Hadouken.
A troll got trolled trying to troll. But that's what you
Got
get
beat
for
up.
trolling.
And then got beat up.
Check it out, guys. A troll that got
Trolling, get
trolled.
beat up.
Trying to
How you
troll.
troll the
That's
troll?
what you get for trolling.
Right. Troll got trolled and then got beat up. That's crazy.
Frank Kittles.
Uh-huh.
This goes out to you too, bro.
Yeah, bro. I beat
You was
you up.
trying to fucking troll too. And you was a long troller. But I just kept letting you just wait and wait and wait. Because I know one thing about a lie you gotta keep repeating. And the more you keep repeating a lie, you keep adding something different into it.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about a lie. The truth always gonna stand by itself, but a lie always has to get something has to get added in order to substantiate that lie. And that's what we look for. The substantiation.
Waiting on your dumb ass to say some stupid shit. Waiting to punch on you. I know y'all don't like Cosmo. Y'all like Cosmo on one day. You did what I'm talking about. I'm your cool uncle. You did what I'm talking about? I'm cool, uncle. You did what I'm talking about? He gonna give you the game. I'm not about to be ripping and running with y'all. No. Let me give you this game. Let me give you this game so you can handle what you got to do better while you're out there. You did what I'm talking about. Get you some money while you're out there. And while you're out there, bring me some back.
That's it, man. Just let me put this on your mind, man. So shout out to all the subscribers that come from the trollers today. Thank you. I appreciate you. Matter of fact, you know, this show is always built. What do you say? I can't believe OTK just said that he described himself perfect. Now, Lou Bias, now you see why you got arrowed up, probably.
Yeah.
But you know what, Lewis? I got something for you. Here you go.
My mind and I can't fall short.
See, y'all niggas don't know that I came up off of haters.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't do it without you.
Haters, cause word, cause
man, we love you guys. Man.
Haters.
Listen, what y'all don't know is y'all solidify what we do. You dig what I'm talking about? This is how we know to go harder. You dig what I'm talking about? When you got haters for no reason, that is a great signal that you're doing something good. Right? And you just keep doing that. You're gonna get haters, man. You're supposed to get them. You're supposed to be glad you got them. Shit, actually go out and get you 2 more. If you got 5 haters, try to get 2 more by the end of the week.
Hey, Lou Bias, if I was back in the first census days, I would be classified as white, as stature.
Yeah. Yeah,
because of my stature in life, I would be classified as white.
Hold on,
So what's the whitest thing? So what's the whitest thing, my dog? What's the whitest thing? White has its own thing now. Don't tell me white has a culture. Hold up.
Where?
Hold up. Man, I don't. Hey, Cosmo, that's our next show. That's our next show. Does white have a culture? And I'm gonna show this culture, since that was the whitest thing I've ever seen you do. That was the whitest thing when I show support to the haters. Come on, man. Nobody don't show no love to the haters. We can't forget about the small people.
Yeah, man.
Damn. One thing about me is that, you know, they got that saying. The same people on your way down, you know, same people on your way up. Yeah. On the way down. But one thing about me is I came from down. So I done seen you motherfuckers. So I already recognize you. So I ain't going back down. That's the difference. I recognize you, motherfucker. Hey, Cosmo, go ahead and tell everybody where to find you at, man.
Look, y'all go to Cosmon Cal, KOSMON, for real, y'all. Go over there right now. Cosmon Cal, sub, like, share, man. Listen, I'm almost at 1,000 subs, y'all. Let's go, man. Don't be a hater, be a congratulator. You did what I'm talking about. I'm sure I have something you've never heard of before on my channel. You did what I'm talking about. I brought out so much stuff, I don't even know where to start. So, but I don't do no capping, and I keep it 100, and I love the creator, the Great Spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? So
that in the song.
You dig what I'm talking about? I do. That's my dog. You dig what I'm talking about? That's my nigga. You dig what I'm saying? So y'all go over there, man. I'm sure I got something you like, something, but even though, you know, just support your brother, man. Cosmon Cal TV, KOSMONCAL TV. You dig what I'm talking about? AOTK.
What's happening, my dog?
Hey, man, I need you to do something for me real quick. Got me?
What you
just need you to breathe in, bro.
Uh-huh.
Let that light in. Huh? Because I'm Cosmo, man. Cloud kicker.
Oh, look at K Glover L came in.
Man, K Glover L be on some hump, man.
Man,
listen, man, she on some hump right now, dog.
You done caused me to stay on sale.
You been up here 37 hours.
Man, oh,
you been up here 37 hours, nigga. And you gonna come in 2 seconds.
Yeah, $1,100. We done been on $1,100. Now you gonna come on in the 12th hour. I know that's right.
$700
in the 12th hour.
Right.
Oh man. Oh man. Shout out and peace to the God. Hey.
Peace.
Yo, what up, though? Peace, dude.
What we doing?
What you?
Man, I'm about to go. You know what we doing? Man, I'm about to leave. I know what I'm about to do. I'm about to leave y'all two up in. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to leave y'all two up here. Matter of fact, I might need to go rearrange some stuff and make Cosmo on the co-host real quick so he can let people up here. And if y'all want to keep on building, that's up to y'all. But I ain't lying. It's cold than a mug outside. And I told y'all I'm a tropical dude. I'm a tropical dude. And when you tropical and it's cold outside, Don't sleep
Get your
alone.
butt inside.
You don't sleep alone.
It is cold. It's been snowing.
Cuddle upside something soft. Oh, nice warm supper, woman lady.
You said a woman lady.
A woman lady. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Woman supper. You ain't never heard that before in the King Club. A woman lady.
No, a woman lady. Sounded like somebody from the 1800s.
It's supper.
That's supper.
How you
she don't like supper.
How you doing, sister? You doing all right, baby?
I'm good. I was listening to y'all breaking down the maps. We need to do a map series.
Yeah.
Yes. You know your boy. That's why I tell everybody study they state, they city. If they do the due diligence and study their state and city, they just wouldn't go off the information. They would look at maps. They help them understand the information that they reading so they can understand the trails.
Mm-hmm.
And they will see that some of these shit that they talk about is impossible.
Right.
Without help.
That's right. But you know, yeah, I don't know, OTK. I don't know why they troll you on your channel. Like, they don't do that to anybody else.
What's that?
Troll OTK. I mean, it's just crazy.
Because I'm the darkest American Indian out here.
And he rock with me.
Me and Bap. I mean, you know, we did some of the darkest. You know what I mean? American Indians, and they say they can't believe it.
I'm darker than Bap.
When they see my complexion, they like, yo, boom. Oh no.
Wait a minute, I'm darker than Bap, though.
See, the thing is though, cause what really tries to help them, what they try to use. Oh, you come from Charleston? Oh, Charleston. Oh, yeah, that's different. Yeah, you definitely got African.
Slave, for real. You definitely was African slave.
Right. They just throw that construct. So, like I said, Kaz was trying to get me to break down the Geechee Gullah and that shit. And I keep telling them, like, yo, Kaz, I'm going to tell you like this. I'm going to leave that shit alone, but they two different people.
They are two different people.
That out there at them, you know. And then you came on the show one day talking about your people is from the Sea Islands.
Mm-hmm. My
and stuff like that. And I was like, yo, those people got their own different type language.
Yeah.
Like they got their own type of dialect. And you was like, yeah, OTK, you right. My dad, them boys do it. So that lets you know I know what I'm talking about. I know these people. I know I probably got them in my bloodline, but you know what I mean? I'm not saying that I am of them personally. You understand what I'm saying?
Man, she Geechee. Her mama spoke that stuff. Oh, they whole family did. Like if
so
you didn't,
what
like,
it was
didn't,
is
like,
started becoming what it was is okay. But what it was though, Geechee started getting put as a lingua, like a lingua franca. Like that was a type of dialect that you spoke, but the old Geechees were real people.
Yeah.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? The Gully.
Yeah, it was the
like
dialect that the so-called Geechee spoke.
Right. So what it was is, if you see people speaking that Geechee dialect, you will say, "Oh yeah, them boys, they some kind of family."
Yeah, they Geechee.
They come from somewhere. They come from. They must be come from there. They must be come from there.
Yeah, but even like growing up, my father would take it as a disrespect, and my grandmother, like all of my aunts and uncles, they would take it as a disrespect if you called them Geechee.
What they like to be called? Gullah?
No, you could.
No.
Gullah wasn't even something that came until like Gullah Island. That's something new.
Yeah,
I keep telling everybody that, like, when they be like, "Oh yeah, you know, we Gullah and all that," that is something new.
Yeah,
all that stuff they're doing down there in South Carolina, that is with Queen Quet and all that is new.
That is new. Now the
My father and my
Malay people,
aunt
they're
went
What's
to.
the difference
yeah.
between the gullah and the gwele?
It's
Hold
the
on.
same.
It's a big difference.
Now that's the same. It's coming from the same foundation, but it's just it's a different pronunciation.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Right. We spell it Guale.
Mm-hmm.
They spell it Gullah, Gullah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Same place.
Yeah.
And then they add and say then they add and say, but see, this the thing, right, cause okay. So you had multiple American Indian chieftains on the South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, South Carolina, Carolina, Florida coast. All right. So when the French saw all these people on this side, they say, oh, all these people speak like a same type of dialect. So they named the Gully coast like what is today Georgia into Florida. But you still had your individual Ogeechis, you know what I mean? Your Seaweeds, your PDs, your Edistos, your Kiowas. You had all of these individual chieftains going on down, the Tuscaroras, the Timacuans, the Tamacuans, the Yamasee, the Seminoles. You had all the Creeks. You had all of these different chieftains, the Yuchi, the Westos. All of these are different chieftains, but they was all lumped in with that. You know how they like to lump people in because they sound alike or they speak a similar language family. So
Yeah,
that's how it. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it was a trade. I think it was like a trading family. Because
I
you can
definitely
even see the
shipbuilders,
the
everything.
Gullah. Yeah, you can even see the Gullah all the way into Alabama. So yeah, I think it was like a trading, kind of like a trading business where if you spoke that type of dialect, then you traded amongst each other.
Yeah, I mean that just makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we all, and if you look at it, when they started
You gonna
doing
trade with who you're around with first.
when they started doing these linguistic phylums, you know what I mean? Yeah, you see that we will get lumped in to all the similar phylums depending on what region you was in, and that would make sense. We always interacting with each other, and yeah, I mean it just is. It is what it is. North America should not be no different than any place else. Why, when it come down to North America, our history is only what they say it is?
Hey,
What about her
take over
story?
here. You
What about
still
her?
talk to your people out there on the islands?
Yeah. We last time we had a family reunion was 2 years ago, so we have one coming up this year.
Okay, do your boy a favor because I've been trying to get
talking to one right now.
him and my other cousin Darvis.
Yeah, we
Darvis ass.
I'm damn near cars. Where I'm at is damn near Peninsula, my brother. For real.
What Darvis be talking about here with the dang on Moore 40? What is he
talking? Man, that's the king of the Moors right there.
King of the Moors. All hail. King Darvis. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, let me ask you a question, because you might be familiar with the language, and this is why I'm saying if you still in contact, because when you speaking, you know what I mean, and you know you in it, you be just it's a little different, you know what I mean, especially with that language, that Geechee language. Have you ever heard the word in the Geechee language pronounced shekel or shekel? Is there a word or a place called shekel mareth, or is the word mereth or marath in the Gullah tongue?
No.
Shekel,
Shekel is
mareth.
Irish. No. Listen, the Geechee tongue is American English. It's just
It is.
dialect different.
It's
In
like
other words,
Irish.
you know
It's
how
like
you
if
would say,
you was in
man,
yeah,
we
like if
about
you
to
was
go
in
to the
Jamaica.
store. Yeah, like you would say, cars, man, I'm about to go to the store. You might hear Geechee say, man, we about to go on to the store.
Well, yeah. So it's kind of like it's like an island dialect. But you know, it's just like if me and you, if I was to say to you, Cosmo, what up, though? You know, you already know that's that's Detroit language right there.
Yeah.
It ain't no
But
different, my brother.
yeah, down
No,
there.
I was just trying to find out, does a word like it exist?
No, that's made up. It's add in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
The
like
language of the Geechee is
it's
American
English.
Indian, bro.
Yeah,
It's still English.
It's
Just the
straight
way that they
English.
pronounce things. Just like
It
when you
is
go to New
English.
York, when you know how
It's
somebody from New
definitely
York talk, like, yo, bro, what's up, son? The way they
It's a
drag
patois.
words out, but they still speak
it's a version of patois. That's what it
Yes,
is.
fact.
Yeah.
But that's what they call it. And the only reason why they call it that is because you had French refugees posted up on the Ogeechee River at one point. So that's why they say that we got words similar and we have a dialect that's similar, because the same time the French was in over here in Carolinas, they was also in the Caribbeans.
Well,
And
if
they
they,
was
These are the
refugees,
same.
and they
These are the
was
same
mixing in
people.
with us.
If you
And
go
they was
back to
mixing in
what
with
you
us.
just said, OTK, about the map of Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina being a part of the West Indies, these are the same
Right.
people.
Same people. So you know what I mean? That's why they try to throw that shit up in their cars, and that's why they also, you will hear them say Creole, but it's Creole in Louisiana, it's Geechee in South Carolina, but then it's Patois in the Caribbean. Make that
if
make
it's
sense.
English, right? If it's
Hold on,
English,
make that
right?
make sense. It
Hold
can't
on,
be
I'm gonna
three
make it
different
make
things,
sense
but
for
it's
you.
all the
I'm gonna
same.
make it make sense for you, because if it's English, right? If the patois is in fact English, then it will in fact have French parts. It'll have Dutch parts. It'll have German parts. It'll have Arabic parts, because English takes from the other part of the language, whoever you're speaking with, right, and creates a word that is part American and part whatever you speak it, and that is English, right?
And
So
that
yeah,
was the words that you see added
it's
into our
half French
alphabet.
parts.
Those would
Yeah.
be the words that you see added into our alphabet.
Into our alphabet?
Yes. After Webster said that other countries, other places. Now, if you want to say we started the French, we started the French dialect, the French English, you know what I mean? That's cool too. But I don't give no credits to nobody for creating nothing that we say in the way that we speak it.
No, I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? So I'm
English
not gonna say patois is that. It's similar. It can be
it very
referred to,
very
but
much so.
we don't got words. See, patois is also spoken in a different tongue too, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
No,
Don't they got a
patois
bunch of
is. I mean, that's just like the Geechee dialect, right? So the Geechee dialect, it has its own words, like a Pig Latin would have its own words, but it's still. I mean, come on, Pig Latin is still considered
it's
to be
indigenous.
English at the end.
It's indigenous. You're right. Right.
And I wonder why. You know what? Y'all look this up. Everybody brings up Pig Latin, right? But they never bring up Dog Latin.
Oh my goodness.
All for trade. Those was created for trade. They would classify up underneath trade language, but they
I
call it
think the
pig.
Romans were some cynical people and they created that language just to make fun of niggas.
But all that shit was created modern day today in court. What they write in shorthand, all that. That's based off indigenous writing. Just like we say sign language. Shorthand is written based upon sign language.
But it's sign language is American Sign Language.
Right.
And that's used all over the world.
Facts.
It is English. It literally is English.
It literally is
The
English.
signed word is always deciphered in English.
Word.
Always.
And you remember K Glover, Goddess K Glover L, when I brought that out, and I told him, I said, look, man, if those so-called Moors, they talk about, they was interpreters, and I said, well, what the hell did they interpret?
Right.
Because if they interpret something, why did the Soto need to take something from North America? Now they already been in South America, the Caribbean, South America, but it took him till he came to North America to learn sign language to take it back to teach his son.
Right.
Right. But that's because, I mean, if we looking at during the time of what they call the Great Cataclysm, or, the Great Flood period, everything, there's references in history that says that America was the first land that was completely dry. And so we went from out of here and went to go and people other places, go look for survivors. But I really believe like the whole cataclysm, I believe that was a fight. I believe that there was a fight amongst families and people was playing with the elements. We're going to drown everybody out. Same thing, like if we look at the 1800s when they was doing the fires, burning everybody out.
Facts. Facts.
I think that was them finishing them off. Whoever didn't die in the water.
Yeah, definitely. It was either two ways, fire or water.
Cosmo, I got something too for you about Atlantis. I'm gotta find it. I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
And sovereign indigenous. English, the English language, when Cosmo said that the English language derived from other people's language. Now, let's get this correct. The American Indian language that was first written didn't derive from no other people. What we have today as the American English language is so complex and so vast to everybody who gets to come here after a war. They words get added into the English curriculum and the vocabulary.
Facts. Just depends on who you're speaking to.
And who you're speaking to, correct. But one thing that's crazy about the English language, though, ain't no Spanish in the American Indian language.
No.
Because if it was,
only no.
Yeah, that's in every language. That means the same.
Right.
No and yes, goddamn. You know why? Because of sign language. A shake of your head.
Sign language. Shake, yeah.
A shake of your head.
And it had German.
Universal. That's what you call universal right there.
Yeah. Da. Motherfuckers say, yeah, da mean yeah.
Hey, Kaz, check your email.
Nah, you good, Sovereign. That's all we saying, yo. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you good. Speak your mind.
Yeah, Sovereign. We learn together over here now. That's why I say I'm still a student. You know what I mean?
We just don't like bullshitters.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
come
we
with
don't.
coming with, and say what you gonna say, stand on it. If it get chewed up and spit out, be okay with that. But now you on to a higher new level and path. But what if your information is 100 and in fact? Well, then you just helped us. You know what I mean? It's about sharing. I mean, dude, you can't do this by yourself.
Hey, cuz, I ain't got no problem with saying, man, yo, I didn't know that.
I ain't know.
I ain't know that. Hey, Sovereign. The next time I go live, I'm gonna show you something, mama. About the American Indian language. All right. And before you say it's witchcraft, I'm gonna say just look at it. You know what I mean? Just look at what I present to you.
Yeah.
And then
remember, everything that's ours, they sold us on that it was bad, it was evil, it was dark, and it was witchcraft. But it was really what our ancestors was using to get by.
Mm-hmm. For one, witchcraft wasn't even in our vocabulary.
First of all, we were the first witches.
They turned our shamans into witches.
Yeah, no, I don't care what you call it.
In the islands, they called those what they say maroon people, or the maroons who practice spirituality.
I'm talking about way before them. I'm talking about thousands of years ago.
All
the first nigga to walk in that goddamn into that forest and know to pick this plant with this plant, and it was gonna make DMT. Them is the very first scientists. Them is the very first shamans. Your very first witches, warlocks, and also gods.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? These are your first chemists. This is your George Washington Carvers of the world. He said the plants told him. Would y'all think the plants didn't tell him? How else he know? Okay. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I'm not scared of the word witch or none of that. It's a word. You dig what I'm talking about? And the witch or warlock or whatever you want to call it, he was working on a higher level than what y'all was working on. And that's why y'all thought he was magic. That's why y'all bowed down and prayed. Because he was using something natural right in the world that you just didn't know about. He was using a technology you just wasn't aware.
No. Hey, Sovereign, baby girl, listen, one thing I don't do, I do not attack women. Cars don't attack women.
She thought I was talking.
King of L can tell you. Yeah.
We're not talking to you.
Speaking in general sometimes.
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah. King Glover L can tell you. That's why she's up here. You know what I mean? Hey, listen. I got chewed out one time because I was on a show and I let a dude talk the wrong way to a sister. Man, all them sisters called me like, hold up. Nah, OTK. No, hell. And I was like, yo, I didn't look at it that way. I apologize. I wouldn't let it happen again. And from that point on, you know what I mean? We need more women out here teaching.
Yeah. And
it helps brings balance.
Listen, man, we gotta get back in touch with the great spirit, what we call in nature. You dig what I'm talking about? The oneness. You dig what I'm talking about with nature. That's the great balance. You dig what I'm talking about? Because if you can balance that with you and your environment, especially with the way the world is today, then man, we ain't nothing we can't do.
That's what woke me up, nature. To be honest, walking through the woods and being tangible. Like,
that's tangible.
You know, you always had that thought like, this shit can't be just pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they want you to believe this shit just in the way.
It's impossible.
right? Like
Think
all
about
this,
this.
like nah,
Think
it's
about
hella
this.
complicated.
DNA doesn't do anything on its own, right? It just and it doesn't. There are people who mistakenly say like there are DNA codes that are on. You got DNA genes that are on or off. No, they're always on. It's just whether they're read or not. You dig what I'm talking about? So we coming to new understandings right now, bro. That's about to just change the game. You dig what I'm saying? Because once you, like you were saying, once you look at nature, right? Once you look at creation, right? You see that it's symmetrical, it's harmonious, it's balanced, right? It got beauty. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's mathematically driven, right?
It's weird because once you step in the woods and you surrounded by trees, you in the middle of like 100 different worlds, and we really don't play too much of a part in them. And I feel like we supposed to.
Yeah. If that's what you into,
I'm looking
you
at it like
understand a tree is
before
a living being.
before all this
There's
weird
no
shit happened.
reason. Go ahead, bro.
Before all the like, I guess the modernization of everything, before the westernization of everything, how the Indians was living. Like niggas was living with gators and hippos and elephants and lions. None of this shit was like scary, stay away. We didn't give a fuck. We was just training them. I'm pretty sure they had shit for the bugs too. I seen a nigga pick a scab with a bug before. Where the fuck that come from?
Yeah.
Right now to the day.
Pause.
Fire and the smoke. Oh, mama, King Love L say pause. Right now to the day, fire and smoke is the best insect repellent there is.
You said what?
A fire, smoke.
Oh yeah.
That's the best. That's the best repellent there is, bro.
That's the only way I kill bugs. I hate squishing them.
Yeah, the thing is,
that's damn near a wild animal repellent. You feel me?
well, a lot of people don't perceive the oneness in all of this. You dig what I'm talking about? That you connected to all of it. You dig what I'm talking about? They don't never take the time to actually listen, right? You were saying that when you in a forest, you're essentially in the middle of many different worlds. Well, they didn't. A lot of people that probably went over a lot of people's heads. You were in the midst of the bug world, the bird world, the animal fauna world. This is what he was.
Yeah, exactly. Different insects, ecosystems, different birds, ecosystems, different mammals, shit like that.
So you was in environment. You was in environment, in other words.
Yeah, but the overall point I'm trying to get at is that it all works harmoniously together.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
All of it. You dig what I'm saying? And a lot of times without man's interruption, it worked better. So you dig what I'm saying? That proves that right there, that is symmetrical. That is it harmonizes. You dig what I'm talking